Oh, oh. Gao Hui jolted awake, cold sweat pouring down as the scene he had just experienced left him terrified. He reached up to touch his neck, and could still feel a faint chill lingering there. Gao Hui panted heavily, trying to steady his breathing and calm his pounding heart. After a moment he lifted his head, and looked around only to realize that he was at home. What is going on? Why am I at home? Muttering to himself, Gao Hui groped around beside his pillow until he finally found his phone. The screen displayed the date, July 31st, 2124. I went back to 1 month before the apocalypse. Gao Hui could hardly believe his eyes. He rubbed them hard with his hand, then looked at the phone again. The unchanging date proved that he truly had been reborn. This is great. This is great. There is still 1 month before the apocalypse, enough time to stockpile supplies. His expression suddenly turned vicious. You damned beast. If I do not tear you into pieces, I swear, I am no man. And may I be cursed to never be a man again for life. As he spoke, the scene of his death resurfaced in his mind. His hands clenched into iron fists, and a fierce murderous light flashed through his eyes. Once Gao Hui had a blissful and harmonious family, a beautiful, alluring wife who served as a police officer, a mother who was the director of surgery, and a retired chef father. Later he struck unexpected fortune when their neighborhood was scheduled for demolition and redevelopment, receiving 2 top-floor apartments in a 33-story building along with a generous compensation payout. After deducting renovation costs, he bought a ground-floor unit where he opened a convenience store. Originally, he planned to sell one of the top-floor units by the apartment next to the convenience store to expand the shop and partition off a section as a warehouse. Unfortunately, he was 1 step too late. Someone else had already bought that unit and even begun renovations. With no other option, he converted one of the top-floor units into a warehouse, leaving the remaining one as the home for their. In any case, the complex had only 2 units per floor, and both the entrance and elevators required card or facial recognition access. No matter how much he tinkered with his units, it would not affect anyone else. The only inconvenience was the effort needed to move goods up and down. Every day, Gao Hui simply watched over the store while his father took charge of cooking their meals. Life could not have been. Who could have foreseen that an apocalypse would push this family of 4 into an abyss? During the period when he was renovating the top-floor warehouse, he had become addicted to post-apocalyptic novels and simply decided to transform the warehouse into the ultimate safe house. Aside from the load-bearing walls, everything else was torn down. Bulletproof glass was installed, and a special film was added on the outside, so that those outside could not see in while those inside could still observe the outside world. He even installed an anti-theft door far sturdier than those used in banks. All 4 walls, the ceiling, and the floor were embedded with soundproofing and materials thousands of times more resilient than missile casings. Finally, he added solar power and a water storage filtration system that, according to the specifications, could supply stable, silent electricity even without sunlight. At the time, his wife had argued with him repeatedly, accusing him of wasting money on useless things. To their surprise, when the apocalypse came, this became their lifeline. At first, people did not take the heavy snow seriously. At most, it was an inconvenience to travel, and everyone still went to work as usual. No one anticipated that after a week of continuous snowfall, the snow would bury the first floor, trapping everyone inside. Sensing that something was wrong, Gao Hui planned to move all the goods from the convenience store to the warehouse at night when no one was around. But when he reached the ground floor, he discovered that the convenience store had already been pried open and stripped bare. Fortunately, their 1,200 square meter warehouse was crammed with supplies enough to sustain the family for some time. 2 years later, one day, the ice and snow began to melt. Skies that had only produced snow suddenly brought rain, and the water level soared. Even on the top floor, they could no longer hold out for many days, and with all their supplies exhausted, the family was forced to leave in search of help. No sooner had they stepped outside than a boat approached. They had thought salvation had arrived, but instead a nightmare began. As soon as they boarded, before they could even see who they were driven into the cabin. 2 underlings raised their blades, and before Gao Hui's eyes, his parents were hacked apart alive. The brutal, blood-soaked scene slammed into his mind, the wretched screams making his hair stand on end. He struggled with all his might, yet was ruthlessly forced down and pinned. The beast leading them ordered his men to let every man enjoy Gao Hui's wife, while he claimed the first turn for himself. Although Lan Manrou had studied combat techniques, years of chronic hunger had left her too weak. Even when she fought with everything she had to those men, it was no more than a feeble scratch. One calamity after another drove Gao Hui into madness. At last he broke free of his restraints and charged into the naked crowd, attempting to kill the burly leader. Gathering all his strength, he struck the man who seemed to feel nothing at all, while Gao Hui's own hand shattered into pieces. Staring in disbelief at his useless right hand, he suddenly felt a cold sensation at his neck. The world before his eyes spun wildly. By the time he felt the pain, his head and body had already parted ways. Unwilling. I am unwilling. If I could live again, I would grind that man to dust and scatter his bones. Father, mother, I am sorry. Manrou, I am sorry. At this thought, Gao Hui's body trembled slightly. He raised his right hand to his face, massaging his temples, then closed his eyes and took a long, steadying breath. When he opened his eyes again, bloodshot veins covered them, and the ferocity in his gaze seemed capable of devouring that man alive. Gao Hui sighed, forcing himself to steady his emotions. Before I lost consciousness, I seemed to recall one of his lackeys calling him Changge. I do not even know his real name. It will be difficult to find him, so I should deal with what lies ahead first. I have come back. How are my parents and my wife? Do they remember the apocalypse, or am I the only one who has been reborn? With this question lodged in his heart, Gao Hui began searching for his wife. At that moment, Lan Manrou was cleaning the living room. Seeing his wife standing there safe and sound, Gao Hui was overwhelmed with emotion. He rushed forward in a single stride and pulled Lan Manrou into a tight embrace. This is wonderful. You are all right. This is wonderful. Husband, what is wrong with you? Startled by his sudden gesture, Lan Manrou stared at him as Gao Hui kept repeating, "This is wonderful." Lan Manrou was utterly baffled. Gao Hui finally released her and gave her a thorough once-over. His expression did not resemble that of someone who had been reborn. Do you still remember the apocalypse? Lan Manrou rolled her eyes and pushed him away. You have been reading apocalypse novels again, haven't you? How many times have I told you? They are all fake. How could an apocalypse suddenly happen when everything is fine? If you have nothing better to do, go exercise more and read fewer of those unrealistic stories. Look at what you did to the warehouse. Forget how much money you spent. What use is it? She continued lecturing him at length, but Gao Hui did not hear a word. His wife, it seemed, had not been reborn. Still, perhaps it was for the best, as she would not have to endure those unspeakable horrors again, and even listening to her nag now felt oddly comforting to him. Neither of them knew that in his previous life Lan Manrou had been tormented for over an hour before finally drawing her last breath. Her body had not been thrown overboard until 5 hours later. Lan Manrou had been muttering for a long time, yet seeing no reaction from Gao Hui, she waved a hand in front of his eyes. Hey, what are you spacing out about? Did you actually listen to anything I just said? I heard you. All changed. Gao Hui said, then hurried to the door of his parents' bedroom and knocked lightly. After a few simple probes, Gao Hui confirmed that his parents had no memories of the apocalypse either. It seemed that he alone had been reborn. Thank heavens. Otherwise they would have been trapped in the torment of those apocalyptic memories. Since I have been reborn, that so-called Changge had better live well. Once I find you, I will torture you to death slowly and ruthlessly. The very first thing, of course, was to stockpile supplies. Having avidly read countless apocalypse novels, he was all too familiar with this step. Gao Hui checked the balance on his phone. All his funds together barely amounted to 500,000. What could such a paltry sum accomplish? It seemed he could only persuade his parents. Gao Hui pulled his parents into the living room and sat them down, then snatched the rag from Lan Manrou's hand, tossed it onto the coffee table, and pressed her down onto the sofa as well. Standing before the three of them with a grave expression, Gao Hui spoke with solemn seriousness. Dad, Mom, Manrou, what I am about to say may make you think I've gone mad, but please believe me. Every word I'm about to say is true. The three of them exchanged glances, unable to guess what Gao Hui was trying to do. In just 1 month the apocalypse will arrive. At first it will only snow, then water and electricity will be cut off. 2 years later, when the ice and snow melt, heavy rains will fall and sea levels will rise. Beyond that, even Gao Hui did not know what would happen. The expressions on the three faces clearly showed disbelief. I am someone who has been reborn. When the ice and snow melted back, then our family had no food left. We were forced to go out seeking help, and there we encountered a vile man who killed us all. He did not go into detail about what had happened, if since they had not been reborn it was better they remained ignorant of those experiences. Our most urgent task now is to hoard enough supplies so that we can have food and clothing without worry in the apocalypse. At this moment Gao Xingye folded his arms across his chest, his expression all but saying, "Go on, keep making things up. I'm telling the truth." Seeing the three of them remain unmoved, Gao Hui fell to his knees with a thud. I urgently need money right now. I want to mortgage these apartments for a loan, and all the money you have on hand must be given to me as well. The three of them were startled by this sudden action. When they heard he wanted to mortgage the apartments, Gao Xingye's eyes widened. He shot to his feet, about to strike Gao Hui, but was stopped by Kuyu. You spend every day reading those doomsday novels. You've fried your brain. Mortgage a loan. Have you gone insane? Gao Xingye's face flushed with anger, his voice rising several notches. Son, did you borrow money outside, or have you been gambling? Tell Mom the truth. Whatever it is, we'll solve it together. Don't you dare make up lies just to hide things from us. Hearing Kuyu's words, Gao Xingye and Lan Manrou felt she made sense, and they stared at Gao Hui with deep concern. Gao Hui could not help but admire his mother's wild imagination. He went from home to work and back every day on a straight line. How could he possibly have time to gamble? Besides, with a police officer in the family, would he even dare? With no other way, he could only reveal some of the secrets they had mentioned during the apocalypse to gain their trust. Dad, your stash of private money is hidden in the soil of the money tree on the balcony, inside the air conditioner pipe opening, and in the broom handle. Mom, when you were young, you always wanted to become a soldier. Unfortunately, 2 days before enlistment, you fell severely ill and missed the chance. It was then you swore to study medicine so that such a thing would never happen to anyone else again. Manrou, the fugitive you're currently hunting, is the very murderer who killed your parents a year ago. He is hiding in Ping'an village in Bachwan County. Among the women you arrested for solicitation 3 days ago, there was one named Wan Ping. The murderer is a regular client of hers. Gao Hui glanced at the time on his phone. In 3 minutes you'll receive a call from your colleague. What he says will be exactly what I— The three of them stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was saying. The next moment Qiu shot a glare at Gao Hui, and he reluctantly took out his hidden private money and handed it over, then gave Gao Hui a fierce glare. Lan Manrou was half skeptical about what Gao Hui had said, and at that moment her phone rang. With a slightly stunned expression, she pressed the answer button. After a brief exchange, when she hung up, her face was filled with utter disbelief. "Dad, Mom, it might be that what my husband said is true. My colleague just called, and what he told me was exactly the same as what my husband just said, without a single discrepancy." Once again the three of them were plunged into shock. "You believe me now, don't you? It might be possible to pry into Dad's stash and Mom's youthful past, but how could he possibly know the intricate details of Manrou's case, and so precisely at that? He really had lived through it all." Lan Manrou hesitated for a moment, then helped Gao Hui up. "Husband, I believe you." Gao Hui looked at her with the gratitude of a wronged prisoner finally vindicated. "Son, I believe you too. Tomorrow your father and I will go to the bank with you. Not only will we mortgage these apartments, we'll also sell that apartment under your father's and my name." Gao Hui wanted to say something more, but one look from Qiu frightened him into silence. "Husband, there's been progress in the case. I need to hurry back to the station to draw up a plan. Whatever you intend to do, I'll support you." Lan Manrou shoved a bank card into Gao Hui's hand. "This is all the savings our family has. Do whatever you need to boldly and without worry. Manrou, be careful when you go after him. He has a gun." Although in his previous life Lan Manrou had completed the mission without a scratch, Gao Hui still feared she might be hurt. "Don't worry, I'll be careful. Go without worry. His mother and I will take care of him at home. Just be sure to stay safe." "I'll be careful." With firm steps Lan Manrou headed for the police station. Barely 3 hours later Lan Manrou returned home. Did it go smoothly? Her return this time was much earlier than in the previous life. "We cooperated with the local officers and successfully captured the criminal. No one was injured." Lan Manrou wrapped her arms around Gao Hui. After a year, they had finally caught this murderer. Now at last her parents' spirits in heaven could rest in peace. "That's wonderful. Next we have to start planning our stockpiling of supplies. I just called Hui to discuss the loan, and I'll swing by the agency to sell the apartment while I'm at it." In his mind, Gao Hui had already begun calculating the types of supplies they needed to hoard. "This is the more than 3 million your father and I have saved. With the mortgage on your apartments, the sale of the one under our names, plus our savings, the total will still be less than 30 million. Qiu passed a bank card to Gao Hui. "Around 30 million still isn't quite enough. Looks like we'll have to think of other ways." The four of them fell into silence. "We'll start buying supplies tomorrow. It's already noon, let's go out to eat first." Gao Hui rubbed his stomach. "Whatever you want to eat, Dad will cook it. Why go out? Buying groceries and cooking is too much hassle, and I'm planning to reserve a few thousand banquet tables at a restaurant before the apocalypse hits." "Well, all right then." The family put on their shoes and headed out. Though their bodies had not actually endured hunger, the memories of those 2 years were vivid, and now they craved a hearty feast with desperate intensity. The four of them arrived at the most famous restaurant in the area and the one closest to Gao Hui's home, Yambin Tower. As soon as they entered, a waitress approached them warmly, leading the four to a table by the window and handing over the menu. At the moment Gao Hui walked in, he was spotted by Li Man, who had just finished serving the previous table. A convenience store owner daring to dine here. Can he afford it? Li Man was extremely curious, busily attending to the customers at the adjacent table, but her eyes occasionally darted towards Gao Hui's table. Li Man recognized Gao Hui because her apartment was directly across from his. Gao Hui lived in Building 9, while Li Man lived in Building 12. Her building had no convenience store, so she occasionally went to Gao Hui's convenience store to buy things. Through their repeated encounters, Li Man came to recognize Gao Hui, but he did not remember her, mainly because she looked too ordinary, just an average passerby. If it weren't for her good service awareness and strong work ability, she might not have even gotten a job at this restaurant. Gao Hui flipped through the menu, casually glancing at a few pages. This page, and this page, bring them all to me." The waitress maintained a professional smile as she looked at the four of them. "May I ask if you will be paying by card or QR code?" "By card." The waitress took the bank card. "Your total is 269798. 5 yuan. As she swiped the card through the POS machine and saw the payment was successful, she handed the card back to Gao Hui with both hands. "Please hold on a moment." After saying that, she turned to prepare for the next steps. "So expensive." Gao Hui whispered to Gao Hui. Having been a chef for many years, he knew the cost well. This price was 4 to 5 times higher than usual. "There's a reason for the high price. We'll know when we taste it later. If the flavor is good, then we'll settle for this place." Although spending extravagantly at this hotel was not wise given their urgent need for money, Gao Hui's mind was filled with thoughts of delicious food. Worst case, he could just take out a loan after this meal. After all, he wouldn't have to pay it back in a month. "It's fine, just use your dad's secret stash to pay," Qiu said, glaring at Gao Hui. Gao Hui smiled awkwardly, his left hand clutching his chest, feeling a sharp pain. He had painstakingly saved up 300,000 intending to buy that golden fishing rod he had been eyeing for a long time. He had originally planned to show off to his old buddies, but now it was all gone. He cast a glance at Gao Hui, his eyes filled with resentment. Gao Hui certainly understood his father's thoughts, but with the apocalypse looming, what was the point of a fishing rod? Meanwhile, Li Man, who had just witnessed the payment, was startled. Over 26,000 yuan, and he paid without blinking. When did he become so extravagant? Is operating a convenience store really that profitable? Hey, did you hear my order? Li Man was shocked by Gao Hui's actions, her mouth agape frozen in place as the customers around her grew impatient. You ordered white-cut chicken, spring mixed vegetables, papaya with rock sugar, and snow frogs stir-fried garlic sprouts, with dried tofu boiling fragrant pot, with rock frog steamed fresh river, fish tianfu spicy crab, premium mushroom soup, 3 servings of rice, 1 bottle of cola, and 1 bottle of Huajiao 1573. Would you like to order anything else? Years of work experience had honed Li Man's multitasking skills. She thought the waitress might forget something, but the stunned customer just shook his head in a daze. After the customers paid, Li Man stepped back, hiding in a corner and staring at Gao Hui's family. The more she looked, the angrier she became, a wave of unwilling emotions rising in her heart. Suddenly, Gao Hui shivered, feeling a chill. What's wrong with you? Lan Manrou looked at Gao Hui with concern. I'm fine, I might just be getting used to the air conditioning here. Gao Hui patted Lan Manrou's hand, reassuring her not to worry. The waitress began bringing out the dishes one after another. Gao Hui picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. The rich flavor of the meat spread in his mouth, bringing an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. It had been a long time since he had such delicious food. His expression was more animated than that of a food vlogger. Honey, slow down, there's still plenty left. But if you order so much, we can't finish it before the apocalypse hits. ITL. Lan Manrou looked at the table piled high with dishes, worried. Gao Hui swallowed his food. It's fine. If we can't finish, we can pack it up. I didn't order too much, mainly to test how the dishes are here. The leftovers can go in the freezer in the warehouse. Gao Hui devoured the food in front of him, attracting the attention of the surrounding customers. Not only the other diners, but even Gao Xingye and the others were stunned by his eating manner. How many days has this guy been starving to eat like this? Honey, let's change seats. Sitting next to him is too embarrassing. He eats so deliciously. I feel like I can still eat 5 more bowls. How can this restaurant accommodate all kinds of customers? I won't be coming back here again. The surrounding discussions grew louder, and under pressure the manager came over to politely request Gao Hui to eat a bit more decorously, offering free desserts and 4 discount coupons. Initially, Gao Hui didn't want to heed such unreasonable demands, but the waitress service was excellent and the dishes suited his taste. Moreover, there were free desserts and discount coupons, so he eventually agreed. Half an hour later, they finished eating, each carrying a bunch of food back home. As they reached the entrance of the community, an elderly woman came out. Her face was wrinkled, her hair gray, and her legs slightly unsteady. Her entire body was dirty, as if flies would swarm her at any moment. Gao Hui saw her approach and frowned, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. This old woman was named Wan Qiang. When she was young, her son and husband had passed away successively, and the series of misfortunes had left her mentally unstable. Now she could only rely on collecting waste to survive. Perhaps it was life's grind that made her extremely fond of taking advantage, who no one in the whole community liked her. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, she saw the whole community without water and electricity, and that night sneaked into the convenience store, clearing out all the food inside. Fortunately, evil people eventually meet their match, and she ended up dying at the hands of Yin Kaoyang. Gao Hui only learned about these events from the messages in the group later. Oh Xiao Gao, where did you get rich? Eating at such an expensive restaurant. Can you finish all that? Why don't you let me take some of the leftovers off your hands? After Wang Jingmei finished speaking, she reached for the food in Kuye's hands. When Kuyu didn't let go, she even tried to bite Kuye's hand. Lan Manrou stepped forward and grabbed Wang Jingmei by the throat. Please be mindful of your manners, or I will have to take you to the police station. Lan Manrou initially intended to threaten her to get her to back off, but unexpectedly, she fought back, fiercely breaking free from Lan Manrou's grip. She sat down on the ground, grabbing Lan Manrou's wrist with her left hand, while pulling at her collar with her right, throwing a tantrum. Come look. The police are going to kill someone. Help! Help! As she shouted, she squeezed her own neck, leaving marks all over. Wang Jingmei's antics left Lan Manrou dumbfounded. If they forcefully took her to the police station now, it would easily cause a disturbance. If she warned her again, she would surely retaliate even more, but could they really give her the food? Her commotion indeed attracted a lot of people. Although everyone knew what kind of character she had, it was in the nature of the Chinese to gather and see the excitement, and a crowd formed to watch how this family would handle it. Gao Hui didn't want to get entangled with such a person. Right now, every second counted to stockpile supplies. He needed to quickly resolve the situation. When the apocalypse struck, she would have her share of suffering. He walked over to Wang Jingmei, squatting down beside her. These dishes are for you. Gao Hui leaned close to Wang Jingmei's ear. I advise you to stop while you're ahead. If you continue to cause trouble, I won't be polite. My wife's identity won't affect you. I'm just an ordinary citizen. Worst case, we can spend a few days in the station together. Wang Jingmei was sharp. Since she had already received the benefits, it made no sense to continue causing a ruckus. She huffed, took the food, and walked straight back into the building. Seeing that there was no longer any excitement to watch the crowd dispersed, Lan Manrou looked at Gao Hui with guilt. It's still my lack of ability. I couldn't handle this kind of situation. All those years with the police were for nothing. Honey, you're dealing with people 100 or 1,000 times more dangerous than this. Just leave these kinds of lowly scum to me. You must remember to protect yourself. Lan Manrou nodded silently. Let me have the food. You go take care of the loan and house procedures with Dad and Mom. After 3 sent Lan Manrou to the elevator, they rushed to the bank. Outside the bank, Li Shuwei stood at the entrance welcoming Gao Hui. You actually came out to greet me. I must be quite a big deal. Gao Hui teased. Of course. You're my big client. Come on, uncle and aunt, let's go. Li Shuwei led the 3 of them into the VIP room to handle their business. In less than 2 hours the money was credited. Having someone capable makes all the difference. As expected of a good brother who grew up with Gao Hui. Before leaving, Gao Hui pulled Li Shuwei close and whispered, Brother, do you trust me? Of course. Li Shuwei didn't understand what Gao Hui meant. Listen to me, take all the money you have, and stock up on supplies, and remember to store them in your storage room. After saying that, Gao Hui patted Li Shuwei on the shoulder and left with the 2 elders. Li Shuwei stood there in a daze. Only he knew about the storage room, and Gao Hui had never mentioned it. How did he know? Li Shuwei hurriedly chased after them, but he couldn't see their figures. He grabbed his phone to call Gao Hui, but it wouldn't connect. Manager, a client is looking for you to handle some paperwork. I'm coming. Li Shuwei turned back to attend to the client, thinking he could only ask Gao Hui again in the evening. Gao Hui took his parents to a real estate agency. In a hurry, he pressed down the price substantially to sell quickly. 2 properties were expected to sell for 9 million. Agent Xiao Wang warmly welcomed Gao Hui's family. After leaving his phone number, Gao Hui took the 2 elders and left. Gao Hui calculated that he currently had over 20 million, which still felt a bit insufficient. After all, it was uncertain how long the apocalypse would last. It might be a lifetime spent in the apocalypse. The more supplies hoarded during this time the better, and the variety should be as comprehensive as possible. After a tiring afternoon, he said, Mom and Dad, let's call it a day. It's getting late, let's hurry home. All right, my old back, can't take it anymore. Gao Xingya held his waist, while Kuyu seemed full of energy, as if she could walk for dozens of kilometers more. Back at Gao Hui's home, he took a rare, comfortable shower while the 2 elders went to bed early. The young couple lay in bed and Gao Hui's hands began to wander. In the 2 years of the apocalypse, he had hardly been intimate with his wife. The cold weather had rendered him incapable. Lan Manrou pushed him playfully a couple of times before yielding to Gao Hui. 3 hours later, the encounter came to an end. Lan Manrou was already exhausted and asleep, while Gao Hui remained energetic, recalling that he hadn't been so enduring in his past life. Was it because of the pent-up tension from the apocalypse? Seeing that he couldn't fall asleep, Gao Hui prepared to watch some videos to help him doze off, but when he picked up his phone, he found it had run out of battery. He quickly plugged it in, and while waiting for it to power on, he gradually became drowsy. In his hazy state, he heard a mechanical voice say, Rebirth system has been activated, matching rewards for the host. Matching successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining portable space. Since this is the host's first activation of the system, the reward space is doubled. It is a primary portable space with a volume of 1 cubic kilometer. May the host survive the apocalypse. At 7 a.m., there were still 31 days until the apocalypse. Gao Hui squinted at his phone and was surprised to see several missed calls from Li Shuwei. He sat up abruptly, startling Lan Manrou, who was getting ready. What happened? Nothing. Dawei called me yesterday, and I didn't answer. Are you going to work? With the apocalypse coming, why bother going to work? Even in the apocalypse, I must perform my last duty. Plus, I want to witness the end of that murderer with my own eyes. Gao Hui nodded. Lan Manrou put on her police uniform and prepared to go to work. Before leaving, she styled her hair in the mirror, trying to cover the red mark on her neck. Gao Hui lay in bed, reflecting on the voice he had heard last night. He closed his eyes and thought, is the rebirth system real? Responding to the host, it is indeed real. Hearing the reply startled Gao Hui, and he opened his eyes wide, unable to believe what he had just heard. Don't be afraid, host. This system is very friendly. You can call me Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi. I'm here. Do you have any instructions for me? What the heck is a rebirth system? And what is this portable space? Gao Hui carefully recalled the content he had heard last night, only remembering the portable space, hoping it was the one he desired. Because the host's wish before death was strong enough, it received a response from the system, thus granting a primary portable space. The space is approximately 1 cubic kilometer, and there is no time flow within, or it can store various items or living beings that actively enter the space, but it cannot actively absorb living beings or large structures. Please refer to the instructions for more details. After Xiao Qi finished speaking, a dialog box appeared before Gao Hui's eyes, and he began to read it carefully line by line. Besides what you just mentioned, the instructions also state that living beings can be received into the space if they actively enter, right? That's right, Xiao Qi confirmed. Gao Hui tried to catch a mosquito flying towards him and store it in the space. A minute later, he released the mosquito, which was indeed dead. He then attempted to place a motionless turtle into the space, but got no reaction. Next, he tried to store his phone, which as expected succeeded. Not bad. Not bad. With this ability, hoarding supplies will be much more convenient. Gao Hui then looked at the instructions regarding the gifting function. Gifts can trigger multiple returns and skill points with the return rate, depending on the relationship level. A relationship level of over 80 is required to trigger the return reward. That's right. The host should remember to maintain good relationships. Scrolling up, Gao Hui continued to check direct relatives can only receive 5 kinds of gifts per person per month, based on relationship levels, while other relations can only receive 3 kinds of gifts per person per month. The system upgrades to unlock quantity limits. Each person can only trigger a return for each type of gift once per month. Rare items are limited to 1, and do not trigger multiple returns. Returns can be selected for quantity multipliers or quality upgrades. Only one can be chosen. The highest quality will only trigger ordinary quantity returns. Goodness, your system is quite strict about this. The higher the level, the fewer the restrictions. Host work hard to upgrade the system. Also a reminder, items returned by the system cannot trigger return rewards again. It seems I can't exploit bugs anymore. By the way, you just mentioned upgrading the system. Gao Hui looked further down and found the section about upgrades. System upgrades and skill upgrades both require skill points, which are the skill points returned from gifts. With system upgrades, you can gain more rare skills. Once the system reaches max level 10, the power of a rare skill can destroy a planet. So powerful. How do I obtain skills? The host can directly select skill awakenings. Others need to consume activation capsules to awaken abilities that match their traits. However, if they consume capsules with the wrong attributes, they will explode on the spot. But don't worry, host, you can learn skills of any attribute. I was just thinking about quickly exchanging for activation capsules, but hearing about exploding on the spot immediately dashed that thought. Shouldn't I check my potential abilities first? Please return to the main interface and click on the avatar to view your current values and available attributes. Goodness, am I just a game character now? Gao Hui complained while following Shao Qi's instructions to open his interface. Name Gao Hui. Age 23. Height 188 centimeters. Occupation convenience store owner. Marital status married wife Lan Manrou. Appearance max. Charm 62. Stamina 75. Speed 38. Defense 41. My appearance is maxed out. How come my charm is only 62? Although you look handsome, your physique. Shao Qi did not finish the sentence. Alright. I'm just a bit skinny. Once I stock up on supplies and train for hours every day, in less than a month, I'll become a muscular man, okay? And so it was decided. Gao Hui swiped to the right and found the skills interface. Wind attribute none. Fire attribute none. Water attribute none. Ice attribute none. Thunder attribute none. Wood attribute none. Earth attribute none. Other attributes, basic personal space. Shao Qi, can I learn all of these attributes? Yes. Typically a person can possess up to 3 attributes, but you don't need to worry, all attribute skills can be learned and used. This golden finger is quite nice. But how can I know others' potential abilities? 3 skill points can be exchanged for a basic detector, 5 skill points for an intermediate detector, and 10 skill points for an advanced detector. Shao Qi suggests exchanging for the advanced detector, which can comprehensively and accurately probe a person's maximum potential. Now you can only view others' basic values through the system. It seems I can only focus on upgrading myself for now. Gao Hui rested his chin on his left hand, then asked Shao Qi about the source of the system. She stuttered and couldn't provide a clear answer, saying it was due to insufficient level, but it felt like there was a deeper conspiracy involved. For Gao Hui at this moment, these matters were not something he could quickly comprehend. He decided to think about supplies and see if there was anything to exchange in the system shop. He pulled up the system screen and glimpsed the favor ranking. Lan Manrou favorability 100. Ku Yu favorability 99. Gao Xingye favorability 95. Li Shuwei favorability 91. Wang Jingmei favorability 15. Li Man favorability 36. Li Man. An unfamiliar name, and it's a negative value. Who is this Li Man? I don't even know her. How could it be negative? This person is a waitress at the Yen Bin Grand Hotel, harboring resentment towards you out of jealousy. Her value has already improved. Who is this person? Is she out of her mind? What have I done to make her jealous? She really has a narrow mind. You need to be careful, host. Watch out for disasters. Phew. Hope for some good luck. With this ability, I can save money to buy more things. Since there are more gifting chances for blood relatives, I should go ask my dad. At that moment, Gao Hui's phone rang. He saw it was Li Ziwei's name and remembered he had been trying to call. Hello, Dewey, what's up? You finally picked up? Are you free right now? Something urgent. Just tell me over the phone. It's inconvenient over the phone. Are you at home? I'm at home, come over, but I can only give you 2 hours. I have other things to do. Alright, wait for me. Gao Hui hung up and threw the phone on the bed. Li Shuwei arrived right after he finished washing up. As soon as he opened the door, Li Shuwei hurriedly pulled Gao Hui into the bedroom, not even greeting Gao Xingye. He closed the door, pressed Gao Hui down on the bed, and sat beside him. You don't have any ideas about me, do you? Although I'm handsome, I like women, and am already taken. Gao Hui crossed his arms over his chest, looking at him defensively. Gao Hui casually opened the system to check Li Ziwei's basic information. Name Li Shuwei. Age 22. Height 181 centimeters. Occupation bank president. Marital status married wife Jiang Xiao. Appearance 65. Charm 34. Stamina 46. Speed 89. Defense 66. Gao Hui tried to view Dewey's attribute interface, but as expected he couldn't. Dewey's speed was surprisingly fast. Could it be from working 5 jobs a day back then? No wonder he got here so quickly. Put away your nonsense, I have serious business to discuss with you. Li Shuwei sat beside Gao Hui looking at him seriously. How did you know I have a storage room? Gao Hui realized the issue. It was during the apocalypse that Wei told him about the storage room. He only learned then that it was a place to store his ill-gotten gains. Speaking of which, Wei has no other flaws. He is just a bit greedy. Probably because he had no parents and had to stay at various relatives' homes during his childhood, he suffered a lot. After entering college, he moved out on his own, working and studying while saving every penny. Later, he accidentally saved the daughter of the former bank president. After getting to know him, he realized Wei was a good person, so he married his daughter to him. These experiences led him to be unable to withstand the temptation of money with amounts reaching millions. He had not informed his father-in-law or wife and secretly bought a house with his savings, storing all the money in the storage room. He actually never touched a single cent and often spent half a day there, finding satisfaction in looking at the stacks of red bills in front of him. Thus, he hoarded a lot of supplies there that allowed him to survive during the apocalypse. These details were also what he had shared with Gao Hui during the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, he had always been anxious, worried about being caught, and only relaxed after the apocalypse arrived, vowing never to be greedy again. Speak up. Why are you in a daze? Gao Hui fell silent in memory, making Li Shuwei anxious like an ant on a hot pan. I'm afraid you won't believe me if I say it. If you don't say it, how will you know I won't believe you? Alright, he'll tell you. I was reborn, and you told me about the storage room in my previous life. What time is it, and you're still joking? Stop reading those apocalypse novels. Li Shuwei completely did not believe what he said. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Gao Hui detailed the events of the apocalypse to Li Shuwei. Now it was Li Zuwei's turn to be stunned. So in a month the apocalypse is coming. Exactly, so hurry up and stock up on supplies. Gao Hui hesitated. If it were before, he would definitely advise Wei to return the ill-gotten gains and accept punishment, but after experiencing the apocalypse, nothing is more important than survival. I understand, you go ahead. He'll leave first. Remember, don't tell anyone about the apocalypse, keep it as secret as the storage room. Gao Hui held on to Li Shuwei, repeatedly reminding him to keep it confidential. I know what to do, don't worry. After saying that, Li Shuwei left. Gao Hui watched Li Zuwei's retreating figure with concern until Gao Xingye called him, breaking his train of thought. Son, come eat breakfast quickly. After we finish, we'll go stock up. Gao Hui strode into the dining room. The table was laden with sandwiches, steamed buns, plain congee youtiao, and pickles. Almost every inch of it covered. Dad, this is extravagant. I must have miscalculated and made too much. Gao Xingye chuckled sheepishly. Gao Hui gazed at the spread and felt a warmth in his chest. During the 2 years of the apocalypse, they had at first still managed hot bowls of noodle soup. Later meals had dwindled to compressed biscuits day after day. In the last few months, even the warehouse supplies had run out. Their convenience store had been looted long ago. Wang Jingmei's goods had been taken, and without any preservation, fresh food had long since rotten. Gao Hui shook his head, picked up a steamed bun, and popped it in his mouth. After decades as a cook, his father's skill was no less than Yan Binlu's. He polished off the breakfast in no time. He suddenly remembered what the system had said earlier, and thought he might use his father as an experiment. Gao Hui hesitated a moment, then transferred 1,000 yuan to Gao Xingye with a note. Dad, I'm giving you this 1,000. Don't give it back. Use it yourself. Why are you sending me 1,000? Dad, just accept it, trust me. Gao Xingye studied Gao Hui's confident expression, as if sensing a plan, and said all right. As he accepted the transfer, a mechanical voice announced, ding. Host has gifted Gao Xingye 1,000 yuan. Do you wish the return to be based on quality or quantity? Quantity. Hearing the system's voice, Gao Hui could not contain his excitement. He had not expected an immediate return and did not know how large it might be. Because the host has triggered a return reward for the first time, a critical multiplier is awarded. Based on favorability, the return multiplies by 1 billion-fold. The return amount this time is 100 billion yuan plus 1 skill point. 10 billion has now been deposited into the host's bank account. Gifts to Gao Xingye this month will no longer trigger returns. What? 100 billion. Gao Hui fumbled for his phone, and staring at the balance could scarcely believe his eyes. The account truly displayed 100 billion yuan. He had only transferred 1,000 yuan on a whim to test the system. He never imagined the return would be so vast, enough to hoard supplies on a massive scale. All thoughts of taking out online loans vanished. 100 billion. Are you all right? Are you feverish? Gao Xingye's startled shout almost brought on Gao Hui's heart condition. He kept muttering 100 billion, thinking his son had gone mad. Dad, look. It's really 100 billion. Gao Hui, staring at the 11 zeros after the one, could scarcely believe his eyes. He rubbed his calloused hands over his face and checked his phone again. It was indeed 100 billion. You, where on earth did you get so much money? Dad, I told you, and you might not believe me. Last night, half asleep, I heard a mechanical voice saying I had obtained a system. Gifting things to others triggers return rewards. This 100 billion is the reward from gifting you 1,000 yuan. Oh. Gao Xingye had always been half skeptical about the apocalypse talk. Now, with a system on top of it, a 60-year-old mind simply could not grasp it. Alright. With so much money, we can indiscriminately stockpile supplies. Let's first rent 5 warehouses. 5 warehouses enough. With that sum, we can buy so much. It's enough. This system not only returns money, It has a portable storage space. Look, Gao Hui said as he swept the tableware into the storage space. Gao Xingye meanwhile wore a blank expression, either overloaded by information or already numb to surprises. If you can do that, do we still need warehouses? We must keep appearances. When the goods arrive at the warehouses, I'll transfer them into the space, and they can be cycled. First, let's rent 2 large trucks. Fine, let's go. An hour later, the father and son had arranged the truck and warehouse rentals. Dad, come with me to one place. I remember there are 2 auctions this afternoon. One is a land sale. There's a plateau parcel up for auction. It sits at very high altitude, and its area is vast, comparable to a small city. The other is a judicial auction, a shopping mall stocked with goods. Rumor says the person who opened it went bankrupt on opening day. It was in judicial auction within days. Gao Xingye stared at his son as if he were a stranger. Dad. I've been thinking about the apocalypse. In 2 years we already faced blizzards and torrential rains. Who knows what disasters lie ahead? With the emergence of supernatural powers, plants and animals might mutate, or there could be zombies. Our home, though safe, might not withstand unknown catastrophes. I want to buy land to build a secure base. At first it was merely a notion. Now with this money the plan can be realized. As for how I learned about these auctions, back when the apocalypse first began and there was still internet, Gao Hui mentioned them in conversation. He had an invitation but didn't want to go. I planned to borrow his invitation. Gao Xingye nodded. I see. Then let's hurry. Is there still time? No problem. The 2 auctions are in the same. Then let's go. Gao Hui and his father found Li Xuwei and briefly explained the situation. Li Xuwei handed over the invitation without hesitation. After all, he had no money to bid and no interest in the proceedings. At the auction venue entrance, as Gao Hui and Gao Xingye prepared to enter, security barred their way. Out. Beggars, take your business elsewhere. People like you don't belong here. Get lost. Before Gao Hui could respond, Gao Xingye bristled. How dare you speak like that? We have an invitation. Don't look down. A security guard snatched the invitation and glanced at it. Not only beggars, but thieves, daring to steal someone else's invitation. Don't think you can leave while call the police. On what basis do you say we stole it? Call your supervisor. Gao Hui snapped, genuinely enraged. Just as the guard reached for his phone, a rotund man interrupted. What's all this fuss? Big shots are attending today. Just drive these people off. Don't dawdle at the door. The man barked as he approached. Are you his boss? Gao Hui asked, pointing at the guard. Qin Zipping sized the father and son up and down, then said to the security, drive them off. Drive them off. Wait. Look at this invitation. Why are you keeping us out? Gao Hui snapped. The auction was about to begin, and there was no time to waste. Qin Zipping opened the invitation, snorted, and accused them. You have the audacity to steal President Li's invitation. Are you tired of living? Security. Take them to the police station at the corner. You know President Li. Do you dare address President Li by name? He's far above your station. Qin Zipping taunted, then reached to slap Gao Hui across the face. Gao Hui grabbed Qin Zipping's hand and dialed Li Xuwei's number. Gao Hui, someone at the auction entrance is blocking us. Help sort this out. I need to get in. Give me a minute. No sooner had Gao Hui hung up than Qin Zipping's phone rang. A flicker of panic crossed his face. Could it be that these men really knew President Li? Hello, President Li. What would you like me to do? Before he could finish, a torrent of curses exploded through the line. Of scarcely a name on his household register escaped the invective. After 5 minutes of familial vitriol, Qin Zipping hung up in mortification. His posture collapsed into obsequiousness, as if ready to grovel to gain the father and son entrance. The security guards who had obstructed them were about to intervene, but Qin Zipping smacked them. 1, 2, 3 sharp slaps, bringing them low. How satisfying, Gao Xingye murmured, comforted by their abasement. Gao Hui picked up one of the masks handed out at the entrance and offered it to his father. Dad, put this on. Try not to reveal our identity. I'm worried that after the apocalypse someone might trace us. Gao Xingye nodded, and the auction began. Several lots had already been presented, and Gao Hui had not placed a single bid. His eyes were fixed on the parcel in Badwa Meng on the plateau. Next lot, Badwa Meng on the plateau, elevation 483. 59 m, area 78. 5 square kilometers, starting price 500 million each, increment no less than 10 million, please bid. The area is considerable, but at that altitude we cannot endure. Besides, the plateau is sparsely populated, prices are low, and there is little prospect for development. Indeed, it's not worthwhile, although 500 million is quite cheap. The surrounding people discussed it back and forth, yet not a single person placed a bid. 510 million. Gao Hui raised his paddle, endeavoring to muffle his voice. 510 million, any higher bids? 550 million. A man dressed in Highland attire raised his paddle. He looked like a local. Gao Hui used his system to check the man's basic information. Name Yong Yuanzheng. Age 36. Height 184 centimeters. Occupation chairman of Han Yuan Group, level 3 deputy director of Long Wang Hui. Marital status married, wife Wan Rong, mistresses Yu Chiro Fu Ing, He Xuantong, Wu Xin Su Tao. Attractiveness 89. Charm max. Stamina 93. Speed 12. Defense 33. Seeing this profile, Gao Hui muttered. 1 wife is not enough, and 5 mistresses besides. No wonder his stamina is so high. Rich, handsome, and irresistibly charming. And that Long Wang Hui. What I had thought mere rumor truly exists. It seems he wields not only wealth, but considerable power. He must be watched carefully. 580 million. Gao Hui was determined. After all, he had 100 billion in reserve. He was not afraid. 600 million. The plateau man raised his bid again. 650 million. I recalled Wei saying that a wealthy merchant from the plateau once bought it for 600 million. I do not know how far he can push it. In any case, he has the funds now, and will not be intimidated by rising prices. 700 million. Young Yuanzheng raised his paddle and glanced back toward Gao Hui's seat. He appeared to be near his limit. I would not dally with him any longer. 1 billion. 1 billion first. 1 billion second. Young Yuanzheng clenched his paddle tightly, but ultimately loosened his grip and set it down. 1 billion third and final. Sold. The auctioneer rapped the gavel. Congratulations to buyer No. 27 for successfully securing Bodwa Meng. Young Yuanzheng beckoned to his subordinate. Go and find out who buyer No. 27 is. Who I want his full details. Yes. The subordinate departed at once. Gao Hui felt something was off. This man was a wealthy merchant, yet he gave up at 1 billion. Perhaps the land was not as important as it seemed. Unable to make sense of it, he chose not to dwell. After all, he wore a mask. He had little interest in the remainder of this auction and now awaited the next judicial sale. Gao Hui wandered out of the auction hall toward the entrance. The two who had earlier made things difficult for him and his son were nowhere to be seen. The new security guard saw Gao Hui approach and bowed respectfully. Sir, is there anything I can assist you with? Gao Hui shook his head and walked away. It seemed those two had been dismissed. It was a pity he couldn't witness their embarrassed, sycophantic expressions. He went backstage and pulled the person in charge aside. If anyone inquires about me, please do not disclose anything. If you absolutely cannot refuse, tell them my name is Wan Qiang. Having said that, Gao Hui handed the manager a red envelope containing 100,000. The manager accepted. When Gao Hui returned to his seat, the second session had just begun. Some attendees had already left, including Yong Yuanjing, and the remaining people moved to the second floor judicial auction area. After the usual opening remarks, the auctioneer presented villas, antique vases, designer bags, supercars, and the like. So many lots that Gao Hui was nearly asleep. The main event was still to come. Next lot, Wan Mall. There are no vacant shops inside. It includes apparel, cosmetics, food, home appliances, digital products, office supplies, sporting goods, entertainment venues, and more. Starting price 150 million, minimum increment 10 million. Please bid. Just as Gao Hui was about to bid, the surrounding callers raised the amount to 300 million. Is this mall really? Gao Xingye leaned close and whispered to Gao Hui. This mall sits on the central commercial street and draws over 10 million visitors daily. If not for that person's accident and the consequent collapse of his cash flow leading to forced foreclosure, this mall could have resurrected his family's fortunes within a week. No wonder so many are fighting for it. The mall stocks everything we want. Need to run around gathering supplies. We can simply absorb the mall's inventory into our space. So will you wait until they near the limit to bid or jump straight to a high number? It's at 500 million now. That should be the ceiling. They'll finish this. 800 million. 800 million first. Any further bids? When Gao Hui declared 800 million, every pair of eyes turned to them as if knives had been thrust into the father and son. Gao Xingye could not help but shiver. 800 million second. A few people tossed down their paddles and left. Two remained torn over whether to raise their bids. 800 million third and final. Congratulations to buyer No. 27 for securing Wanlong Mall. The remaining two sighed, shook their heads, set down their paddles and departed. Gao Hui and his son were escorted backstage by staff to pay the auction amount. He entrusted the subsequent procedures to professionals. Thanks to the connection with Li Shuwei, they promised to complete the transfer within 3 days. Before leaving, Gao Hui demanded proof of land use rights for Bodwa Meng. Inside the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. Report boss, the door supervisor is newly appointed and did not know the identity of buyer No. 27. I managed to steal their list and saw the entrance name is Wan Qiang. He entered using Li Zuwei's invitation. More detailed information will require time to investigate. Yong Yuanzhang's subordinate reported the findings with his head bowed, his body taut, and hands trembling slightly. There is no time to waste. After you return, keep a close watch on anyone connected to Bodwa Meng. Leave a few people to continue the investigation. You know the consequences if this is mishandled. Yes. The subordinate left, and Yong Yuanzhang could feel a faint easing of tension. He jabbed the cigar in his hand into the ashtray with force. That brat. He'll find you sooner or later. Dare to snatch from me, and you won't live to see another day. He rose and entered the bedroom. On the bed lay a woman, bound and gagged, her terrified face staring at him. She tried to cry out, but her mouth was tightly sealed. Little darling, don't be afraid. Big brother will make you ache with pleasure. 2 hulking men stood outside the door, paying the sounds within no heed. At the entrance of the auction house. Dad, there's still time. Let's take a trip to the slaughterhouse. Why go there? Isn't the mall well stocked? The mall only has frozen meat. Freshly slaughtered is the best, Gao Hui said, while pulling Gao Xingye forward. An hour later, the two arrived at the slaughterhouse. Gao Hui began to communicate with the shop owners one by one. At first, the owners thought he was crazy asking to slaughter 1,000 heads in a day. Wasn't that just ridiculous? In the end, Gao Hui offered more than 3 times the price, and only then did the shopkeepers agree. After more than 2 hours of negotiations, they arranged for 1,000 of each legally slaughtered foul beast and marine creature, insisting on the best quality and most delicious meat. The shopkeepers became busy, and Gao Hui happened to stand at the entrance of a shop that slaughtered cattle and sheep. The shopkeeper brought down a cow at the drain, slitting its throat with one swift motion, and the blood flowed down the drain. Within a minute, the cow was dead. Watching the shopkeeper's skilled operation, memories from his final moments surged back. 5 strong men pinned Gao Hui and Qiang to the ground using a blunt knife to chop off their limbs. After several attempts, they finally succeeded, resembling the shopkeeper's method of chopping bones. Next, they sliced open their abdomens, pulled out the intestines, and cleaned out the internal organs. Gao Hui felt nauseous at this memory and turned to the roadside to vomit. Gao Hui jogged over to Gao Hui's side, gently patting his back. "What's wrong? Was it the breakfast?" "I ate the same and felt fine." "Was it too cold when you ate?" Seeing Gao Xingyi's face, Gao Hui instinctively took a few steps back, then realized the situation. He exhaled deeply, saying, No. I just feel a bit queasy from the smell of blood." After speaking, Gao Hui hugged Gao Hui tightly, saying, "You're both alive. That's wonderful." Gao Hui was startled by Gao Hui's sudden action, as his son rarely showed such emotions after all these years, repeatedly murmuring, "It's good to be alive." It seemed something had to have happened in the apocalypse to make him so agitated. "It's okay, we're all alive. Don't worry." Gao Hui released his grip, nodding in agreement, while turning his head to wipe the corner of his eye with his right hand. After adjusting his emotions, he continued to supervise the shopkeeper's slaughtering. Such scenes would undoubtedly be common in the apocalypse. If he couldn't face it now, he would be killed later. What would be the meaning of his rebirth then? "Son, I remember there's a flower and bird market nearby. I'm going to see if they have any seeds or something similar." "Great. After the apocalypse, I also plan to clear some land to plant some crops, as food will eventually run out." Gao Hui nodded and walked towards the flower and bird market. Gao Hui instructed each shopkeeper to classify the slaughtered meat and place it in the truck he drove. Once full, he drove off to find a secluded spot, dove into the truck, stored the goods in his space, and returned to the driver's seat to head back to the slaughterhouse. While Gao Hui transported the goods, Gao Hui also found a seed vendor. He purchased 1,000 bags of various high-quality vegetable seeds and 5,000 bags of fertilizer. Fortunately, the shop was well-stocked, and later Gao Hui and Gao Hui drove away and returned together. It wasn't until 4 p.m. that they finished transporting all the goods. After Gao Hui paid the balance, he took Gao Hui to the snack street near their home. "The mall you auction should have restaurants. Why are you still buying snacks? Don't you want to order from the banquet hall?" "I want everything from the mall, the banquet, and this snack street. In the apocalypse, there will be no food left. I need to stock up on a bit of everything. What if one day I want to eat something, but can't find it? How miserable would that be?" "All right then." Gao Hui said it was fine, but inwardly he scoffed, thinking nothing could taste better than what he could make. Using the same method, throwing money, both of them negotiated with the best shops on the snack street. Under the lure of money, the shopkeepers gladly accepted, hanging up signs that said they were closing for business to fulfill the orders. To ensure the flavor of the dishes, they borrowed 2 electric bikes from one of the shops. Every 5 minutes they rode from one end of the street to the other and back, leaving with empty bikes and returning fully loaded. After placing the goods in the warehouse, they closed the door, stored the products in the space, and waited outside. Time passed slowly, and more people gathered around. "What's going on? Why are all my favorite shops closed?" "I don't know. I wanted to eat at this hot pot place today, but when I arrived it was closed. So annoying." "Me too. I couldn't order takeout at home, so I came over to check, but they were closed. And those 2 people keep coming in and out. How much are they buying?" "Isn't that the owner of the convenience store in Xingyuan community? Are they changing to sell snacks?" "But you can't just buy pre-made food from other places. Aren't they just asking for a lawsuit?" People around were discussing, each sharing their thoughts, but no one knew what Gao Hui was actually doing. Seeing more and more people around Gao Hui and Gao Hui moved faster, and as the crowd realized they couldn't buy anything, they dispersed and returned home. It wasn't until after 9 p.m. that the streets became less crowded. They estimated that if they worked for another 4 hours, they would finish everything. Just then, Li Man off work came here intending to buy something casually before heading home, but saw Gao Hui. She watched as the 2 of them came and went, buying a lot of things. Though she couldn't figure out what he was up to, recalling how he had acted like a nouveau riche back at the hotel brought back emotions she had almost forgotten. What is he doing? Can he eat that much? He didn't have good table manners at the restaurant. It's as if a starving ghost has been reincarnated. Li Man hid in a corner watching Gao Hui and his companion for nearly an hour until her legs ached and she could stand. She roughly estimated that they could have filled the truck long ago, yet they were still loading things, making her even more curious about what. However, each time they entered and exited the truck, they secured it tightly, making it impossible to see inside. She didn't dare to approach, and since she had to work early the next day, she couldn't stay longer. She could only grab a rice bowl from a nearby shop before heading home. By 1 a.m., the 2 finally loaded all the food onto the truck, settled the balance with the shopkeepers, and drove home. The meat and snacks had cost nearly 200 million. "Oh, my old back, can't take it anymore," Gao Hui said while rubbing his back. "Dad, you worked hard today?" Go home and rest quickly, we need to continue buying tomorrow. It's nothing but better to struggle now than to have no food in the apocalypse. Gao Xingye waved his hand supporting his waist as he walked forward. Although Gao Xingye had not believed much in the apocalypse talk before, the events of the past few days had become too extraordinary to explain with logic. He gradually began to believe that the apocalypse was truly imminent. The snack street was not far from Gao Hui's home, and they arrived in less than 10 minutes. As Gao Hui opened the door, he saw the worried gaze of Lan Manrou. You finally came back. I called you, but you didn't answer. I was so anxious. It was evident that Lan Manrou had been worried about them. Her eyes were bloodshot from staying up late. Sorry, Manrou, I was busy moving food and didn't notice my phone had run out of battery. Fortunately, I had my bank card, otherwise I would have had trouble paying. That's fine. Where's the food you bought? Do you need help carrying it? Lan Manrou said as she was about to head downstairs to help. Gao Hui quickly stopped her. The food is right here. With a wave of his hand, a variety of skewers, spicy hot pot, and grilled cold noodles appeared on the table, steaming hot. Lan Manrou and Ku Yu were instantly stunned, their expressions mirroring that of Gao Xingye when he first saw 100 billion. What's going on here? Lan Manrou pointed at the food on the table and asked. Manrou, I have obtained a system. A system? Lan Manrou snapped back to reality. That's right. I have acquired a spatial ability, so I could buy things without restraint today. What would normally take a month to gather can probably be done in just a few days now. The apocalypse. A system. More and more phenomena defying science are happening. If we could research the principles of these powers through experiments, maybe humanity will head towards a different future. Upon hearing such bizarre news, Ku Yu, being a doctor, could hardly suppress her curiosity to explore. Mom, I really need your help with medical supplies, including medicines and equipment for surgeries, etc. Thinking about the medical issues, Gao Hui recalled that in the apocalypse, if someone got sick, they would truly just have to wait. No problem, we can contact a medical representative, but due to my position, I can't approach them. I can arrange a meeting tomorrow for you to talk, but a ventilator costs around 4,000 to 5,000. We simply don't have enough money. Your son currently has over 100 billion. Oh, wait. It's just over 900 billion now. Gao Xingye said while rubbing his waist. What? 900 billion? Ku Yu and Lan Manrou exclaimed in unison, hardly believing it. Son, what on earth? They sat beside Gao Xingye to help him with his waist. Gao Hui recounted the events of the morning, leaving Lan Manrou and Ku Yu in shock. Honey, you're incredible. Lan Manrou was at a loss for words. The amount of information in the past 2 days had been. The system mentioned activating capsules that can unleash potential, but it requires 10 skill points to exchange. I think we will have powers in the future. Really? Gao Hui felt that when he said this, Lan Manrou's eyes were sparkling with excitement. If we can really obtain skills, you should use it on Manrou. We're old, and our bodies aren't much use even if we had powers. Today had exhausted Gao Xingye, and he didn't even dare to think about superpowers. Exactly, focus on Manrou first. She is trained in Sanda and combat, so she can definitely help you with her combat strength. Mom and Dad, I agree with that. Mom and Dad, don't worry. If I really have powers, I will definitely protect you. At this moment, Lan Manrou was no longer modest. She was very confident in her fighting abilities. Have you eaten? Want to eat together? Manrou has been worried about you and hasn't eaten anything. I had my meal at the hospital, so you two should eat quickly. I'm going to take a shower now. After the meal, Gao Xingye went back to his room after taking a shower. Lan Manrou was in the bathroom of their bedroom, and Gao Hui walked in. Honey, I'm taking a shower. I know, let's shower together. Without waiting for Lan Manrou to respond, Gao Hui kissed her. Soon the sound of the shower couldn't cover their heavy breathing. 2 hours later, the two finally emerged from the bathroom. To be precise, Gao Hui had carried Lan Manrou out, and he pressed her down once again. Honey, I can't take it anymore. How do you have such stamina after getting the system? I'm almost exhausted. No. After saying that, Gao Hui kissed her again, and just when Lan Manrou thought it was going to continue, Gao Hui stopped covering her with the blanket. Get some rest early. I won't tire you out. Lan Manrou had a look of relief and fell into a deep sleep within 2 minutes. Gao Hui was still in an excited state, so he closed his eyes to check the system's favorability level, only to find that Li Man's favorability had dropped to 49. Xiaoqi, what's going on here? Xiaoqi informed Gao Hui about Li Man's secret watching today. I didn't expect her to be quite clever, but even if she suspects something, she won't guess what it is. It seems I need to keep an eye on her. Gao Hui remembered that he gained a skill point when he gifted his father 1,000 yuan today, which could be used to upgrade his attributes. He opened the skill panel. Xiaoqi, do these attributes have any descriptions? I need to reference them to choose one. Each attribute has skills for attack, healing, and defense, but the wood attribute has the strongest healing effect, the earth attribute has the strongest defense, the wind attribute has the largest attack range, and the fire, water, and ice attributes have equivalent attack strength. Wood overcomes earth, earth overcomes water, water overcomes fire, fire overcomes ice, ice overcomes wind, wind overcomes thunder, and thunder overcomes wood. If the restrained attribute is stronger than the restraining attribute by 3 times in level, it will no longer be restrained. For example, if the water attribute is higher than the earth attribute, the restraint will not take effect. Isn't this just a game? Just report its ID. Alright. I feel like I haven't been reborn, but rather transported into a game. Is there any reflection of attributes? Please explore on your own host. Fine, fine, fine. In the early stage, it's an icy world, and I won't consider the ice attribute for now. The fire attribute can overcome ice, which feels quite suitable in this icy environment, but I also really want the earth attribute for defense. Gao Hui lay on the bed conflicted. He'll choose the fire attribute. It's decided. After selecting the fire attribute, a warm current surged through his body and disappeared after a minute. Gao Hui opened his palm. A small flame danced in his hand, illuminating the entire bedroom. He quickly extinguished the flame and glanced at Lan Manrou, relieved that she hadn't been awakened. With this skill, there was an added layer of hope to extinguish that person in the apocalypse. But where was that person? Xiaoqi, is there a way to find someone? The detector can also find people. A beginner detector can show the city where the person is located, a medium detector can show the district, and an advanced detector can provide the exact location and real-time tracking of the person. There are too many things to buy. It takes 10 skill points to exchange for an advanced detector. Using it to find someone feels wasteful, but this person is very important. Sigh. Let's save up 10 skill points first. At 8 a.m., there were still 30 days until the apocalypse. Gao Hui was awakened by a call from the real estate agent informing him that the house had been successfully sold, and he could sign the contract today. This little Wang was quite efficient in handling things. Fortunately, it was Saturday, and everyone except Lan Manrou was off, but Gao Hui's phone kept ringing. Boss, when will you open the door? It's quite a distance to buy things these days. Xiao Gao, let me know when you open the door. Is your shop even still open? Since Gao Hui hadn't opened for 2 days, the neighbors were either inquiring gently or cursing, urging him to open the door. Gao Hui got up and headed to the living room. Mom and Dad, the house has been sold, and we can sign the contract today. Dad, after signing, please come back to help me watch the shop. Alright, I've been exhausted these past few days. It's a good time for me to rest. I contacted a medical representative last night, and we can meet today. No problem. As Gao Hui spoke, he grabbed a piece of bread, dressed up, and took Gao Xingye and Ku Yu to sign the contract. The real estate agent said, congratulations to both owners on acquiring a new home. After that, the surrounding staff spun their celebratory fireworks to congratulate the new homeowners. They quickly completed the paperwork, resulting in an additional 10 million. Sun Yu and your mother go ahead, and Talk will take a taxi home myself. Gao Xingye waved his hand and flagged down. Gao Hui didn't have time to say anything before the taxi drove off. In the afternoon, he had a very smooth conversation with the medical representative, successfully securing an order, paying a 1 billion deposit with delivery in a week. He also ordered 10 artificial wombs. In today's society, women can choose not to bear life themselves, thus avoiding many complications and deaths from childbirth. However, the cost of artificial wombs is exorbitant, unaffordable for ordinary families. But for Gao Hui now, he had more money than he could spend. Since the system said direct relatives can have 5 returns with only 2 fixed above, he could only think of ways to have more children. An artificial womb can only be permanently bound to 2 people for breeding. If one wants to bind a second artificial womb, they must have the consent of the other half of the first womb. Thus, the first husband and wife are very important. Once received, he could give away a few to trigger returns, allowing for more children and triggering more returns. I had never thought of having any woman other than Manrou. Even after the apocalypse, where women are like commodities for selection and degradation, I am not interested. The artificial womb just happens to solve this problem, allowing me to neither wrong Manrou nor miss out on having more children to trigger return rewards. I truly must thank the person who invented this. However, I still need to be clear with Manrou. If she disagrees, I won't proceed. At worst, I can strengthen my relations with others. Seeing he still had ample time, Gao Hui took his mother to a store specializing in snowmobiles, ordering 100 snowmobiles, snow vehicles, and RVs that could drive on snow, even selecting a type of off-road vehicle resistant to high temperatures, also ordering 10. He added the store manager on WeChat, asking him to deliver everything to the designated warehouse once assembled. These large vehicles were not available in Wanlong Mall, so it was perfect to buy them today. As for diving equipment, umbrellas, and fans, he would let the mall merchants stock them once the paperwork was complete. Mom, I still need to go somewhere else. You go back first. Ku Yu hesitated for a moment, but nodded and said, okay, be careful on the road. Inside the Superway Security Company. Mr. Gao, you're here. Is there a problem with the previous installation? No, I'm here to discuss a major business deal. The attendant Quan Zi gestured for him to take a seat. Gao Hui sat on the sofa, and another staff member placed a glass of water in front of him. This time my task is quite challenging. I need to construct a safe base at this address similar to my previous warehouse. It must be insulated, soundproof, equipped with bulletproof glass and walls. Additionally, a silent blower needs to be built to address altitude sickness. Once completed, you will need to provide 1,000 sets of matching parts for replacement, especially the special materials for the walls. The most important aspect is waterproofing. I need that which can withstand being submerged for hundreds of years without damage. Of course, entertainment facilities cannot be lacking, like a gym or cinema. Gao Hui sent the address to Quan Zi via WeChat. Moreover, a part of the area needs to be designated for planting plants and raising animals. These 2 areas need to be sheltered, maintaining a constant temperature, while also having artificial light sources. Quan Zi was dumbfounded upon hearing this request. There were already many demands during the previous construction, and now he wanted to add waterproofing, planting, and ranch areas. Was this person insane? Even so, Quan Zi still maintained his professional ethics and smiled, indicating they could construct it. I know this task is heavy and the time is tight, equivalent to building a small city. But money is not an issue. I require it to be completed by the end of this month. Moreover, every corner of the base needs to be equipped with surveillance and weaponry. As for the weapons, I will find a way to provide them, and I also need intelligent management installed with my highest authority that cannot be tampered with. What? Completed by the end of the month? Mr. Gao, this? Exactly. It must be completed by the end of the month, no matter the cost. After saying this, Gao Hui took out a bank card saying, there are 500 billion here. I want the best materials for all construction. If this isn't enough, I have more. Quan Zi's eyes widened when he heard 500 billion. This was the most challenging and largest project since their establishment. If they succeeded, they could afford to stay closed for a long time. He suppressed a smile and nodded. All right, but I need to see your proof first. After all, it's just an empty lot. Gao Hui handed over the proof he had obtained earlier. Thank you for your hard work this time. Please ensure completion by the end of the month. The more complete the facilities in the base, the better. Thank you. Rest assured, we are professionals. We will send you the design plan in about 3 days. If there are no issues, we will proceed with the design and construction. I trust you to handle things. By the way, can you build ships too? They should be high in safety, capable of housing people and equipped with defensive measures, the kind that won't be damaged even if hit by missiles. Of course, our company has waterway permits. Does this also need to be completed by the end of the month? Great. They'll give you another 100 billion and they'll transfer it to the card I just gave you. By the way, the card password is 66s. If everything is fine, let's sign the contract. Let me know how much you need afterward. After the completion, they'll settle the final payment with you. Thank you, Mr. Gao, for choosing to cooperate with our company again. I will provide you with the designs for the safe base and the ship in 3 days. All right, you start designing. The land paperwork can be completed tomorrow. Wait for my call, and then you can send someone over. Can you set up surveillance in my current neighborhood? It would be best if every household had surveillance in every room. This? Gao Hui leaned closer to Quan Zi. Here's 5 million. After you finish the installation, the remaining money after deducting expenses will be yours. Quan Zi looked at the bank card in front of him, tempted. Installing surveillance would cost at most a few $100,000 even for the highest quality monitors. This way he could earn over 4 million. Who wouldn't be tempted? All right, we'll go in 3 days. Everything is entrusted to you. After Gao Hui finished speaking, he left. After a busy afternoon, those snow vehicles, snowmobiles, RVs, and off-road vehicles cost him 1 billion. Adding the deposits for the safe base and ship, he now had just over 300 billion left. By the time Gao Hui got home, it was already past 9. Gao Xingye had prepared a table full of dishes on the table covered with plates to keep warm. Kuyu helped heat the food, and Gao Hui had a quick bite before going to bed. The next day, Gao Hui lay in bed contemplating how to purchase a firearm. Suddenly an idea struck him, and he jumped out of bed, put on his shoes, and headed out. He arrived at room 2301 and knocked on the door. A man covered in dragon tattoos opened it. What is it? Yin Kaoyang looked at the man in front of him with suspicion. They rarely interacted, only occasionally meeting to buy small raincoats from him. Bro, is it convenient to talk inside? Yin Kaoyang scrutinized Gao Hui and eventually stepped aside to let him in. He closed the door, sat on the sofa, and lit a cigarette, saying, go ahead, what's up? A puff of smoke escaped his mouth as he spoke. Bro, is there anyone else at home? What I want to discuss is quite private. Yin Kaoyang grew increasingly curious about what Gao Hui wanted to say. There's no one else, just me. Feel free to speak. All right then, bro, do you have any channels to buy a gun? Cough, cough, cough. Gao Hui's words caused Yin Kaoyang to choke, coughing incessantly, as his gaze shifted from suspicion to alertness. Are you trying to set me up for fishing law enforcement? He grabbed a baseball bat nearby and pointed it at Gao Hui's throat. Bro, I'm serious about buying, and I need you to keep this confidential. Don't tell my wife. Gao Hui raised both hands, not daring to move. Hurry up and get out. If you say another word, I'll take you down. Bro, please, I'm really useful. You have a police officer at home, what do you need a gun for? Aren't you afraid your wife will arrest you? Yin Kaoyang asked cautiously after a moment of silence. That's why I can't tell her. I got into some trouble outside and need to buy a gun for backup. You got into trouble? Yin Kaoyang scrutinized Gao Hui, surprised that someone so frail would dare to stir up such big trouble. Of course. I need to keep it hidden for as long as possible. Bro, do you have a way? Yin Kaoyang pondered for a long time, but still felt uneasy, especially since Gao Hui's wife was a police officer. Who knew if this was a trap? Xiao Gao, I don't have any channels. You should look for someone else. Plus, buying and selling firearms is illegal. You need to be a law-abiding citizen, you know. Please think of another way for me. Or do you know anyone who has the means to sell? Gao Hui continued to plead with Yin Kaoyang, who had once been a dominant figure in the underworld. It was hard for Gao Hui to believe that he was now asking him to abide by the law. Yin Kaoyang saw the sincerity in Gao Hui's expression and felt he genuinely needed help. Since it was an opportunity to earn without effort, he cleared his throat and said, I'll ask around for you, but I can only help you inquire. I don't have any channels. Yin Kaoyang repeatedly emphasized this, fearing that he might end up in trouble again because of such matters. He had only been out for a few months. Although life was worry-free inside, he had no freedom. All right, thank you, brother. Gao Hui said, transferring 100,000 to Yin Kaoyang. Bro, Regardless of whether it works out or not, this is a token of appreciation for your hard work. What are you doing? Transfer it back. Don't say I extorted you later. Yin Kaoyang immediately rejected it. Gao Hui transferred again, this time, writing a note: voluntary gift, thank you for taking care of business, brother Yin. This. Fine. I'll accept it. Although Yin Kaoyang pretended to be reluctant, he was actually delighted inside, surprised that this guy had quite a bit of money. Bro, I won't disturb your rest any longer. I'm leaving. Please help me find out about it. Yin Kaoyang smiled and nodded as he saw Gao Hui off. Now he could only wait for news, uncertain of Yin Kaoyang's reliability. Luckily, the identity of his wife made him cautious about taking action. He remembered how at the beginning of the apocalypse he ruled the entire building with the gun in his hand, so he had no choice but to try to buy one from him. As Gao Hui walked home, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the auction house manager. Mr. Gao, your paperwork has been completed. Would you like to come pick it up, or should we send it via courier? I'll come over. 2 hours later, Gao Hui received the relevant documents. He first called Quan Zi, letting him know that he could send someone over to start construction, then drove to the mall and found the manager Li Kai. Hello, I am the owner of this mall. Please notify each shop that starting tomorrow the mall will reopen. Besides the 6th and 7th floors, the rest of the managers must come here at 6 a.m. for a meeting. No problem, boss. Li Kai was quite efficient at his job. By the time Gao Hui arrived the next day, 5 managers were already waiting nearby. Hello everyone, I am Gao Hui, the owner of Wanlong Mall. I called you all here because I need you to inform the merchants on each floor to order 100 units of all products from their suppliers and have the goods delivered to this address. Gao Hui handed each manager a paper with the address written on it. You'll communicate tomorrow and delivery will be done according to the floors in a week. 1 floor per day. As for how to arrange it, that's up to you. I will inspect the goods at noon and at 6 p.m. every day at the warehouse. I will cover the costs of the purchases, but my requirement is that the quality must be the best. You will tally up the costs this week, and the day before delivery, I will provide you with the funds needed for the purchases. Once everything is delivered, I will give each of you 1 million as a service fee. 1 million. The group murmured among themselves. Just to notify the merchants and tally the money, they could earn 1 million for free. Who wouldn't want that? The 5 quickly agreed and immediately went to prepare. Over the next 4 days, besides finalizing the design details with Quan Zi, he spent all his other time at Yin Kaoyang's house. The next day, he saw several repairmen checking and fixing the central air conditioning at various homes. Quan Zi was quite efficient in his work. That evening, Quan Zi granted Gao Hui access to the surveillance feeds. When Gao Hui opened his computer, he discovered that there were cameras not only in the hallways, but also in every room. He even saw a young couple in room 1501 sharing intimate moments on their bed. Excited, he stood up abruptly. With his wife absent, he could only resolve things himself. After bothering Yin Kaoyang for 4 days, he could no longer stand it. I'm really fed up with you. Just contact this person. Yin Kaoyang was exasperated. I've already put in a good word for you. Just contact him directly. Go and get lost. Yin Kaoyang opened the door, making his intentions clear. Thanks, big brother. Next time I'll give you a raincoat from my store for free. After returning home, Gao Hui made the call. The other party clearly used a voice changer and arranged to meet in a warehouse, which was fortunately not far away. Gao Hui arrived at the agreed location, where 2 strong men stood at the entrance of the warehouse. He stepped forward a few paces, but suddenly stopped, trembling slightly. One of the men approached him, asking, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Gao Hui's eyes turned red as he glared fiercely at the man before him, his hands tightly clenched, nails nearly digging into his flesh. Noticing Gao Hui's strange demeanor, the man raised the knife he was holding to Gao Hui's throat. Another man hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Wan Qiang, don't act rashly. This is someone the boss is expecting." Wan Qiang lowered his knife, scrutinizing Gao Hui, trying to recall when he had seen him before, sensing immense hostility coming from him. He never expected to find him in such a place. Shamefully, his first instinct was to flee, and as images of his imminent demise flashed before his eyes, he felt a chilling sensation at his neck. It turned out his name was Wan Qiang. Since he was nearby, my plan would need to be adjusted. Gao Hui suppressed the impulse within and sighed, feigning calmness. "Sorry, I just mistook you for someone else." After speaking, Gao Hui bowed slightly to Wan Qiang as an apology and took the opportunity to check his basic information using the system name. Wan Qiang, age 29 years, height 192 centimeters, occupation second in command of the Black Dragon Gang, marital status single mistress, Li Man, attractiveness 44, charisma 39, stamina 95, speed 58, defense 96. Li Man. Could it be that waitress Li Man? Fate is indeed a marvelous thing. It seems I just need to keep an eye on Li Man to know. This person's stamina and defense are both above 90, and no wonder I didn't hurt him with that punch back then, while my hand ended up broken. Alright, you can go in now. Xu Fei searched Gao Hui and confiscated his phone, stepping aside to let Gao Hui enter. Gao Hui glanced at Xu Fei's basic information. Name: Xu Fei, age 26 years, height 194 centimeters, occupation leader of the Black Dragon Gang, marital status single, attractiveness 76, charisma 88, stamina 98, speed 95, defense 61. This guy is not only handsome, but also strong and incredibly fast. No wonder he's the leader. He is actually single. Could he be a virgin? Gao Hui thought as he walked into the warehouse, where a person sat wrapped in black clothes, making it impossible to discern their gender. Are you here to buy guns? Yes. How many types can you provide? Gao Hui asked while checking the basic information of the figure in black using the system name. Age, height, occupation, marital status, attractiveness, charisma, stamina, speed, defense, little 7. Why is everything a question mark? The first level system must see the other person's face to identify their basic information. The figure in black snapped their fingers, and suddenly dozens of subordinates appeared holding various firearms, including handguns, rifles, shotguns, and sniper rifles. Gao Hui leaned in for a closer look. Indeed, they were all the real deal. How many guns can you provide? How many do you want? 1,000 of each model, and the more bullets the better, at least 10,000 of each type. What did you say? The figure in black suspected Gao Hui was joking, slapping the table in front of him, while the nearby subordinates aimed their guns at Gao Hui. Gao Hui quickly raised his hands. I'm serious, I really want to buy. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bank card. There's 5 billion in here, but if that's not enough, I have more. The password is 666. The figure in black signaled to a subordinate who took the bank card and swiped it on the POS machine. Indeed, there was 5 billion. The figure in black waved his hand, and all the subordinates lowered their guns. I didn't expect you to be a big client. Since you've given me the money, I'll provide according to your request, but the quantity won't be small. I'll need 2 weeks to prepare. No problem. Do you also have grenades? And short knives, long knives, cleavers, bows, and arrows? You're asking for quite a bit. We have everything. Then please prepare another 1,000 of each, and the more arrows for the bow, the better. Sure, I'll have it ready for you in 2 weeks, but you don't have quite enough money. Then I'll pay the remaining amount when the goods are delivered. The figure in black was silent for a long time. Fine for In Kaliang Sake, I agree. Come back in 2 weeks. After he finished speaking, 2 people came out and dragged Gao Hui away. Now the gun issue was resolved. He just had to wait for tomorrow to deliver the goods to the pharmaceutical representative. The next day, Gao Hui contacted the pharmaceutical representative and arrived at the agreed location for the delivery. After checking that the quality was fine, he paid the 30 billion remaining balance and had the driver load all the goods into the warehouse. When Gao Hui arrived at the warehouse, it was packed with pharmaceuticals and snowmobiles. Thankfully, he had rented 5 large warehouses initially. He thanked the driver, and confirming that the warehouse was empty, waved to store all the supplies in the space. By the time he returned home, he was already exhausted, but saw that Lan Manrou was still awake waiting for him. Manrou, why aren't you asleep yet? I'm not very tired. What have you been busy with this week? You leave early and return late every day, and we hardly say a few words to each other. I've been busy stockpiling goods these past few days and neglected you. After saying this, Gao Hui pulled Lan Manrou into his embrace, feeling the softness of her body. By the way, do you know who I saw today? Who did you see? Wan Qiang, the enemy who killed our family before the apocalypse. It's him? What a coincidence. How did you run into him? I've been stockpiling goods lately and happened to be wandering around the warehouse when I didn't expect he was at that far east warehouse nearby. Isn't that quite close to us? Yes, we didn't even know he was so close. In the previous life, I was always hiding at home and didn't pay much attention to the outside world. I originally planned for us to go directly to the safe base I built, but since he's so close, we can wait a bit and take care of him before the rain disaster. That's great. I was planning to check the police station for the whereabouts of the strong brother you mentioned, but my level is limited, so I could only investigate secretly. Now that I know where he is, it will be easier to handle. This time I won't kill him easily. Oh, I want to torture him severely, or my hatred won't be eased. In room 502 of Unit 12, a couple lay on the bed. The man skillfully lit a cigarette, while the woman leaned against him, her hair cascading over her shoulders with beads of sweat still lingering on her forehead. The floor was a mess with torn black stockings casually thrown about, while a waitress outfit lay somewhat neatly on the sofa. Li Man lay in Wan Qiang's arms, seemingly lacking the strength to speak. Wan Qiang gently kissed her forehead and fell into contemplation on the bed. This girl Li Man has an average figure and isn't particularly pretty, and her health doesn't seem great. Until I find a better woman, I'll have to make do with her. That young kid who came today seemed to recognize me from his expression, but I don't have any impression of him. Could it be that I offended him before? Did I sleep with his woman or steal his money? The look in his eyes at that time seemed like he wanted to tear me apart. This person must be kept in mind. Wan Qiang thought about these things and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning when Wan Qiang opened his eyes, Li Man had already gone to work. He got up looking at the empty packaging box on the bedside table and the used small umbrella in the trash, and then put on his shoes and walked out. When he went downstairs, he saw a convenience store across the street. He rarely came to Li Man's home and was not familiar with the surroundings. After all, she was just a tool. There was no need to care too much. As Wan Qiang walked towards the convenience store, a woman came out. She had a big chest, a slim waist, and ample hips, with her long black hair tied up high, making her look spirited and capable. She seemed to radiate a dazzling glow, making it hard for Wan Qiang to look away. If it weren't for seeing her in police attire, he would have wanted to abduct her and enjoy her thoroughly. Wan Qiang gazed dreamily at Lan Manrou's departing figure. As she passed by, a faint, alluring fragrance lingered, and it wasn't until she was out of sight that he remembered what he was supposed to do. He entered the convenience store, casually grabbed a few boxes of small umbrellas from the family planning shelf along with some beer and snacks, and walked to the counter to pay. To his surprise, he saw Gao Hui, who also realized he was the small owner of this convenience store. "Boss, give me 2 packs of decapitated, the soft ones." "Sure." Gao Hui took 2 boxes of soft decapitated, scanned the items Wan Qiang bought, and said, "That'll be 267.9. You can pay here." After Wan Qiang paid with the scan, he left in big strides. Although he recognized this person as the one who came to buy goods yesterday, he couldn't have too much contact with him. It was the rule on the streets, especially since there was a police officer living in that building. "That's fine now. I was just feeling that this person had issues, so staying at Man's house recently will allow me to observe him close." Gao Hui got up in the morning and went downstairs to prepare for opening the store. He had basically bought all the necessary supplies. The remaining time was just to wait until it was time to pick up the goods. Since there was nothing else to do, he might as well keep an eye on the store. When Wan Qiang came out from the opposite building, Gao Hui saw him, and of course, he noticed Wan Qiang's lecherous gaze on his. "Endure. You must endure," Gao Hui kept reminding himself. He suppressed his anger to entertain Wan Qiang, and even after he left, he continued to stare at his retreating figure, not expecting him to be right across the street. He didn't remember this person before. It seems that his decision to stay was correct. Now he needed to ask Quan Ji for help to install surveillance in that building across the street as well. While he was lost in thought, Gao Hui's phone rang. It was Li Suwei calling. "Hello, Wei. What's up?" I got divorced." Do you have some time?" "I'm at the store. Are you coming?" "Wait for me." After saying this, Li Suwei hung up. What was going on with Wei suddenly thinking of getting a divorce? In less than 5 minutes, Li Suwei arrived. Gao Hui asked his dad to watch the store while he grabbed a box of beer and 2 bottles of liquor, taking Li Suwei upstairs. Gao Xingli had prepared some dishes before going downstairs, just enough for the 2 of them. Gao Hui filled their glasses. "So tell me, what made you think of getting a divorce?" Li Suwei sighed. "Ever since you mentioned the apocalypse, I've been thinking if this is heaven giving me a second chance. Although I could directly spend all my money on supplies, I believe that when the apocalypse comes I would be uneasy every day. Since that's the case, I might as well return everything." "Return everything? In a law-abiding society, you didn't think about returning it before, but now you're going to return it when the apocalypse comes. What are you thinking?" Li Suwei nodded. "Ever since I returned the money, I feel unprecedentedly relaxed. I want to greet the apocalypse with a clear conscience." Gao Hui rolled his eyes, not knowing which nerve was wrong with his brother. "It's fine to return the money, but why are you getting it? What I've done is unfair to my wife and father-in-law. I really can't face them anymore. Although you say that my embezzling won't be discovered after the apocalypse, I still feel guilty towards them. When I got divorced, I chose to leave without a penny and transferred the house I secretly bought to my wife's name. Don't worry, I haven't told them about the apocalypse. I have stored plenty of food in the storage room, which has exhausted all my savings. I hope they can survive well in the apocalypse." After saying this, Li Suwei tilted his head back and downed the liquor in one go. "So where are you living now?" "I'm currently living in the office, but I'm planning to resign too." In just 5 minutes, Gao Hui was shocked several times. "You only got this position through your father-in-law's connections. Now that you're divorced, it's time to cut ties with that too. Goodness, how can you be so decisive about getting a divorce? Don't you love your wife?" "To be honest, I don't have the same feelings for her as you do for your sister-in-law. I married her because of her family background. A love is too extravagant for a person like me." "Nonsense. Although you are a bit greedy, you aren't a bad person. Otherwise your father-in-law wouldn't have dared to entrust his daughter to you. Don't underestimate yourself." Gao Hui's words comforted Li Suwei a lot. "So you just got divorced like that? Where will you live afterward?" Gao Hui already had a plan in mind. Li Suwei stared at Gao Hui as if the answer was already out. "I have no place to stay now, but..." Gao Hui paused and didn't continue. "But what?" Gao Hui thought for a moment. He trusted Wei, and he had been thinking of bringing him to live together besides his own family. "I bought a piece of land, and am currently building on it. You can help me keep an eye on it. It'll cover the accommodation and living. When it's about to be completed, remember to buy a few dairy cows and some common animals like sheep, rabbits, and chickens to raise on the ranch. When the apocalypse starts, make sure to close the doors tightly and keep an eye on them to see if they mutate." Li Suwei excitedly shook Gao Hui's hand. No need to say anything, was all in the liquor. Li Suwei then picked up a bottle of beer and gulped it down continuously until he finished it and put it down. Burp. "Wow, it's really flavorful. How many days has it been since you brushed your teeth?" 3 days, I think." Li Suwei burped again. "You don't need to cover my expenses. I'll get this month's salary after I resign, which is enough to sustain me until the apocalypse. Brother, I'll depend on you from now on." "But why are you raising animals?" "In the apocalypse, most animals will die out or mutate. I want to see if they will mutate if they don't come into contact with the snow and ice outside. I want to try to keep some animals. This can also be seen as maintaining the ecological development of Blue Star. I didn't expect you to be, quite environmentally conscious." Burp. Li Suwei finished speaking and fell asleep on the table. Gao Hui looked at him and shook his head, straining himself to drag him into his father's room to sleep. He was initially worried that he wouldn't be there to supervise, and with no one living in that place for a long time, what if they solved things here and someone else occupied it over there? Now that Wei was there, he felt at ease. Moreover, it seemed that Yong Yuan, who had failed to win the auction, had considerable influence in that area. With such a commotion from constructing a safe base on my side, he couldn't possibly be unaware, and I had to remind Li Su-wei to be cautious. However, having been a bank president for so many years, he must have some caution. Gao Hui returned to the bedroom feeling bored. He planned to watch a movie, but suddenly remembered a question: after the apocalypse, without the internet, entertainment would be greatly reduced. Perhaps the base could build an independent network. Gao Hui immediately called Quan Ji, explaining his needs, and also mentioning the need to install surveillance across the street. It was said that he was a professional, and could even solve the network issue. Not only at the base, but also on the ship, it seemed like some satellite communication, though he didn't quite understand it. As long as it could be realized, that was fine. However, it required professional communication cards and huaxia phones. These things that could be solved with money were manageable. Initially, Gao Hui thought of giving Quan Ji 5 million, but since he didn't ask for it, there was no need to waste it. 5 million could still buy quite a lot. After hanging up, the person in charge of the first floor of the mall called. The total fee for all the merchants on the first floor was over 780 million. Gao Hui told him to deliver it normally tomorrow, and after inspecting the goods, he would pay him, including his 1 million. By evening, Li Su-wei woke up, fortunately not too drunk. He remembered everything that was said. Gao Hui gave him a bank card with 50 billion inside to facilitate his purchase of animals. He was initially shocked, but after refusing a few times and realizing it was useless, he accepted it. Gao Hui shared some details about the auction, with Li Su-wei reminding him to be cautious of the people around him once he got there. Li Su-wei nodded and thanked Gao Hui again before returning to his office. The next day, he submitted his resignation, and astonishingly, it was processed that same day. In the afternoon, he set off for the base. Gao Hui arrived at the warehouse at noon, and in the afternoon, as agreed, to check the goods. The first floor was filled with food items, including snack seasonings, fresh vegetables, fruits, frozen meats, water, and beverages, completely filling all 5 warehouses. After inspecting the goods, he handed over his bank card to the person in charge and instructed him to settle the payments with the vendors within 2 days before returning the card. Once everyone had left, he stored all the goods from the 5 warehouses into his space. Noticing there was still plenty of time, he decided to go to a pet store to buy 2 pets, something he had always wanted to do but had no time for until now. He found a pet store and spotted a young female husky that perfectly caught his eye, so he bought it without hesitation. Gao Hui continued to browse and chose a male British Shorthair that had already been neutered. He happily purchased it along with many pet supplies, while other toys and pet food would be delivered to him by the mall in a couple of days. Carrying a cat carrier in one hand and a dog carrier in the other, Gao Hui returned home exhilarated. As soon as Lan Manrou arrived home and saw 2 adorable little animals, she was overjoyed. She loved pets and immediately picked up the husky sitting on the sofa to play with it. "Honey, what made you think of buying pets?" Lan Manrou scratched the husky's belly, which lay on its back on the sofa, clearly enjoying itself. "I never had the chance before. During the apocalypse, almost all animals died out, so I thought I'd buy some while I have them." Lan Manrou nodded, saying, "You said people have abilities now. Do you think animals might have them too? What if they mutate one day and attack us? That shouldn't be the case. They are so small, awakening abilities should have special conditions." As Gao Hui mentioned abilities, he recalled something. "Shao Qi Do animals' abilities also require a high-level detector." "Yes, host. That's really frustrating. Host, you need to work hard." Gao Hui rolled his eyes, picking up the British Shorthair and sitting next to Lan Manrou. "Manrou, should we give them names?" "Sure. This husky is fluffy and round like a ball, so how about we call it Fluffy Ball?" Before Gao Hui could respond, Fluffy Ball barked twice, wagging its tail incessantly. "Bark." It barked again. "Looks like he really likes that name. Then we'll call this British Shorthair Little Black." "I don't have any other ideas." Little Black showed no reaction to its name, seemingly indifferent to what it was called, but it did respond when Gao Hui called it Little Black. "What about when they bark during the apocalypse? That will definitely attract others." Just then, Fluffy Ball's barking made Lan Manrou suddenly recall this issue. "I tried leaving them in the warehouse today, and their barks couldn't be heard outside at all. The soundproofing was done very well, otherwise we would have been discovered long ago after staying in there for so long." Lan Manrou nodded in agreement. The two played with Fluffy Ball and Little Black for a while before they went to rest. In the next 4 days, Gao Hui spent his time either inspecting goods at the warehouse or monitoring the surveillance of the opposite floor from home. On the day Gao Hui bought the pets, Quan Zi had already arranged for people to install monitoring equipment on the opposite floor. It turned out that Wan Qiang was indeed at Li Man's house every day, and except for going to the Far East warehouse, he was busy making love with Li Man, which left Gao Hui in a constant state of desire, causing trouble for Lan Manrou. Meanwhile, Gao Hui also noticed that there were 2 telescopes in Li Man's house pointing towards the convenience store and the 33rd floor. Could they be suspicious of me? However, buying a large number of guns could easily attract attention, so after completing the inspection of all the goods at the mall on the 4th day, along with the amounts promised to each floor manager and compensation for losses, a total of over 6,700 million was spent. The next day, Gao Hui found Li Kai again and asked him to call the person in charge of the 6th floor. He instructed the person in charge to notify the vendors that the stores would close for 3 days, and he would bear all losses. During these 3 days, he instructed the chefs of each store to prepare 1,000 portions of every dish from their respective recipes. After completing each portion, they would deliver it downstairs to him, and he would then load the finished products into the delivery truck. After everything was delivered, he would still give the person in charge 1 million. As for the 7th floor, which included cinemas, game halls, and other entertainment venues, there was no need to stock up, so he did not contact the person in charge of the 7th floor. After Gao Hui left Wuji, the person in charge of the 6th floor jogged to notify every shop, while Chai-Ching, the person in charge of the 7th floor, happened to see this scene as he came downstairs. "Manager Wu, what's going on? You look so happy. Didn't General Gao give 1 million to each of the managers from the 1st to the 5th floors? I thought we were both out of luck, but today General Gao found me too and gave me 1 million. He'll probably come to find you soon." "Really? But I haven't received any news. Maybe he will contact you in a couple of days. I have to go notify the shop." Chai-Chung watched Wu Ji's back, wondering when such good fortune would fall upon him. That evening at Gao Hui's home, "Dad, come with me to transport the goods tomorrow. It'll take 3 days. What about your store? You all go. Just right, I'm on vacation these days, and I can keep an eye on the store. I'll volunteer, no problem. Sorry to trouble you, Mom. If there's a last-minute notice to work overtime for surgery, just close the store. It doesn't matter whether it opens or not. Okay, you all can go with peace of mind." In the next 3 days, Gao Hui and Gao Xingye drove 2 trucks in and out early and late. Once the chefs finished cooking, they would send the food downstairs to Gao Hui, who pretended to load it into the truck, but actually stored it in his space. He initially planned to have his dad drive the truck away for a while before returning, but it seemed they were being followed recently. Since the stockpiling could not be interrupted, he could only try to keep the existence of the space hidden, letting his dad drive back to the warehouse, and then return after half an hour, repeating this cycle for 3 days. After the last dish was delivered, Gao Hui gave Wu Ji over 1,300 million. He instructed him to settle the payments with the vendors in the next couple of days and hand the bank card to Li Kai afterward, as he would retrieve it from him. Before going home, Gao Xingye asked Gao Hui, "Before you only bought after tasting the food. Why did you place an order directly?" This mall selected the best chefs and ingredients during its recruitment, and each shop had long queues, so there was no need to taste first. Gao Xingye nodded, and the two drove home. With just 4 days left until the delivery of the firearms, Gao Hui took out dozens of hard drives from his space, downloading all the TV shows, movies, anime, and variety shows that he and his family loved to watch, filling 5 hard drives with romantic adult films alone. The day before the firearms delivery, Quan Zi called to inform him that the network had been set up, but special communication cards were needed to use it. Without hesitation, Gao Hui rushed to the security company. In addition to taking away 100 communication cards, Gao Hui also checked the construction progress of the base and the ship. The main structure had been completed, with the main city of the base 6 stories high and 3 underground floors. Other buildings were also 6 stories high, but only 1/5 the size of the main city, and they had no basements. The planting and ranching areas had been constructed as required, and the surveillance for each room had been set up. Some internal details were still incomplete. Gao Hui was very satisfied with Quan Zi's work efficiency, and once again paid the remaining amount of 8,500 million, expecting completion in about a week. He could sit back and wait for the finished product. When he got home in the evening, Gao Hui gifted Gao Xingye and the others a Huaxiao phone and a special communication card, while there were over 30 million phones and communication cards in Gao Hui's space. Inside a villa. "Report, boss, our people have infiltrated the land of the Badwa Alliance, but they are only doing some manual labor. We can only tell that the materials are special. It seems they are building a secure base." "A secure base? Why build that?" Yong Yuan was exhaling smoke. "We tried to extract intelligence from them, but they seem to be unaware of the situation. The overseer is Li Shuwei, the owner of the invitation, who seems to know something, but he is very cautious and careful, so we cannot extract any information for now. Your people continue to monitor them, and send a portion to gather supplies, and bring them to me." After finishing, Yong Yuan handed a card to his subordinate, who took it and left. Yong Yuan took his last puff of smoke. A secure base. Interesting. The time for the arms delivery quickly arrived. Gao Hui approached the warehouse, where Xu Fei and a stranger were standing at the door. Xu Fei searched Gao Hui as usual, confirming he had no phone or weapons before letting him in. Gao Hui inspected the goods and turned the quality was indeed top-notch. The man in black spoke. "Your goods are all here. After deducting the deposit you previously paid, you still need to pay me 5.9 billion for the remaining amount." "No problem, the money is on this card. Go ahead and swipe." Gao Hui took out his bank card, and the subordinate of the man in black took it to the POS machine, successfully paying 5.9 billion. "Can you help me deliver these goods?" The man in black fell silent, and the surrounding air seemed to chill a bit. "Considering you bought so much, we can deliver it. Just give the address to the person at the door. It will arrive tonight." "Then thank you, boss." After saying that, Gao Hui was dragged out again. "Please help me deliver it to this warehouse. I'll come to check it tonight." Gao Hui handed the address to Xu Fei, who ignored Gao Hui and silently took the note. Gao Hui glanced at the money in his hand, still over 2 billion, and he needed to spend it quickly, otherwise it would be worthless in the apocalypse. He went to the wholesale market where he usually sourced supplies, and found Bai Kongwa asking him to prepare 10,000 portions of various vegetables and fruits, and 100,000 boxes of water in 2L barrels to be delivered in a week. If it weren't for Gao Hui's constant purchases by Kongwa, would have thought he was crazy. It was only after Gao Hui gave him a 10 million deposit that he was willing to believe and hurried to prepare. By nightfall, Xu Fei arrived at the warehouse as promised, and in less than an hour, everyone unloaded the goods. Just as Gao Hui was about to say thank you, Xu Fei coldly said, "The goods have been delivered, and the task is complete." Without waiting for Gao Hui to say anything else, Xu Fei took his men and left. He really is a strange person. Gao Hui stored the firearms into his space, pretended to lock the warehouse door, and went home. That night, while Lan Manrou was asleep, Gao Hui came to his parents' bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the bedroom door. "Dad, are you asleep?" In less than a minute, the door opened. "Why are you still awake? What's the matter so late?" Gao Hui pulled up the system to check Gao Xingyi's basic information: name, Gao Xingye, age 60, height 181 centimeters, occupation none, retired chef, marital status married wife, Kuyu appearance 87, charisma 62, stamina 23, speed 38, defense 99. He didn't expect his dad's defense to be so high, but unfortunately his stamina was so low. Perhaps he could train with a heavy knife. Gao Hui tiptoed inside, gently closed the door, and pulled Gao Xingye down to sit beside the bed. He took out a very ordinary chopping knife from his space. "Dad, this is for you." Gao Xingye was startled when he saw the knife. "Where did you get this knife?" "I bought some weapons from someone, or in the apocalypse you need to have weapons on hand." Gao Xingye hesitated to take it, saying that's true, but this knife is quite heavy. Gao Hui remained silent, waiting for the system to respond. Ding. Host has gifted Gao Xingye a chopping knife. Would you like to return based on quality or quantity? Quality. Gao Hui was somewhat looking forward to what the system would return after triggering the multiplier. Return triggered by favorability for a 1,000-fold return. This time a Mo Lin knife and a skill point were returned. The weapon has been stored in the host space. This month's gift of weapons to Gao Xingye will not trigger a cashback. Gao Hui excitedly took out the weapon from his space. The blade was as black as ink with the handle engraved with a dragon. When he lightly tapped the blade, it seemed to emit a dragon's chant. Made from special materials, even a nuclear bomb explosion wouldn't harm it in the slightest. The blade was light, yet immensely powerful. The moment Gao Xingye saw the knife, his eyes lit up. After years of cooking, he could tell at a glance whether a knife was good or not. Gao Hui handed the knife to Gao Xingye, saying, "Dad, this is for you too." "For me? Really?" Gao Xingye accepted the knife like a child receiving candy, grinning widely, adding a few more. "Dad, don't tell Manrou about the weapons for now. Keep it hidden for the next few days, don't let others find out." "Why not? I can understand not telling others, but not telling your own wife." "Manrou is still a police officer, for safety, Sake, let's not mention it for now. We can talk about it when the apocalypse comes. Just remember to tell Manrou. If this drags on, it might affect your relationship." "I got it. You go to sleep. I still need to wait for Mom to come back." "Are you sending her a weapon? Tell me about it." Gao Xingye was a bit curious. "How about you wait with me?" "Sure." 2 hours later, Kuyu returned home. The two hurriedly pulled her into the bedroom, speaking in hushed voices, afraid to wake Lan Manrou. Gao Hui checked the system again for Kuyu's basic information: name, Kuyu, age 57, height 170 centimeters, occupation doctor, chief surgeon, marital status, married, husband. Gao Xingye appearance 97, charisma 78, stamina 85, speed 88, defense 23. His mom's stamina and speed were quite impressive, and no wonder she was a surgeon. "What are you two up to?" "Mom, if I were to give you a weapon, what would you like?" Gao Hui genuinely didn't know what to give. He couldn't just give her a surgical knife for self-defense, could he? A sniper rifle. This response surprised Gao Hui. He didn't expect his mom to have no doubts and state it directly, and this weapon seemed quite out of character for her. "A sniper rifle? Are you sure? That gun has quite a kickback, it might hurt your hand." "What? Can you really?" "Mom, if you say you want it, I'll give it to you." Kuyu looked Gao Hui up and down, not expecting him to be serious. Then it settled. "Ooh, I want a sniper rifle. If I could actually get a sniper rifle, it would fulfill her dream of being a soldier." It was initially her interest in sniper rifles that sparked her desire to join the military. Gao Hui took out a Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle from his space. "Mom, this is for you." Kuyu, usually calm and composed, showed a rare expression. "Barrett M82A1. You know about this?" Of course. Kuyu couldn't take her eyes off the sniper rifle in her hands, while Gao Hui was waiting for the system response. Ding. Host has gifted Gao Xingye a sniper rifle. Would you like to return based on quality or quantity? Return triggered by favorability for a 100-fold return. This time a Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle and a skill point were returned. The weapon has been stored in the host space. This month's gift of weapons to Kuyu will not trigger cashback. Little 7, why is it still a Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle? This returned Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle possesses special enhancements: infinite ammunition, built-in silencing, zero recoil, and instantaneous automatic magazine reload. Its frame is forged from an extraordinary material, impervious even to nuclear detonations. Infinite ammo, but why reload at all? Though ammunition is limitless, the magazine still has finite capacity, but once depleted it refills automatically, no manual intervention required. Gao Hui nodded thoughtfully. "Mom, this weapon is for you too." Kuyu's expression mirrored Gao Xingye's, wide-eyed with delight, as she beheld the rifle, instantly recognizing its exceptional craftsmanship. Mom, this sniper rifle offers infinite ammunition, perfect silencing, zero recoil, and instantaneous auto-reload. Such a firearm truly exists. Wait, no? Where did you even get a gun? Kuyu's face darkened abruptly. Her household included a police officer. Unauthorized possession of firearms was strictly illegal. Your son purchased it, said it's for self-defense in the coming apocalypse, and specifically asked not to tell Manrou. Son, how on earth did you acquire it? Could there be lingering risks? Her question struck a chord. Gao Hui suddenly recalled his constant surveillance. He operated entirely in the open. Mom, Dad, soon we'll stage a little performance. What kind of performance? In a few days I'll close the convenience store, post a travel notice, and we'll march out boldly with suitcases in hand. Perfect. I'm scheduled to inspect the Highland base's construction completion. Let's all go together. As for our return, I haven't decided yet, but they must never see us come back. All right, we'll pack up these next 2 days. I'll head back now. Rest well, Mom and Dad. Kuyu and Gao Xingye nodded silently, each absorbed in examining their new weapons. With a gentle smile, Gao Hui shook his head and closed the bedroom door behind him as he retired. Gao Hui lay in bed and summoned Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, do you have any items enabling instantaneous teleportation or spatial transference? Naturally. A basic teleporter costs 3 skill points, an intermediate 1 5, and an advanced model 10. The basic model can transport one living creature up to 500 meters, roughly the distance from here to the neighborhood gate. The intermediate model handles up to 5 creatures across 5 kilometers, equivalent to traveling from here to Wanlong Mall. The advanced model imposes no distance limit, but caps at 10 living beings per transit. Gao Hui tallied his skill points 8 in total, including those awarded with the communication card and today's 2 weapons. Though sufficient for an intermediate teleporter, Wanlong Mall's proximity to the residential complex posed unacceptable exposure risks. The advanced teleporter's unlimited range would allow seamless relocation of his entire family directly from the base to their home, guaranteeing absolute security. Xiaoqi, how exactly does one operate the teleporter? Users may designate fixed anchor points, or transmit toward a specific direction and distance constrained only by the device's maximum range. The basic model exhibits roughly 3-meter deviation from its target point and ignores vertical elevation, meaning it would deposit the user on ground level, not the 33rd floor. The intermediate model reduces horizontal deviation to about 1 meter and eliminates vertical error entirely. The advanced model achieves 0 deviation in both distance and altitude. Then the advanced teleporter is unequivocally the choice. Imagine being flung midair by the intermediate model. Gao Hui slipped quietly from his room and entered the warehouse. Xiaoqi, set an anchor point for me. Affirmative. Anchor point established, center of the living room, unit 3302, building 9, Xingyuan residential complex. Oh, I nearly forgot to inform you, the basic teleporter permits unlimited uses, but enforces a 1-hour cooldown between activations. The intermediate allows 100 uses with a 5-minute interval. The advanced model grants only 10 total uses, with no cooldown between them. Gao Hui nodded again and returned to bed, drifting gradually into slumber. At dawn, Lan Manrou, rarely off duty, awoke rested. Honey, how about a family trip to the Highlands in a couple of days? The Highlands? But didn't you say the apocalypse is imminent? Why travel there? I acquired land there and constructed a secure base. It finishes this month. Let's go inspect it together. Lan Manrou gazed silently at Gao Hui. Lately he'd been gone before sunrise and returned long after dusk. She had no idea what consumed his days. Obsessed with avenging her parents' murderer, she neglected her husband entirely. Manrou. She blinked, returning from her reverie. Yes, that sounds wonderful. We'll go together, darling. I'm sorry, I've ignored you lately. Tomorrow is the murderer's execution day. Once he's gone, I'll submit my resignation. Focus on what matters to you. I'll handle these trivialities. I know how deeply you cherish your vocation, and I'll support you until your very last day on duty. Tears shimmered in Lan Manrou's eyes as she gazed at Gao Hui. Her arms encircled his neck and she brushed her lips softly against his. Gao Hui gently rolled her beneath him, and moments later the room fell hushed. Later that afternoon, both emerged from the bedroom, her neck adorned with crimson marks, other parts of her body bearing similar traces. Only when Lan Manrou could endure no more did Gao Hui finally relent. Gao Hui released her rose and showered before stepping out to Yanbin Lu restaurant. He approached the head waiter and requested 1,000 banquet tables. Like everyone hearing the order for the first time, the man assumed he faced a lunatic and nearly ordered staff to escort Gao Hui out. Yet gold remains the universal persuader. At 1 million per table, and requiring every dish on the menu to be served, the scale demanded 4 to 5 days of relentless preparation. Fortunately, Gao Hui paid 10 billion in full upfront, more than enough to secure immediate compliance. I'll wait downstairs tomorrow. Each completed dish must be delivered directly into my hands. Gao Hui issued his instructions to the head waiter, catching Li Man's gaze across the room. Exactly as planned. May I select several servers to handle delivery? Of course. You and you. Gao Hui pointed casually at 5 individuals, including Li Man and Yu Xinyan, the server who had attended him during his first visit. You'll work hard these next few days. Upon completion, each of you will receive a generous red envelope. The 5 bowed slightly in quiet gratitude. Li Man radiated the most excitement, an outcome Gao Hui welcomed. His recent shopping sprees and stockpiling efforts had surely aroused their curiosity. The deeper their intrigue grew, the longer Wan Qiang would linger across the hall, and once the apocalypse arrived, all would fall into place. After departing Yanbin Lu, Gao Hui called Quan Zi. A sudden realization struck him. During the apocalypse, his family would reside exclusively in the warehouse chamber. Yet it contained nothing, not even a bathroom or kitchen. With only 1 week remaining, urgent renovations were. Quan Zi confirmed that both the Highland base and vessel construction were complete. Only final touches remained, and assured Gao Hui the inspection could proceed this Saturday. Per Gao Hui's request, Quan Zi dispatched 5 workers, same crew who'd built the warehouse, intimately familiar with its layout. Before their arrival, Gao Hui cleared every item inside into his spatial storage. The next day, Gao Hui and his son waited in the alley behind Yanbin Lu in 2 cargo trucks. Just as before, each dish loaded into the truck bed vanished into spatial storage. As Gao Xingye prepared to depart, Gao Hui noticed a figure watching them intently from afar. That black-clad observer had maintained surveillance daily, yet taken no action. For now, hostility seemed absent. Gao Hui instructed Gao Xingye to drive normally to the warehouse and return after 30 minutes, a round trip taking barely 10 minutes by car. That evening they returned home. Lan Manrou had submitted her resignation, effective immediately, granting her full leave starting tomorrow. Kuyu too had tendered hers, now equally free to rest. Perfect. Lan Manrou, this card holds 10 billion. Your mission, spend it all within 4 days. Oh, that's far too much. How on earth will we ever spend it all? Buy luxury handbags, cars, anything you like. Go on, push forward. I have full confidence in you both. Have the goods delivered to the warehouse we've rented. They'll collect them each evening. Before bed, Gao Hui called Li Kai to inform him that the mall would suspend operations for rectification starting next Tuesday, and reopen 10 days later, urging him to notify all merchants in advance. For the next 4 days, Gao Hui and Gao Xingye continued their routine cargo deliveries, while Kuyu and Lan Manrou refrained entirely from spending on luxury handbags. They visited supermarket after supermarket, negotiating directly with managers to purchase every item in stock at double market price. Hardly a single merchant declined. True to expectation, Lan Manrou and Kuyu spent 1 billion yuan within those 4 days. Simultaneously, Gao Hui and Gao Xingye completed all deliveries. He handed each staff member a red envelope containing 1,000 yuan before returning home. That night, as Gao Hui reviewed surveillance footage, Wan Qiang and Li Man were entwined in passion, and Li Man recounted all recent developments to Wan Qiang. Li Man, you truly haven't disappointed me. Wan Qiang's fixation on me grows ever stronger. For now at least, he won't be leaving this place anytime soon. Wan Qiang, do stay alive for now. Gao Hui drafted a notice and posted it on the convenience store's door and its exterior glass window. Before departing, he stored every item inside the store into his spatial realm. He then sent a message via WeChat group and Moments. The family is traveling abroad. Our convenience store will suspend operations for 1 week. Thank you for your understanding. After sending it, he disabled all WeChat notifications. Let them say what they will. The apocalypse is imminent. May each find their own salvation. On his way upstairs, he inspected the warehouse renovation, installing a bathroom and kitchen, adding high-speed internet, and partitioning 3 separate rooms. He returned to the adjacent unit and gathered the 3 of them in the living room. Mom, Dad, Manrou. I've booked our flight for tomorrow at 8 p.m. Let's depart at 7 tonight. Why book such a late flight? I still have matters to attend to tomorrow. 7 p.m. is precisely when people return home from work. The more who see us leave, the better. The other 3 nodded and retired to their rooms to sleep. The next morning, dressed head to toe in black hat, black mask, Gao Hui entered Wanlong Mall's security office and cut power to all surveillance systems. Then floor by floor, he absorbed every item into his spatial realm, carefully locking every entrance upon departure to prevent intruders. Afterward, he proceeded to the wholesale market, paid the remaining 2 million yuan, drove the truck to the warehouse, and transferred all cargo into his spatial realm. He'd originally intended to absorb everything discreetly elsewhere, but discovered he was being tailed. With no choice, he waited 30 minutes inside the warehouse before driving to the dock where the vessel was moored. The ship stood 6 stories tall. 3 lower levels comprised bedrooms. The middle floor housed entertainment spaces and a kitchen. The topmost level featured 3 presidential suites. Gao Hui was thoroughly satisfied. The vessel met every requirement. Before leaving, he instructed Xiao Qi to mark the location. On his way home, he terminated both the truck lease and warehouse rental. Gao Xingye awaited him there, and together they took a taxi back. Lan Manrou and Kuyu had already packed their luggage. Gao Hui placed Mao Qiao and Xiaohe into apartment 3302, stocking it with ample food, fresh water, clean litter boxes, and even toys for amusement. Since the apartment contained no furniture, Mao Qiao couldn't possibly wreak havoc. Before departing, Gao Hui emptied every item from their usual residence into his spatial realm. As the family descended, several neighbors spotted them leaving and exchanged polite pleasantries. From the corner of his eye, Gao Hui noticed Wan Qiang watching them from a hidden vantage point. En route to the airport, he caught sight of others tailing him once more. These people were truly relentless? It wasn't until 1 a.m. that all four arrived. Clearly the black-clad operatives ceased pursuit once they boarded the plane. Li Shuwei stood waiting at the base gate, while Gao Xingye and the others gazed about in wide-eyed wonder, like Granny Lu stepping into the Grandview Garden. Honey, this place is enormous. All of it belongs to us. You may dwell wherever you please. Gao Hui transferred every remaining cent into the bank card he'd previously given Li Shuwei, instructing him to procure whatever else might be needed over the next 2 days. With one sole directive: spend it all. When they reached the base's main city, they found Li Shuwei sleeping on a simple floor mat, an utterly pitiful sight. Gao Hui entered a bedroom on the first floor and withdrew several pieces of furniture from his spatial realm, arranging them with minimal effort. Dai, you'll live here from now on. No more sleeping on the floor. Huij. Li Shuwei embraced Gao Hui tightly, overcome with emotion. Gao Hui pushed him away with mild disdain. Go take a shower, immediately. You reek. With a wave of his hand, fresh clothing and footwear materialized on the bed: sportswear, pajamas, slippers, casual attire, all perfectly fitted. The family ascended to the top floor, where Gao Hui furnished 2 rooms with basic essentials before everyone retired to rest. There'd be time enough later to fully decorate, once Wan Qiang was dealt with. Early the next morning, Quan Zi guided them through the base in meticulous detail. Lan Manrou accompanied her parents to familiarize herself with the surroundings, while Gao Hui seized the opportunity to hand Quan Zi an arsenal of weapons, fully installed within 3 hours. At that moment, only 3 individuals remained authorized within the entire secure base: Gao Hui, Li Shuwei, and Quan Zi. Before departing, Quan Zi formally transferred full administrative authority over the base to Gao Hui, who appointed Li Shuwei as interim manager. Quan Zi also presented Gao Hui with a USB drive, enabling remote monitoring of base operations. After Quan Zi left, Li Shuwei escorted Gao Hui to the main city's storage chamber, where Gao Hui filled the vast space to overflowing. Li Shuwei stood speechless, stunned beyond articulation. The earlier furnishing of rooms and clothing had already astonished him, but now with a single gesture an entire cavernous storage chamber brimmed to capacity. This supply of food will sustain you for years. Perhaps you'll live here alone for some time. Remember, no one enters without our family's explicit consent, not even a single soul, unless I personally authorize it. Should you admit anyone unapproved, the weapons mounted on those walls will show no mercy. Gao Hui pulled Li Shuwei aside to issue this stern warning. Don't worry. I'll keep even a fly from slipping in. I've read quite a few apocalyptic novels lately. I won't play the saint. Fine then. If boredom strikes, watch films or play games. But remember to exercise regularly. Here, take this smartphone and SIM card. If networks collapse during the apocalypse, use this to contact me. After presenting Li Shuwei with the phone and SIM card, Gao Hui finally accumulated 10 skill points, and without hesitation redeemed them for an advanced teleportation device. Doi. Remember, no matter where you go tomorrow, you must return to the base by noon. Understood. I won't forget. After the apocalypse begins, maintain daily physical activity, build strength, preserve health. Should illness strike, retrieve medicine from the storage chamber. I've stocked common remedies. Also, in the building to the left of the base entrance, I've furnished a first-floor room. If I ever instruct you to admit, someone house them there. Li Shuwei nodded. When had Huij grown so unusually verbose? Gao Hui set a teleportation marker in the main city's living room. Before departing, he gifted Li Shuwei a short sword, and the system in turn granted him a fish-scale blade, silvery white, radiating palpable cold, seemingly forged for precision assassination. He presented the fish-scale blade to Li Shuwei, who nearly kissed him in overwhelming gratitude. That evening, all four closed their eyes and clasped hands. Gao Hui activated the advanced teleportation device, and in the next instant, they stood within apartment 3302 of Xingyuan Residential Complex, Building 9. Li Shuwei watched them vanish in a single second, leaving him feeling as though he'd stepped into a science fiction film. Not even Li Shuwei could match the family's collective astonishment. They hadn't truly believed teleportation would succeed. Mom, Dad, wait just a moment. I'll be right back. Gao Hui changed into black athletic wear and shoes, donned a black cap and mask, and instantly reappeared at the marked dock location. He extended his hand and drew the vessel into his spatial realm, along with every surrounding boat. Tomorrow's headlines would surely erupt with speculation. In the next instant, he reappeared at home, startling Lan Manrou, who was still packing. Gao Hui released furniture from his spatial realm, and within minutes, apartment 3302 was restored identically to 3301. Exhausted from the day's exertions, all four collapsed onto their beds and fell swiftly asleep. The next morning, Gao Hui switched on the television, and sure enough, news anchors reported the inexplicable disappearance of vessels at Longting Bay Dock, alongside accounts of a mysterious man appearing and vanishing without trace. Quan Zi called Gao Hui several times, but Gao Hui refused every call. Whatever Quan Zi wished to convey, he no longer cared to hear. Gao Hui powered down his phone and returned to the bedroom, booting up his laptop. Wan Qiang remained firmly in place. Inserting the USB drive, he gained full administrative access to the base within minutes. The base stood utterly deserted. Gao Hui must have gone out to shop. Gao Hui placed 2 treadmills, 2 stationary bikes, several pull-up bars, and dumbbells inside an empty room, creating a compact, fully functional gym. He summoned Lan Manrou and the others. Mom, Dad, Manrou. The apocalypse approaches. Let's begin training. Strengthen our bodies, fortify our endurance. Before Gao Hui could continue speaking, Gao Xingye and Kuyu were already riding on the stationary bikes. Just as Lan Manrou was about to join them, she was pulled into the bedroom by Gao Hui. Gao Hui checked Lan Manrou's basic information through the system. Name Lan Manrou, age 21, height 174 centimeters, occupation none, previously a police officer, marital status married, husband Gao Hui, appearance max, charm max, stamina 79, speed max, defense 48. Truly she is a perfect wife who, apart from defense and stamina, everything else is max. Since police officers often handle firearms, I might as well get her a pair of handguns. Wife, this pair of handguns is for you. Lan Manrou's first reaction upon seeing the handguns was surprise. Beretta 92 FS. Her expression then turned sour, even a bit worried. I'm sorry for keeping this from you. I bought a lot of weapons from the underworld and didn't dare to tell you. Please don't be angry. You really have some nerve. How could you make such a deal? Aren't you afraid of being silenced? I'm sorry. I always felt like someone was following me recently. Lan Manrou was still very perceptive. Ever since Gao Hui retrieved the goods from the man in black, they had sent someone to keep an eye on Gao Hui and his family. They certainly knew that Gao Hui's wife was a police officer, but this business could indeed earn them a fortune. If Gao Hui really called the police, his family wouldn't see the sunrise again. Gao Hui acted cute and planted soft kisses on Lan Manrou, rendering her speechless, and she had no choice but to accept the weapons. The system returned the same Beretta 92 FS as the one given to Kuyu last time, but it still had unlimited bullets, a silencer, no recoil, and even automatic reload. The material was still made of special materials immune to even nuclear bomb blasts. Gao Hui handed the handgun returned by the system to Lan Manrou. While she was still immersed in her previous surprise, she was once again stunned. It fit perfectly in her hand, as if it had been made specifically for her. Honey, aren't I impressive? Hurry, give me a kiss. Lan Manrou blushed and leaned in to kiss Gao Hui's cheek, only for him to turn his head and kiss her lips instead. He gradually deepened the kiss until Lan Manrou could hardly breathe before finally letting go. She blushed and lightly punched Gao Hui's chest before running to the gym to start exercising. Gao Hui called his parents out. His dad had one more chance to give a gift this month, and his mom had too. He wondered what to give. Mom and Dad, 1 bucket of water for each of you, and Mom, here's a plate of Kobe beef. The two exchanged knowing smiles, instantly understanding what their son meant. They had been exercising for half the day and were thirsty, while Kuyu devoured the beef in a few bites. Now Gao Hui's space was filled with 20,000 buckets of water and 1,000 servings of Kobe beef. Lan Manrou suddenly exclaimed. Gao Hui and the others hurriedly ran in. What happened? It's snowing outside. Gao Xingye pointed out the window. Quick, close all the windows. Be careful not to expose your face outside. The 4 quickly shut the windows. Gao Hui ran to the bedroom to check the surveillance. Li Shuwei had returned. He had used the remaining money to buy a snowmobile. Seeing that he was fine, Gao Hui breathed a sigh of relief, crossing his arms and gazing out the window. The apocalypse had finally arrived. Wan Qiang, are you ready? 3 weeks before the apocalypse, Wan Qiang stayed at Li Man's house the next day. To his surprise, that guy turned out to be the convenience store owner. How could he afford to order so many weapons? No, this matter must be reported to the boss. Wan Qiang rushed to their usual gathering place to report the situation to the man in black. Xiangzi, you will be responsible for keeping an eye on him. His wife is a police officer. Although her rank poses no threat to us. Fei, you also keep watch and be careful not to get discovered. The two answered in unison yes. As Wan Qiang walked down the street, he didn't expect that his little loser actually had a police wife. Could it be the stunning beauty I saw today? He quickened his pace home and inquired about the neighbors in the opposite building. He learned that Gao Hui's family lived on the 33rd floor. Wan Qiang set up 2 telescopes by the window, one to observe the 33rd floor and the other to monitor the convenience store. After more than 10 days of surveillance, Wan Qiang discovered that Gao Hui went out every day while his parents managed the convenience store. The boss order was to keep an eye on Gao Hui's family, while other brothers were responsible for their outings. Every day, he watched Gao Hui and Lan Manrou in their sweet moments. If this continued, he would run out of resources. For days before the apocalypse at Li Man's house. Changgo, I received a big order a few days ago. After 4 days of hard work, it's finally finished. You won't believe who it was. A convenience store owner actually paid 10 billion in one go, and he even gave us 100,000 red envelope. What? The convenience store owner. The one from downstairs across the street. 100,000 red envelope. Li Man turned around. Yes. Does Changgo know him? Wan Qiang seemed to think of something, and quickly put on his clothes to rush to the Heilong gang to report the situation to the man in black. Buying guns and ordering tables, what exactly does this person want to do? As it stands, his wife seems unaware. We'll continue monitoring to see his next move. Previously, we didn't touch him for this big order, but now he has so many weapons we can't easily act against him. This little sweet potato has become a hot potato. The supplies he bought over the past month had already filled the warehouse, yet our people pried opened the lock only to find it empty. With 24-hour seamless surveillance, where did he transport the goods? 3 mornings before the apocalypse. This person actually wants to go on vacation. Could it be that he bought these recently to escape? Wan Qiang shared his speculation with the man in black. It seems so. His wife has already submitted her resignation in the past 2 days. She doesn't pose any threat to us. After all, with such a big client, I really don't want to kill anyone to silence them. Tomorrow, continue to follow him. If they board the plane normally, our people will retreat. If there's anything unusual, Shu Fei, you take care of them on the road. After the man in black finished speaking, he handed a gun to Shu Fei, who took it and left. 3 nights before, the Gao Hui's family boarded the plane smoothly without any unusual incidents, and all the brothers tracking them withdrew. However, Wan Qiang still felt something was wrong. The bizarre disappearance of those supplies was like a thorn pricking at his heart. On the day of the apocalypse, Wan Qiang turned on the TV and saw news reports about ships mysteriously disappearing at Longtingwan Pier. A man mysteriously appeared and disappeared. Wan Qiang recognized that figure at a glance. The bold assumption he had held all along seemed to really exist. Furrowing his brow, he paced inside the house. Looking up at the window, he noticed that in early autumn September, it was snowing heavily. Wan Qiang hastily searched through the wardrobe for some winter clothes. After searching for a long time, he could only find one thick pair of pants that fit him. The rest were all Li Man's clothes which he could not wear. With no other choice, he put on a raincoat and headed out. Fortunately, the temperature hadn't dropped too low yet. Wan Qiang rushed to the nearest large supermarket, purchased 2 sets of winter clothing, and spent the remaining 200,000 from his savings to buy all the food stock. Since this supermarket had been recently raided by Lan Manrou a few days ago, the inventory wasn't much, but 200,000 was still sufficient. The supermarket manager kindly helped deliver everything to Li Man's house, and all of this was observed by Gao Hui. It was unexpected that Wan Qiang was thinking quickly. This was good. Starving to death would be too easy for you. Gao Hui quietly watched as the goods were all delivered into Li Man's house. Fortunately, the place Li Man rented was spacious enough that the supplies didn't obstruct the cameras after everything was unloaded. Only an hour had passed, and the ground was already covered with a thick layer of ice. The temperature had dropped more than 10 degrees since Wan Qiang left. Gao Hui felt no change, as he was currently living in a house with a constant temperature of 26 degrees. Mao Qiao and Xiao He were actually huddled together, shivering in their nest. Animals have stronger senses than humans, and with the global disaster unfolding, they were understandably scared. Gao Hui picked up the 2 little cuties, one in each hand, and sat down by the sofa. He gently stroked their backs, and their anxious feelings gradually eased. Xiao He jumped onto Gao Hui's lap, purring softly. Mao Qiao, not wanting to be outdone, tried to squeeze in with his head. Xiao He bared his teeth at Mao Qiao, and only then did Mao Qiao obediently jump down from the sofa and return to the nest, whimpering. This scene was just seen by Lan Manrou, who had finished her workout. She held Mao Qiao in her arms, sat beside Gao Hui, and gently stroked Mao Qiao. Mao Qiao raised his chin high, seemingly showing off to Xiao He that he was being petted by the goddess. Xiao He looked at him speechlessly, lay down on Gao Hui's lap, and closed his eyes. The antics of the 2 little cuties made the whole family burst into laughter. Gao Hui noticed that his phone kept buzzing with notifications signaling that the group chat was lively again. The heart mantra of the time, September snow whose grievances move the heavens. Could it be that the heavens can't stand me working overtime for a whole week? It's time to punish that dog of a boss. The memory melody upstairs, what you have is not grievance, but resentment, ha. Fragment from the deep sea, I was still wearing short sleeves this morning, and now I'm already in thermal underwear. This weather is too abnormal. Is the apocalypse coming? Hesitation, you're being alarmist. Stop reading so many novels. How could there be an apocalypse? If that day really comes, we might as well wait for extinction like the dinosaurs. Not much. The more you say, the more eerie it sounds. The news has stated that it's a result of an abnormal convergence of warm and cold air currents. The warm, moist air from summer colliding with cold air has caused a brief but intense convective weather pattern leading to snowfall, which will soon end. So put away your nonsensical thoughts. Hiss, this heavy snow is best paired with hot pot. Enough said. I need to go buy ingredients while the snow isn't too thick. 9th building, convenience store. Your family has gone on a trip. Now going out to buy things requires a long trek. When will you be? Gentle little fairy, yes. Flower blooms with prosperity. Let me know when you plan to come back. You take the money you earn from us to eat at the banquet hall, yet when we need you, you don't even make a sound. Just because you have a police officer wife at home, you think you're something special. Tell us the key to your shop. We'll open the door ourselves and leave the money on the table. Gao Hui chuckled softly upon seeing this. It was obvious it was Wang Jingmei, always taking advantage and ending up suffering. The convenience store, due to heavy snow, there are no flights. Returning shortly is impossible. Gao Hui actually didn't want to pay them any mind, but ignoring them while they kept tagging him in the group was annoying, so he decided to respond. He saw a neighbor mentioning hot pot and thought it was a good idea. He waved his hand at the dining table, which was filled with vegetables, lamb and fatty beef with water droplets still clinging. Gao Xingye skillfully washed and chopped the vegetables. Kuyu filled the pot with water and added the base ingredients, while Lan Manrou went to get bowls and chopsticks. In less than 10 minutes, the family of 4 sat around the bubbling pot and began to eat. Mao Qiao and Xiao He were drawn over by the aroma. Mao Qiao tugged at Gao Hui's pant leg, anxiously spinning in circles, while Xiao He rarely showed a look of desire. Gao Hui placed slices of lamb into the clear soup pot to cook, and once confirmed cooked, he placed them into 2 bowls, leaving both the dog and cat satisfied. Gao Hui also took a taste of the lamb. It was indeed freshly slaughtered, tender, and delicious, the spicy flavor masking the gamey taste of the meat, prompting the family to eat even more. An hour later, Gao Xingya was in charge of cleaning up the battlefield. Gao Hui walked to the window, noticing that the snow seemed to have intensified, with a few people outside carrying bags of food back home. Regarding the apocalypse, Gao Hui had only mentioned it to his family and Li Shuwei. He didn't care about the lives or deaths of those neighbors. If he hadn't built a safe warehouse in advance in his previous life, his family would have died hundreds of times. This group first smashed the door of Unit 3301, finding nothing inside, then turned their attention to Unit 3302, using hammers to smash, chainsaws to cut, and fire to burn. After exhausting all means, and still unable to open it, they gave up. None of these neighbors were worth caring about. While dealing with Wan Qiang, I will also watch you fight amongst yourselves. The game has just begun, and while there is still water and electricity, let you all enjoy it for a few more days. Inside a certain villa, Yong Yuan had just finished a love game and was about to take a shower. He glanced out the window to see that the usually snowless plateau was now blanketed in heavy snow. Fortunately, the altitude was high enough that the snow was not accumulating. He suddenly recalled the reports from his subordinates about the safe base. Could that person truly be prophetic? Luckily, he had previously instructed his subordinates to purchase plenty of supplies, mostly non-perishable food, enough for him to eat for several years. This villa, while not as sturdy as the safe base, could still withstand some attacks. It seemed necessary to occupy that place. If the heavy snow continued, this villa would not remain at a constant temperature. Yong Yuan called over his subordinate, "Go scout the situation at that base. If there's no danger, occupy the place with your men. If you sense trouble, withdraw immediately without alerting them." The subordinate clasped his fists in salute and replied yes, before retreating. 10 minutes later, Gao Hui received an automatic alarm from the base indicating that 10 people were slowly approaching 200 meters from the west. The leader looked somewhat familiar to Gao Hui, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him. Gao Hui quickly notified Li Shuwei to return to the bedroom. After Li Shuwei ran to the bedroom, Gao Hui immediately set all the doors to lock automatically. The group moved quickly, reaching the western wall of the base in under a minute. Gao Hui snorted coldly, quietly awaiting their actions. One of the men approached the wall, while another stepped on him to climb over. Gao Hui remained unmoved until the last 2 were about to climb over with support, at which point he pressed a button. The 2 men attempting to climb the wall were instantly struck by a surge of electricity, turning to charred remains in less than 10 seconds. The remaining 8 individuals immediately became alert, not daring to move a single step. After waiting for over 3 minutes without any movement, the leader finally gave the command to continue forward. The walls were electrified, forcing them to push on with determination. Only by finding the base's commander could they resolve the current predicament. The 8 individuals became visibly cautious, carefully proceeding along the wall until the sound of a click came from beneath one person's foot. "Don't move," Shi Zmo immediately shouted, but unfortunately that person failed to react in time. As he lifted his leg, 5 people instantly turned into a mist of blood. The 2 closest were also severely injured, one with an arm blown off, and the other with a missing left leg. "Damn it! Retreat!" Shi Zmo dared not go any deeper. The base's defenses were far stronger than he had anticipated. They had already lost 7 brothers before even reaching the entrance. Supporting the 2 severely injured individuals, Shi Zmo retraced his steps. Staring at the wall before him, he fell into deep thought. If there was still electricity, wouldn't everyone end up perishing here? Just as Shi Zmo was in anguish, he spotted a glimmer of hope. A wooden board stood against the wall. It was time to take a gamble. He propped the board up and helped the 2 individuals climb over the wall, and he himself managed to escape as well. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a bang sounded, and the 2 injured men collapsed, each with a bloody hole in their heads. Shi Zmo had no time to think further. He immediately rolled behind a tree. However, he was still too slow, and a bullet pierced through his right arm. "Damn it!" Shi Zmo cursed as he had no time to collect the bodies. He exerted all his strength to jump into the vehicle and drove away without looking back. Gao Hui looked at the satisfactory results of his efforts and notified Li Shuwei to come out and clean up. How dare they target his secure base? Of course he couldn't let them die so easily. That wooden board was utterly ineffective against the electricity. It was high voltage, something a mere board could not resolve. It was intended to give them hope, only to leave them in despair later. As for the person who escaped, Gao Hui had deliberately let him go, intending for him to spread the news and make his instigator think twice about targeting his secure base again. Li Shuwei was taken aback upon stepping outside. The ground by the wall had exploded, leaving a large crater surrounded by blood with a strong scent of gore. There were also 2 blackened corpses by the wall, and he noticed on the surveillance that 2 bodies lay outside. "Huizi, did you do all this?" Li Shuwei felt a twinge of fear, suddenly realizing he didn't recognize Gao Hui anymore. Was this still the kind-hearted Huizi he knew? Afraid, You'd better get used to it, because you might face slaughter every day from now on. Although Gao Hui hadn't participated much in battles in his past life, he had read enough apocalyptic novels to be quite experienced. Li Su-wei numbly nodded, mechanically cleaning up the corpses. In fact, the base's defense system would automatically eliminate intruders, but Gao Hui wanted to experience it firsthand, or else this group would have been electrocuted from the start. Huizi, how do we clean up these bodies? I remember there's an incineration room in the base. Oh, just throw them in there. It will automatically burn them once you leave. After a whole afternoon, Li Su-wei finally finished dealing with the 4 bodies. He quickly took a shower and went to bed. Gao Hui, having nothing to do, could only discuss the meaning of life with his wife in a certain villa. Shi Zmo accurately reported the situation to Yong Yuanzhang. After a moment of silence, a glass ashtray flew towards his brow, causing a muffled grunt. The ashtray hit the ground with a piercing sound and blood dripped down Shi Zmo's cheek, pattering onto the floor. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. I'm supporting you all, and you can't even handle this small matter. Why don't you just die? Get lost. Damn it. Wan Qiang. I will skin him alive. Yong Yuanzhang cursed as he stormed into the bedroom. Minutes later, sounds of beating and incredibly hoarse screams echoed from within. Shi Zmo slowly stood up and stepped outside, punching the wall. Damn it. Don't let me find you. You caused the deaths of so many brothers. I want your life in return. The violent motion tore at his wounds. In his panic, while escaping, he had stumbled several times, and the slushy water intensified the pain in his injuries. Having lived and fought for Yong Yuanzhang for many years, he was already accustomed to various injuries, but this time the pain was exceptionally intense. He gritted his teeth and returned home, skillfully extracting the bullet and bandaging himself. The blood was dark red and ominous. Just the color alone was unsettling. Crap, could I be poisoned? Shi Zmo felt his consciousness dim. He forced himself to measure his temperature, but he couldn't get a reading. The mercury had shot up to 42 C. Am I going to die? No. For the brothers who died, I cannot die. For Yong Yuanzhang, I cannot die. I must not die. Ultimately, Shi Zmo fainted. When he awoke again, it was 3 days later. As he opened his eyes, the snow outside had accumulated to the point of obscuring the road, and the indoor temperature was chillingly low. Shi Zmo touched his forehead. It seemed no longer hot, and his wounds no longer hurt. He realized 3 days had passed, and hurriedly unwrapped the bandage. Strangely, the wounds had vanished. He measured his temperature again with the thermometer. It was 36 C, which was normal. What was going on? He had no time to ponder further. He had just seen several missed calls on his phone, all from Yong Yuanzhang. Shi Zmo found a winter outfit and stepped outside. After walking a few steps, he noticed he didn't feel as cold, and his body felt light, moving much faster. He tried running, gradually increasing his speed. Tentatively, Shi Zmo took out his phone to time himself, recalling the distance to his house. He pressed start and sprinted with all his might, stopping at the car door to check his phone. 10 seconds. What a joke. The distance from his home was at least over 500 meters. How could he be so fast? He stubbornly tested it back and forth several times, each time landing at 10 seconds. Is this an ability? Shi Zmo thought he would like to explore what other abilities he might have, but then Yong Yuanzhang's relentless calls came in. As usual, Yong Yuanzhang cursed him out, and the call ended just as Shi Zmo was about to arrive. As soon as Shi Zmo entered the door, a mobile phone flew at him. This time it was a solid phone, crashing to the ground with a clatter, yet Shi Zmo emerged unscathed, feeling no pain at all, as if it were merely a tickle. Yong Yuanzhang didn't notice anything unusual about him. His mind was filled with the impact of Shi Zmo being missing for 3 days. After venting his frustrations, Yong Yuanzhang calmed down and waved his hand for Shi Zmo to leave. Back home, Shi Zmo had a basic understanding of his situation, increased speed, not only in movement, but also in healing wounds. As for why the phone that had just hit him hadn't hurt, he recalled that a transparent barrier had seemingly formed in front of his chest, emitting a slight coolness all around. It might be a subconscious protective mechanism. Shi Zmo closed his eyes and attempted to concentrate his ability in his palm. After studying for an entire afternoon, he finally succeeded. A small storm gathered in his hand. It seems this is my ability. He attempted to throw the storm to a designated location, but he struggled to control it. Sometimes the surrounding objects were blown away, and at other times things gathered in the storm's center. It looks like I need more practice. This way I can better protect my master. Wan Qiang, wait for me. I will not rest until one of us is dead. Shi Zmo's sharp gaze was fixed on the direction of the secure base, with blades of wind swirling around him, shredding nearby objects to pieces. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, Gao Hui's family could no longer endure it. They were stuck in their large house with their days filled with nothing but eating and sleeping. Gao Hui could still engage in some exercise with Lan Manrou, while the couple Gao Xingye and his wife had long passed their prime, lying in bed merely chatting. Is this Wan Qiang, the reincarnation of a teddy? Gao Hui cursed at the surveillance monitor in front of him. Just then Lan Manrou pushed the door open, and with a loud bang, Gao Hui slammed the tablet down on the table. However, the sound had not been muted in time, and the audio reached Lan Manrou's ears. Lan Manrou's face flushed immediately, and she hurriedly closed the door. What are you watching in broad daylight? Lan Manrou's voice grew softer, and her face turned even redder. Gao Hui quickly picked up the tablet, turned off the surveillance, and walked over to Lan Manrou, wrapping his arms around her. It's all that Wan Qiang's fault. Before Lan Manrou could say anything else, her mouth was sealed by Gao Hui. At noon, Gao Hui was awakened by the sound of his phone. He squinted and opened WeChat, seeing that the group chat had exploded to 99 messages. Time is ripe for the heart's curse. 9402. Damn. This snow just won't stop. It's been falling for 4 days straight. Back when I worked, I could at least rest a bit at night, but now look. 24-hour online responses. Damn. The entire country has lost water and electricity. How can that bastard boss expect us to work 24 hours a day? Why doesn't he just take the stars from the sky? C. Debris 801, who said anything about cold air converging earlier, claiming it would end soon. Where is this ending? After all these days of snowfall, the snow is already as high as a floor. We're about to run out of food at home, and the snow still hasn't stopped. Now we can only turn on the air conditioning for a bit at noon and see what's trending. Gentle little fairy, exactly. Who said that? It's freezing every day. There's only 2 hours of water and electricity supply at noon, and the air conditioning is utterly useless. I'm about to freeze to death. Maodan 9301, not much. 91201, didn't you say it would end soon? What do you have to say now? Not much. 91201. The news says, so why are you ing me? I want to know what's going on too. Now the news is unclear, everyone. Just take care of yourselves. Hi D Sway, Pin 801, is the apocalypse really coming? At that time. Gentle little fairy, no. I'm still so young. I don't want to die. Dear brothers and sisters, do any of you have something to eat? I haven't eaten for a day and a night. As long as you can give me some food, I am willing to do anything. Ping in 2302, anything at all. 91802, gentle little fairy. Gentle little fairy, of course. Brother can play however he wishes as long as you feed me well. You two go chat privately. Don't embarrass us in the group. Ping in 2302911802, gentle little fairy. Huakai Fugue 91002, ping in 2302. Do you really have food? I am no less than the girl from 1802. Ping in 2302. I don't like mature women. 91802, gentle little fairy, I've added you, let's chat privately. Building manager 92002. Everyone please speak civilly. Refuse obscenity, gambling, and drugs. Trust that the country will protect us citizens. Time has matured the heart's spell. 9402. Damn. The higher-ups have long since fled this situation. Who cares about us? I tell you, that guy Gao Hui must have known about this in advance. I went to his convenience store today, and everything was gone. He definitely took everything beforehand. Let's go to his house. He must have food. Memory Melody 91602, really. 2902. Time boils rain, really. Followed by dozens of really. Plus Gao Hui, he opened the tablet, and this Wan Qiang indeed smashed his store last night. When I went in, everything was gone. The expression was simply hilarious. Gao Hui edited the video from last night and posted it in the group. This is simply outrageous. They smashed my store and then falsely accused me. Everything in my store was stolen by Wan Qiang. When I left, the store was still full, and now the shelves are completely empty. The neighbors in the group watched the video and clearly believed Gao Hui's words more. After all, before he left, several neighbors went to buy things and saw that the shelves were full. It's impossible for everything to be taken away. Moreover, this Wan Qiang has a very bad reputation. This kind of thing seems like something she would do. Let them argue. The stone has already been thrown, just waiting for the splash. In the evening, the usually quiet Wan Qiang suddenly sent a voice message in the group. Damn. You two in room 2301, keep it down. It's late at night, stop yelling. The bed is creaking non-stop. It's driving me crazy. If you don't shut up, I'll deal with you. Wan Qiang's words carried weight. Everyone knew he had just come out of prison. Indeed, that Ping and holding the little girl went to the living room, and now Wan Qiang could get a good night's sleep. Attention, strangers approaching the base. Attention, strangers approaching the base. Gao Hui was awakened by the alert from the surveillance. He checked his phone. It was 3 in the morning. He quickly opened the base's surveillance, and Li Shiwei had already been awakened by the alert. Holding the dagger, Gao Hui had given him cautiously looking around. 500 meters north of the base, a motorhome slowly approached the base. Sister Mai, there is a house up ahead. Let's go ask if they can take us in for a night. Okay, be careful when talking to them. If they are unwilling, just ask if we can borrow some fuel. Our motorhome is about to... Alright, Sister Mai, you stay in the car and wait for us. Here are a few of my signed photos. Take them and see if they can be used. Lu Mai watched the assistants leave the motorhome, pulling up the collar of her down jacket. Hoping her popularity, Gao Hui saw that the group didn't seem hostile. They walked to the base door and knocked. Is anyone there? Could you please host us for one night? Hello, who are you? How did you find this place? Gao Hui communicated with them through the intercom at the door. The leading girl spoke up. Hello, we are Lu Mai's assistants. She has been filming here for the past few days, but the heavy snow has halted the shooting, and there is no food left in the crew, so we came to bother you. Ms. Lu Mai, isn't she the national goddess? 3-time award winner, even won the Oscar. Not only is her acting great, but her singing is also exceptional. She is friendly, has been in the industry for 15 years without scandals, and has established a charity foundation donating hundreds of millions every year. Gao Hui originally planned not to allow anyone to stay in the base except for Li Shuwei, but now he hesitated. Lu Mai has a great reputation, and she looks quite pleasant. However, he was unsure about her assistance. Although Gao Hui searched Lu Mai's schedule, and it turned out she had indeed been filming nearby, what the assistant said was indeed true, but, "Sir, may I ask if my proposal is acceptable? If not, we can negotiate further." Deng Xiaoyan rubbed her hands, feeling like she would freeze into an ice block if she stayed any longer. Gao Hui hesitated for a moment and made up his mind. "You can come in, but you must agree to one of my requests." Deng Xiaoyan felt a sense of opportunity, excitedly approaching the base's main gate. "What are your requirements? Just say them, and as long as we can do it." Gao Hui flashed a wicked smile. "Once you enter, no one is allowed to leave the base without my permission, and you can only move in the rooms I provide." This requirement put Deng Xiaoyan in a dilemma. Wouldn't that mean they couldn't leave after entering? Although she had these bodyguards by her side, this place was unfamiliar. What if this person had ill intentions? "I will give you 5 seconds to consider. Once the time is up, there will be no further discussion." 5, 4, 3. As the countdown echoed, Deng Xiaoyan's actions grew increasingly frantic, her expression becoming more serious. It was evident that her mind was racing. 2. "I agree." Deng Xiaoyan finally compromised. "We agree, but we need to go pick up Sister Miying." "No problem. When you return, the gate will be open for you." Deng Xiaoyan snorted and left with her bodyguards. "Dawei, you won't believe it. Lu Miying actually wants to move in." "Who?" "Lu Miying. That super diva. I really like her. They'll be here soon. They'll let them stay in the first floor I set up. Other rooms are locked. Keep an eye on them these days. If anything seems off, eliminate them without mercy. Kill them. If it weren't for Lu Miying's good reputation and her frequent charitable acts, I would never let them in. Fortunately, it's still the early days of the apocalypse and humanity hasn't turned too evil, yet taking them in is acceptable. If they entertain any wicked thoughts, even Lu Miying will surely die. Those men will be sent to farm tomorrow. The field over there has had no laborers. As for the 2 women, make sure to find them some work. I won't keep idle people. Alright, I'll keep an eye on it. Dawei, don't be fooled by Lu Miying's appearance. Stay alert and watch them closely, or you might lose your head. Wheezy, don't worry. You know me well. I only love money, not beauties." Inside the RV, Deng Xiaoyan sat down with a serious expression, unsure of how to start the conversation. "What's wrong? Is she unwilling?" Lu Miying glanced down. "It's understandable if she is unwilling. Would they lend us gasoline?" "Sister Miying, they are willing to let us stay, but..." "Really?" Lu Miying's beautiful eyes widened, and she excitedly grabbed Deng Xiaoyan's arm. "But what? Is it too expensive? Or something else?" "He said that once we move in, we can't come out again. I agreed to this condition." "What? How can that be? I have several scenes to shoot tomorrow." Lu Miying paused here. Shooting. Filming had been halted since yesterday. The cameras had frozen and couldn't be turned on. The RV fell into silence. After a few minutes, Lu Miying spoke up. "Let's go. Sister Miying, are you willing? There can't be a worse situation than this. Let's go in first and talk later." "Sister Miying, don't worry. The few of us are not to be trifled with. If that person dares to harm you, he would have to step over our corpses." "Exactly." Several bodyguards were resolute in their determination. "It shouldn't come to that, since he's willing to let us in. He's not a bad person. Let's hurry. What if he changes his mind?" The driver arrived at the base's entrance, and the gates slowly opened. Li Shuwei stood at the entrance expressionless. After Deng Xiaoyan got out of the car, Lu Miying supported her hand as she exited. Li Zuwei's expression shifted slightly, but he still feigned calmness. As expected of a big star, she looked even better in person than on television, and she was particularly slim, making it feel as if she could be pushed over with a gentle nudge. "You will stay in this building. Choose any room on the first floor. You can only move on the first floor. Do not go up to other floors. Even if you do, you won't be able to enter. I advise you not to waste your time trying." After a few nodded, they walked into the building. As the door opened, a wave of warm air hit Lu Miying, making her shiver. The building was brightly lit, and although it had no decorations, the inexplicable sense of safety made Lu Miying feel at ease. She turned back to thank Li Shuwei. This was the first time since the apocalypse that she felt such warmth. Initially, they were supposed to stay here for 10 days, so everyone had been living in tents or RVs. However, nearly a week of heavy snow had left them freezing, and today they had completely run out of supplies. This plateau was too vast. On the 3rd day of the heavy snow, they had lost contact with the film crew. They had no choice but to seek help, and fortunately they found this base. "Tomorrow morning at 5 you men will come with me. We don't keep idle people here. Everything, food, clothing, shelter, must be earned through labor." Li Shuwei looked at the 2 women, Deng Xiaoyan and Lu Miying. "You are no exception. What can you do?" "Deng Xiaoyan, Sister Miying, and I can cook." Li Shuwei nodded. "You 2 can help clean the base and cook, but you cannot enter any other buildings to clean. You can only tidy up the outside." Li Shuwei wasn't worried about them going into other buildings as they were all locked. They couldn't break in if they tried to pick the locks. High voltage electricity awaited them. "Alright, you all should get some rest. There are bathrooms inside. You can freshen up a bit." After Li Shuwei finished speaking, he turned and left. The driver parked the RV at a spot that wouldn't cause any trouble and then came inside. The warmth inside almost made him lose control of his bladder. Sister Me Ing, you choose first. It's fine, you all choose. I can stay in any room. Moreover, the rooms here seem to look similar. It doesn't matter where I stay. The few men didn't hesitate and chose a few rooms near the door. Sister Me Ing, you stay inside. We'll stay at the entrance, so if anything happens we can react quickly. Alright. You all rest quickly. Yenner, come stay with me. Deng Xiaoyan nodded and chose a room slightly closer to the middle with Lu Miying. When they opened the door it revealed only simple furniture. Sister Miying, go take a shower first. Luckily we brought, after a simple wash, Lu Miying and the others went to bed. This was the first comfortable sleep they had since the apocalypse, and everything was under Gao Hui's control. It seemed that the few of them would not make any moves tonight. Gao Hui yawned and stretched. Is it already past 4 o'clock? Time flies so fast. Gao Hui walked to the bedside in the dark, lay down, and fell into a deep sleep. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Li Shuwei arrived punctually at the building where Lu Miying was staying. The few of them had barely fallen asleep when they were woken up by the noise. Li Shuwei led a few men toward the farm. Your task from now on will be here. You have a month to plant crops in this farm. By the way, do any of you have experience? The leading bodyguard replied, my family grows crops. Ooh, I can teach them. That's good. There are seeds for grains, radishes, sweet potatoes, spinach, and more. Plant some of each, you can figure it out. Li Shuwei, not well versed in planting, simply assigned the tasks. Here are some bread, biscuits, and water. Eat before you start working. We'll provide food for today, but afterwards you will need to rely on labor to earn it. Today you must at least plow 1/10 of the land. As long as you complete today's task, we will provide you with food for tomorrow night. After saying this, he left, locking the farm gate. The farm area was vast, and the tasks Li Shuwei assigned were not too heavy. With a day's time, as long as they didn't slack off, they could definitely complete them. He would unlock the gate later, and the farm also had restrooms, so they wouldn't be left in dire situations. As the few entered the farmland, they were stunned. Outside, snow was flying everywhere, yet here it felt like spring. Such a vast expanse of land was all at a constant temperature. Before the few could react, Li Shuwei had already assigned tasks. Upon receiving the food from Li Shuwei, the few devoured it hungrily, never expecting bread to taste so delicious. They were quite loyal to Lu Miying, even saving 2 loaves of bread and some water. After eating and drinking enough, the few began to plow diligently according to Li Shuwei's instructions. Lu Miying and her companion volunteered to join in the farming, and with 8 people their efficiency was high. They finished by 3 in the afternoon. Li Shuwei nodded in satisfaction, giving them a bag of food. The group decided not to eat that night, enduring hunger before simply washing up and going to bed. Gao Hui was very pleased with their performance. It was time to implement his own plan. As the next month approached, it was time to give something to earn some skill points. He first gave Lan Manrou a 2L bottle of water, but he couldn't think of anything else to gift. The family discussed and finally decided on the gifts. They would give Gao Xingye a pound of beef, a clean chicken, a bag of rice, and the 30,000 fishing rods he had longed for, which Gao Hui had previously spotted and bought with extra money. For the fishing rods, Gao Hui chose the quality return option, and the system returned to him an automatic baiting rod that was infallible. As long as this rod was placed in water with fish, the fish would automatically hook themselves, and no matter how strong the fish was, the user could easily reel it in. Gao Xingye was simply enamored with the returned fishing rod, nearly drooling. The 30,000 fishing rods suddenly seemed unappealing. The gifts for Kuyu were all medical supplies, including cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, fever reducers, and painkillers. As for Lan Manrou, he only gifted her a long knife. For some reason, Gao Hui felt that his wife and the long knife matched perfectly, and Lan Manrou indeed knew how to use a long knife. The system returned a 7 absolute knife, said to be deadly if it struck an enemy 7 times. The blade was infused with 7 deadly poisons, causing those poisoned to feel as if their insides were being roasted on fire, then frozen, ultimately leaving them as if struck by lightning. The blade was entirely black-purple, with only a hint of green on the hilt, made from special materials that wouldn't stain with blood. Even if submerged in blood for hundreds of years, it would remain as pristine as ever. Similar to Gao Xingye, Lan Manrou cherished the 7 absolute knife as a treasure, unable to tear her eyes. With a sudden 12 skill points, Gao Hui decisively exchanged them for a high-grade detector in the shop, and then pulled Lan Manrou towards the bedroom. Lan Manrou thought Gao Hui was going to explore the meaning of life with her again, quickly hugging the knife to her chest. Upon seeing her reaction, Gao Hui realized he needed to exercise some restraint recently. Wife, sit here, and don't move. I need to conduct an experiment. Gao Hui pressed Lan Manrou down onto the bed to sit. Lan Manrou looked straight at Gao Hui, choosing to trust him unconditionally, closing her eyes and waiting motionless. Gao Hui summoned the high-grade detector from the system. Xiao Qi used the high-grade detector to check Lan Manrou's ding. Detection complete. Lan Manrou has 3 potential abilities: lightning attribute, fire attribute, and wind attribute. 3. She actually has 3. Gao Hui remembered the system saying that a person could have a maximum of 3 abilities. He didn't expect his wife to be at the extreme limit. What 3 abilities? Lan Manrou saw her husband staring at a spot, mumbling 3 abilities, looking quite excited. Wife, you can awaken 3, including lightning, fire, and wind attributes. Do you have a preference for which one to awaken first? I can awaken abilities. Just like you. Exactly. And it's 3. But I only have 2 skill points left, so I can only exchange for 2 at most. You can keep 1 for yourself. Can you explain these 3 attributes to me? I don't understand them. Gao Hui explained what he learned from Shaoqi to Lan Manrou, who listened in confusion. Fire and ice, and there's attribute restraint. Sounds so chaotic. Wife, you don't often play games, so you might not adapt well. For your 3 attributes, I think you can skip learning the fire attribute since I already have it. You can choose one between the wind and lightning attributes. You already have the fire attribute. When did that happen? I have no idea. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. At the time of awakening, you all were asleep, so I didn't wake you. Later I got busy stockpiling and forgot. Husband, you must tell me immediately next time something like this happens. I don't want to always be the last to know. After saying this, Lan Manrou pouted, clearly unhappy. I'm sorry. Next time I will tell you right away, even if you are asleep, I'll wake you up to tell you. Lan Manrou couldn't help but laugh at Gao Hui's words. Alright, let me think. I'll choose the lightning attribute. Oh, why? Just a gut feeling. I feel that lightning is more powerful. Great. Let me check the system. Gao Hui opened the system and found that there was only an activation capsule for the corresponding attribute, unlike when he could choose skills. Shaoqi, why is there only an activation capsule? Isn't there supposed to be a skill selection? Ordinary people will awaken different abilities based on their characteristics after consuming the corresponding attribute activation capsule, but you, the host, are an exception. You can choose to learn any ability that exists in the world. I understand now. Manrou, you might experience some physical abnormalities after consuming it. Are you okay with that? Lan Manrou firmly nodded and swallowed the capsule without hesitation. Gao Hui opened the system only to find that the corresponding skill name and description appeared as soon as she swallowed. Wind attribute none. Fire attribute none. Water attribute none. Ice attribute none. Lightning attribute thunder shadow. Wood attribute none. Earth attribute none. Other attributes none. Thunder shadow enchants the weapon, causing enemies hit to feel as if struck by lightning, reducing their speed by 68 while increasing the user's speed by 80. Gao Hui closed the system, just about to share this information with Lan Manrou when he saw her brow furrowed, hands clutching her stomach, her expression increasingly contorted, lying on the bed, curled up, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Manrou! Gao Hui called out several times, but Lan Manrou did not respond. Shaoqi, what's going on? Host, don't worry, this is a normal phenomenon. Ordinary people experience this on their first awakening. Lan Manrou's complexion grew increasingly pale, and she suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood, her hands that were tightly clutching her stomach gradually loosening. Seeing this, Gao Hui lay by the bed, shaking Lan Manrou and repeatedly calling her name, anxiously checking her pulse at her neck. He couldn't tell whether it was his technique or something else, but he couldn't find a heartbeat. Gao Hui panicked, shouting, Shaoqi, what's going on? The system remained silent, making Gao Hui feel a buzzing in his head, his hands trembling, unsure of what to do. Gao Hui stumbled to his parents' door. Mom, quick, please check what's wrong with Manrou. Kuyu hurriedly put on slippers and opened the door. What's wrong with Manrou? Gao Hui explained the situation to Kuyu, his words tumbling in a panic, but fortunately Kuyu understood. She rushed to Lan Manrou's bedside, and Gao Hui hurriedly took out a stethoscope, a blood pressure monitor, and even a respirator, along with a set of surgical tools. That's enough. There's no more room in here. Gao Hui stopped his actions. Mom, how is she? Is she still alive? Manrou. Kuyu's pause left Gao Hui feeling extremely uneasy, causing his legs to buckle and drop him to the ground as he slapped himself several times. Kuyu had just been checking Lan Manrou's blood pressure, which was why she had not continued speaking. Gao Hui felt a weight lift from his heart. Mom, you scare me to death. It should be the effect of the capsule. Right now Manrou's heartbeat is relatively fast, and her temperature is slightly high. You should go sleep with your dad. He'll keep an eye on her. I can't rest easy, you'll stay here. You don't know how to treat her, so staying here is pointless. Trust me, go sleep with your old man. Gao Hui felt his mom had a point, so he reluctantly walked towards his parents' bedroom. Is Manrou all right? Gao Hui's earlier anxious demeanor startled Gao Xingya. Mom is watching over her. It's all my fault. This damn system is completely unreliable. Detection of hosts cursing of the system, hereby warning. Another occurrence will result in a 1-year service suspension. How dare you warn me? What happened with the capsule? Why did Lan Manrou react so strongly? This is all a normal phenomenon. The activation of special abilities is inherently a process of cellular restructuring during which fever and respiratory pauses may occur. Then why was I fine last time? With this system in place, of course, it wouldn't allow the host to suffer that much. Is there any tool that can alleviate pain for others during activation? Currently the system's level is too low. The store does not have permission to sell revival pills. If I had revival pills, wouldn't it be fine? Exactly. Taking revival pills will result in no pain during potential activation. The sensation will be roughly like a mosquito bite. That's more like it. What level are they sold at? Level 2, 3 skill points can upgrade the system to level 2. Skill points. Everything requires skill points. Gao Hui scratched his head in frustration. By the way, a reminder to the host, ordinary people can only upgrade their abilities after activation through repeated use or by absorbing others' crystal cores. Crystal cores from others. What does that mean? Aren't those only found in zombie literature? When a special ability user dies, the abilities within their body condense into a crystal core at the chest resembling crystal. Users with the same attribute can absorb the core's energy to upgrade, and the host can choose to absorb either the core or skill points for enhancement. It seems that ordinary ability users can only rapidly upgrade through continuous killing. Can they not learn other? The host can upgrade the system. At level 3, the store has marrow cleansing pills that can enhance the user's attributes. Once the attributes meet the requirements, more advanced skills can be learned. Son, what are you thinking? What's wrong with the system? Gao Hui stared blankly at a spot, frowning and laughing to himself, while Gao Xingye called out for him, but received no response. Oh, it's nothing. Just that the system froze for a moment, and I panicked. Gao Xingye interrupted Gao Hui's thoughts. Since upgrading the system was not feasible for now, it was better not to think about it. Oh, Gao Xingye nodded. Mom is there watching over Manrou. Don't worry. Hurry up and sleep. Maybe Manrou will wake up tomorrow. For 3 consecutive days, Lan Manrou lay motionless in bed, while the fluffy ball obediently lay by her side, its big eyes staring at her with concern. To maintain her vital signs, Qiu administered 3 bottles of glucose each day. At night, a purple light illuminated the entire room, and Lan Manrou slowly opened her eyes. A purple glow at the corners of her eyes, her pupils transformed into a dark purple shade, with what seemed like lightning flickering within, returning to normal a few seconds later. Qiu was awakened by this unusual light. Manrou, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Lan Manrou's lightning glow not only woke Qiu, but also startled Gao Hui and his father awake. Gao Hui stumbled over to Lan Manrou's side and tightly embraced her. Great. You finally woke up. How are you? Any abnormalities? Have I been asleep for a few days? Lan Manrou recalled eating the capsule during the day. How had it suddenly turned to night? You've been asleep for 3 to 4 days. That long? Lan Manrou looked at herself, stretching her hands and feet, feeling no abnormalities, just an overwhelming surge of energy. Try to gather energy in your palm like I do. Gao Hui opened his palm, a flame dancing within. Lan Manrou, unable to contain her surprise, closed her eyes to try to gather energy in her palm. Gao Xingye and his wife were surprisingly unfazed by this scene, merely widening their eyes slightly, as if they were accustomed to it. Lan Manrou's talent was excellent. Before long, she successfully gathered lightning in her palm, the crackling sound raising goosebumps on her skin. I did it! Lan Manrou exclaimed excitedly, looking at the lightning in her palm. Awesome! Hey, Manrou, are you hungry? You haven't eaten for a few days. Do you want to eat something? Upon hearing this, Lan Manrou indeed felt a bit hungry, her stomach growling. Wait a moment, Dad will heat up the food for you. Gao Xingye was busy in the kitchen, while Qiu went to help. Gao Hui told Lan Manrou about the skills and attributes, feeling extremely grateful that his wife made it through. Otherwise, he would have wanted to follow her directly. Qiu finally got to return to his room to rest. It seemed that Lan Manrou, having awakened her abilities, was in high spirits, and she actively challenged him to a spar for 4 to 5 hours. Gao Hui begged for mercy for the first time before she finally let him go. It seemed he really needed to improve his stamina, otherwise he couldn't even satisfy his wife. For the first time, Gao Hui fell into a deep sleep. At night, Wan Qiang stared intently at the 33rd floor across from him. You really came back. The lightning, when Lan Manrou awakened, had caught Wan Qiang's attention. He had already put away his telescope, but the sudden flash of lightning drew his gaze. Wan Qiang kept staring for several hours, but ever since that flash of light, there had been no more movement in that apartment, and now he could see nothing. Damn it, nothing is happening. This kid is clever. He's led us in circles. Due to the power and water outage, electricity is only provided from 1200 to 1400, so Wan Qiang could only inform the men in black the next day. 2 days later, Gao Hui was sleeping soundly when a phone call woke him up. He groggily answered the phone. You finally picked up the damn phone. When are you coming home? The things in the store were moved by you, right? You even let Wang Jingmei take the blame. That's quite ruthless. Gao Hui glanced at his phone, and it turned out to be Yin Kailiang's call. Why was he suddenly saying this? Why did he think I was back? Bro, how could that be? I can't fly, how could I come back? I'm still stuck on the plateau. Stop trying to fool me. Hello. What did you say? Hello. Hello. I can't hear you. Hello. Gao Hui abruptly hung up the phone with a snap and immediately switched to airplane mode. Why did he think I was back? Gao Hui pulled out his tablet and started looking for the reason from Yin Kailiang. He quickly rewound the surveillance footage. How did this Yin Kailiang end up next door? And this? He zoomed in on the screen and was shocked to find several corpses hanging outside. A gust of wind made them jingle, resembling a human wind chime. I didn't expect them to start killing so soon. Gao Hui shook his head and continued searching. Who called him? Mentioned Wan Qiang. Could it be the men in black? But how did Wan Qiang know I was back? Gao Hui couldn't delve deeper. His mind was solely focused on how Wan Qiang does. Gao Hui propped his chin up with his right hand, his brows furrowed tightly, and suddenly thought of something: the lightning from last night. This was the only reason that could explain it. Last night, he noticed a crack in the window. It must have allowed the light to escape. That kid. He even spotted such a thin beam of light. Gao Hui opened the surveillance from the neighboring building, and sure enough, Wan Qiang had set up his telescope again. Well, I didn't look for you, yet you came to provoke me. Good. Just wait. We'll take our time playing. Gao Hui was unaware that at the moment Lan Manrou awakened Wan Qiang and Li Man were at the window, and a beam of light had caught his attention. During the 3 days Lan Manrou was in a coma, all of Gao Hui's thoughts were on her, and he did not notice that the situation in Building 9 had drastically changed. Since the day Lan Manrou awakened her powers, some people in the group started selling food at high prices, while some girls had already resorted to trading their bodies for supplies. Room 2302's peace transformed the otaku into a life winner. On the day before Gao Hui's convenience store closed, he just bought 10 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of compressed biscuits, and dozens of cans. Now he was enjoying life at home, feeling like a modern emperor. Room 2301 in Kaliang's home. Damn it. It's been snowing for a week. I can't take it anymore. Brothers, follow me. The heavy snow has locked down the city. The law means nothing. Let's take this building together. We can eat together and have fun with women. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. Not sure if it's hunger or lust with nowhere to release it, Yin Saoyang with bloodshot eyes picked up the gun from the nightstand. Let them know who's in charge of Building 9 with Wang Jingmei's blood. Room 501. Wang Jingmei was wrapped in several layers of thick burlap sacks. She tilted her head and stuffed the remnants of instant noodles into her mouth, cursing. That scoundrel Gao Hui has cleaned the store out completely. Daring to make me take the blame. You heartless bastard. You were born without a backside. Damn it. As she cursed Gao Hui, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang, and Yin Kaoyang rushed in with a few men. Pa, what is that smell? Ugh. One of the younger men couldn't hold it in and began to vomit. Yin Kaoyang aimed his gun at Wang Jingmei and said, hand over the stuff from the convenience store, and I might let you live a bit longer. Wang Jingmei looked at the dark muzzle of the gun without fear and replied, that scoundrel Gao Hui cleared everything out before his trip. I haven't taken anything. If you don't believe me, search for yourselves. After saying that, she sat cross-legged on the ground and tugged at the burlap sacks around her. Yin Kaoyang exchanged glances with his men, and a few minutes later they returned to him, shaking their heads in disappointment. Could it be that this old hag is telling the truth? Previously this kid wanted to buy a gun, and now everything has disappeared. What is going on here? No time to think too much, I'm starving. The priority is to fill my stomach. Where is the food? Hand it over quick. I have no food here. Or do you want these? Wang Jingmei opened a bag she usually used for garbage, and a foul odor wafted out. Inside were a few moldy apples, a single bite of bread, and murky mineral water. Damn you. Are you tired of living? Yin Kaoyang was furious and kicked Wang Jingmei in the stomach. Surprisingly, Wang Jingmei grabbed his thigh and bit down. Damn. Let go, you old hag. Yin Kaoyang felt pain and struggled, but he couldn't shake her off. He pulled out a fruit knife from his pocket and stabbed it toward Wang Jingmei's chest. Yin Kaoyang could have solved her with the gun directly, but he had limited bullets, and it wasn't worth wasting one on this person. After several stabs, blood splattered on Yin Kaliang's face. Wang Jingmei still bit down fiercely, only releasing her grip when she had bitten off a piece of flesh, chewing it while cackling maniacally. Her face, covered in blood, made her expression look extremely sinister, and her bulging eyes were terrifying. Damn, is this person like a cockroach? So resilient to life. Yin Kaoyang waved his hand, and several men with bats and axes rushed toward Wang Jingmei. The gruesome sounds were chilling, and until her last breath Wang Jingmei continued to laugh maniacally, blood gushing from her mouth as she uttered, Nanjane, I am coming to join you. Boss, this dead old woman finally breathed her last. Wang Jingmei was chopped beyond recognition, her brains mixed with blood pooling on the ground. Boss, she has nothing. What should we do? Should we find the next house? There's no reason to go back empty-handed. Who said there's no food here? Yin Kaoyang looked at Wang Jingmei's corpse. His subordinates immediately understood Yin Kaliang's intention. But she's so filthy. Are you stupid? Go outside and get some snow, burn her furniture, then clean her with snow water before we kill her. Boss, is there any problem with the snow? Yin Kaoyang looked outside. Jia Zheng had a point. He glanced around and added, this dead old hag is quite twisted, raising rats at home. Feed a bit of snow to it and see if this creature changes. Yes. Jia Zheng was extremely quick and soon returned with a basin of snow. He roughly pressed the rat into the snow, forcing it to take a few bites. Then with a flick of his hand he tossed it, and it crashed into the iron wire tied to the cage, its belly immediately oozing blood. It first thrashed around in the cage in pain, but then curled up in its den, no longer moving. Jia Zheng, you stay here. The rest of you brothers follow me. Yin Kaoyang took his men through all the units below the 5th floor, eliminating everyone except the women. This hall was quite fruitful, and this group of food would last them for more than half a month. Some brothers were escorting women, while others were carrying corpses and holding the food they had collected, all heading toward 2301. When Yin Kaoyang arrived in the room, he lifted his pants, which had long stuck to his leg. Gritting his teeth, he yanked the pant leg down to his knee, tearing off another layer of skin from the wound that was already missing a chunk of flesh. Damn, this dead old woman is ruthless. Jia Zheng also came up from downstairs saying, Boss, I observed that the rat showed no reaction and is still alive. The snow should be fine. Alright, you take a few brothers and clean Wang Jingmei up. The rest of this can be stored outside the window as refrigeration. Yin Kaoyang looked outside. It would be a shame to waste this natural freezer. Use the furniture from the lower floors for firewood. Yitsung, go dig some snow. I needed to clean my wound. Boss, we found quite a bit of mineral water. Why not just use that? I'm afraid the snow water isn't clean. We should save the water for drinking. That beast ate the snow with no reaction. Washing the wound should be fine. Go. Yuhanjia, you take the remaining brothers and clean out the neighboring unit. I will not allow anyone to be a local tyrant. Kill the man and keep all the women in that room. The subordinates acted quickly upon receiving the order. Thankfully, there were medicines in the places they had just raided, otherwise Yin Kaoyang might have died from the wound's infection. In 2 minutes the battle was resolved. Yuhanjia entered and took advantage of Pingon not reacting yet to remove his head. The women on the bed screamed, not caring about the cold air or the splattered blood, kneeling in the corner to plead for mercy. Yuhanjia waved his hand, and his brothers each carried a woman to various places. He tossed Pingan's head out the window, hanging the corpse outside. Before leaving, he turned back and said, remember to come back when you're done. The women will be kept here as the boss instructed. No one paid attention to respond to him. Everyone in the room was busy. Yuhanjia returned to 2301 to report the results of the cleanup, and Yi Tsong had already helped Yin Kaoyang bandage his wound. When the group returned to 2301, Jia Zheng had already stewed some meat. Everyone had a rare hearty meal, but the WeChat group exploded. Yijian Pei Qianshan 9602, someone was killed. I just went downstairs and saw blood everywhere. It was completely cleaned out inside. Hate Fingpian 801, what? Who did it? Could it be? Yijian Pei Qianshan 9602, it's the person you think it is. What should we do? I feel like I'm next. I don't want to die. Luzhong 92002, everyone don't be afraid. We are in a society governed by law. As long as we unite, we can definitely overcome evil forces. Luzhong 92002. If everyone trusts me, we can pool the food together, and we can share it evenly, so that everyone can survive longer. Wudong 2602, are you joking? Pool it together. Do you think we are fools? If we give you everything, 2902 Shijian Zhuyu, I agree with the building manager. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Manager, remember to send me a copy of the statistics. Life, no. This is off topic. We're talking about murder here. While you're busy arguing about these trivial matters, that person will take care of you one by one. Floor leader 92002, we must unite. Otherwise we will all be like fish on the Yin Kaoyang watched as people in the group bounced around, snorted coldly, pulled out the gun from his waist, placed it on the table, and sent a photo into the group. Strength is the hard truth. 2301 official notice. This building is now under my control. You will provide food daily per head, or be prepared to become my meal. Strength is the ultimate truth. By the way, women can exchange their bodies for food, but if they are too ugly, they shouldn't even think about it. After Yin Kaoyang sent 2 messages, the entire group fell into silence. He put down his phone, feeling dizzy. Jia Zheng, starting tomorrow you will go door to door to collect supplies. If they don't hand them over, chop off their arms and legs. You can use women in exchange for supplies, but if they are too ugly, that's not possible. You can handle the specifics. After finishing, Yin Kaoyang swayed as he walked into the bedroom. Boss, are you okay? I'm fine. By the way, don't go to the 33rd floor for now. Although no one is there, we can't be sure he hasn't set any traps. After all, he bought quite a few weapons for safety. Sake, let's skip his house for now. Jia Zheng helped Yin Kaoyang back to the bedroom. Yin Kaoyang lay on the bed, and despite the -15 weather, he felt hot, emanating heat as beads of sweat covered his body. The next morning, Jia Zheng called out for a long time, but couldn't wake Yin Kaoyang. Honey, come here quickly. What's wrong with the boss? He's burning up. The sheets are soaked. Yu Hongi checked Yin Kaoyang's pulse. He has a slight fever, and his heart rate is a bit fast. It might be an infection at the wound. Just give him some medicine. We'll keep an eye on him. You go get the supplies. Jia Zheng nodded and set off with his brothers. The first few floors went smoothly, and they honestly handed over the food. When they reached 1001, they shouted, open the door. If you don't open it, we'll break it down. A man opened the door, shaking as he held out half a bag of biscuits. Big brother, I really have no food left. Please have mercy and let me go. Yu Yan pleaded as he knelt down, continuously begging. Half a bag of biscuits isn't enough for one person. Considering how you're begging me, I'll just chop off one of your fingers. Jia Zheng waved his hand, and a brother stepped forward to seize Yu Yan. No, please, I really have no food left. Just spare me this once. I promise to bring more tomorrow. Please let me go. Yu Yan cried, tears and snot streaming down his face, terrified to the point of wetting his pants. Ow! Jia Zheng swiftly sliced off Yu Yan's pinky and ring finger on his left hand. Yu Yan clutched his hand, sweating in pain. Why? I even knelt down to beg you. Why won't you let me go? Yu Yan picked up an ashtray from the coffee table and threw it at Jia Zheng's head. Jia Zheng gripped his knife, swinging it horizontally, instantly cutting Yu Yan's throat, blood splattering all over Jia Zheng's face. Ha! Blood splattered into Jia Zheng's mouth. He picked up a cloth from the coffee table to wipe his face clean before kicking Yu Yan fiercely. Yu Yan fell to the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes fixed on Jia Zheng. What bad luck. Jia Zheng exchanged glances with his brothers, and they began rummaging through drawers. In the kitchen, a younger brother opened the fridge, which was packed to the brim. Brother Jia, there's supplies here. A few people gathered around the fridge to gather supplies. Before leaving, Jia Zheng spat on you, Yin, one last time. Stop pretending with me. Are you tired of living? When they arrived at the 17th floor, the door to 1701 was already open. A man with beady eyes was rubbing his hands at the door. Brother, I've already cleaned my wife for you. You can take her whenever you want. Looking at the woman before him with her fair skin, big sparkling eyes, and ample bosom, Jia Zheng remarked, not bad. Since your wife looks good, I'll let you off for 2 days of supplies. Thank you, brother. You all will enjoy her, she can definitely serve you well. Li Dagon, you beast. To feed yourself you would sell me out. Alright, fine. I won't let you have your way. Meng Yiqing pulled out a fruit knife hidden in her hand and decisively cut her own throat. Now that she's gone, you'll just have to hand over supplies. Jia Zheng shrugged, smiling at Li Dagon. Li Dagon was instantly terrified, dropping to his knees. Brother, I can give you the person, but her death is none of my business. Did you hand her over to me? Did you see it? No. Several brothers were. Li Dagon was at a loss, panicking for a moment. If he had food, why would he be willing to give up his wife? Alright. Since you seem sincere, I only want one of your hands. Brothers, go. Before Li Dagon could say anything, several people skillfully pinned him down, swiftly chopping off his left hand. Li Dagon screamed in pain before passing out. After Jia Zheng and the others swept through, they found there was indeed nothing left, and left with their people. One younger brother, moving slowly, didn't want to leave, and Jia Zheng immediately saw what he was up to. Once we're done, head straight home. Jia Zheng tossed out a remark and walked away. The younger brother nodded excitedly. He turned back to look at the recently deceased Meng Yiqing, salivating with a lewd smile as he approached her feet. At 3 p.m., Jia Zheng finally completed the task, bringing back not only some supplies, but also 3 hands, 5 arms, and 7 legs. Jia Zheng entered the room and looked around. Has that guy not returned yet? It's normal for him to take a little longer after holding it for so long. A younger brother who had a good relationship with him speculated. He's really something, turning down so many living people for that dead one. What can we do? That woman is beautiful. None of us can compare. Jia Zheng thought about it. Indeed, that was the case. But having something is better than having nothing. At least he didn't have to solve it with his hands. However, it was too cold today. He had trouble getting up several times. Yu Hongyi walked out of the bedroom, and Jia Zheng hurried over. How's the boss? He's fine. His condition has stabilized. He should wake up in a couple of days. The boss has always been in good health. Why is it so serious this time? This terrible weather combined with the infection at the wound. Luckily it's the boss. If it were you or me, we might have lost our lives. Jia Zheng looked toward the bedroom, deeply worried about the boss' condition. Yu Hongyi walked up to Jia Zheng and patted his shoulder. Don't worry. The boss has weathered many storms. He won't fall here. How was today's haul? Jia Zheng perked up. With the boss in a coma, it was up to him and Hongyi to hold the fort. He must complete the boss task. After a day of looting, there wasn't a single message in the group, but a new group, quiet. Hello everyone, I'm Wan Qiang from 2002. Today Yin Kaiyang and his gang burned, killed, and looted us. If we don't unite, we will truly be waiting for death. I only managed to escape with food today, but my family really has no food left. I haven't eaten for a day. Me too. The family next door didn't hand over supplies, and the whole family was killed. I'm so scared. Who can save me? I won't have anything to hand over tomorrow. No worries. If you have nothing, at least you won't have hands. A person can still last 4 days. Li Dagon lost a hand and wishes everyone else would be the same. After sending a voice message, he took a photo of his wound and posted it in the group. Oh, floor leader. What should we do? They have guns. We can't just go in head first. If only Gao Hui hadn't gone on vacation. His wife is a police officer. She could definitely handle this situation. What's the use of saying this now? I have a plan that might help us get out of our current situation. His manager, do you have any good ideas? Zhilua Brother Yang from Building 13 Odor 1 is a veteran. He is confident he can kill that group of people, but he needs everyone's cooperation. Zhilua, I still have some firecrackers from the new year at home. Brother Yang can turn them into small bombs. If everyone has firecrackers, we can take them to Brother Yang's house together. Ming, I can kill them, but someone must provide a place to stay. The bomb will definitely destroy my house. Wudong, you won't blow up the building, right? Ming, the bomb modified from firecrackers doesn't have that much power. It will only blast the wall. Wudong, just blasting the wall doesn't mean you need to change places to live. Ming, my door will definitely be blown to pieces. In this cold weather, leaving the door open will freeze us to death. Hiss, Brother Yang, as long as you can kill them all, I can let you stay in my house. Zhilua, my house can also accommodate you, but I really have no food left. Ming, if I succeed, you all go and rob their supplies. This small task can surely be done. The chat group fell silent in an instant. Zhilua, neighbor's Brother Yang has sacrificed so much. If we can't even do this small thing, what are we talking about resisting? Should we just wait for them to come and cut off our hands and feet? Wudong, as long as Brother Yang succeeds, I'm all in. Yijian, put Qianshan me too. Underwater fragment, I can too. As expected of the manager, just a few words stirred the emotions of the neighbors. A group secretly arranged all night, and the next day Jia Zheng came to collect supplies as usual. Jia Zheng arrived at the door of 1301 with his brothers, only to find the door already opened. Where are the people? Sorry, I've hurt my back and can't move. Please come in and get today's supplies from the bedroom. Jia Zheng sneered and gave a look to his subordinate. A skinny man was thrown into the living room. You go in and get it. The man trembled as he walked forward, and upon reaching the back of the bedroom, he was pulled back by Yang Qi. Brother, the stuff is too heavy, this person can't carry it. Can we send in another? Yang Qi had a bad feeling. Why didn't these people dare to come in? Could it be? Oh, okay, you go. Jia Zheng pointed to a man. It was Li Dagong, who had lost his hand yesterday. Brother, I dare not go in. Jia Zheng drew a gun and pressed it against his head. They'll say it one last time, you go in. Li Dagong ran into the bedroom in a panic. Yang Qi saw him close his eyes and sighed. He took out his phone and sent a message in the group, there's a mole. He rushed out. He threw a homemade bomb toward the door, then rolled behind the sofa. Jia Zheng yelled, scatter. A few brothers reacted too slowly and were directly blown apart. Damn it, seeking death. Jia Zheng aimed at the sofa and fired several shots, but missed Yang Qi. Yang Qi seized the opportunity and shot at the few injured people. Every shot hit the head with perfect accuracy. After killing 5 people, he had only 1 bullet left. Just as Yang Qi hesitated, Li Dagong suddenly shouted, he only has 1 bullet left. You all hurry and kill him. With a gunshot, Li Dagong fell to the ground with a blood hole in his head, and the skinny man next to him fainted from fear. Yang Qi glanced at the remote control in his hand, making up his mind. Jia Zheng heard Li Dagong's words, and the gunshot cautiously walked into the door. Yang Qi picked up a pillow beside him and threw it in front of Jia Zheng. Jia Zheng blocked it with his left hand, knocking the pillow away, but Yang Qi took the chance to roll to Jia Zheng's side, tackled him down, and pressed the remote control without hesitation. With an explosion, both Yang Qi and Jia Zheng met their demise, and all the brothers Jia Zheng brought perished without exception. Inside, the skinny man was awakened by the explosion. He leaned against the wall and slowly walked out, seeing blood and flesh flying in the building, arms and legs scattered everywhere, nearly throwing up. He quickly took out his phone. Just like that, Brother Yang and that group perished together. The mole was Li Dagong, who was killed by Brother Yang. A few minutes later, someone finally spoke in the group. Jilua, Brother Yang has done so much, we can't let him die in vain. Follow me to storm into 2301. Hiss, go. Shinhua coming. 10 minutes later, Wang Yang led over 20 men to the door of room 2301 with fierce momentum. They held pots and knives waiting for Wang Yang's command. 1, 2, 3, a charge. More than 20 people instantly broke down the door and rushed into the living room of 2301. The men inside were either in the midst of pleasure or asleep. Suddenly a group rushed in, catching them off guard. But having fought for years, a few people still survived this battle. After 5 minutes of intense fighting, only 3 remained on Yin Keiliang's side, while Wang Yang's side also suffered significant losses, with only 10 left. They seized the guns from the corpses, and both groups stood at the door unwilling to make a move. Yuhanjiai, who had been sleeping on the bed, rushed out with his gun when he heard the commotion, but the situation was already dire. Their leader was still unconscious, and a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Stalemating isn't a solution. You don't want to perish with us, right? Yuhanjiai took the initiative to speak. Throw your guns over here, we want to take all the supplies inside. As for the corpses outside, we're not interested. Leave them. Yuhanjiai frowned, holding back his anger, and nodded. The 4 of them threw their guns out and raised their hands beside their ears, allowing Wang Yang and others to sweep the supplies clean. In the next room, upon seeing Yin Keiliang's group lose power, the women all clung tightly to Wang Yang's legs and took some supplies home. After Wang Yang's group left, Yuhanjiai and the others huddled together. Brother Yu, what should we do now? They won't do anything to us for a while. The urgent task is to wait for the leader to recover. Fortunately, there were a few guns hidden under the mattress. Once the leader is well, we will go up and avenge our brothers. After Yuhanjiai finished speaking, he carried Yin Keiliang and moved into the next room. Luckily, they had pried open the lock and robbed the supplies from this room, otherwise they wouldn't know where to stay now. A few of them settled Yin Keiliang and began to dismantle the piece outside the window, taking out some to cook a pot of meat. After eating their fill, they all went to sleep. The next night, Yin Keiliang, who had been in a coma, finally slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be a blazing flame in his eyes. He sat up slowly and felt a surge of power. The down jacket on him became cumbersome. He took off all his outer clothing, leaving only his underwear to feel cool. He looked up and glanced around. Where is this? It doesn't seem like his home. What happened? Just as Yin Keiliang was puzzled, a cell phone suddenly rang, and his expression became serious. This phone was a direct line to his father. Even without a signal, he could communicate via satellite. Hello. Gao Hui might have returned. What? Who told you? Is it Wan Qiang? That's right. I arranged for him to keep an eye on Gao Hui's family. Last night, a strong light suddenly flashed from the house next door, and I had previously sent someone to investigate. That floor is full of houses under his name. It is very likely they are the ones. Plus, he has been hoarding supplies and buying guns frantically, likely foreseeing this disaster. Moreover, this person returned home right under our noses. Lianger, you must be careful of him. I understand. Lianger, are you okay? I couldn't reach you all day. Do you need me to send Wan Qiang to support you? I'm fine. Don't worry. Be careful. In a couple of days after I handle this, I will come to pick you up. Okay. After saying that, Yin Keiliang hung up. He called Gao Hui several times, but no one answered. Angered, he slammed his fist against the wall, unexpectedly creating a large hole. Yin Kaoyang was stunned. He moved closer to the wall to take a closer look and then looked at his hand. It was completely As he focused his attention on his palm, a flame suddenly ignited in his hand. He was so startled that he fell to the ground, quickly shaking his hand. After the flame extinguished, he remembered that he hadn't felt any burning sensation at all. He tried again to ignite a flame in his hand, and when he saw the flame flickering, he was convinced that he had mastered the power of fire. Is this an ability? I have an ability now. I have an ability now. Ha! Yin Kaoyang sat on the ground, laughing wildly. At this moment, the mouse in the cage opened its eyes, its fur as tough as steel needles. It flicked its tail and cut through the iron mesh, dashed out of the cage in a few steps. Its body instantly enlarged several times, almost filling the entire room. With a flash of red light in its eyes, the glass shattered, and a gigantic creature leaped out through the window. Yin Kaoyang's voice startled everyone awake. Hongi Yitsong, what is going on? Where are the brothers? The remaining three looked at each other, none daring to speak. Speak up. Are you all mute now? Yitsong, you say something. Hearing his name, Yitsong jolted, closed his eyes, sighed, and recounted the events with a look of resignation. What? Jia Zheng is dead. All the brothers are dead. You let this group of idiots do this to us. Tears glistened in the eyes of the burly man over 6 feet tall. Yu Hongyi let out a long sigh. Liang Ge, we underestimated them. We didn't expect this group to unite secretly. We need your guidance now. Now that they have guns, we cannot charge in recklessly. Let's conserve our strength for now. They won't cause any major disturbances in the short term. They'll confirm something tomorrow before we act. The next day, Yin Kaoyang finally managed to get through to Gao Hui's phone, only to be met with a harsh disconnection. Damn, how dare he hang up on me? Give him an inch and he takes a mile, he cursed. Hongyi Yitsong, Xiushan, come here. The three gathered to plot a grand scheme. Meanwhile, Gao Hui had just reviewed the surveillance footage from the past few days. So much has happened in just 3 days, hey. It seems I can't keep my home situation hidden for much longer. The people in Building 9 are not to be feared, but how to lure Wan Qiang over? He has food and supplies now, it won't be easy to trick him out. I need a meticulous plan. Huey, your dinner is ready. Come out and eat. The aroma of the meal broke Gao Hui's train of thought. Smells so good. He approached the dining table where his father had prepared 8 dishes for their family of 4. Dad, isn't this a bit too much? Not at all. Manrou just woke up and needs to regain her strength, and everyone has been exercising lately, eating more. These dishes might not be enough. Speaking of exercising, Manrou, once you're feeling better, you must teach me Sonda. Sonda, what do you want to learn that? In the future, there will surely be more ability users. If I encounter enemies, I have to be ready to fight right. I have abilities I can protect you. Lan Manrou said firmly. That won't do. How can a man let a woman protect him? Besides, you can't always be by. Lan Manrou nodded, but it will be tiring. I'm afraid you won't have the stamina. Gao Hui leaned in closer to her ear. You know how much stamina I have, don't you? Lan Manrou's face flushed instantly. Cough, let's eat. Gao Xingye coughed, signaling to Gao Hui to be mine. An entire afternoon of training had indeed left Gao Hui feeling exhausted. He ate a few bites, and then washed up for bed. By 9 p.m., the entire family had drifted into dreamland. Room 2301. Brothers, let's move. At 1 a.m., Yin Kaoyang began his plan. The two stealthily climbed to the 33rd floor, with Yitsong already gasping for breath. You need to exercise more, it's just a few floors and you're already out of breath. No wonder those useless guys in the building could beat you up like this. Yitsong leaned on his knees, panting heavily, not daring to say more. The heavy snow had been falling for over 10 days, and they hadn't eaten enough, coupled with the cold weather and heavy clothing. Of course, climbing 10 floors would be tiring. Use your skills to unlock the door to 3301. Got it. Yitsong took out his tools from his pocket and opened the lock in 3 seconds. Wait, don't move. Stay behind me. Yin Kaoyang placed his hand on the door lock, pressing it down cautiously, afraid of making any noise. The moment the door opened, the two stood dumbfounded at the entrance. Bathed in moonlight, they looked inside to find the room completely empty, not even a curtain. Boss, is this place unoccupied? Yitsong, unaware of the situation, asked. Yin Kaoyang frowned. Go pry open the lock next door. Yitsong walked to the door of 3302, thinking it would take only a few seconds to succeed, but after 3 minutes of fiddling there was no progress. What's going on? Yin Kaoyang grew impatient, waiting behind. Boss, I can't open this lock. Yitsong looked at the keyhole with disappointment. Why not? Didn't it go smoothly just now? This lock is extremely complex. Without the key, it is a mechanical mess inside. Only the original key can unlock it. Other keys will jam it completely. If we try to force it, it will release high voltage. Instead of struggling with the lock, we might as well just break the door. Break the door? No way. Yin Kaoyang pondered for 3 seconds, closed the door to the next room. We're leaving. The two returned to 2302, looking defeated. Boss, who lives on the 33rd floor? They even installed such a complex lock. The person living there is the one I mentioned who bought a large number of guns from my... Is it him? Wasn't he traveling? Our brothers tracked him and saw his family board a plane. Yin Kaoyang's men were previously responsible for tracking Gao Hui's activities outside. Only his father Wan Qiang and Xu Fei knew exactly which floor he lived on. It seems he has returned. At that moment, Yu Hongyi and Guo Xiushan opened the door. How's it going? Downstairs, haha, the convenience store is indeed haha completely empty. The shelves haha have nothing on them, cough cough. The two collapsed onto the floor as they entered the room. Yin Kaoyang shot a disdainful glance. His subordinates were too weak. If I'm not mistaken, Gao Hui must have returned. I didn't expect him to stockpile supplies for this snow disaster. But how could he have predicted it? Yin Kaliang's group fell into deep thought. It's getting late, you all should rest. We'll sort everything out tomorrow. Several of them lay in bed listening to the sounds of each other's stomachs as they fell asleep. Upon waking, Yin Kaoyang immediately took out his phone, opened the chat window with the building leader, and typed a message. Strength is the hard truth, building leader. Our internal strife allows Gao Hui to remain holed up while we watch from the sidelines. He hoarded a large amount of supplies before the snow disaster, enough for the people in our building to eat for over a decade. Instead of fighting each other, why not cooperate sincerely and seize his supplies? I promise only 1/10 of what he has. After sending the message, Yin Kaoyang waited for a long time without a reply. Just as he was about to make a video call, the building leader responded. Jilua, is what you said true? Aren't they already on vacation? Strength is the hard truth. I already checked yesterday. He is currently living in room 3302. That door is very secure, and we need to break it together. To avoid alerting him, we should act at dawn, breaking the door while they are sound asleep. Then the supplies inside will be ours. Jilua will Mr. Yin keep his promise to only take 1/10. Strength is the hard truth. I said 1/10, and it will be 1/10. Jilua Mr. Yin, you need to show some sincerity. Yin Kaoyang paused for a few seconds, and then sent a long voice message. Strength is the hard truth. All our guns are in your hands. We are currently unarmed. How could we possibly do anything? Besides, there are only 4 of us, and with your family there are nearly 50 of you. How could we be your match? Moreover, I proposed this plan. If I wanted to monopolize it, I could simply act alone and not tell you. Jilua Mr. Yin, as you said, you only have 4 people. You lack the ability to break the door, which is why you want to cooperate with us, hoping we can have an open discussion. Damn, Wang Yang is pretty quick-witted. Strength is the hard truth. Then let's do this. We won't take any weapons, and we'll stand at the back of the crowd while you bring someone to escort us. That should be fine, right? Minutes passed, and finally Wang Yang spoke up. Jilua, besides what you mentioned, there will be one person standing at the very front. Damn, so many demands. Strength is the hard truth. They'll stand in front. That should be acceptable. Jilua, alright, at 2 a.m., our people will take you to the 33rd floor. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. Yin Kaoyang didn't reply. This guy was too cautious. However, Yin Kaoyang also didn't tell Wang Yang that he had abilities and Gao Hui had guns. He agreed to stand in front, planning to use his abilities to dispose of these people directly once Gao Hui's family was dealt with. Thinking of this made Yin Kaoyang feel exhilarated. He sat at home laughing out loud, and all of this was seen. So that black-clothed man is Yin Kaliang's father. This surveillance footage is shocking upon closer inspection. Gao Hui, after finishing breakfast, reviewed the surveillance from last night and was startled to discover that Yin Kaoyang had attempted to pry open his door, but failed. During their stockpiling, their people had been following him. It was obvious that he wouldn't let go of this huge warehouse. Sure enough, he actually teamed up with Wang Yang to break in. It looks like there will be a good show tonight. Gao Hui remained vigilant throughout the day, only relaxing during meals and learning combat skills from Lan Manrou. By evening, he informed his family, and they were all on high alert. At 2 a.m., Wang Yang sent a few people to room 2301. They searched the 4 individuals, confirmed there were no weapons, and escorted them to the 33rd floor. In the narrow corridor, nearly 30 people stood, one of them pushing Yin Kaoyang to the door of room 3302. You stay here, our people will take care of breaking the door. Wang Yang pointed at the door and said, alright. Yin Kaoyang almost bit his back teeth while saying this. He didn't want me to touch any weapons at all. Alright. Once the door is open, you will be the one suffering. With Wang Yang's command, 3 strong men raised their hammers and began smashing the door. Yin Kaoyang was squeezed in between the 3, and if anyone lost grip, they would definitely hit him. It started. Gao Hui stood at the door watching through the surveillance, seeing a crowd gathered at his doorstep. The 3 men banged away for a long time, yet the door remained intact as new. Damn, what the hell is this? We've been smashing for ages with no results. Yeah, my hands are sore, and the door doesn't even have a dent. Wang Yang looked at Yin Kaoyang and said, you see, I can't do anything either. My men couldn't pry it open last night. We can only break the door. Yin Kaoyang shrugged. The 3 men continued to strike, while Wang Yang fell into deep thought. Stop. Don't smash anymore. Wang Yang called to halt the 3. What? Are you planning to retreat? Yin Kaoyang pulled Wang Yang's collar. Wang Yang remained unperturbed. This door is so sturdy, smashing it isn't effective. Since the door isn't working, what about the wall? Wang Yang is quite clever, but unfortunately. Lan Manrou stood beside Gao Hui watching the surveillance. Yin Kaoyang found Wang Yang's words quite reasonable. Why didn't he think of that yesterday? Mr. Yin, may I let go now? Wang Yang patted his hand. Yin Kaoyang came to his senses and released his grip. Let my people pick the lock. This room is empty. It would be a shame to break the door. He still wanted this apartment. While the crowd was puzzled by Yin Kailiang's words, Yi Tsong had already opened the door, and the reactions of everyone mirrored the expressions of Yin Kailiang and the others from last night. Wang Yang cleared his throat and commanded the three to smash the wall. After dozens of strikes, the wall plaster fell off, and one person shone a flashlight. What the hell? What is this thing inside the wall? The group leaned in to inspect, revealing a layer of silvery substance in the wall. Is this titanium alloy? This is 1,000 times more solid than titanium alloy, Gao Hui commented while observing. Damn. Let's go downstairs. I refuse to believe the floor has it too. Yin Kailiang angrily rushed down, and with a glance from Wang Yang, the three men with hammers followed. The owner of room 3201 opened the door, and the three began smashing the table, but unsurprisingly the floor was also solid. The group returned to the 33rd floor, leaving only the owner of room 3201 sitting on his floor, heartbroken over his house. Gao Hui, I know you're home. So many neighbors often take care of your business. Now everyone is starving while you're hiding in there when your conscience hurt. Right? I often went to your place to buy things, and asking you for some food isn't too much. One must have a spirit of contribution, you know. If you don't want to, I can still buy from you. 1,000 no. 100,000 for a pack of instant noodles. Then he'll offer 200,000. He'll offer 1 million. Everyone shut the hell up. Yin Kailiang shouted angrily, and the crowd swallowed their— What time is it? You're still trying to buy with money. What use is money now? Even Gao Xingye couldn't stand it. Wang Yang adjusted his glasses and approached the door, saying, Mr. Gao, I apologize for using such extreme methods. I hope we can talk. The supplies you have are enough for us for decades. Your family won't be able to consume it all in a lifetime. Keeping it with you is a waste. Oh, why not share it with us, or you can pay cash like before. Wang Yang rattled off a bunch of words, yet not a single useful sentence was included. Gao Hui was infuriated. Why should he give them the supplies he stockpiled through his efforts? Money is just waste paper. What do I need it for? This group of people really dares to dream. They deserve to be cut. In these past days, Kuyu and the three of them have also watched the surveillance. As a doctor, she felt compassion for the neighbors who had their hands and feet chopped off, and almost secretly delivered some medicine. Now she really wanted to slap her past self. Yin Kailiang snatched the hammer. Stop wasting words with him. He swung the hammer with all his might towards the door, and with a loud bang, sparks flew from the door, the sound so loud that Gao Hui at the door felt like he was going deaf. Is Yin Kailiang really that strong? Gao Xingye said, stepping back a few paces, fearing the door would actually break open. He hammered away dozens of times, sparks flying, but the door only got a small dent. Yin Kailiang put down the hammer, panting heavily. At that moment, Gao Hui felt it was about time, and finally opened the small door on the main door. Brother, Yin, are you tired? Would you like some water? As the small door opened, a warm current rushed out, causing the hair of several women to be blown upwards. So warm, exclaimed the person standing at the front. You really are at home. Open the door for me. If it weren't for wanting to hide my abilities, Yin Kailiang would have wanted to throw a few fireballs straight at the small door. Brother Yin, take a break. This door won't break open. Yin Kailiang looked at the small dent he had worked hard to create, realizing that brute force wouldn't work. He couldn't force Gao Hui too hard, otherwise if he pulled out a gun it would be troublesome. Yin Kailiang pretended to be tired, throwing the hammer to the ground and leaning against the wall to rest. The neighbors felt the warmth inside, and were relentless, each one pleading with Gao Hui for some food. Neighbors, my stock is limited and about to run out. I can't help you all. You should hurry home to wash up and sleep. Don't listen to him. Before the snow disaster, he had booked 1,000 tables of food at the banquet hall. Yin Kailiang leaned against the wall, fanning the flames. After so many days, that food must have spoiled. It's so cold it wouldn't spoil that quickly. He just doesn't want to give it. Gao Hui, even if it is spoiled, you might as well give it to us instead of throwing it away. Oh, we would be grateful. Gao Hui checked the system and spat. Grateful. The favorability was over 80. Looking at the favorability in front of him, he suddenly devised a plan. Neighbors, I have limited supplies, but you all seem quite pitiful. How about this? Whoever kills Yin Kailiang, I will give that person 10 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of ham sausages, and 10 buckets of 2L water. 4 accomplices, 5 boxes of instant noodles, 1 box of ham sausages, and 5 buckets of 2L water. Gao Hui, you bastard. Yin Kailiang wanted to say something else, but immediately sensed the strange looks of the surrounding people. Yuan Hongyi and the three instantly became vigilant. Neighbors, charge. With one person's furious shout, the crowd surged towards Yuan Hongyi and the others. As Yin Kailiang remained alert, he unleashed flames towards the vicinity of Yuan Hongyi and the others. However, he was still a step too slow. Xiaoshan was shot in the head by someone. Seeing the fireball thrown by Yin Kailiang, everyone panicked and ran away. Guo Ziashan's death further enraged Yin Kailiang. Now that they had seen his powers, no one could escape. Yuan Hongyi and Yi Tsong seized the opportunity to pick up 2 guns, suppressing the escape routes of others with firepower. What? Yin Kailiang has actually awakened his abilities. Gao Hui's eyes lit up at the scene before him. He didn't expect someone to awaken their abilities so quickly. Unfortunately, it was an enemy. Had he been more attentive to the surveillance, he would have noticed that Yin Kailiang had awakened his fire attribute powers. No, this group can't handle Yin Kailiang. But I also possess fire attributes. I might not be able to inflict any damage on him. I wonder if my lightning attribute would be effective. Let's treat a dead horse as a live horse. Manrou, use your lightning-enhanced pistol and see if you can hit his limbs. Lan Manrou stood at the door skillfully enchanting her pistol with lightning attributes. She had practiced a lot over the past few days, holding her breath as she aimed at Wan Qiang's thigh, decisively pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, targeting Wan Qiang's right leg. Caught off guard, the third bullet broke through his fire shield and successfully struck him. Wan Qiang instantly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Lan Manrou seized the opportunity and hit his other leg once again. Due to the sudden attack, Wan Qiang had no idea where the bullets were coming from. Flames erupted around him as he attempted to obscure the enemy's line of sight. Lan Manrou's gun was not only silenced but fired instantaneously. 20 shots were discharged in mere seconds, and Wan Qiang did not realize they were coming from room 3302. He thought it was some neighbor awakening their abilities like him. Wan Qiang's fall gave the other neighbors a chance to breathe, and Gao Hui took advantage of the chaos to release fiery marks on Yuhongi and Yi Tsong, creating the illusion that they had burned to death from Wan Qiang's flames. Although Wan Qiang couldn't move, the others feared his powers and dared not approach. Wang Yang, the closest to the 3 corpses of Yuhongi, took advantage of the confusion to cut off their heads and walked to Gao Hui's door to claim his reward. Gao Hui instructed Lan Manrou to keep her gun trained on them, and everyone was too intimidated to act recklessly. He threw out 15 boxes of instant noodles, 3 boxes of ham sausages, and 15 2L bottles of water to Wang Yang. Wang Yang also didn't dare to take it all for himself. He kept 1/5 and let the surviving neighbors take the rest. It was only after everyone had left that Wan Qiang dared to retract his flames, glaring fiercely at Gao Hui's house, unwillingly crawling down the stairs. Hubby, why not deal with him now? No rush, I still expect him to help me catch a big fish. Gao Hui yawned after speaking. It's getting late, let's hurry and sleep. The family each returned to their rooms to sleep. Gao Hui lay on his bed accessing the system. Such a small amount of supplies surprisingly raised the neighbors' favorability from over 70 to a positive number. If I can gather more supplies as bait, maybe I can create a few tools to earn skill points. Gao Hui glanced at his phone. There were still half a month left, hoping to cultivate a few people. Gao Hui pondered, feeling sleepy as he drifted into a deep slumber. Room 2302. Wan Qiang crawled to the stairwell to rest. After waiting for over an hour, his injuries healed. He angrily ran home and pulled out a satellite phone to call his father. A burly man with bloodshot eyes held the phone, panting heavily. If one didn't know better, they might think a black bear had transformed. Hello, Dad. I want Gao Hui dead. Wan Qiang had thought for a long time while sitting in the stairwell. This group of weak neighbors couldn't possibly have abilities, or they would have killed all his subordinates by now. It had to be Gao Hui. Lianger, what happened? No time for nonsense. I want Gao Hui dead. Right now. His rage clouded his judgment. All 4 of his most elite captains were now dead. He was certain that Hongi and the others were not killed by his flames. Everything was the work of Gao Hui. He could only think of Gao Hui being of the fire attribute like him, but as for how he was hit, Wan Qiang had yet to figure that out. I will handle my affairs immediately and come find you in a few days. I'll have Wan Quan support you. You can go to him. Wan Qiang abruptly hung up the phone. All the capable brothers he had were gone, and the remaining ones were not nearby. This snow disaster likely had only a few survivors. He could only give up on this place for now. He would have his chance to reclaim it sooner or later. After receiving the room number from his father, he decisively left Building 9, and the battle between Wan Quan and Gao Hui officially began. After yesterday's minor skirmish, Gao Hui increasingly felt the importance of multiple attributes. The previous situation was effectively countered. Currently, he still had 1 skill point left, which he decided to directly exchange for a defensive skill of the Earth attribute. His skills were not yet good enough to infiltrate the enemy's lair repeatedly. Since he was reborn, staying alive was more important than anything. This Earth attribute skill created a 6-sided shield encompassing him within a cube. Its strength was related to the skill level, with wood attribute resistance at 52, water attribute resistance at 86, and fire wind lightning attributes at 68. Gao Hui attempted to activate the Earth shield, finding himself enveloped by a faint yellow transparent barrier. Breathing was not an issue, and he even tried pulling his family inside, yet couldn't protect them, but only accommodated 3 people. He opened the system to check. After upgrading, the Earth shield could expand its area. Looking at the transparent wall before him, he suddenly had an idea. Wife shoot me with a bullet. Huh. Lan Manrou looked at Gao Hui in disbelief. What was wrong with her husband? Why was he seeking death? Just don't use enchantments. I want to conduct an experiment. Hurry. Gao Hui set up the Earth shield, waiting for Lan Manrou's action. Seeing his serious expression, she followed his instructions and shot at his shoulder. The next second, the bullet mysteriously vanished. Lan Manrou initially thought the bullet would at most be blocked by the Earth shield, either falling to the floor or embedding in the shield, but how could it have disappeared? She walked over to Gao Hui and carefully inspected around him. She even placed her hands on his shoulders and twisted. Nice. It really works. What's going on? It turned out that Gao Hui had opened a space in front of the Earth shield before Lan Manrou fired, and the bullet smoothly entered the space. During this time, Gao Hui not only improved his fighting skills, but also studied his various abilities. As he used the space more often, he could even visualize the entrance. The current entrance was the height of his body, and even larger than one face of the Earth shield, whereas previously collecting supplies had no specific size. It's a pity that it can only be opened on one face. If it could cover me like the Earth shield, it would be even safer. This is already impressive. I wonder how much attack strength it can withstand. What if you pull in fire attributes? Wouldn't that burn all the supplies? Lan Manrou felt a wave of panic at the thought of all the supplies potentially being incinerated. Don't worry. My space is motionless. Any fire that enters will extinguish. Even if it burns, I've already isolated the part where supplies are stored. Gao Hui was certainly mindful of this. The supplies he had painstakingly gathered could not be damaged so easily. The matter of skills could only be put aside for now. The urgent issue was skill points. Manrou could provide another bonus this month, but it wouldn't solve much. It was no longer feasible not to cultivate the neighbors. But I can't just give them food for the sake of favorability. Gao Hui thought while opening his computer. Where did Wan Qiang go? He searched for a long time, but there was no sign of him in Building 9. Even if he was dead, there should be a body. Gao Hui rewound the surveillance. How could this person harbor such intense hatred for me? Since he called his father, it was highly likely he sought Wan Qiang's support, given that there were no people around them. Sure enough, Wan Qiang was at Li Man's house. Wan Qiang could actually tolerate Wan Qiang being with Li Man. To be frank, Wan Qiang's methods were quite ruthless. On the first day of the apocalypse, he spent 200 to buy a lot of supplies and called all his brothers to Li Man's house. In a house of less than 100 square meters, over 30 people resided inside, along with a pile of supplies, leaving almost no room to stand. The next day, he took his subordinates and raided several apartments, clearing some space. By now, he had successfully dominated Building 12. The entire building was filled with his people. Those who disobeyed or were weak had long been killed for sustenance, while women became tools for pleasure. The remaining were all strong men. A rough count revealed he had over 100 subordinates, but now he would let Wan Qiang pick up a ready-made one. Now it's perfect. I can catch them all. But with so many people under Wan Qiang, I really need to cultivate some subordinates. Let's start with the neighbors. After all, I wouldn't feel bad if this group of losers died. Dark Night Gale. After yesterday's events, I've realized that everyone is indeed struggling too much. Fortunately, I still have some supplies here. I plan to sell them to everyone, but I don't want money. I only want heads. Kill any man from Building 12, and you can exchange it here for 10 packs of instant noodles. Collect 10 men, and get an additional reward of 3 ham sausages. Prices are subject to change, so act fast. Initially, when the building leader Wang Yang discussed resisting Wan Qiang, he had also added Gao Hui to the group. At that time, he didn't have time to pay attention, but now the long-dormant resistance group had suddenly become lively. Heart to heart. What? Kill someone. Brother Gao? I'm just a weak woman who hasn't eaten for so many days. I can't even lift a knife. How can I kill someone? Brother, I'm cold. Can I go to your house to warm up? After sending this message, Zhou Jiayue from room 2701 surprisingly sent Gao Hui a video. Ahem. This video happened to be seen by Lan Manrou, who was passing by. She coughed a few times in displeasure, shot a glance at Gao Hui, and angrily walked towards the gym. The women raised by Wan Qiang all sent irrelevant messages to Gao Hui. He couldn't care less about these unattractive women. Even their combined appearance couldn't compare to a single toe of Lan Manrou. Even Lu Mijing would pale in comparison, standing next to Lan Manrou. If my wife were to enter the entertainment industry, she would surely become famous. Gao Hui disdainfully looked at the short videos on his phone and typed a message in the group. Dark Night Gale. Ladies, I am not interested in you. You can find someone else to help you. I only want the heads of the men from Building 12. Jilua, I wonder what Mr. Gao's reason for doing this is. I believe in your character. After all, you did provide supplies as promised before. But Building 12 has no enmity with us. Isn't asking us to kill them a bit unreasonable? Dark Night Gale. It has nothing to do with you. Just do as I say, and the supplies will naturally be sent to you. But if you still want to take possession like yesterday, you should ask my gun if it agrees. Gao Hui threw out many guns from his space, piling them up like a small mountain. He casually took a photo and sent it to the group. When Wan Qiang previously sent a photo of a single gun in the group, it scared everyone into silence. With this pile of guns, won't they be terrified? Sure enough, the group fell silent at once. Those who had been chattering and reluctant to go were now quiet. Dark Night Gale. The daily exchange deadline is 6 p.m. Time waits for no one, so hurry up. After finishing his message, Gao Hui put down his phone and hurried to comfort Lan Manrou. He held her tightly, saying, "Don't be angry, my dear. I don't care about those people at all. I only want my wife," he said, giving her a light kiss on the lips, which turned into a deep kiss, leaving Lan Manrou. Gao Hui also found it hard to resist. His hands became restless. Their breathing grew hurried, and their moment was interrupted by the arrival of Gao Xingye, leaving 3 awkward people standing in the gym. Lan Manrou blushed and turned to run on the treadmill. Gao Xingye picked up an apple from the dining table, saying, "It's time to eat. It's noon." He turned and walked toward the bathroom. Gao Hui smiled and shook his head. He also got on the treadmill and exercised alongside Lan Manrou. Throughout the afternoon, he ran and practiced martial arts with her. When he checked his phone again, it was already past 7 in the evening. None of these people were willing to go. Great, it seems I need to add more fuel to the fire. Dark Night Gale. Attention. Tomorrow, any man's head from Building 12 can be exchanged for 7 packs of instant noodles and for a total of 15 people an extra 2 sausages. The first neighbor to exchange a head for supplies will receive half a pound of fresh beef. After sending this, he remembered that there was currently a water and power outage, so this message wouldn't reach the group until tomorrow afternoon. Gao Hui retracted the message. Gao Hui returned to his bedroom, opened the surveillance, and was surprised to see quite a few people gathered at Wan Yang's house. This made things easier. When he previously supplied Wan Yang, he had given him a walkie-talkie, which was now very useful. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Gao Hui shouted into the walkie-talkie, calling Wan Yang. From the surveillance, it was clear that Wan Yang and his group were stunned. He walked to the TV cabinet, took out the walkie-talkie from the drawer, and responded to Gao Hui. Gao Hui repeated what he had just sent in the group using the walkie-talkie. Li Jiang, fresh beef. There's actually fresh beef. It's been snowing for so many days, how can there still be fresh beef? How did it change so quickly? I can't take it anymore. I'm starving. I want to fight for it. Dying in battle is better than starving to death. My son hasn't had milk for several days. If this continues, our family won't survive. Count me in, I'm going too. My daughter has had a fever for 2 days. Brother Hui, do you have any medicine? If I can kill someone, can I exchange it for medicine? Gao Hui thought for a moment, yes. But you need 2 heads to exchange for fever medicine. Lu Zhong, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Count me in. Wang Yang. Everyone, if we decide to attack Building 12, we need to discuss a plan. It's best to achieve the greatest goal with the least loss. Does the building leader have any plans? Wang Yang frowned slightly. We should attack at night when most people are asleep. We just need to rush into one person's home. A human C tactic can take down the people inside. Go together. Then how will we divide the fresh beef? Wang Yang. We can distribute credit. Whoever kills the most gets the most. This is better than fighting for the first head. Or does Mr. Gao have any better ideas? Gao Hui was engrossed in listening, not expecting Wang Yang to mention him. I think that's fine. Since Gao Hui agreed, the others dared not voice any objections. Perhaps it was enough to kill one person before, but now to get fresh beef, they would need to kill more people. Wang Yang. Then let's meet at my house at midnight and set off together. Everyone nodded. Gao Hui was also pleased with their fighting spirit. He called Wang Yang to the doorstep, gave him 50 to 60 walkie-talkies, instructing him to deliver 1 to each family. After delivering them, he would give Wang Yang a bag of noodles as a reward. This made Wang Yang very happy. Although the noodles had no flavor, they could stave off hunger. He hurriedly distributed all the walkie-talkies. When he returned, he was panting, but when he received the bag of noodles, all his grievances vanished. He was even immensely grateful to Gao Hui. Gao Hui looked at the system's favorability rating. With a bit more effort, Wang Yang would soon reach an 80 favorability rating. He hadn't expected that every little gesture could turn his rating from negative to 60. Is it alright for them to go like this? Why didn't you give them any weapons? Just this walkie-talkie. I can't give weapons to these ungrateful wolves, they might attack us one day. Anyway, they are just foot soldiers, their lives or deaths have nothing to do with me. Lan Manrou felt slightly disappointed. The current Gao Hui felt very unfamiliar to her, and his indifference to human life frightened her. Lan Manrou had no memories of the apocalypse. She couldn't understand Gao Hui's actions. Her compassion under order had not been extinguished and her maternal instincts were growing. Gao Hui saw the expression on his wife's face and could roughly guess what she was thinking. Wife, it's already the apocalypse. You saw how they attacked us that day, you mustn't feel sorry for them. You won't even know how you died. Gao Hui's expression was one of exasperation. Having lived so smoothly after the reincarnation, she had no sense of crisis at all. This wouldn't do. He needed to educate her. He went back to his room and took out a tablet. After some operations, he stored a lot of apocalypse-themed novels inside, detailing how those with a compassionate heart often met with tragic ends. Manrou, you should read these novels carefully over the next 2 days. Go see what happens to those who sympathize with us. Lan Manrou took the tablet, nodding silently. She realized her earlier thoughts were wrong, but her instinct as a police officer made her subconsciously want to protect the weak. She silently vowed to change this habit. With Gao Hui's continuous efforts, the neighbors from Building 9 finally decided to attack Building 12, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Yesterday, he had seen Wan Qiang and Wan Qiang conspiring to kill. If he didn't urge them to take the initiative, the favorability plan had not yet succeeded. How could he let these chives die so easily? At midnight, the neighbors gathered at Wang Yang's house on time. With Gao Hui's command, the crowd moved toward Building 12. At the entrance of the building, the neighbors from Building 9 and Building 12 exchanged glances, and a 100-person night battle was about to erupt. Zhao Lishua walked up to Wan Qiang and asked, Brother Qiang, what's going on? Has our plan been discovered? Wan Qiang was also stunned to see so many people coming from the other side. Could there be a traitor among his men? But that shouldn't be the case. These were his brothers from many years. They would never leak information to the other side. Wan Qiang was the boss' son and had been bullied by Gao Hui so badly it was unlikely he would join forces with them. What was really going on? Stay alert. This group is harmless and lacks combat power. Tell the brothers not to be afraid. It's late at night. Isn't this group going to sleep? Jin Quan muttered quietly. Mr. Yin, what are you planning to do at this late hour? Wang Yang was the first to speak up. What does it matter to you what I'm doing? What about you all? What are you doing out here at night? Of course we are here seeking help. Mr. Gao's family is holed up inside, not worrying about food and clothing while we their neighbors are outside starving and freezing. How could we swallow this anger? Wan Qiang fabricated without batting an eye. Mr. Yin is so powerful, of course we came to seek your assistance. We can still distribute according to the ratio you mentioned. Huh? Do you think I'm a fool? You all wanted to kill me before. Brothers charge. Wait. Wan Qiang remained calm. It was that person who lured us with food. After that incident we are more convinced that it's better to have control in our own hands than to wait for others to distribute. Yin Kaoyang looked at Wan Qiang, trying to gauge the truth from his expression. Wan Qiang naturally did not believe it. With so many resources, how could they want to share a piece of the pie? They'll take it that what you said is true, but we want half of the resources. But the amount we have is too little. What about 1/3? Yin Kaoyang shot him a glare, and his subordinates all raised their guns. Wan Qiang hurriedly raised his hands and reluctantly agreed. Make way for Mr. Yin. Wan Qiang led the neighbors to stand on either side of the entrance to Building 9. Liang, go be careful of tricks. Oh, why not settle them here? Don't worry. They don't have the guts. Brothers, let's go. Wan Qiang tried to stop Yin Saoyang, but he swatted his hand. There's strength in numbers. If these people could listen to him, wouldn't that expand his own power? Besides, he had special abilities, but what was there to fear? Yin Kaoyang confidently led his men forward. Wan Qiang exchanged a glance with Zhao Lixua, signaling him to stay vigilant, while he followed closely behind Yin Kaoyang. Just as Yin Kaliang's group reached the entrance, Wan Qiang flashed a smile, and the neighbors pulled out their weapons, instantly killing over 10 people. Upon hearing the gunfire, Zhao Lixua and the others immediately drew their weapons to retaliate. Both sides suffered injuries, each holding their weapons in a standoff with no one daring to fire first. Damn it, Wan Qiang, you betrayed me. All's fair in war. Though Wan Qiang acted tough, he was terrified inside. Their neighbors had limited weapons while the other side were seasoned gangsters. What were their chances? Just when both sides were at a stalemate, a dark object fell from the sky and exploded with a bang. A cloud of blood mist instantly spreading, causing Wan Qiang to lose 3 men. Cough, cough. Neighbors of Building 9. Quickly retreat inside. Why invite everyone to watch the fireworks? Hurry. Get back inside. The neighbors of Building 9, hearing the voice from the intercom, hurriedly ran back inside. Wan Qiang and the others were stunned by this scene. He looked up and saw that room 3302 indeed had its window open. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Wan Qiang commanded his men to hurry back to Building 12. No retreat. Charge into Building 9. Yin Kaoyang disregarded Wan Qiang's orders, shouting for his men to advance. At the moment of their disagreement, 4 or 5 grenades were thrown down, and a series of crimson splashes appeared starkly visible against the snow. Those people were originally Wan Qiang's subordinates, and with over 10 of their brothers already lost, they ran into Building 12 without looking back. Oh, it's too far to throw. Gao Hui stood at the window, helplessly, carefully avoiding Wan Qiang's position, fearing that he might get blown up. That would be too cheap for him. Son, your aim is quite good. The explosive sounds had long woken Gao Xingye and the others. Kuyu watched her son throw grenades as if tossing pebbles, and her own hands itched a bit. Let me have a try. Kuyu took out the sniper rifle, eager to try. Gao Hui didn't expect his mother to adapt so quickly. While Manrou was still somewhat naive, his mother could kill without blinking an eye. Indeed, a seasoned surgeon. Gao Hui made way, and Kuyu skillfully raised the gun. Gao Hui deployed an earth shield to protect her. Swish, swish, swish. Kuyu instantly fired 3 shots, managing to shoot a dozen people in the head. Oh, one shot could penetrate several people. Mom, when did you get such good skills? You're a bit scary with that accuracy. I'm a diamond member of the shooting club. You need some skill to achieve that. I heard that only after 5 years of membership and winning the internal shooting competition can one qualify to apply. Manrou knew a lot about that shooting range, as she often went there. Unfortunately, her membership had just reached 3 years, not enough to qualify. Mom, how many surprises do you have that I don't know about? Not only Gao Hui, but even Gao Xingye was unaware. His expression was filled with shock and a hint of fear. If he ever angered his wife, would she pull that sniper rifle on him? It's a pity that those people have run into the building. I can't hit them. Kuyu's expression showed a hint of disappointment as she put away the gun and walked over to Gao Xingye, who visibly shivered. Kuyu knew her husband too well. Don't worry. You have to live. Gao Xingye breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. I knew my wife wouldn't treat me like that. Saying this, he flatteringly began to massage Kuyu's shoulders. Kuyu smiled and shook her head. It's okay, the rest is up to the greens. Gao Hui picked up the intercom. Neighbors, I can only help this much. The rest is up to you. Remember, only shoot at the 8th floor of the opposite building. If anyone goes against my wishes, they won't receive any rewards. He couldn't let this group of neighbors shoot indiscriminately. Their strength could easily lead to a complete defeat, and then who would he turn to for greens? Moreover, if they killed Wan Qiang and the others, it would simply benefit Wan Qiang. He would rather harass them bit by bit. Mentally torturing them was far more interesting than killing them outright. Mr. Gao, please rest assured. We will definitely follow your instructions. Wan Qiang led a group of people charging into Building 12, and the screams within the building were endless. Kuyu stood at the window under Gao Hui's protection. Anyone who poked their head out or ran out of building 12 would definitely catch a bullet. With the neighbors' efforts, within an hour they had thoroughly cleansed the area below the 8th floor of building 12. Gao Hui watched the battle situation through the surveillance, realizing that the neighbors were indeed obedient. These greens have potential. Kuyu, who had been highly focused throughout, was also a bit tired. After putting the gun away, she returned to the room to sleep. The victorious neighbors brought back various heads to Gao Hui's doorstep. Thank you, neighbors. This time the harvest is plentiful. Each of you come to exchange resources with me. For the 3 heads from Luzhong, I'll give you a box of antipyretic medicine and 7 packs of instant noodles. For the 4 heads from Jin Quan, 28 packs of instant noodles. For the 8 heads from Rin Yongfeng, 56 packs of instant noodles. Gao Hui distributed the supplies one by one, and each neighbor received their share with great joy. Gao Hui was also thrilled, as several people's favorability had already exceeded 50, and he would soon be able to redeem skill points. Everyone performed well this time. Besides the half gene of beef I promised you for the one who killed the most Rin Yongfeng, I'll give you an extra roast duck as encouragement. Rin Yongfeng felt happier than winning a $1 million lottery. This was roast duck. It had been so long since he had eaten a proper meal. As he received the roast duck, Gao Hui received a system notification. Ding! Rin Yongfeng's favorability reached 82, allowing for item gifting to trigger return rewards. What a surprise! Is it really that easy to satisfy with just this little gift? We need more people like him. Work hard. The benefits won't be few. Gao Hui spoke with the tone of an old leader painting a bright future for his subordinates. Wan Qiang performed well this time, first feigning weakness to lower his status and catch the enemy off guard, then seizing the opportunity to attack, successfully leading everyone to victory. So I will reward Wan Qiang with a chicken. When Wan Qiang pretended to cooperate with Yin Saoyang, Gao Hui was not surprised at all. He had already learned from the surveillance about Wang Yang's second plan before the attack. If he happened to encounter too many opponents, he would propose cooperation, luring them in, and then striking decisively. Wang Qiang is indeed quite clever, but his character leaves much to be desired. Gao Hui had looked down on him ever since he took advantage of the situation to claim the heads of Yu Hongyi's 3 men. He still had some value as a pawn. Everyone expressed their gratitude and went home, and in the hallway Jin Quan called out to Rin Yongfeng. Brother Rin, you are so impressive. You single-handedly killed so many people. I truly envy you. At that moment Lu Zhong came over. Brother Rin used to be an instructor, so he has some skills. Hey, why didn't we see Brother Rin teaching those people a lesson when Yin Kaliang's group was bullying us in the building? Sigh. At that time I still had supplies in hand, thinking that it was better to avoid trouble if possible. I never expected this snow disaster to last so long. At this point Rin Yongfeng felt a bit guilty about his cowardice. I understand. If I were you I would do the same. It's a pity. Jin Quan paused, not continuing. A pity? What do you mean by that? It's a pity that Brother Rin is so impressive, yet has only gained this little. That Wang Qiang has no strength, no achievements today. He only killed one person, and that was just by accidentally getting hold of a knife during the chaos. How can someone like him lead us? Only someone like Brother Rin can lead us. No, no, no. Rin Yongfeng waved his hands repeatedly. I only have brute strength. Brother Wang has a sharp mind. Several times thanks to his wisdom, we were able to win. I can't compare. Oh, Brother Rin, you are too modest. Wang Qiang is so weak. He might just disappear one day. I hope Brother Rin can lead us then. Jin Quan said, placing a hand on Rin Yongfeng's arm. Well. Rin Yongfeng pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding. If that day comes, and everyone doesn't mind, I would be willing to lead everyone to follow Brother Gao. It's a deal. Jin Quan smiled awkwardly, and then headed home. Rin Yongfeng, holding the food in his hands, was so happy he nearly jumped up. This Rin Yongfeng really has a simple mind, yet strong limbs. When the time comes he won't even realize he is being used as a pawn. This newly acquired pawn must not die too soon. Gao Hui had already seen the earlier scene through the surveillance. Hey, Rin Yongfeng, can you hear me? Gao Hui opened the intercom only after seeing Rin Yongfeng reach home. Rin Yongfeng quickly took out the intercom. Brother Gao, I can hear you. What are your instructions? Little Rin, let me ask you, do you have any thoughts of replacing Wang Qiang? Rin Yongfeng was surprised that Gao Hui would bring this up. He looked around, feeling as if Gao Hui could see his every move. To be honest, I don't have such thoughts. I know I am not smart. Brother Wang has great leadership qualities. Very good. Remember, no matter what anyone tells you, do not provoke Wang Qiang proactively. Do not listen to others' instigations. Do not become the one to stick your neck out. Gao Hui's words made Rin Yongfeng feel increasingly as though he was being watched. Understood. I will definitely not take the initiative to turn against Brother Wang. Very good. You can rest now. After Gao Hui finished speaking, he turned off the intercom. Just now he had given Wang Qiang a chicken in front of everyone, indeed, intending to sow discord between them. However, he could not allow harm to come to Rin Yongfeng. This was a newly favorable pawn who had just reached the standard. How could he let him die so quickly from internal strife? He must not allow Wang Qiang to unite this group of people. What if they disobeyed then? A pawn must have the awareness of a pawn. After all, if they die from internal strife, it doesn't matter. Hey, Wang Qiang, respond. Mr. Gao, I'm here. In the next 3 days you will attack Building 12 at irregular intervals. Don't go deep, just kill a few people and retreat. If you encounter Yin Saoyang, don't hesitate to retreat immediately. Okay, I understand. Rest assured, Mr. Gao. Talking to smart people is indeed easy. You specifically assign the neighbors, don't let everyone feel the distribution is uneven. Internal unity is very important. I understand. After Gao Hui finished assigning tasks, he went back to sleep, while Yin Saoyang and his group couldn't sleep at all. Damn it. Why didn't you listen when I told you to charge into Building 9? Yin Saoyang picked up a cup from the table and threw it at Wan Qiang. Remained motionless, the cup smashed against his head, and Zhao Lixue wanted to step forward to argue, but was stopped by Wan Qiang. Brother Liang, we don't understand the situation in Building 9. Oh, what if they want to catch us off guard? We won't be able to escape. You are the one who is just a turtle. Don't I know about Building 9? The living ones have all come out. Only Gao Hui's family is hiding in his shell. What danger could there be? It's better to be safe than sorry. Who knows if he has set traps inside the building. He stays at home like a delicate flower, never stepping out. Or what traps could he possibly set? Even if he doesn't come out, he can have those neighbors set them. Is your head frozen or something? That kind of useless person, would he dare to give weapons to those people? All right. Wan Qiang was about to say something, but was interrupted by Yin Saoyang. Enough. Stop wasting my time. Tomorrow morning, we will storm into Building 9. Yin Saoyang approached Wan Qiang. Don't forget. Whose dog are you? As he spoke, he shot a small flame from his hand, singeing a lock of Wan Qiang's hair. Yes. Wan Qiang, suppressing his anger, replied respectfully. Yin Saoyang snorted coldly and walked into Li Man's bedroom. Less than a minute later, ambiguous sounds emerged from inside. Brother Qiang, are we really going to listen to him? It's simply too pathetic. Zhao Lixue, unable to contain his anger, struck the wall with his left hand. Be careful, brothers. The boss will come over in a few days. Let's endure a little longer. Wan Qiang patted Zhao Lixue's shoulder, helplessly taking a breath. If it weren't for the boss saving my life before, I would have left with the brothers long ago. Because of this young master, I have lost so many brothers, and my woman has also been harmed by him. This person is impulsive and easily angered. With just a little provocation, he can short-circuit his brain. I don't understand how he became even more arrogant with powers. If he weren't the boss son, I would really want to break his neck directly. Why should someone like him have powers? At 4 in the morning, Wang Yang led 10 men into Building 12, each needing to secure at least one kill before retreating. Zhao Lixue rushed in, waking the still sleeping Wan Qiang. What's wrong? That group from Building 9 is coming back. Wan Qiang stood up, ready to charge out to face them, but was stopped by Zhao Lixue. They've already retreated, but they killed over a dozen of our brothers. Brother, if this continues, our people will be wiped out. How could that group of useless trash kill so many of us? Those rats in the gutter took advantage of our slumber to launch a sneak attack, catching our brothers off guard. Damn it. Gao Hui. Wan Qiang cursed, pacing around the room. This cannot go on. Let's have our brothers move upstairs with as many people as possible in each room, taking turns to guard against sneak attacks from the opposite side. Yes. Zhao Lixue immediately went to convey the orders. This situation cannot continue. Our numbers are dwindling, and I fear we won't last until the boss arrives. That group must be listening to Gao Hui constantly harassing us to keep us on edge and distracted. It seems we'll have to ally with the people from the other buildings. Wan Qiang looked out the window. The snow was not as heavy as it had been at first. Going out posed little risk now, so he grabbed his coat and left Building 12. Good lad. Indeed clever. How could I let you have your way? Gao Hui was monitoring Wan Qiang in Building 12, fully aware of his every move. Ren Yongfeng, can you hear me? Come to my door immediately. In 2 minutes, Ren Yongfeng had climbed to the 33rd floor, looking surprisingly unexhausted, as if he had eaten well yesterday, and appeared somewhat rosy. Brother Hui, any orders? Here. A box of instant noodles, a box of sausages, and a box of compressed biscuits. Upon hearing Gao Hui's words, Ren Yongfeng was momentarily stunned, then knelt down, gently stroking the food before him, tears streaming down the face of the 1.8-meter-tall man. Brother Hui, I don't know what to say. From now on, I'll do whatever you ask. Even if it means going to my death, I'm willing. Ren Yongfeng had never trusted anyone so much. Incredible. This little gesture raised Ren Yongfeng's favorability to an astonishing 100. This young man, it seems in my previous life, he didn't join that group attacking my home. If this lad performs well and survives, perhaps I can take him to the base. Not so fast. You only get this because of your good performance. Oh, others want it, but haven't earned it. Now hurry back and don't let anyone see. Ren Yongfeng bowed multiple times before carrying 3 boxes home. Gao Hui felt a surge of joy. This one person increased the food supply in the space by millions of boxes and granted him 3 skill points. He wouldn't waste his own supplies on the weeds. The system's return was the best fodder. Gao Hui saw that Ren Yongfeng had made it home and picked up the intercom. Hello neighbors from Building 9. I have an important message to convey. Please gather at my door within 5 minutes. Upon hearing the news, everyone rushed to the 33rd floor. The hallway became so crowded, it was nearly a stampede. In less than 3 minutes, everyone from Building 9 had gathered on the 33rd floor. Neighbors, the situation is dire. The leader from across is preparing to negotiate with the other buildings. We must. As Gao Hui spoke, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Different voices echoed in the 33rd floor hallway, making it hard to hear Gao Hui. Everyone. He shouted several times before managing to regain control of the situation. As long as you can bring in one person with combat capability, I will reward that person with 5 packs of instant noodles and compressed biscuits. The neighbor who brings someone will not only receive the same amount of food, but also 3 sausages. As soon as Gao Hui made this announcement, the building erupted in a frenzy, even louder than before. Gao Hui was too lazy to shout them down, and everyone rushed to contact others while they still had internet. Wan Qiang, stay behind. Gao Hui called out to Wan Qiang. Mr. Gao, what can I do for you? You were the building leader before, so you should know the leaders of our other buildings. Please reach out and see if they are willing to join us. If they agree, I can offer each of their subordinates 3 boxes of instant noodles or compressed biscuits. Understood, Mr. Gao. I don't think anyone would refuse your offer. Wan Qiang confidently left after saying that. Wan Qiang, let's see how many people you can bring in. The neighbors, energized like they had been given a shot of adrenaline, braved the wind and snow to recruit people from other buildings after the internet went down. Some successfully brought back a dozen people while others went and never returned. Wan Qiang did not disappoint. There were a total of 30 buildings in the community, and he managed to recruit from 20 of them, dramatically increasing the number of recruits from dozens to thousands. I'm sorry, I could only bring these people. The other buildings were occupied by Building 27 before I could reach out. The leader there is named Deng Ruidai. He started leading the strong men from that building to attack the surrounding buildings just days into the snow disaster. In less than a week, he conquered 3 buildings and now occupies rows 21 to 30, and he has already allied with the leader from across. It's fine, you've done well. Go back and rest. You've worked hard. Hey, race a serving of salt-baked shrimp for you. Wan Qiang accepted the plate, his brow twitching, his eyes glimmering. He had not tasted shrimp in ages. Thank you, Mr. Gao. Ding. Wan Yang's favorability has reached 80, and he can receive items to trigger reward returns. Just as Wan Qiang was about to leave, Gao Hui called him back. Mr. Gao, what's wrong? He hugged the salt-baked shrimp to his chest, afraid Gao Hui would change his mind. I forgot to give you this: a box of water, a box of canned beef, and a box of potatoes. Take them with you. Wan Qiang looked at the food by the door, his eyes wide open like saucers, nearly drooling as the song goes. Don't get too excited. This is what you deserve. As long as you work well with me, you won't be treated poorly. Gao Hui kept repeating these few lines. Wan Qiang, thin as a stick, was still able to lift 2 boxes of food and a box of 2L water, carefully placing the salt-baked shrimp on top of the boxes. He walked, inhaling the aroma. The dish was still hot, the fragrance wafting into his nose, making him crave it intensely, and his pace quickened considerably. Gao Hui opened the system. Rin Yongfeng and Wan Qiang each gained 6 skill points. Adding the 1 skill point he got for tossing a grenade to his wife the other day, he now had a total of 7 skill points. He decided to upgrade the system first. The revival pills were quite important. Ding. System upgrade level 2. The shop now includes revival pills, calming pills, and detoxification pills, and the personal space has expanded to 3 cubic kilometers. The space has increased. Gao Hui opened the space and found that the nearly full space had suddenly doubled in size. He felt that he hadn't stockpiled enough supplies. Calming pills and detoxification pills, how did it turn into a fantasy novel again? Calming pills can temporarily resist mental attacks for about 5 minutes, while detoxification pills can neutralize poisons if taken within 1 hour of toxin ingestion, otherwise they are ineffective. Alright, the revival pill costs 3 skill points. This is too steep. Of course, with the system upgrade the prices go up too. Gao Hui rolled his eyes at the system. He briefly scanned through the system and found skills requiring 4 or 5 skill points for exchange, but for now he prioritized unlocking his parents' skills and would set everything else aside. Brother Gao, are you there? At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. A dozen people arrived at the entrance, each carrying a head in their hands. Brother Gao Hui took the opportunity to rush in and kill a few people before they called for reinforcements, but now they have hundreds on their side, and we can't launch an attack anymore. Lu Zhong finished speaking, and several people showed expressions of disappointment. It's okay, everyone stay vigilant today. If there are any movements, inform me through the intercom. Tomorrow I will discuss a plan with the leaders of other buildings. Brother Gao, take this box of eggs, a bag of rice, and a bag of flour back with you. The child is sick, make sure to cook more porridge for him. Seeing the system return several million worth of food, Gao Hui felt much more at ease. Everyone, you can go back. Lu Zhong, you stay behind. As the crowd dispersed, Gao Hui glanced at his supplies, unsure. Is this really for me? Lu Zhong's reaction was less than stellar. He surely couldn't comprehend what Gao. The child is still young, and I can't bear to see him suffer, so I'm quietly giving this to you. Make sure not to tell anyone, and take it back quickly. Gao Hui feigned concern. If he were standing in front of Lu Zhong, he would definitely give him a big hug, because his expression management was truly lacking. After thanking him countless times, Lu Zhong finally took the supplies. Wan Qiang. Calling Wan Qiang. Gao Hui picked up the intercom to locate him. Mr. Gao, I'm here. Wan Qiang had honed his ability to listen to the intercom for 24 hours. Please arrange for a meeting tomorrow when the network is up at noon in our building. You can take my phone, or I can't appear in person, so it will be a video conference. Okay, no problem. Although Gao Hui's earth shield and space wouldn't put him in danger, it's better to be cautious. After all, he had been reborn and couldn't afford to fall here. Gao Hui opened the surveillance to find that Deng Ruidao was indeed colluding with Wan Qiang. It turned out the two were childhood friends, no wonder they couldn't be tempted. After discussing, they decided to mimic Wan Qiang and stage a surprise attack in the evening. It seems tonight will be a sleepless night. Gao Hui picked up the intercom. Neighbors, the ones across might attack us tonight, but don't be afraid. I will be on guard throughout the city tonight. Neighbors, don't sleep too soundly, as I may call on you at any time. No problem. I want sleep tonight. Me too. Brother Gao, you can count on me. I am always ready to assist. Since Gao Hui provided supplies, the neighbors' loyalty toward him increased significantly. As long as it didn't involve immediate death, they would promptly do anything he asked. Late at night, Deng Ruidao and Wan Qiang, along with hundreds of their subordinates, crowded at the entrance of Building 12. 8 of the 33rd floor has been watching here all along. If we send someone out, they'll be shot or blown up. What should we do? Wan Qiang noticed that the window on the 33rd floor was still open. Deng Ruidao pulled him to the other side and whispered, "We have so many people, and he only has one gun. As long as we charge over in numbers, we won't be afraid of taking that building. They'll send some of my newly recruited subordinates. Losing this group won't affect us much as long as we keep our brothers who are willing to fight for us safe. It seems we have no choice." Wan Qiang nodded. Deng Ruidao designated more than 50 people and ordered them to charge forward. As they had just arrived and were unaware of the situation here, they thought this was an opportunity given by their leader and rushed out eagerly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of gunshots killed over 10 people, and Gao Hui was responsible for filling in the gaps, throwing grenades like they were free, the sounds echoing throughout the entire community, waking many people. Under Deng Ruidao's pressure, over 50 people charged into Building 9, but only 3 managed to break in. Before they could celebrate, the neighbors left behind shot them in the head. Is this really human? Did the grenades come blowing in from the wind? Deng Ruidao looked at the numerous blood pits before him, feeling fear for the first time. Wan Qiang had been closely monitoring the grenades Gao Hui had thrown, using over 30 of them, plus those from before, adding up to at least 40. Hadn't he bought 100 in total? To have used half so quickly, could he really bear to do this? Ada, this isn't going to work. Over 50 people are gone. I know, but I can't swallow this anger. Deng Ruidao clenched his fists, his icy gaze fixed on the 33rd floor of Building 9. Let's retreat. I don't believe he can monitor us for 24 hours. A group of people returned to their respective rooms dejected. Honey, let me keep watch. You and Mom go get some sleep. These people definitely won't give up easily. Retreating is only temporary. They might attack again soon, so I need to keep an eye on things. Then, Mom, you go sleep. Oh, I'm good with my shooting skills and can handle them. Kuyu thought for a moment and handed her sniper rifle to Lan Manrou. She knew her daughter-in-law's shooting skills were good, and she was indeed a bit tired. At her age, she couldn't keep up with the young ones. After giving the rifle, she reminded them to be careful and went to sleep in her room. Honey, you sleep first. We'll keep an eye on the surveillance. If they make any moves, I'll call you. Gao Hui really wanted to watch with his wife, but he had a video conference to attend tomorrow and needed to be alert. All right. This window should stay open and the lights must remain on. If anything happens, make sure to call me. Don't worry. Go to sleep. Gao Hui didn't decline and lay down to rest. In the early hours, he woke up and coaxed Lan Manrou to sleep. It took a long time for her to agree to rest, and Gao Hui kept watch for over 4 hours. During the night, those trying to come out from the other side all fell at the hands of Lan Manrou and Gao Hui. In the morning, Gao Hui tossed the surveillance footage to his parents and went back to sleep for a while, only getting up at noon when the network came back to prepare for the upcoming video conference. After a night of defense, none of Wan Qiang's group dared to come out again. Lured by the promise of food, the leaders of each building took the risk to arrive at Building 9 on time. Wan Qiang arrived at the 33rd floor, took the phone, and rushed to the prepared room. The meeting officially began. As the video turned on, 21 people stood in the room. Gao Hui cleared his throat and spoke. Hello everyone, I am Gao Hui, the leader of Building 9. I have gathered you all here in hopes that we can cooperate to eliminate Wan Qiang, Deng Ruidao, and Wan Qiang from Building 12. Seeing that nobody spoke, Gao Hui continued. These people have committed numerous atrocities. Previously, Wan Qiang murdered and pillaged in our building, treating lives as mere food. Now these people have gathered together, and if we don't unite, we will eventually be swallowed by them. Currently, there are only over 400 people in Building 12, while the rest are spread across buildings 21 to 30. I suggest we first eliminate the people in those 2 rows, then return to deal with Building 12. Gao Hui spoke for a long time, but the group remained silent, leaving him feeling quite awkward. I will deliver the supplies I promised you all earlier, but I wonder what you all think about that. I have a question. One seemingly 30-something man raised his hand. Was it you who threw the bomb last night? The man's gaze was filled with suspicion. Yes, it was me. Those people were about to attack this building, so I had no choice but to strike first. To be honest, I have plenty of grenades, but I only attack enemies. Allies will receive a constant supply of resources. This group is a mixed bag, and surely some have ulterior motives. Cooperation is necessary, but we must first instill fear. Indeed, the faces of this group were a kaleidoscope of emotions. Some fearful, some defiant, some in awe. And what's this? Some were even leering. I'm already married. Besides, I like women. Having seen no reaction from the crowd, Gao Hui was about to go crazy. He needed a clear answer. Just then a stunning woman stood up and said, Building 18 accepts Mr. Gao's proposal. Building 13 also accepts the proposal. Building 2 accepts the proposal. Building 15 accepts the proposal. After Sheng Yueying took the lead, the others quickly followed suit. Then the remaining matters will be handled by Wan Qiang. Let me clarify, I will not provide any weapons. You will have to find a way on your own. Upon hearing that no weapons would be provided, the expressions of the group turned grim. However, fearing Gao Hui's grenades, some compromised, having heard that his home was practically a fortress that couldn't be breached. For those people other than Yin Saoyang, Wan Qiang, and Deng Ruida, each head can be exchanged for 5 packs of instant noodles or compressed biscuits, and for every 10 heads an extra can of beef stew will be provided. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd lit up, and their previously dejected expressions instantly brightened. However, if any one of you dares to harm even a single person from Building 9, no matter where they run, I will make you a mangled corpse. Wan Qiang was deeply moved by these words, and when Gao Hui checked through the system, his favorability rating shot up to 93. This group dared not do anything to Building 9. They had no weapons to withstand Gao Hui's grenades. Once Gao Hui finished speaking, he had Wan Qiang in the video call. The family agreed to take turns keeping an eye on Building 12, while his father would only be responsible for the meals. Wan Qiang chaired the meeting for over 3 hours before it concluded, and he promptly returned the phone to the 33rd floor. The group of leaders followed him mainly for the promised supplies, moving boxes down, while expressing their gratitude, all the while complaining about why Gao Hui lived on the 33rd floor. They were exhausted from the constant moving. By the time it was done, it was already 8 or 9 in the evening. Gao Hui asked the neighbors to bring everyone over in just one day. 300 to 400 people had taken up residence in Building 9, and Gao Hui even lent them the empty rooms next door. Friends from Building 9, please take turns keeping watch tonight. Building 12 may attack at any time, so stay vigilant. Gao Hui relayed the command through the intercom. Gao Hui had warned them when they moved in, anyone who harmed a neighbor from Building 9 would be subjected to a brutal With these words combined with Wan Qiang relaying what Gao Hui had said during the meeting, 12 people's favorability ratings. While the sky was still not completely dark, Gao Hui called over these 12 people and gifted them fresh vegetables, fresh meat, seafood, and a total of 36 types of food, instantly boosting his skill points. These people were so happy they nearly knelt down to acknowledge Gao Hui as their father. Gao Hui casually sent them off after a few polite words. He opened the system and spent 26 skill points to buy 2 advanced detectors and 2 revival pills. Let's first awaken my father's latent powers. I wonder how long the revival pills will take to work. I might still need my mother's help tonight. Dad, come quickly. What is it? Gao Hui pulled Gao Xingye into his parents' bedroom. What's going on? So mysterious. Dad, I want to help you awaken your powers. Really? Gao Xingye suddenly stood up, but then felt dizzy and nearly fell over. Slow down. Don't get too excited. Gao Hui didn't expect his father to care so much about awakening powers. He usually seemed quite laid back. Dad, sit tight, I'm about to start. Xiao Qi used the advanced detector to check Gao Xingye's latent powers. A few minutes later, Xiao Qi provided feedback. Ding. Detection complete. Gao Xingye has 1 potential power earth attribute. Gao Hui was not surprised by this result. His father's health was already frail, so having any powers was quite remarkable. Dad, you can awaken earth attribute powers. And then, oi. What do you mean, and then? Is that it? Just 1 earth attribute? No. That's right. Gao Hui seemed to have underestimated Gao Xingye's desire for powers. Alright. What do we do next? Here, eat this revival pill, then take the activation capsule. Thankfully, even though the system has upgraded, the activation capsule still only requires 1 skill point. Following Gao Hui's instructions, Gao Xingye swallowed the pills, feeling warmth spread through his body, even experiencing a tingling sensation. The chronic back pain he had suffered from seemed to vanish instantly, and his energy surged. Gao Hui opened the system and saw Gao Xingye's power panel: wind, attribute none, fire, attribute none, water, attribute none, ice, attribute none, lightning, attribute none, wood, attribute none, earth, attribute gift of earth, level 1. Other attributes none. Weapon: Mo Lin knife, produces a sound like a dragon's roar, made from special materials, lightweight, yet powerful. Gift of earth can form a guardian contract with up to 5 people, providing them with an earth attribute shield, while doubling their attributes for 1 hour. If the contract holder moves more than 1 kilometer away from the guardian, they will immediately lose the protective effect. This skill of my dad's is fantastic. It will likely become even stronger after upgrades, and the system upgrade allows us to see the levels and statuses of weapons and skills. Gao Hui closed the system, and unlike Lan Manrou, Gao Xingye was clearly not struggling in pain. Dad, why do you look stronger? Just a few minutes had passed, and Gao Xingye looked noticeably more robust. Gao Hui squeezed Gao Xingye's arm, which felt as hard as iron. Did the earth attribute enhancement really make such a difference? He then checked Gao Xingye's basic information: name, Gao Xingye, age 60, height 181 centimeters, occupation none, retired chef, marital status married wife, Kuyu, attractiveness 87, charm 62, stamina 86, speed 38, defense max. Wow, Stamina increased that much. What are you talking about? What stamina? Nothing. I just meant to say, Dad, now that you have powers, your stamina has improved a lot. Don't say that. I feel like I have energy all over my body now. Dad, try to form a contract with me. Gao Hui attempted to concentrate his powers in his palm. Since it was his first time, he wasn't very skilled and struggled greatly before successfully forming a contract with Gao Hui. Gao Hui directly opened the system panel to check his attributes, named Gao Hui, age 23, height 188 centimeters, occupation convenience store owner, marital status, married wife, Lan Manrou, attractiveness max, charm max, stamina max, speed 76, defense max. While these attributes are nearly maxed out, it's simply incredible. However, even though it's maxed out, I have no idea how much that truly means. This system is really... Cough cough. After the system upgrade, more detailed information can be viewed. Please keep it up, host. Gao Hui rolled his eyes and said nothing. Since his father successfully awakened his powers, it was time to help his mother. Mom, come please sit here. Gao Hui gently guided Qiang, still watching out the window, down onto the sofa. What are you doing? Hey, Xingye, why are you? Qiang faltered at a loss for words. I've hardened up, haven't I? Xingye blurted, then instantly regretted it. How had the conversation veered so awkwardly? Gao Hui cleared his throat lightly. Mom, Dad has awakened his Earth Affinity ability. Now it's your turn. Not bad at all. Qiang rose and circled Xingye, appraising him closely. Indeed, his frame had grown markedly sturdier. His muscles truly had hardened. How did Dad awaken so quickly? Last time Manrou took 3 full days before regaining consciousness. Could it be that Dad's ability is unusually weak? Do I really seem that feeble? Xingye muttered under his breath. Qiang only realized, too late, that her remark had wounded Xingye's pride. No, absolutely not. You're the most formidable, bravest man in our family. It's simply because your physical constitution is extraordinary. Awakening was effortless for you. Xingye burst into laughter, fully aware his wife's words were insincere, yet finding them deeply comforting nonetheless. Actually, my system upgrade included restorative pills, so awakening caused no discomfort like Manrou endured. I only learned this later, and felt terrible for all the suffering my wife endured. Honey, don't be sad. It's all in the past, and honestly, I didn't feel much pain at all. I simply slept and woke with an awakened ability. That's all thanks to your care, and Mom and Dad's. Alright, let's get serious. How does one awaken? Xingye recounted the entire process to Qiang, who sat quietly on the sofa awaiting the scanner's results. Ding! Scan complete. Qiang possesses latent affinities for 2 elements, wood and wind. Mom, you've awakened 2 elemental affinities, wood and wind. Oh, 2. Tell me, which one's superior? Yes, do explain. I awakened Earth Affinity quite haphazardly. I still don't fully grasp its nature. It suddenly struck Gao Hui he'd never actually explained the system's ability mechanics to his parents. Manrou herself knew only the barest outline. Very well, I'll explain. This ability. Gao Hui meticulously detailed every relevant system feature he could recall. The 3 listeners grew increasingly bewildered as he spoke. Quite intricate. If what you say is true, then I'll begin with wood affinity. I'm a physician after all, and our family lacks any healing-oriented abilities. I can't let that go to waste. Gao Hui nodded thoughtfully. He knew his mother secretly longed for offensive capabilities, but given their current distribution of abilities, a dedicated healing affinity was urgently needed. Yet activation capsules adapted to the Awakener's innate traits. Whether hers would manifest as healing remained uncertain. Fortunately, Gao Hui still had surplus skill points, enough to purchase both additional activation capsules and restorative pills. First, they'd observe how Qiang's awakening unfolded. If feasible, awakening both affinities truly would be ideal. Here, Mom, these are the restorative pills and activation capsule. Let's first see which affinity you awaken. If your body responds well, we'll proceed immediately to awaken both elements. No problem. Qiang swallowed the pills in sequence. Like Xingye, she awakened her ability effortlessly, without pain or distress. Gao Hui opened the system interface to view his mother's base profile. Wind affinity none. Fire affinity none. Water affinity none. Ice affinity none. Thunder affinity none. Wood affinity blooming, withering level I. Earth affinity none. Other affinities none. Weapon Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle modified. Infinite ammunition, silenced, recoilless, forged from proprietary alloy. Blooming Withering grants 2 distinct powers capable of enchanting weapons, Resurrection Herb and Thornvine Lash. The Resurrection Herb instantly heals non-fatal wounds while restoring stamina. The Thornvine Lash, upon striking an enemy, surges through their bloodstream in an instant, paralyzing the victim entirely, each inch of skin pierced by searing needle-like agony, until the vines reach the heart and extinguish life. This was excellent. Mother possessed both healing and offense, and even enchantment capacity, without compromising her proficiency with the sniper rifle. Paired with father, their synergy would be near unassailable. Gao Hui described the abilities to Qiang, who reacted with evident satisfaction. I'd nearly dozed off staring across the street, but now, I'm wide awake. Qiang strode briskly to the window, eager for someone to step into view so she could test her newly awakened power. Shao Qi, can ordinary awakened individuals temporarily activate 2 affinities? No, they cannot. Ordinary awakened individuals must first attain mastery in their current affinity before unlocking another. Of course, the host is an exception. Mastery. How do we measure that? Mastery levels become visible upon reaching system Tier 3. Another upgrade. I just upgraded. Keep striving host. Tier 3 requires 30 skill points. What a... Gao Hui's exclamation drew startled glances from Kuyu and the others. Honey, what's wrong? Yeah, why the sudden alarm? Xingye pressed a hand to his chest, his pulse quickening. Nothing at all. Someone's coming out. Kuyu's sharp announcement cut through the other's thoughts. She smoothly shouldered her rifle and focused her will, infusing the weapon with her awakened affinity. Her aptitude was exceptional. Within seconds the infusion succeeded. She aimed and fired. All 3 targets froze instantly where they stood. Too distant to discern expressions, they collapsed lifelessly to the ground roughly 1 minute later. That interval feels rather lengthy. Fortunately, the single bullet pierced all 3 and triggered the thornvine lash simultaneously. Still, 1 minute was far too long. Perhaps Mother's mastery level is still low. Repeated use may accelerate its effect. Kuyu nodded. You all rest. I'm still wide awake. I'll take over again in the latter half of the night. Mom, thank you. It won't be long before this passes. Now I want to keep watch and practice using my ability at the same time. Understood. Just call if anything arises. Kuyu waved dismissively, urging everyone to retire immediately. Gao Hui lay in bed and opened the system interface. Over the past few days, 15 individuals had met the affinity threshold, yielding 45 skill points in total. He'd already spent 31 skill points on system upgrades and assisting his parents' awakenings. Since neither parent could awaken further abilities in the near term, investing points into himself was the only viable path forward. Their household now encompassed fire, thunder, wood, and earth affinities, but wind, water, and ice remained unclaimed. Moreover, earth lacked any offensive application. The road ahead remained long and arduous. Wan had awakened fire affinity. Confrontation with him loomed imminent. Acquiring water affinity had thus become critically urgent. Gao Hui scoured the system's skill database for water affinity techniques and found one dragon dominion costing 4 skill points to acquire. Upon activation, this technique summons a serpentine water dragon that draws all living beings within a 50-meter radius into its maw, holding them for 10 seconds before expelling them. Those consumed are dissolved by potent acidic fluids within the dragon's belly, leaving behind only bleached skeletons. Caution: this technique may be used only once per day. Without hesitation, Gao Hui selected it. Dragon manifestation. Who could resist such power? Alas, the dragon's acidic discharge rendered it useless for water storage, even for bathing. And with only 1 daily use, he wondered whether future upgrades might lift this restriction. A warm surge coursed through him. Water affinity awakened. He gathered the element into his palm, and minutes later, a tiny, exquisitely lifelike water dragon coiled above his hand. He withdrew the energy, resolving to unleash it against Wan when least expected. Just as he contemplated awakening a second affinity, his mother rushed in from the living room. Huier, something's wrong. The person opposite Wan has released a massive fire shield blocking my line of sight. I can't aim properly, and dozens of people have already rushed in, with more heading towards our building. They came really quickly. Gao Hui quickly sat up, grabbing the walkie-talkie from his bedside. Neighbors. They are attacking from the opposite side. There are many of them. The ones on the lower floors should run upstairs first. Gao Hui stood by the window, taking out a telescope from his space. Damn it. The fire is too big to see anything. He tried throwing a few grenades, but surprisingly the fire did not detonate them. Instead, it knocked the grenades away, creating several craters around the flames. Wan is quite clever. Gao Hui felt a bit annoyed watching the groups of people below moving towards Building 9. Although his family was certainly safe, the newcomers might not survive. The freshly grown chives can't just be sacrificed like this. What about the skill points for next month? Gao Hui pondered, looking at the fire below. I've got it. He suddenly remembered something and took out several water balloons from his space. He had collected them while gathering supplies from the mall, unsure if they would be effective. He threw more than a dozen water balloons, and the flames indeed weakened slightly, allowing him to see the people inside. Kuyu seized the opportunity and fired a few shots. With the protection of the fire shield, each shot could only take out one person, but it was a good start. With Gao Hui's water balloons holding them back, few could come over. The situation was somewhat under control, and the opposing side dared not send more people. Gao Hui checked the surveillance. Over 100 people had entered, giving them a numerical advantage, but they were scattered across different floors, making them easy to pick off one by one. Neighbors, please gather at my door as quickly as possible. The immediate priority was to get everyone together, but the hallway was so small that these hundreds of people couldn't fit. If not, they could go to the rooftop. As Gao Hui contemplated strategies while pacing in the room, he looked down at the water balloons, seemingly coming up with a plan. Recently, these neighbors had been running to the 33rd floor almost every day, moving upstairs at great speed. Gao Hui decided to have those who ran up first head to the rooftop, leaving only those with sufficient goodwill. He started implementing the plan after seeing the neighbors downstairs running up. First, he sent the neighbors living nearby to the rooftop, then gave a few buckets of water balloons to Ren Yongfeng, and others to set up at the corridor entrance. Anyone passing through would be hit by the water balloons, and he also sprinkled water all over the stairs. After the setup was complete, Gao Hui also had them call some neighbors down from the rooftop, offering a box of bread as a reward for those willing to come down. He didn't want those with sufficient goodwill to take risks. Losing one person meant losing 3 skill points every month. Dozens of people suddenly gathered at Gao Hui's doorstep. He instructed each of them to take a bucket of water balloons ready to throw at anyone who approached, but they must not get wet themselves. The crowd did not understand what was happening and could only follow his orders. The people entering Building 12 searched room by room, but aside from some low-floor residents being taken out, the rest were empty rooms. Having finally made it inside, they couldn't just take down a few people and leave. They finally reached the 33rd floor, but were attacked by water balloons as soon as they entered the corridor. It was already cold that day, and getting wet made it even colder. They were already at the top floor, a little shiver wouldn't matter. They gritted their teeth and continued forward. As soon as a group exited the corridor, they were attacked by water balloons. Before they could draw their weapons, a bolt of lightning-like light struck, causing those who were wet to tremble in place. The few closest to Gao Hui had their arms and legs blown off, even emitting the smell of roasted meat, which made those throwing the water balloons salivate. But they dared not slack off. As long as there were still people coming in, they threw water balloons at them without hesitation. After more than an hour, Gao Hui checked the surveillance again. Once there were no more people inside the building, he let the neighbors come down and return home. The survivors cheered, grateful to be under Gao Hui's protection. Gao Hui distributed the bread to the neighbors who had just thrown water balloons, and unexpectedly one of them had their goodwill reach 80 upon hearing about the bread. Now Gao Hui had several 100,000 water balloons and countless boxes of bread in his space. After sending the others away, he gifted that person a serving of spicy hot pot. The neighbor receiving the spicy hot pot nearly knelt down in gratitude. Gao Hui felt happy. This was his favorite place for spicy hot pot, and now he had tens of thousands of servings, ensuring he'd never go hungry for life. While Gao Hui celebrated his victory, Yin Kaliang's group was furious. He even thought about directly charging into Building 9, burning down Gao Hui's door, and tearing him apart. Deng Ruida was also enraged. Over 100 of his newly recruited subordinates had vanished. In just a day, he was down to over 800 people, and now they were trapped here without supplies, unable to do anything. Wan Qiang exchanged a knowing glance with Deng Ruida. When it was around 3 or 4 in the morning, Wan Qiang instructed Deng Ruida to sneak out with over 400 people through the window on the 8th floor. Having always attacked Building 9, any escape route would expose them in front of it. This time Deng Ruida and his group returned directly to their old nest at Building 30, practically making a full circle around the neighborhood. By the time Gao Hui noticed the decrease in numbers, it was already the next morning. In just one night, Deng Ruida had captured 4 buildings, increasing his subordinates from 400 to over 1,000. We got bad news. Buildings 17 to 20 have been taken over by Deng Ruida. The previously agreed cooperation can no longer be realized. Now the person in charge of Building 18, Wu Meihua, has been. Wang Yang did not finish his sentence. Gather the heads of other buildings. Today we are going to take down Deng Ruida. How could he let Deng Ruida slip away right under his nose? Truly, he was tired of living. Honey, are we going to join this battle? Since the family members started gaining abilities, going out to fight had become not for now. Let the heads of the other buildings go first. Although we have abilities now, we shouldn't be careless. Yin Kaliang has already awakened his powers, and we don't know if anyone else has kept it hidden. Unless absolutely necessary, we should avoid exposing ourselves. Alright, I will listen to you. The heads of each building acted quickly, fearing they would become the next targets of Deng Ruida's. Standing at Gao Hui's door, he announced, "Everyone, I don't care what methods you have, as long as any one of your buildings clears out the ones occupied by Deng Ruida, I will reward every household in that building with 3 boxes of instant noodles, a box of beef, cans, a bag of rice, and a pound of fresh beef." A group of people stood there wide-eyed and mouths agape. The other rewards were fine, but what did a pound of fresh beef? Being able to eat beef in these times was simply heavenly. Wang Yang couldn't help but laugh at their naive expressions. They didn't care whether it was dangerous or not, rushing back to their buildings to gather their subordinates, preparing for a grand operation. Meanwhile, Gao Hui opened the system and found that 2 more neighbors met the goodwill requirement. We must summon them at once. What a waste it would be if he died before we could act. He surveyed the provisions stored in his spatial realm and selected several items at random: a crate of bread, a crate of sweet potatoes, 6 2-liter bottles of mineral water, a drum of cooking oil, 1 gene of pork, and a winter melon. Gazing upon 6 freshly acquired skill points and a return multiplier of hundreds of thousands, his vexation eased considerably. He urged them to guard themselves with utmost caution. This gesture instantly raised their goodwill toward him to 94. Fierce combat erupted across other residential blocks. Gao Hui watched every move of Yin Kaliang and Wan Qiang. So loud and violent had the fighting grown that it inevitably drew their attention. Trapped inside, they dared not venture out. The moment they stepped beyond the building's entrance, Gao Hui's faction would spot them. The group stood uneasily, unable to sit or stand in peace. Damn it! Does he leave that window wide open every day? Doesn't he feel the cold? And father, why on earth did he sell him so many weapons? It was your introduction after all. Zhao Lishua muttered softly. What did you say? Yin Kaoyang glared at Zhao Lishua, as if ready to hurl a fireball at him any second. Brother Liang, don't take it personally. Back then this man offered enough money, and since nothing seemed amiss with his family, our leader agreed to the deal. Who knew the boy was hiding such depths? Yin Kaoyang lifted his gaze toward the 33rd floor, still spotting a rifle braced in the window. Where's father? That Gao Hui, what an audacious foe. He's driven me to this desperate pass. May 8 a break through successfully. Wan Qiang's inner unease deepened by the moment. Fueled by the promise of supplies, the buildings, allied with Gao Hui, fought with reckless abandon. Deng Ruida's hastily assembled forces were instantly shattered, and the already fragile alliance crumbled entirely. After 5 grueling hours of combat, Deng Ruida's faction was cornered inside Building 30, while all remaining buildings surrendered unconditionally to Gao Hui's camp. Wang Yang immediately reported the news to Gao Hui, who, astonished by how swiftly this outcome had been achieved, resolved to press the advantage without delay and prevent Deng Ruida and Wan Qiang from reuniting. Gao Hui summoned Ren Yongfeng. I have a formidable task for you. Brother Gao, speak. I'll give it my absolute. Deng Ruida's group is holed up in Building 20. Under no circumstances must he contact Wan Qiang. He must be eliminated today. I know you possess exceptional martial prowess. I expect you to return alive, bearing his head in your hands. Consider it done. I'll bring you good news. I have little to offer you, but here are some blast-resistant shields. Ren Yongfeng accepted the shields at the doorway and strode off confidently. Gao Hui then assembled several skilled fighters to accompany him, promising each survivor 1 gene of beef and a sack of flour. At the foot of Building 30, Ren Yongfeng stood with dozens of men, their resolve fierce and unyielding. Brother Yang, this is perilous. You should retreat. Don't worry about me. Just watch your own back. With those words, Wang Yang slipped behind the formation. Ren Yongfeng led the group into Building 30 and began clearing floor by floor, yet found no one. With each ascending level, his pulse quickened, his tension mounting. Soon they reached the rooftop. Ren Yongfeng raised a hand to halt the advance. The memory of Gao Hui annihilating intruders with water spheres still vivid in everyone's mind. If the enemy had gathered atop the building, an ambush was inevitable. For men raised their shields ahead of the formation, while the rest remained behind, maintaining tight discipline as they advanced. At the door, Ren Yongfeng fired a single shot to shatter the lock. He exchanged a glance with his comrades. Then as the door swung open, they scattered instinctively, taking cover on either side of the frame. Gunfire erupted the instant the door opened, but thanks to the blast-resistant shields, no one sustained injury. Shit, where did these shields even come from? Deng Ruida had no idea that Level 7 of Wanlong Mall housed a large sports equipment store, one that stocked riot gear now entirely seized by Gao Hui and stashed within his spatial realm. While the attackers stood momentarily stunned by the shields, Ren Yongfeng's team surged forward into the room, and Wang Yang began inching silently toward the doorway. Crouched behind the sofa, Deng Ruida cursed bitterly. His ammunition dwindled with each passing second. Was this truly where he would meet his end? One by one his comrades fell, each collapsed, piercing his heart like a blade. His eyes drifted to Wu Meihua cowering in the corner. A cruel smile flickered across his face. He lunged forward, seized her, and locked his arm tightly around her throat. Dragging her before him, the two rose slowly to their feet, now the only living souls left inside the room. Cease fire. Ren Yongfeng shouted to halt the assault the moment he saw Deng Ruida holding Wu Meihua hostage. Ha 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 ha. Shoot. Go ahead, shoot. Why hesitate now? That woman is innocent. Don't strike her by mistake. Ren Yongfeng's command instantly stilled every finger hovering over a trigger. Huh. Still clinging to your high-minded scruples at a time like this. How utterly nauseating. You, the one giving orders, step inside now, or I'll kill her. Brother Ren, don't listen to him. Ren Yongfeng glanced at his comrades, then at the helpless woman in Deng Ruida's grasp, and sighed deeply before stepping alone through the doorway. Drop your weapons. Put them down. Ren Yongfeng turned and commanded. Reluctantly, the others obeyed. You, toss your gun over here. Deng Ruida leveled his firearm at Ren Yongfeng, his other arm still clamped fiercely around Wu Meihua's neck. Don't listen to him. Even as she choked under his grip, Wu Meihua pleaded with them to flee. Go now. He's alone. He can't do it. Witnessing Wu Meihua's unwavering kindness, Ren Yongfeng could not bear to abandon her. He placed his pistol on the floor and kicked it toward Deng Ruida's feet. Get on your knees. Hands on your head. Deng Ruida's expression twisted into something feral. Ren Yongfeng locked eyes with him and knelt slowly, deliberately. Whore. See that? This man risks his life for you. You two have been scheming together all along, haven't you? Deng Ruida turned his sneer toward Ren Yongfeng. How does this woman perform in bed? Is she as lifeless as a dead fish? Don't push this too far. Ren Yongfeng nearly sprang to his feet in fury. Stay down. Deng Ruida pressed the barrel against Wu Meihua's temple, using her as a shield against Ren Yongfeng's defiance. Ren Yongfeng clenched his fists, rooted to the spot, his gaze never leaving Deng Ruida's slightest movement. Order your men to withdraw, or I'll execute her on the spot. Survival comes first. Since this fool values the wretched woman so highly, why not exploit that weakness? Ren Yongfeng gestured subtly with his hand. Slowly his comrades retreated beyond Deng Ruida's line of sight. Then Deng Ruida dragged Wu Meihua forward until she stood directly before Ren Yongfeng. Turn around. Ren Yongfeng raised his hands and turned obediently. Deng Ruida pressed the gun hard into his lower back. Lead me out now. The trio descended floor by floor until they finally emerged at the building's entrance. Ren Yongfeng's followers had long since withdrawn to their respective buildings. Now only the three stood alone amid the snow-covered expanse. Take 3 steps forward. Deng Ruida barked, weapon drawn. Ren Yongfeng complied, but his mind raced, calculating every possible countermove. The moment Ren Yongfeng turned, Deng Ruida shoved Wu Meihua violently into his arms, then bolted several paces away and whirled back, leveling his aim at both of them. Bang! A single gunshot rang out. Ren Yongfeng collapsed instantly. Yet even as he glimpsed Deng Ruida's turn, he lunged forward, shielding Wu Meihua with his body. The bullet struck him squarely in the abdomen. Deng Ruida's treachery succeeded. He spun and fled into the distance. Bang! A second shot pierced his forehead, while Wan Qiang stood motionless nearby, smoke curling from the barrel of his rifle. Ren Yongfeng, wake up. After eliminating Deng Ruida, Wan Qiang rushed to Ren Yongfeng's side and called out to him repeatedly. He's losing too much blood. The weather must be. Wu Meihua looked at the man before her, breathing out but not in, and feared he was slipping away. Go find Brother Hui. He might have a way. Wu Meihua helped lift Ren Yongfeng upright, and Wan Qiang hoisted him onto his back. Though frail and slight, Wan Qiang bore the weight of a young, robust man with grim determination. With life hanging in the balance, he pressed on despite exhaustion, staggering toward Building 9, stumbling repeatedly on the icy ground, both collapsing more than once while Wu Meihua hurried to steady them. At last they carried Ren Yongfeng to the 33rd floor. Both Wan Qiang and Wu Meihua gasped for breath, utterly spent. Gao Hui, seeing the dire state, immediately summoned Kuyu Mom. Ren Yongfeng is injured. Please treat him at once. Kuyu fired a shot through the doorway directly at Ren Yongfeng. Her first use of this ability, uncertain whether it would work, yet under the circumstances things could hardly worsen. Gao Hui had no intention of letting Ren Yongfeng die, not when he was the most loyal and guileless among their neighbors. Gradually Ren Yongfeng's wound began to close, his ashen face flushed with renewed vitality, his breathing steadied, but still he remained unconscious. Is he running a fever? Wu Meihua touched his forehead, astonished that in such biting cold his skin burned with unnatural heat. Gao Hui retrieved an electronic thermometer from his spatial storage. Wan Qiang took it and scanned Ren Yongfeng's forehead. The reading flashed 39°C. Madam, would you be willing to care for him? Gao Hui recognized her vaguely, though her name escaped him entirely. This? Wu Meihua hesitated. If you tend to him, I'll provide your 3 daily meals. You'll stay in the apartment next door. Others there can assist you. Rest assured they won't harm you. Wu Meihua abandoned all hesitation. What could possibly be more enticing than food and shelter? Even if those people harbored ill intent, she no longer cared. Her body had already been ravaged beyond redemption. How much worse could it truly become? Exactly, don't worry. They won't lay a hand on you. And I'll help you too. As Wan Qiang spoke, he assisted Wu Meihua in carrying Ren Yongfeng into the neighboring unit. Wan Qiang turned to descend the stairs, but Gao Hui called him back. What exactly happened? How did he get wounded like this? It's all my fault. You instructed me to shadow him and act opportunistically, but Deng Ruida seized Wu Meihua hostage and drove us all out. I had no choice but to conceal myself, waiting for the right moment to eliminate him. Yet I was still too slow. Ren Yongfeng stepped in front of Wu Meihua and took the bullet for her. Don't blame yourself. You performed admirably. Fortunately, everyone returned safely. Since you were the one who eliminated Deng Ruida, the promised supplies will be delivered in full. As Gao Hui spoke, he passed the pledged supplies through the doorway. Wan Qiang accepted them gladly, yet his expression lingered with quiet melancholy. Gao Hui had chosen Wan Qiang precisely for his uncanny marksmanship, to accompany Ren Yongfeng, whose innocence made him dangerously susceptible to deception. Ordinarily, Ren Yongfeng charged headlong into conflict without thought. Any situation demanding strategy left him paralyzed. Wan Qiang, by contrast, possessed razor-sharp perception. Their temperaments complemented each other perfectly. Yet Wan Yang's intelligence cut both ways. For now the lure of food kept him obedient. But once stability returned, who knew whom his next target might be? After all, he'd once followed Yin Saiyang's orders and attempted to storm Gao Hui's residence, only abandoning the plan when met with impenetrable defenses and the chilling presence of Gao Hui's weaponry. Gao Hui had no desire to recruit him, only to exploit him as a tool for acquiring skill points. The moment disloyalty surfaced, he would be erased without hesitation. Gao Hui ordered Wan Qiang to gather the leaders from the other residential blocks, now across the Xingyuan residential complex. Except for Building 12, all units answered solely to Gao Hui. By the way, hang Deng Ruida's head outside the 23rd floor. Gao Hui commanded. Wan Qiang nodded, and Wan Qiang's group had originally occupied a rented room on the 5th floor belonging to Li Man, but as snow deepened relentlessly, it soon submerged the entire 5th level, forcing them upward until they finally settled on the 23rd floor. Wan Qiang, how does it feel watching your childhood friend's severed head dangle before your very eyes? Half an hour later, the block leaders assembled on the 33rd floor. Congratulations on surviving. We've eliminated one major threat. Now we press forward, crushing Yin Saoyang Wan Qiang and their forces in one decisive strike. They exchanged glances. No one uttered a word. I know this battle has drained you utterly, but we cannot grant our enemies respite. Once they are eradicated, every supply I previously pledged will be tripled. Weary faces brightened instantly. This time, I will join you in person. With those words, a roar erupted through the hall. He's going himself? Hasn't he always stayed hidden inside his room? Now he's stepping out. I heard he possesses numerous weapons. This victory is all but assured. We've only ever heard his voice, never laid eyes on him. At last we'll see the man behind the legend. Enough. Enough. Return and muster your teams. I'll await you downstairs in 10 minutes. The crowd dispersed. Lan Manrou approached Gao Hui and clasped his hand. I'm going with you. So am I. Kuyu strode over, rifle slung across her shoulder. No need. I'll go alone. Their numbers may reach 5,000 or 6,000, but Wan Qiang commands only a few hundred. There's no real danger. No, I can't bear the thought of you going alone. Lan Manrou refused to yield, insisting on accompanying him. Do as I ask, stay upstairs with Mom and Dad. First, monitor Wan Qiang's movements. Second, guard our home, lest someone strike while I'm away. But, Gao Hui shook his head. Lan Manrou fell silent, reluctantly conceding to his solo departure. Don't worry, I now wield 3 distinct abilities. With spatial storage and earth shield protection, I face no peril. 3 abilities. When did this happen? Weren't there only 2 before? I awakened my hydro attribute ability just as chaos erupted, only now finding time to tell you. Manrou, rest easy. I'll keep watch from above. Should anything seem amiss, this rifle in your mother's hands won't hesitate, and I'll reinforce him with blessings. Dad assures you. It'll be fine. Gao Xingye stepped forward to comfort Lan. Gao Hui nodded, withdrew a full winter ensemble from his spatial storage, and entered the bedroom. Lan Manrou followed, helping him dress piece by piece. Her brows knotted, her luminous eyes brimming with unshed tears. Only after zipping the jacket did Lan Manrou release her grip. Yet as Gao Hui turned to leave, she caught his arm. Rising onto her toes, she pressed a tender, lingering kiss to his lips. He drew her close, deepening the embrace, tears tracing delicate paths down her temples. Gao Hui steeled himself, gently parting from her with reluctant tenderness. Wait for me. Lan Manrou lowered her gaze, murmured a soft loosened her arms, and watched him walk away. At the threshold, Gao Hui paused to open the door. Xiaohe and Mao Qiao circled his feet, especially Mao Qiao, who'd grown restless, cooped up indoors for days. Gao Hui crouched, stroking their heads. Kuyu and Gao Xingye approached, lifting the 2 pets away. Gao Xingye raised a hand, urging him to go swiftly, return safely. Stepping outside, a piercing cold enveloped him. A shock unlike anything he'd felt gazing through windows during the snowstorm. This was the true bite of the blizzard. Fortunately, his stocked winter gear was both lightweight and insulating. He slipped his hands into his pockets and descended step by deliberate step. Time at last to settle accounts with Wan Qiang. Room 2302, Building 12. Ada, what happened to you? Wan Qiang looked at the head hanging from the building across. Gao Hui. He punched the wall, blood seeping from his knuckles, his eyes glaring red at the 33rd floor. He lowered his head, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Li Shue, stay here while our people retreat. Retreat. The boss won't leave. I can't swallow this anger. Even if I die, I will charge in and kill Gao Hui. Zhao Li Shue was unwilling, having never felt so powerless. Now the enemy is many, and we are few. It's not the right time to attack. Let's find the boss and regroup. Then we can take down Gao Hui's home together. But, Wan Qiang gently patted Zhao Li Shue's shoulder. Zhao Li Shue sighed and nodded in frustration. He gathered his subordinates together, attempting to escape through the window at the back of the 8th floor. At first, Yin Caoyang was as reluctant to leave as Zhao Li Shue, thinking his abilities would protect him. Wan Qiang's brothers did not listen to him. Yin Caoyang had no choice but to stand next to Wan Qiang. As Zhao Li Shue opened the bedroom door of 802, a crowd stood outside the window like a dark mass, with Wang Yang at the forefront, arms crossed. Where do you think you're going? The people behind Wang Yang raised their guns, and Wan Qiang and the others reacted quickly, closing the door and dispersing behind the wall. A few people were hit and fell into pools of blood. To the living room. Yin Caoyang saw several hundred people outside. The back door was no longer an option. With so many people here, there must be fewer by the 9th building. Without thinking too much about the situation, he urged everyone to leave quickly. You all go ahead, I will cover the rear. Zhao Li Shue pushed the door with a few brothers' bullets hitting the door incessantly, ready to break through at any moment. Wan Qiang tried to pull Zhao Li Shue up, but was pushed away. Brother Qiang, hurry. I can only accompany you this far. A bullet successfully pierced the door, and one of Zhao Li Shue's brothers fell beside him. As Wan Qiang was pulled away by his brothers, he saw Zhao Li Shue hit by several bullets, but still leaning against the door. He let out a painful roar and rushed to the front of the crowd towards the living room. He stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, which offered a clear view, but outside was eerily empty, too quiet. Wan Qiang stood motionless at the window, and Yin Caoyang shoved him. What are you dazing for? There's no one outside. What are you afraid of? Yin Caoyang placed his left hand on the window lock, but Wan Qiang grabbed him. We can't open it. Since they have gathered so many people to surround us, how could they not send someone to watch this place? There must be a trap. And don't forget Gao Hui has been watching us from above. Wan Qiang's words woke Yin Kaoyang from his thoughts. After a moment of silence, he said, "You all stand behind me, I'll take the lead." As Yin Kaoyang opened the window and climbed out, he activated his fire shield. He raised his head to look at the 33rd floor, only to find that the window was closed. He tentatively stepped forward. The only sounds were the crunching of snow underfoot. Yin Kaoyang turned back to the others and waved. "No one is here, hurry up and follow me." The others looked at Yin Kaoyang in terror, one person even pointing ahead. Yin Kaoyang walked while following the direction the person pointed. Across the building stood a man, hands in pockets, and wearing a hat, snowflakes swirling around obscuring his features. "Brother Yin, are you out for a stroll?" Gao Hui's voice immediately identified him to Yin Kaoyang. "Damn it, Gao Hui. You finally dared to come out of your shell. Prepare to die." Yin Kaoyang gathered energy in his hands, forming a massive fireball, and hurled it at Gao Hui. The fireball arced towards Gao Hui, but was entirely blocked by the earth shield he conjured. Yin Kaoyang was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. "You have awakened your powers too." Gao Hui stood quietly, a smile on his face as he watched him. Seeing that the fireball was ineffective, Yin Kaoyang raised his hand and moved closer to Gao Hui, shooting a stream of flames from his palm, continuously attacking Gao Hui. To be cautious, Gao Hui opened a spatial entrance outside the shield, and indeed, as the flames reached the space, they extinguished immediately. The flames vanished mysteriously before Gao Hui, and Wan Qiang finally realized something. No wonder this kid can hoard so many supplies. It seems he awakened his powers before the snow disaster. And it's a spatial ability. A brother standing next to Wan Qiang curiously asked how he figured it out. If he had a regular shield skill, the flames would be blocked outside, and he should be engulfed by the flames. But look, the flames seem to shoot into a certain place, and there isn't even much snow melted around him. The others looked at Gao Hui, feeling Wan Qiang's reasoning was quite valid, and nodded in agreement. Yin Kaoyang had already moved far away and couldn't hear Wan Qiang's words. Anger had clouded his mind. He had thought day and night about killing Gao Hui to avenge his brothers, but after attacking for so long, why hadn't he reached him? The fire was diminishing, and Yin Kaoyang's vision grew increasingly blurred. His legs felt weak as he walked. What is happening to me? He shook his head to concentrate and continued attacking Gao Hui. Gao Hui observed his condition, wondering if using powers also had a limit. Was it like a game's energy bar, and was he about to run out of energy? At this moment, the flames were completely extinguished. Yin Kaoyang raised his hand and waved forward, but there was no response. He stumbled and fell to the ground, everything turning white, and unclear, his consciousness gradually fading. What is going on? Yin Kaoyang lay on the ground, weakly, still trying to raise his hand, but his whole body felt as heavy as lead. Am I going to die? I don't want to die. Dad, when will you come back? I miss you so much. In the chaos of his thoughts, he slowly closed his eyes. Is this death? Gao Hui watched him fall to the ground, unsure of the situation and not approaching to check. Xiaoqi, can you detect if he is still alive? There's no need to detect. This system can see he is still alive, just unconscious. Unconscious? How could this happen? As the host thinks, using abilities consumes energy, but when the energy is exhausted, one naturally becomes too weak to continue. Why didn't you mention something so important until now? You didn't ask. Gao Hui wanted to say more, but the people in the opposite building looked at him as if he were crazy. He cleared his throat, preparing to say something, when Wang Yang charged into the living room with a group, all raising their guns in a standoff. Wan Qiang raised his hands. I surrender. I am willing to submit to Gao Hui. This action left Wang Yang bewildered. Gao Hui only instructed them to attack Building 12, and not to mention how to handle the surrender. He looked at Gao Hui. Surrender? Sure. Wang Yang, you take them out. With their leaders surrendering, the brothers naturally put down their weapons and allowed Wang Yang and the others to take them away. Several people broke the window glass and directly stepped out through the floor-to-ceiling window. A group of people stood in front of Gao Hui waiting for instructions. Wang Yang, come here. He jogged over to Gao Hui's side and leaned in to listen. Gao Hui whispered a few words to him, and Wang Yang nodded repeatedly. All right, I understand. You, and you take this person over there. Wang Yang pointed to 4 burly men who pushed Wan Qiang to the side. What do you want? Although Wan Qiang was being restrained, he still exuded an imposing aura. Since everyone has chosen to submit to me, of course, I must offer some rewards. As their leader, you naturally have a grand prize waiting for you. Wan Qiang did not believe his words, but found himself helplessly held by 4 men, unable to break free. At that time, the only one with abilities, Yin Kaoyang, had already collapsed, while Gao Hui was also an ability user. The brothers simply could not charge out. Moreover, the only one with a grudge against Gao Hui was Yin Kaoyang. He hadn't done anything to provoke Gao Hui. In fact, they had little interaction. Surrendering shouldn't be too difficult for the brothers. Even if something unexpected happened, as the big brother, he would take the initiative to bear the consequences. As long as he could hold out until the boss arrived, he would make Gao Hui pay double for the humiliation he was experiencing now. Wan Qiang had no idea about his past life, and soon regretted this decision he made. The water dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the person in front of it. Those who realized what had happened panicked and scattered, but the water dragon would not let them go. No matter where they fled, they were found and devoured. Moments later, eerie white bones appeared on the vast snowy ground, and even those who had submitted to Wang Hui showed expressions of fear. Wang Yang's gaze towards Wang Hui became much more complicated. Wang Hui could not afford to dwell on these thoughts. The moment the water dragon was unleashed, darkness enveloped him, and he remained standing solely through sheer willpower. No wonder it could only be unleashed once a day, or it had drained him completely. He retrieved a bag of chocolates from his space and stuffed them into his mouth, finally feeling a bit better. In just a few seconds, over 100 people were slain. Wan Qiang had no time to react. Upon seeing the ground littered with bones, terror overwhelmed him more than anger, and he collapsed to the ground, wetting himself. Take him to an empty room and keep watch. The rest of you disperse. I will distribute the promised supplies to the heads of each building later. The 4 men led the dazed Wan Qiang upstairs while the others happily left. Wang Hui walked over to Yin Saoyang, pulled out a long knife from his space, and decapitated him in one swift motion. In truth, Wang Hui did not want to kill him. After all, without his assistance, he could not acquire so many firearms. However, having killed 2 of his brothers, and with his father being that man in black, they would not spare him when they crossed paths. With such a significant hidden danger, I can only send you to your end. He crouched down, lifted the severed head, and a large crystal stone began to gather at his chest. It was then he recalled what Shao Qi had mentioned about the crystal core. After waiting a few seconds, the crystal core successfully condensed. Wang Hui picked it up and stored it in his space. Now he needed to go meet Wan Qiang. He carried the head to the 23rd floor where Yin Saoyang had once lived. He hung the head outside the window, declaring, "This counts as your return home." Wang Yang arranged Wan Qiang in room 3301, where the residents had mostly returned to their own homes. Wu Meihua also took Ren Yongfeng back home. Wang Hui entered from outside, 2 men holding Wan Qiang's arms while he was forced to kneel on the ground. "Fuck you. Wang Hui, you beast you." Wan Qiang's words were cut short as Wang Yang kicked him in the face. His gaze was fierce, veins bulging on his forehead, his teeth grinding audibly. Wang Yang felt a shiver at his look, but stood tall, maintaining eye contact. "Wang Yang, go find the dullest knife." "What do you want to do?" "You'll find out soon enough." Wang Hui pulled out several floor-mounted stands from his space, set up a few phones on them, and turned on the recording. All cameras focused on Wan Qiang. Once everything was set up, he turned back to his home. Lan Manrou burst into tears upon seeing him return safely. Wang Hui comforted her briefly before inviting the whole family over to watch a good show. The family dressed neatly and arrived at room 3301. Wang Yang also brought back a knife, which had seen action in various battles, and was now marred with several nicks, nearly completely dull. "Where did you find such an exquisite knife?" Gao Hui remarked upon seeing the sorry tool. "No matter where it came from, this is exactly what I wanted. You've worked hard, go rest." Wang Hui waved Wang Yang off. After he left, Wang Hui handed the knife to Gao Hui. "What do you want me to do with this knife?" "It can't be used for cooking." Gao Hui looked around, growing more disdainful of it. "Dad, go chop off this man's hands." "What? You want me to chop off his hands?" Although it was the apocalypse, this was his first time killing someone, and Gao Xingyi's hands trembled slightly. "That's right. Look at those hands," Wang Hui said with unwavering determination. Seeing his son's serious expression, Gao Hui steeled his resolve and approached Wan Qiang with the knife. Wan Qiang struggled desperately to stand, but was firmly pinned to the ground. "Just think of it as dismembering a chicken. Just think of it as dismembering a chicken." Gao Hui aimed at Wan Qiang's left hand and struck down hard. The knife cut through flesh and muscle, exposing the bone inside. Gao Hui aimed again, and after several strikes, he finally severed half of it. Wan Qiang was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, the once white socks now stained a deep red. "This knife is too dull." Gao Hui was sweating from the effort. He had only butchered animals before. This was his first time with a human, and it was indeed hard to do. Gao Hui steadied himself and raised the knife once more. After a dozen strikes, he finally chopped off Wan Qiang's left hand and pressed on, continuing to hack at his right hand. The prolonged pain and blood loss left Wan Qiang too weak to move. By the time Gao Hui was striking at his right hand, he had already fainted from the pain. "Mom, could you please help him with a simple bandage?" "Sure." Kuyu took bandages and Yunnan Baiyao and walked over to Wan Qiang, helping him with a quick wrap. The stimulus from the medication awoke Wan Qiang once more in agony. Gao Hui did not stop, though after dozens of strikes, he finally completed his task. He stood up, looking at the blood on him, his legs trembling slightly as he struggled to remain standing. "Dad, are you alright?" Wang Hui stepped closer to support Gao Hui. "I'm fine, I just need a moment." Kuyu wrapped Wan Qiang's right hand again. "Alright, since he has no hands left, he doesn't need his feet either. Mom will leave his feet to you." "Me?" Kuyu pointed at her. Wang Hui nodded and handed the bloodied knife to Kuyu. Although she couldn't understand why her son wanted to torment this, accustomed to stitching wounds, this was her first time severing feet, and Kuyu inexplicably felt a thrill. After 20 minutes, she finally completed the task. Wan Qiang's limbs wrapped in gauze, the floor covered in blood. This scene sent chills down the spines of the 4 men holding him. "You guys worked hard. Could you please help me tie him up? I will give each of you 5 boxes of instant noodles after it's done." The 4 men bound Wan Qiang tightly, leaving only his head and neck free. Wang Hui provided them with 50 meters of cloth, wrapping Wan Qiang up securely. Wan Qiang felt like he was suffocating any tighter, and he wouldn't be able to breathe. The four men each carried supplies back home, the brutal scene fading from their minds, replaced by gratitude towards Wang Hui. Wang Hui threw Wan Qiang's hands and feet out the window, then took his family back to room 3302. Huier, is it really okay to just leave him there? Huiyu entered last, and shut the door. Wrapped up like that, and without hands or feet, he won't stir up any trouble. Wang Hui quickly changed into his pajamas, and indeed home was the most comfortable. Son, why is this happening? Gao Hui could no longer contain his curiosity. Wang Hui decided to be honest. Do you remember I mentioned our family was killed in the last life? That person is him. The same person from just now. Exactly. Then, killing him directly would be revenge. Why must you torment him like this? In my past life, he dismembered my parents, slaughtering you like cattle and sheep. The more Wang Hui spoke, the more agitated he became. Huiyu and Gao Hui were stunned, finally understanding why their son insisted they dismember his hands and feet. Huiyu sat beside Wang Hui, holding him close in a comforting embrace. Huiyu, you've suffered. The humiliation from his past life slightly eased, and Wang Hui couldn't help but feel moved, shedding silent tears as he embraced Huiyu, quickly wiping his eyes and regaining his composure. It's all my fault for being so useless in the past, which put our family in danger. This time will be different, or I will make him pay. Son, your father supports you. Gao Hui regretted being too lenient when he chopped him earlier. That's right, your mother supports you too. I've always been. Lan Manrou snuggled beside Wang Hui. Meow Wolf, the two pets, seemed to agree as well. The family laughed at the antics of the two little ones, enjoying a moment of warmth together. Meanwhile, a group far away was hurrying towards the Xingyuan community. Gao Hui and Kuyu returned to their room to rest. It was the first time in several days that they could sleep soundly. Gao Hui used the intercom to inform Wan Qiang to have the heads of each building come tomorrow morning at 10 to collect supplies. He then pulled Lan Manrou into the bedroom. Afterward, Lan Manrou lay in Gao Hui's arms, saying, "Honey, you mentioned that my parents were dismembered in their past life. What about me?" Gao Hui looked at Lan Manrou, reluctant to tell her the truth. "I don't know, because I died before you. I probably suffered the same fate of decapitation." Lan Manrou propped herself up with her hands, gazing at Gao Hui with deep affection, her hands resting on his cheeks as she leaned in to kiss him. Gao Hui wrapped his left arm around Lan Manrou's waist, supporting her head, with his right hand deepening the kiss, only releasing her after a long while. He only relented when Lan Manrou begged for mercy, though after days of intense tension, he finally felt satisfied tonight. Gao Hui entered his sage time. He took out his tablet and opened the surveillance. It had been a while since he checked on the situation at the base. What the hell? Gao Hui exclaimed, almost waking Lan Manrou. He covered his mouth, suppressing his laughter. What a little rascal, actually hitting a home run with Lu Mieying. Gao Hui quickly switched off the surveillance in Lu Mieying's room. What shouldn't be seen shouldn't be heard. He looked at Lan Manrou, suddenly feeling guilty. Had he wronged her in the past? But now things were better. Lu Mieying's bodyguards were relatively honest, spending their days eating, sleeping, and farming with no ulterior motives. Currently, there was no problem with them staying at the base. Gao Hui casually swiped, revealing a woman with a bob haircut, broad shoulders, ample breasts, a slim waist, and long legs taking a shower in the bathroom. Upon zooming in, he realized it was actually Lu Mieying's assistant Deng Xiaoyan. How could her figure be so good? He remembered her as an unremarkable girl wearing black-rimmed glasses, looking like a typical. Gao Hui cleared his throat and quickly switched off the screen, trying to think of something boring to calm his mood. The fields on the farm were nearly full. As for what crops were planted, it was still unclear. It seemed these few people were indeed working hard. The animals in the ranch were also normal, and the pets at home, Mao Qiao and Xiao He, showed no signs of mutation. Perhaps animals that had not encountered snow would not mutate. This reassured Gao Hui. He also checked Ren Yongfeng's condition. The boy was still in a coma, and Wu Meihua was sleeping at his bedside. As Gao Hui watched, he felt drowsy, so he simply turned off the tablet and lay down to sleep. The next day, he was awakened by Wang Qiang and others. According to their agreement, they distributed supplies, and each person scampered off with the goods, with 6 individuals reaching an affinity of 80. Gao Hui kept these few individuals back, giving them a bit of chicken, duck, cola, Sprite, barbecue, fried skewers, steamed buns, and dumplings. This group was nearly prostrating on the ground in gratitude to Gao Hui, sincerely bowing down. Finally done distributing the supplies, Gao Hui instructed Wang Qiang to gather all of one community, telling them that if they wanted to relieve themselves, they could come to room 3301 in Building 9. Wang Qiang left looking somewhat embarrassed. Gao Hui dressed neatly and went to room 3301. Wan Qiang was suffering from a fever due to an infected wound. In such a dazed state, how could he implement the subsequent plans? He set up several mobile phones as usual, untied the cloth and ropes from Wan Qiang, and brought several low-noise generators from his space to the adjacent room. With the door blocking sound, he connected them to power strips and placed several electric heaters around Wan Qiang, raising the room temperature to 26 degrees. Since they were going to have guests, the environment definitely needed to be arranged well. He placed a tumter-long mattress from his space on the ground, dragged Wan Qiang onto it, and after all the arrangements, Gao Hui was sweating profusely. He called his mother out. "Mom, give him a shot, and then apply local anesthesia to his limbs, preferably lasting more than 6 hours." Okay. Kuyu went back to fetch the gun and shot Wan Qiang. As the bleeding limbs slowly healed, Qiu took the opportunity to inject the anesthetic, and once Wan Qiang's wounds were fully healed, she had already returned to room 3302. Wan Qiang slowly opened his eyes, feeling the warmth in the room and the lightness beneath him. Could it be that he had already reached heaven? Only when he clearly saw his surroundings did he realize he was still in the hands of that beast Gao Hui. What do you want to do again? Wan Qiang tried to prop himself up, but found his limbs unable to move. He turned to look at himself, and discovered that his wounds had completely healed. You'll find out soon. Here, eat something first. Gao Hui stood beside Wan Qiang holding a piece of bread in his left hand and a bottle of mineral water in his right. He squatted down, placing the bread by Wan Qiang's mouth. Wan Qiang turned his head away. Gao Hui again placed the bread by his mouth, but he still dodged. Gao Hui set down the mineral water and raised his hand, slapping Wan Qiang's face. Wan Qiang felt dizzy as if the world was spinning, and he was about to go deaf. Eat this. Gao Hui pressed the bread against his mouth. Wan Qiang glared at Gao Hui fiercely, still refusing to open his mouth. Gao Hui slapped him again, and in his pain Wan Qiang opened his mouth, giving Gao Hui the chance to shove the bread inside. Wan Qiang shook his head to avoid it, and Gao Hui, furious, directly grabbed his jaw. With a crack Wan Qiang's jaw, Gao Hui twisted open the mineral water and poured it into his mouth. As the water reached his throat, Wan Qiang tasted its bitterness. Trying to evade was already too late, as Gao Hui held his jaw tightly, pouring the water down. Only after Wan Qiang finished drinking all the water did Gao Hui release his grip. Wan Qiang choked on the water, gasping for air and coughing several times before calming down. Gao Hui then unzipped Wan Qiang's jacket and began to remove his clothes. With Wan Qiang's jaw unable to close, he kept mumbling incoherently, shaking his head like a rattle, feeling increasingly hot and more agitated. After Gao Hui removed all of his clothes, he almost vomited. Since he had bound him like a zongzi yesterday, all his bodily functions were taken care of in his pants. How can it be this dirty? There was no way Gao Hui would do it himself. Just then Wang Yang returned, and Gao Hui asked him to find someone to help Wan Qiang take a shower. Whoever was willing would receive a box of compressed biscuits. While Wang Yang was finding someone, over 30 men waited outside. Please wait a moment, let me find someone to clean him up. Don't worry, this person may be big, but he isn't bad looking. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Wang Yang soon returned with a man, and Gao Hui brought him to Wan Qiang, giving him several towels and buckets of water, instructing him to clean Wan Qiang thoroughly, but not to dirty the mattress. The man was very skilled and finished washing Wan Qiang in 10 minutes. After sending him off, Gao Hui even took mouthwash for Wan Qiang to rinse his mouth. He took a big gulp, but due to his jaw being immobilized, he had to use his throat to force it out, spraying the water directly onto Gao Hui's face. Gao Hui quickly opened his space, preventing the mouthwash from splashing onto the mattress. He wasn't angry at being sprayed by Wan Qiang, took out a towel to wipe his face, and then gathered the towels, water bottles, clothes, and other trash into a bucket to take outside. He opened the door and shouted outside, "A maximum of 2 people at a time, please come in." 2 burly men rushed in. Gao Hui didn't want to stand outside in the heavy snow, so he returned to room 3302, dressed in his pajamas, and opened his tablet to watch the surveillance from the next room. After watching for a while, Gao Hui turned off the surveillance. He had no interest in this matter. He was merely indulging in his hatred, wanting to let those who had mistreated Manrou experience a taste of their own medicine. Before returning to the room, Gao Hui saw that outside there were already 60 or 70 men standing. It had been several days since he had exercised. It was time to train himself. Gao Hui walked into the gym and stood on the treadmill to start his workout. After 5 hours, Gao Hui emerged from the gym, feeling much more comfortable after such a long workout. He glanced at the time, dressed, and went to the next room. There were still many people standing outside the door, indicating that this guy's business was thriving. Just then 2 people came out, and Gao Hui seized the opportunity to stop the others and slip inside. The mattress was almost crushed with several strands of hair around it. Judging by the length, it should belong to Wan Qiang, and the mattress was soaked in blood. How can we proceed with the business now? Gao Hui draped a large bath towel over himself, wiped down briefly, and continued injecting local anesthetic into Wan Qiang's limbs. Qiu had already explained the specific technique to him. Wan Qiang stared vacantly at the ceiling, his mouth unable to close. Gao Hui looked at him and felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Gao Hui walked out with the towel, informing the customers outside that services would be available until 9 o'clock tonight, reminding them to pay attention to the time. The man in front nodded vigorously. Gao Hui stepped aside and he rushed in without even bothering to take off his clothes. After all, this was a free experience. Some bachelors didn't care who they were lying with as long as their needs were met. Gao Hui returned to room 3302, just in time to see Gao Xingye had prepared a feast. Gao Hui was unfazed, devouring the beef whip in front of him. After eating, he played with the little black furball for a while before practicing Sanda with Lan Manrou. Gao Hui had always been on the receiving end during their sparring sessions, never managing to land a hit on Lan Manrou. Thankfully, his wife wasn't using these moves against him in bed, otherwise it would have been. Today was the first time Gao Hui managed to touch Lan Manrou during their sparring, and he excitedly gave her a... After the training session, Gao Hui took a comfortable shower, called his parents, and went next door. While his parents were still dressing, he took the opportunity to go in and tidy up a bit. His condition was about the same as last time, however this time his manhood had finally rested, indicating that the effects of the drugs had worn off. Gao Hui took out the towel again and wiped him down briefly. Then he covered his body with the cloth that had once wrapped him, exposing his limbs, and put the electric heater generator and those phones back into storage. After everything was tidied up, he looked at Wan Qiang, who was still waiting with his mouth agape. Gao Hui gently touched his chin. With a click, Gao Hui reattached his jaw. What flavor can you taste it? Wan Qiang, just having had his jaw reattached, was still somewhat slurred, his words completely unintelligible, prompting him to stop speaking altogether. It's quite warm in here. Gao Xingye and Kuyu walked in. Gao Hui handed yesterday's knife to Gao Xingye, who instantly understood the implication. Gao Xingye sat beside Wan Qiang with the knife. Although he had never personally experienced dismemberment from his son's description, he understood that this person was a heinous demon. Since he enjoyed eating people so much, he would let him experience the pain of being dismembered. This time Gao Xingye didn't chop straight down, but instead sliced off the flesh from Wan Qiang's lower arm piece by piece until bone was exposed, and then sawed through slowly. This technique was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Wan Qiang fainted several times, but was awakened by Gao Hui pouring cold water on him. The usually ruthless Wan Qiang finally broke down, continuously begging for mercy, pleading with Gao Hui to spare him, until Gao Hui said, "In your next life," at which point he was completely despaired. The intense pain tortured him to the point of losing his humanity. Wan Qiang attempted to bite his tongue to commit suicide, but was preemptively stopped by Gao Hui, which caused his jaw to dislocate again. An hour later, Gao Xingye finally finished his work. Kuyu's timely bandaging prevented Wan Qiang from bleeding to death. How about we spare his calves for today? I thought it was quite satisfying watching your dad like that, mainly because I'm afraid he would bleed to death. Just shoot him in the leg tomorrow. But he does seem quite weak right now. Let's discuss it tomorrow. This isn't out of pity for him, I just don't want him to die so soon. Kuyu nodded and Gao Hui wrapped him up again. In the midst of Wan Qiang's curses, he closed the door and returned next door. That night, with nothing to do, Gao Hui opened the surveillance. Rin Yongfeng was still in a comatose state, while Wang Yang was gathered with Jin Quan. Brother Wang, are you really willing to let Gao Hui summon you at will? You're so smart, doesn't he only have a little bit of supply? You're incomparable to him. This Jin Quan really knows how to stir up trouble. He previously incited Rin Yongfeng, and now is trying to pull Wang Yang in. Why hasn't any angel taken care of you in these recent battles? Gao Hui couldn't help but comment. Don't say that. Hui Gu is actually quite smart. Smart. Just because he gave you a little benefit, he's bossing you around every day. That man you found today even received a box of compressed biscuits. But what about you? Running back and forth for half a day and not even getting a hair. Stop talking. Regardless of what Hui Gu does, I will unconditionally support him. But, get out. Jin Quan tried to say something more, but was ordered out by Wang Yang. Gao Hui closed the tablet and fell into contemplation. Early in the morning, someone came to knock on his door. Gao Hui got up irritably and saw a group of men waiting next door for services. He hadn't expected that guy's business would be so good after staying up late thinking last night. Everyone please wait downstairs for a while. We will start operations in about half an hour. Gao Hui put on his clothes and stepped out. None of the men were willing to leave, and Gao Hui smiled wryly as he opened the door. Wan Qiang was still in a dazed state. Just like yesterday, Gao Hui prepared the room. After stripping Wan Qiang down, he discovered that he had soiled himself again. There was no time to call someone to clean up, so he had to wipe it himself. Once everything was done, Gao Hui injected local anesthetic into his limbs again, simply covering himself before letting Kuyu in. She quickly gave him a shot and left. After recovering, Wan Qiang opened his eyes. Seeing the scene in front of him, he already knew what would happen next. Gao Hui forced him to drink some porridge which still contained medicine, and soon he began to moan. Alright, let's start business. As soon as Gao Hui opened the door, two men rushed in, their strength not resembling that of someone who had been hungry for many days. Gao Hui closed the door behind him and returned home to study the crystal core. Xiaoqi, how should I use it? Grip it tightly in your hand, feel its energy fluctuations, and then just absorb it. Gao Hui followed Xiaoqi's instructions. Since it was his first time absorbing a crystal core, he had no experience, and spent over half an hour before he began to absorb it. A familiar warmth flowed through his body, and the pleasant sensation made Gao Hui emit sounds of pleasure. After 3 hours, he finally absorbed the crystal core completely. Congratulations, host, you have successfully absorbed the fire attribute crystal core, and the flame imprint level has risen to level 3. Level 3. It jumped straight to level 3. That's right. Gao Hui opened the system to check his attributes. Wind attribute none. Fire attribute blaze seal, level 3. Water attribute dragon domain, level 1. Ice attribute none. Lightning attribute none. Wood attribute none. Earth attribute earth shield, level 1. Other attributes basic portable space, level 2. Blaze seal releases a skill to mark a specific target with a burning torch emblem on their chest, causing their body to be scorched. When Blaze Seal is activated again, it burns the target's internal organs until they are completely incinerated. It can mark up to 5 individuals at a time with a burning temperature of 300 C. Dragon Domain releases a skill to form a water dragon that swallows all living beings within a specified area within 50 meters for 10 seconds before spitting them out. The swallowed beings die from asphyxiation, their bodies corroded by strong acids, until only bones remain, can be released once a day. Earth Shield, a 6-sided shield whose strength is related to the skill level. It offers 52 resistance to wood attribute, 86 to water attribute, and 68 to fire, ice, wind, lightning attributes. A level 1 shield can accommodate 3 people. Basic portable space. The space is approximately 3 cubic kilometers in size, with no time flow within. It can store various items, or allow living beings to enter actively, but cannot actively absorb living beings or large structures. Now I can mark 5 people. And the burning temperature reaches 300 C. Oh, very nice. Since I've upgraded my fire attribute skill, I might as well unlock a new attribute. Currently no one at home can awaken the ice attribute, so it must be me. Gao Hui navigated through the system, and finally chose a skill that required 3 skill points. Genesis, Ice Master. Summon snow within a specified range, 10 meters, with each snowflake as small as dust. Upon contact with a living being within the range, the snow immediately seeps into their bloodstream through their pores, freezing their body. Within 5 seconds it will transform designated objects or beings within the range into snow constructs. In this icy world, isn't it quite normal for it to snow? Silently resolving enemies is perfect. This Gao Hui decisively selected the Genesis Ice Master skill, and minutes later, he successfully gathered flakes of snow in his hands. I didn't expect the conflicting attributes to be found in my body. The system ensures that the host is safe in nature. Gao Hui was just talking to himself, but the system's words startled him. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Gao Hui picked up his phone. Who is it? The notification sound is lagging my phone. Gao Hui looked and found himself added to a group that included all the responsible individuals in the community, with some homeowners also present. These people mainly expressed their gratitude to Gao Hui and then proposed that he become the leader of Xingyuan community. Gao Hui did not want to be this so-called leader. Didn't these people just want me to support them for free? In their dreams. He directly muted the group messages. He could have left the group, but he wanted to see how long these people. It was almost time to continue injecting anesthesia into Wan Qiang. Gao Hui dressed and stepped outside, noticing that he no longer felt cold. Wearing these clothes made him feel hot. After waiting a while, the people inside finally came out. He quickly tidied up, injected the anesthesia, and left, only hearing Wan Qiang's angry babble behind him. Gao Hui returned to the next room to continue training with Lan Manrou. Even with the support of the portable space and Earth Shield, he could not let his guard down. The training concluded, it was time to commence the final dismemberment operation. Gao Hui took his parents to the next room, wearing only a thin tracksuit, and found that he didn't feel cold at all. Perhaps it was the combination of fire and ice attributes that allowed him to automatically adjust his body temperature in harsh environments. Previously, cutting piece by piece took too long. Gao Xingye and the others had no memories of dismemberment, and the torment of these 2 days had been enough. Continuing would risk their lives, but for Gao Hui it was far from enough. He instructed Gao Xingye to cut them into segments like chopping ribs. Seeing his son's determination, Gao Xingye could only comply with his request. Wan Qiang realized what Gao Hui intended when he saw the 2 being brought in. Death was inevitable. Oh, every second alive felt worse than death. When would this end? Gao Hui insisted that it couldn't end too quickly, and with a dull knife it took over an hour to finish. Wan Qiang was left with just his head and torso, making bandaging quite convenient. He no longer needed to be tied up. He couldn't move at all, let alone open a door or climb out a window. After days of torment, his sanity had become somewhat erratic. With a dislocated jaw preventing him from speaking, his expression resembled that of a fool. Gao Hui picked up the cut-off flesh and threw it out the window. Before leaving, he placed a few slices of ginseng near Wan Qiang's throat to keep him alive, preventing him from dying from blood loss. That would be too easy for him. Each night failing to heal him was meant to make him endure the excruciating pain of his wounds. If he died, it would be a total loss. The 3 of them returned to the next room. Kuyu spoke up. Son, this is about enough. That person is no longer even human. Kuyu was somewhat frightened. Her son had always been quite normal, so how did he turn into a freak after the apocalypse? Tomorrow I will go and put an end to this. Mom and Dad, do you think him too ruthless? Gao Xingye and the others silently looked at Gao Hui without saying a word. Gao Hui sighed. You haven't seen it with your own eyes, so you can't understand my feelings. I watched him command his subordinates to sever your limbs. Cut open your belly. Extract your internal organs. That scene was 100 times more brutal than what I'm doing to Kuyu, and the others were left speechless, looking at their son with complex expressions, feeling both sympathy for his past experiences and concern for whether he had developed psychological scars. The 3 stood together, embracing each other, while the fluffy dog circled around them. The dog barked a few times, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Is the dog hungry? Kuyu picked up the dog and looked at the empty food bowl. She walked to the food bowl and poured dog food, while Gao Xingye went to the kitchen to start cooking dinner. Lan Manrou was still exercising in the gym, and Gao Hui returned to the room to check the surveillance. Where did Wan Yang go? Most people were staying at home. No one wanted to go out in the heavy snow. Moreover, the supplies Gao Hui had distributed in recent days were enough for them to eat without going out for a week or two. Gao Hui didn't think much of it and casually checked other surveillance feeds. Has Ren Yongfeng woken up? He picked up the intercom. Yongfeng, can you hear me? Ren Yongfeng stared blankly at his palm, suddenly hearing a voice from the intercom. Brother Gao, I can hear you. What happened to me? I got shot, didn't I? Fortunately, Wan Qiang sent help in time. Otherwise, even a deity couldn't have saved you. Hearing this, Ren Yongfeng repeatedly thanked him. Originally sitting cross-legged on the bed, he immediately straightened up and knelt on the bed. All right. If you want to thank someone, thank my mom, as she saved you. Ren Yongfeng, simple and honest, wouldn't flatter anyone, but spoke sincerely. Brother Gao, I have a question. I feel a bit off, but can I come to see you? Sure. Ren Yongfeng had no ill intentions. He thought there wouldn't be any problems. A minute later, there was a knock on the door. So fast. Gao Hui couldn't help but exclaim. His home was on the 9th floor, and that was quite fast. He opened the door. Brother Gao, look at my hand. Before Gao Hui could speak, Ren Yongfeng spoke first, revealing that his palm was surrounded by hundreds of wind blades. You have awakened your abilities. I don't know. When I woke up, it felt strange inside me, like some energy was flowing within. I tried to gather it in my hand, and this happened. Ren Yongfeng has awakened abilities too. No wonder Mom didn't wake up immediately after firing a shot, but instead had a fever. It must be the cell reorganization that Xiaoqi mentioned. It seems Mom's healing skill is ineffective in this regard. You possess wind attribute abilities. Gao Hui opened the system to check Ren Yongfeng's basic information. Name Ren Yongfeng. Age 26. Height 178 centimeters. Occupation military academy teacher. Marital status unmarried. Appearance 64. Charm 71. Stamina 96. Speed 86. Defense 90. With such high stamina, speed, and defense, it's quite rare. I'm curious about what abilities he has awakened. Wind attribute, domain of wind. Fire attribute none. Water attribute none. Ice attribute none. Lightning attribute none. Wood attribute none. Earth attribute none. Other attributes none. Domain of wind. This skill has two effects. First, it releases a wind eye in a designated area, 100 meters, gathering materials within that range for 1 minute. Second, it provides a wind shield to 3 designated individuals, which acts as a 4-sided shield, granting 40 resistance, to ice attribute 80 resistance, to lightning attribute 65 resistance, to wood earth water fire attributes, and increasing the designated individual's speed by 60. A skill that can attack and defend. This is impressive. I must bring him under my wing. If we can't become friends, I will have to eliminate him before he grows stronger. Gao Hui briefly explained the skill to Ren Yongfeng, who looked at him with admiration throughout the explanation. He had just awakened and hadn't had the chance to explore how to operate it. Brother Gao, you really know a lot. Just a bit by chance. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, never expose the fact that you have abilities. Ren Yongfeng nodded eagerly, then foolishly smiled. Brother Gao, can I ask you for a favor? Go ahead. Can you help me with Wu Meihua? Gao Hui understood immediately. If you like her, then keep her. But even with her, you must be cautious. Do not reveal your abilities to her. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Brother Gao. I won't disturb you any longer. Ren Yongfeng said, and then left. In the past few days, Wu Meihua had been taking care of Ren Yongfeng diligently. A woman who is incapable of harming a chicken, and with the current dangers eliminated, it's fine to leave her alone. Gao Hui returned to his bedroom, opened the surveillance, and saw Wan Qiang had already come home. He picked up the intercom. After a long while, Wan Qiang finally came over. When Gao Hui opened the door, he glanced at the dishes on the dining table inside before quickly retracting his gaze, waiting for Gao Hui to speak. Please find these people tomorrow and arrange them in the vacant rooms of this building. Understood. After a long pause, without speaking, Wan Qiang symbolically asked, is there anything else? Seeing Gao Hui shake his head, Wan Qiang nodded and slowly walked downstairs. In the dark and cold corridor, a thin man was slowly making his way down, his expression sinister, and even through his glasses one could feel his cold gaze. Gao Hui couldn't help but shiver at home. What is going on? Why do I suddenly feel so uneasy? The next morning, Gao Hui went next door, as usual, tidying up and cleaning. After Kuyu fired a shot, Gao Hui opened the door to receive guests. Everyone, today is the last day of operations, ending no later than midnight tonight. Please keep track of the time. I haven't even had a turn yet. Why is it suddenly the last day? How could such a place just disappear after we finally got it? Everyone ignored Gao Hui's words and rushed in. Gao Hui shouted from outside, don't kill anyone. A few people responded, got it, and began to undress. Gao Hui nodded in satisfaction and returned to his room. He opened the surveillance to keep an eye on the activities inside, wary that this group might actually cause harm. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. By noon, Gao Hui's phone started ringing incessantly. This group kept pestering him, and they were frantically ing him in the group chat. They were still asking him to lead the community and wanted him to find a time to personally attend and arrange the upcoming matters. Several people had his Q message and kept messaging him daily, implying that unless he complied, they wouldn't give up. Gao Hui sent a message in the group stating that there would be a meeting at 1 p.m. tomorrow in Building 9, and that Wan Qiang would arrange the specific location, urging all building heads to arrive on time. Once the message was sent aside from the ongoing chatter in the group, very few others bothered him privately. I want to see what plan. As usual, Gao Hui trained at home for the entire day. Until midnight, he went to the adjacent room, punctually where 2 men were still present. He waited outside for a while, and when the people inside finished dressing, they came out. Upon entering, Gao Hui was met with a scene that was utterly horrific. I didn't expect them to be capable of such violence. Gao Hui hurriedly bent down to check the man's breath. Fortunately, he is still alive. Feeling too lazy to clean him up, Gao Hui directly poured a bucket of water over Wan Qiang, needing 3 big buckets to finally get him clean. He picked up a cloth to cover his body, then asked his mother to give him a shot. After Kuyu left, Gao Hui adjusted Wan Qiang's chin. After the treatment, Wan Qiang's consciousness finally began to clear up. What do you want from me? What have I done to deserve this? Why are you torturing me like this? Wan Qiang couldn't fathom that all of this stemmed from grievances of a past life. You will never understand. Blame your past self. Past life? What do you mean? You don't need to understand. Gao Hui pulled out a tang knife from his space, the blade incredibly sharp. Wan Qiang felt a chill as he looked at him, not just from the cold of his body, but from the fear of impending death. What are you going to do? Wan Qiang said as he attempted to back away. Today I will give you a merciful end. As he spoke, he sprinkled salt on the tang knife and poured some chili oil, pressing the blade against Wan Qiang's chest and slowly moving it down. Up. Wan Qiang screamed in pain as the salt and chili oil irritated his wounds, amplifying the pain hundreds of times. He gasped heavily, blood tears streaming from his crimson eyes. Gao Hui poured the remaining salt and chili oil into the wounds, stirring it with the tang knife, turning the internal organs into mush. I invite you to try Spicy Explosion 5. This is a modified version of the old Spicy Explosion 3. Gao Hui said this while laughing maniacally. Finally, not forgetting to sever his manhood, Gao Hui pressed the knife against Wan Qiang's neck. In his dying moments, Wan Qiang could only see Gao Hui's blood-soaked, terrifying face and vaguely hear the words reincarnation and past life. Gao Hui gently sliced with the knife, and Wan Qiang's head was severed, rolling a few times before finally stopping, his eyes wide open staring at Gao Hui. Gao Hui, covered in blood, gasped heavily, and his fierce features gradually softened. He took a few steps back, leaning against the wall, tears streaming down his cheeks as his hand, holding the tang knife, trembled uncontrollably. He leaned against the wall, sitting on the ground, looking at his trembling hands, terrified as he threw the tang knife far away. He hugged his knees, burying his head in his arms, faint sobs of a man echoing. Finally avenged the grievances of my past life. Dismembered, humiliated, beheaded. All of this was made to be experienced by that beast personally. Clearly it was an event that brought great relief, but why do I feel so sad? Is it the confusion of losing a goal, or the fear of the unknown? 10 minutes later, Gao Hui composed himself, brushed off the dust from his pants, and stored away his phone, electric heater generator, and other items in his space, striding out of the room. He stood at the door, gently closed it, took out his keys, and locked it. From then on, everything from the past would be sealed here, with the past irretrievable. The most important thing is the future, a future with family. Gao Hui returned home and bumped into Lan Manrou, who had just finished exercising. He saw Gao Hui covered in blood, and his towel had fallen to the ground. She quickly stepped forward, placing her hands on Gao Hui's arms. Are you hurt? Let me take a look. She supported Gao Hui, looking around to confirm there were no injuries on his body, and then sighed in relief. Gao Hui clasped his hand around his arm. Wife, I'm fine. This is the blood of Wan Qiang. I've dealt with that person. Lan Manrou could sense Gao Hui's complex emotions. She didn't care at all about the blood on him and hugged him tightly. Gao Hui was worried about getting blood on his wife and kept backing away, but seeing Manrou's unconcerned demeanor, he held her tightly in his embrace. Feeling her soft body in his arms and hearing her steady breathing, all the emotions of his rebirth collapsed. The regrets before his death and the pleasure of revenge made Gao Hui's eyes misty. Lan Manrou sensed the slight tremor in his body and gently stroked his back, seemingly soothing all his wounds. Gao Hui wiped away his tears and released Manrou, carrying her toward the bathroom. When he awoke, it was already noon the next day. Wang Yang had scheduled the meeting at room 2001 in Building 9, which was next door to Wang Yang's home. With an hour left before the meeting, Gao Hui took the opportunity to check the surveillance and surprisingly saw something. 20 or so people stood in the living room, all waiting for Gao Hui's arrival. At that moment, 2 people entered through the door. The one walking in front wore a black leather jacket with a double-sided fleece turtleneck underneath, straight-leg jeans, and brown leather boots. The person behind looked like a thin bamboo stick dressed in several layers of clothing. Everyone was astonished to see Gao Hui dressed so lightly, and a few women outside the door gazed at his broad shoulders and narrow waist with envy. How come I never noticed Gao Hui's figure was so great before? That waist is killer. Yeah, is this really the same Gao Hui who used to lounge around all day? How did he become so handsome in just a month? What a pity he's already married. His wife. A few women exchanged glances, and no one had the courage to compete with Lan Manrou for this man. I'm willing to be the one on the side. I can do it too. I can do it as well. With a glance from Gao Hui, Wang Yang quickly closed the door. He scanned the people in the room, each one tightly wrapped up with only their eyes visible. What do you all want from me? Brother Hui, everyone asked me to convey their thoughts. Our community is currently leaderless, and with your courage and capabilities, it would be most fitting for you to be our leader. Wan Qiang had been following Gao Hui closely, and to others he was like a strategist, which is why everyone entrusted him with conveying their intentions. Gao Hui crossed his arms. Are you all willing? Everyone nodded. After all, a single hand raised could turn hundreds into bones. Who wouldn't be convinced? Then what benefits do I get? Can you provide me with resources? Or improve my current living situation? Everyone looked at each other in silence, only managing to seek Wan Yang's help with their eyes. In this world, the weak rely on the strong, and the strong fight for territory. Someone as powerful as you, brother, we wouldn't be content staying in our little place, would you? And we are willing to be your vanguard, charging into battles for you in the future. Gao Hui coldly stared at Wan Qiang, making him feel uneasy. Ha ha ha. That sounds good, but... Gao Hui glanced at the crowd. I don't support freeloaders. Of course, what requirements do you have, brother Hui? This question left Gao Hui momentarily speechless. Apart from a few who could earn skill points, the rest were of little use. He couldn't just support them for free. Gao Hui paced back and forth in the room, standing by the window and looking outside. He stopped, and everyone followed his gaze. The snow has stopped. The snow has really stopped. Is the snow disaster about to pass? The 20 or so people rushed to the window, nearly pushing Gao Hui out of the room. Gao Hui slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten? After a month of heavy snow, it would intermittently stop, allowing outdoor activities roughly between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m., while heavy snow continued at other times. A crowd was crammed at the window, chattering nonstop, and their gazes toward Gao Hui began to change. Well, do you still want me to be the leader? Gao Hui, hands in his pockets, looked at the group with a mischievous smile. Although the snow had stopped, it had already piled up to 8 stories high. In the short term, food supplies were still insufficient. They still needed Gao Hui to support them. The crowd fell silent, lowering their heads and waiting for Gao Hui's orders. Since the snow has stopped during this time, everyone should go out to find resources. Each household must contribute 1 person's worth of food every day. Otherwise, what? 1 person's worth for each household. How is that any different from the previous group? During the snow stoppage, does that mean it will snow again? Otherwise what? The crowd began to discuss, each voicing their opinions. Gao Hui took out his phone and pulled up the video about Wan Qiang from last night, turning it on and holding it up in front of them. Several people were so frightened they fell to the ground, and some even vomited. However, due to not having eaten for a long time, and with their mouths tightly covered, nothing came out. You just said you would be my vanguard, and you can't even manage this little thing. You might as well just wait to die. After saying this, Gao Hui pretended to leave. Wan Qiang stepped forward to stop him. Brother Hui, don't be angry. Outside is a vast expanse of white. It might take a day to find resources. Can you consider changing your approach? Change my approach. Resources will eventually run out. If we don't seize the opportunity to go out and grab resources now, will we wait until we're starving to death before we compete with others? Brother Hui is right. We will think of another way. Fine. I know you won't find anything anyway. How about this? Each household must shovel 5 buckets of snow daily to exchange for 3 buckets of instant noodles from me. Gao Hui took out a large bucket from his space, reaching about to his waist. It would take a full day without eating or drinking to complete this task, especially since the snow had only just stopped temporarily. No one paid attention to how Gao Hui had pulled a bucket out of thin air. Hearing that shoveling snow could earn 3 buckets of noodles, they all nodded in agreement. This was certainly better than going out to find resources. Moreover, even if they were unwilling, they had no choice. Gao Hui's strength and methods were too ruthless, and that video spoke volumes. Even if there were grievances, they could only choose to comply. Then, Gao Hui felt a wave of dizziness, and the people in front of him became blurry, and suddenly, he heard a crash as he fell to the ground. Wan Qiang hurled the incense burner from the corner out of the window, causing everyone to remove their scarves and masks while covering their mouths. This beast actually made us shovel snow. Why doesn't he just die? No matter how powerful he is, he was easily taken down by us. My sleeping drug is colorless and tasteless. A normal person would faint after just 10 seconds of exposure, yet he has endured for so long. All right. Let's tie him up first. Wan Qiang clapped the dust from his hands. Several people found a rope and bound Gao Hui. Jinquan, didn't you say you have anesthetic? Give him a shot. We must ensure he cannot move. Got it. After administering the injection, Wan Qiang splashed a basin of melted ice water directly onto Gao Hui's face. Cough, cough, cough. The water rushed into his nasal cavity, waking Gao Hui abruptly. He glanced at himself and saw he was tied up. Bastard. You've eaten the hearts of bears and the gall of leopards. Wan Qiang looked at Gao Hui's contorted expression, his body unable to move, and felt a sense of satisfaction. He squatted down and patted Gao Hui's face, still so arrogant. Think you can stand up? Speak. Where are the supplies? Supplies? What supplies? Don't play dumb with me. You've delivered so many supplies to others these days, there must be a storage place. Hurry up and confess. Who do you think you are? You want to threaten me? Not saying huh. Wan Qiang took out a knife and drew it across his face. Since you won't talk, well, just eat you instead. They say Tang Seng's flesh grants immortality. Who knows if your meat can give us all superpowers? How is that possible? If eating meat could grant powers, why don't you eat in Kaoyang? Stop talking nonsense. I'll send you to meet him right now. Wan Qiang raised the knife high just as he was about to stab down. Gao Hui spoke up. Don't. He'll talk. The knife was only 0.1 centimeters from Gao Hui's neck. Any delay would have resulted in a stab. Gao Hui slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, relieved to see the knife's tip was at a safe distance. I stored the remaining supplies in the basement of my convenience store. You still want to deceive me? Jin Quan kicked Gao Hui hard. Who doesn't know your convenience store has long been empty, and you have never stepped outside? I hoarded a lot before the snow disaster, so I didn't come out, but I've distributed everything in the past few days. I was planning to transport goods tonight. Everyone stared at him closely, not fully believing his words. Your house is on the 33rd floor. It's so far from the first floor to the 33rd, and there's no elevator now. You think you can transport supplies? Are you kidding us? Wan Qiang grew angrier, tugging at his collar. Stop trying to fool me. Tell me where it is. What I said is true. Although it's a bit far, I have superpowers. Moving this amount of stuff is easy. If you still don't believe me, I can take you there. But what? Wan Qiang released his grip, causing Gao Hui to fall to the ground. I have too much stock. Oh, I need a lot of people to move it. Just the few of you aren't enough. We don't need that. Just the few of us will suffice. That's really not enough. Otherwise, why don't you find a few trusted aides to help? With just you guys, you'll have to come back to move it every few days, and it will definitely be discovered sooner or later. Jin Quan leaned closer to Wan Yang's ear. He has a point. Of frequent comings and goings will indeed be easily spotted. If that group rushes in, we'll have nothing left. I advise you to distribute it in advance, otherwise it won't be good if you fight over supplies. Why are you so kind? Believe it or not, with me tied up like this and you threatening my life with a knife, I have to tell the truth for my own survival. The atmosphere in the room became eerie. Who wouldn't want to monopolize these supplies? If one person couldn't handle Gao Hui, who would want to share the spoils? Brother Wang, he's right. We need to discuss the distribution of supplies. That's right. What do you want? Wan Qiang eyed everyone warily. I want half. Why should you get half? I should get half. And what basis do you have to claim half? The last people we lost should be entitled to half. A group of people began to quarrel, and it looked like a fight was about to break out. Wan Qiang raised his gun. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, everyone fell silent. I called the people here. The drugs were provided by Jin Quan from our building. We want 2/3. The crowd wanted to argue further, but Wan Qiang and Jin Quan pointed their guns at them, and the front door swung open with Wang Yang's subordinates rushing in. Outnumbered, the crowd could only fall silent and relent. Wang Yang's subordinates dragged Gao Hui, and he pressed the knife against Gao Hui's neck as the group walked toward the convenience. When the snow disaster began, the temperature dropped rapidly, and the freezing process was swift. The building's entrance was frozen solid, completely merging with the snow and ice. Fortunately, the windows of the convenience store and the hallway were tightly shut, which prevented snow accumulation. As Wan Qiang and the others entered the convenience store, a group charged in. The responsible individuals were not idle. They had arranged for people outside to assist, and upon noticing something was off, all of them rushed in. In the convenience store of over 100 square meters, more than 50 people were holding guns in a standoff. Everyone, this isn't a solution. Since we are cooperating, how about we split it evenly? No one wanted to fight to the death over a bit of supplies. In this situation, monopolizing was impossible, so splitting it was certainly best. Everyone lowered their guns, and Wan Qiang pushed Gao Hui. Where's the entrance? Hurry up and say. It's at the corner of that shelf. Gao Hui's gaze directed at a spot. Wan Qiang exchanged glances, and Jin Quan walked in that direction. He searched around, but found nothing. Returning in frustration, damn it. This kid is lying to us. There's no entrance to the basement at all. As Jin Quan finished speaking, the door of the convenience store slammed shut with a bang. The noise attracted everyone's attention, and Gao Hui elbowed Wan Qiang in the abdomen, causing him to loosen his grip, allowing Gao Hui to seize the knife. Gao Hui pressed the knife against Wang Yang's neck. Don't move. Jin Quan retreated a few steps. How could you? I'm sorry to disappoint you. Gao Hui raised his right hand, and layers of white mist formed on the convenience store's ceiling with tiny snowflakes slowly drifting down, falling on everyone. It's snowing. How can it snow indoors? Wan Qiang looked at Gao Hui, knowing there was no chance of survival. How did you discover this? You don't need to know. Gao Hui looked at Wan Qiang with disappointment. I've been good to you. Why betray me? You just see me as a steward, a servant, the general affairs person of your Gao family. Clearly I have been serving you diligently, yet you care more about Ren Yongfeng. This is the difference between you and Ren Yongfeng. Gao Hui stopped talking and swiftly slashed Wang Yang's throat. Then with a powerful throw, the knife plunged into Jin Quan's throat. After dealing with these two, Gao Hui turned to face the others. As for you all. Upon hearing these words, everyone aimed their guns at Gao Hui, but the bullets were blocked by an earth shield. In their terror, they transformed into snowmen as Gao Hui snapped his fingers and white powder floated in the air. Gao Hui opened the door, finding Ren Yongfeng waiting outside. Brother Gao, I've dealt with the reinforcements outside. Well done, you've worked hard. You didn't leave any survivors, did you? We can't let others know you have abilities. Don't worry, Brother Gao. I was hiding in the corner using my powers. No one noticed me. That's good. The two walked side by side upstairs, but after a long silence Rin Yongfeng finally spoke up. Why did Brother Wang do this? He's always been this kind of person. Of course I'm not a good person either, we are just using each other. Yongfeng. Gao Hui stopped and asked, what if I used you? Rin Yongfeng paused for a moment, then shook his head. Brother Gao treats me so well I will always trust you. Even if you use me I'm willing. Rin Yongfeng's words moved Gao Hui a little. Alright, you can go back. I can walk on my own. Okay. Gao Hui walked home step by step. He wasn't surprised by Wang Yang's betrayal. He had noticed something was off when the favorability started to drop. Although there were no cameras in the other buildings to reveal their conspiracy, he had sneaked into the meeting room last night and placed an incense burner in the corner. It was obvious there was a problem. Just in case I had already taken the detox pill from the system shop, not expecting it could even counteract the incense. I had informed Yongfeng to keep an eye on the movements inside and outside the building before the meeting. This group indeed had ulterior motives. Since they were eyeing my supplies I could use their own plans against them and catch them all. What underground room? The convenience store has no underground facility, it was just a bluff. Sure enough, when it comes to interests, people lose their rationality. If Wang Yang and the others had acted directly in the meeting room, I wouldn't have let them succeed, it would just be a bit more troublesome to deal with the remnants afterward. These people really thought I was a soft target, it was time to intimidate this group of petty scoundrels. Taking advantage of the network still being up, Gao Hui posted a classic clip of tormenting Wan Qiang in the group. If there are any second thoughts, this person will meet the same fate. He said no more of his strength was enough to speak for itself. He believed this group wouldn't dare to harbor any ill intentions now. Having avenged himself, it was time to consider returning to the base, but unfortunately this safe house couldn't be taken with him. Gao Hui put his phone in his pocket and opened the door to enter. Mom and Dad Manrou. Just as Gao Hui was about to mention going to the base, he heard a commotion downstairs. He walked to the window, and to his surprise several snowmobiles were parked below. Gao Hui took out binoculars to take a look. Xu Fei. He had previously learned through the surveillance that Yin Keiliang's father was about to arrive, which is why he had sped up his plans for revenge. He didn't expect him to come so soon. It seemed this group came prepared. Finding so many snowmobiles was no easy task. Moreover, each of them was well-equipped, not only taking measures to keep warm, but also armed with various weapons. Just as he was contemplating whether to head to the base, immediately a wave of sorrowful crying echoed from downstairs. Yin Sheng gazed at the severed heads hanging from the 23rd floor, a growing unease in his heart. He released the Tibetan Mastiff he had raised for many years. The dog's nose was quite sharp, immediately detecting Yin Keiliang's location. A few of his subordinates quickly began to dig through the snow, and within 3 minutes they uncovered a headless corpse. Yin Sheng stumbled over, familiar with this physique. Trembling, he pulled the corpse's shirt aside, and only when he saw the birthmark on the waist and the tattoo on the wrist did he completely lose heart. Lianger, my son. He cradled the corpse in his arms, the decisive gang leader, now weeping like a child. No matter how many times he called out Yin Keiliang's name, only the cold body in his arms responded. He set the corpse down. Lianger, don't worry. I will risk my life to avenge you. His half-kneeling body was surrounded by purple lightning, and no one dared to approach him. Yin Sheng turned to Xu Fei and said, Xu Fei, take your men and check every household. Be sure to find the beast that killed my son. If you can't get any information, kill them and bury them with my son. This was the first time Xu Fei had seen the boss like this. His hawk-like eyes were bloodshot, and it seemed even the wrinkles on his face had increased. Yes. Xu Fei bowed his head in response, turning and waving his hand as his subordinates spread out. Xu Fei strode into a building, the snowflakes on the ground flying everywhere, the surrounding chill intensifying. Lightning type, wind type. Gao Hui observed everything through the binoculars. Although he couldn't see clearly what they were saying, he could guess their general intentions. Originally, Gao Hui planned to leave with his family, but how could he let the crystal core that had come to him go so easily? Honey, what were you going to say just now? Nothing at all. Lan Manrou walked to the window, and following Gao Hui's gaze, wondered why the back of the man kneeling on the ground looked so familiar. She took the binoculars from Gao Hui's hand and looked down. Director Yin. It's actually Director Yin. Director Yin. Which Director Yin? Let me take a closer look. She scrutinized carefully and became more certain that the person was indeed Director Yin. Gao Hui pointed at Yin Sheng downstairs. Are you saying he is Director Yin? The Director Yin from our Yongning city. That's right. I won't mistake him. Our boss had a photo with him during a meeting. I've seen that picture, it's him. Interesting, who would have thought that the city's director has another identity as the leader of the Black Dragon Gang? Black Dragon Gang. Are you saying the Black Dragon Gang? The largest gang organization. Gao Hui nodded. This old guy really plays both sides. But with such power, how could his son have gotten in trouble? Son? What son? The director has always been single. Gao Hui's eyes widened slightly. Single. He paused for a few seconds. Alright. He's hidden his son, so well, he really has some skills. Who is Director Yin's son? Lan Manrou's curiosity ignited. Yin Keiliang. Yin Keiliang. The one I fought the other day. Yes. Oh no. His son is the one you killed. He will definitely not let our family off. Honey, how about we go to the base? They definitely won't find us there. Lan Manrou grabbed Gao Hui's arm, her brows furrowed. I originally planned for us to return to the base together, but I just discovered they have lightning and wind ability users. If I kill them and obtain their crystal cores, your lightning skills will definitely upgrade significantly. Crystal core. What crystal core? When ability users die, they form crystal cores. Users with the same attribute can absorb the crystal cores to enhance their strength. Last time I killed Wan Qiang and absorbed his core, now my flame seal has upgraded to level 3. Gao Hui raised his right hand, flames blazing in his palm, causing the temperature around him to soar. But, don't worry my dear, I have confidence. Gao Hui affectionately ruffled Lan Manrou's hair. Alright, she was well aware of her husband's strength lately. Since he was so confident, she also wanted to lend him a hand. No matter what happens this time, I will definitely be with you. You mustn't take risks alone. Alright my dear wife. Gao Hui held Lan Manrou in his arms while she looked down with a worried expression. Inside Building 12. The first place Xu Fei rushed to was the room where Wan Qiang once lived, but found no one there. Anxiously he searched the entire building, but still failed to find any trace of Wan Qiang. They had lost contact days ago, and now the entire Building 12 was empty, not a single person in sight. Xu Fei's anxiety grew, his fists clenched tightly, as he silently called out, "Qiang, where are you?" I refuse to believe that no one knows. He exited Building 12, randomly found another building, kicked open the door, and demanded to know who the murderer of Wan Qiang was. The person was just a minor character and didn't know much. Finding no answers, he directly killed the man. Xu Fei moved restlessly through the building, his anxious and angry emotions escalating. Until he barged into a household where someone was watching a video in the group on their phone. He snatched the phone away. The tortured individual was the one he had been thinking about day and night. His grip tightened, causing the screen to flicker. Xu Fei took a deep breath. Who posted the video? Where is he? I don't know. Xu Fei pressed the gun to his forehead. Speak. Don't test my patience. The man, terrified, collapsed to the ground, backing away with his hands. After Xu Fei chambered around, he once again aimed at the man. His name is Gao Hui. He lives on the 33rd floor of Building 9. Bang. After the man spoke, Xu Fei shot him dead. You were too slow. Xu Fei tucked the gun into his waistband, kicked the glass, and jumped out the window. Just before landing, a gust of air rose beneath him, allowing Xu Fei to push off and leap into Building 9. His target was clear, heading straight for the 33rd floor. Fortunately, there were only 2 rooms on each floor, and he randomly chose one. As his hand rested on the doorknob, an inexplicable fear gripped his heart. Xu Fei took a deep breath and used a wind blade to destroy the lock. Creak. The broken lock caused the door to open slightly, and Xu Fei peered inside through the crack. The floor was stained with dried blood, and a mangled body lay there with some unidentified substances not far away. He raised his hand, pausing in the air for a few seconds before pushing the door open. A wave of foul odor hit him. If it weren't for the cold weather, the room would have been swarming with maggots. Xu Fei cautiously stepped inside, and near the corner lay a severed head, its eyes fixed on the mangled body. Upon seeing the head, he felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen as he stared at that familiar face on the. He walked step by step toward the head, every step heavy as he knelt down, cradling Wan Qiang's head in his arms, his right hand gently stroking his hair. His stern face contorted, tears as big as beans fell continuously, and he held on tighter. Xu Fei's entire body trembled violently from overwhelming grief, and the wind blades around him began to spin faster and faster, cutting the glass in the room into powder. He gazed tenderly at the face before him, cupping it, and using his clothes to wipe away the grime. Xu Fei gathered Wan Qiang's mangled body as if it were a precious treasure and leapt out the window in a single swift motion. As he passed the 23rd floor, he also took down Wan Qiang's head. Once he landed steadily, he gently laid Wan Qiang's body on the snow, cradling Wan Qiang's head and reporting to Wan Qiang. He reported the situation he had learned to Wan Qiang, who amidst his grief still remembered to comfort Xu Fei. He understood Xu Fei's feelings for Wan Qiang, who had never crossed boundaries, only wishing to stay by his side, but now it was all too late. Boss, I implore you to hand Gao Hui over to me. I want to avenge Wan Qiang. Wan Qiang clasped his hands behind his back, turning away from Xu Fei. This matter requires careful consideration. Why? That man killed the young master, and Wan Qiang, letting him live for even a minute is an insult to me. Xu Fei, don't forget my son had awakened his abilities before. Look what happened to him. Just now Lu Lekong found out that Liang Air was exhausted from fighting him before being killed. His strength cannot be underestimated. But, don't forget, not only did he awaken his abilities, but he also has a large arsenal of weapons. A reckless attack won't only fail to bring revenge, but could lead to our complete annihilation. Then, we'll sneak into his home tonight. Let's kill him while he's unprepared. That's useless. Liang Air had previously attacked his home. That house has been specially modified. As long as he doesn't come out, even if we both use our abilities, we might not be able to break the door. Hearing this, Xu Fei felt defeated for the first time. The enemy was right before him, yet he could not take revenge. Wan Qiang placed a hand on Xu Fei's shoulder. Don't be discouraged. There are ways to kill him. Boss, do you have a plan? You send some people to find someone. As long as we find him, Gao Hui's defense will collapse without a fight. Wan Qiang leaned close to Xu Fei's ear and whispered a name. This will be a protracted battle. Aside from those sent to find someone, the rest will attack other buildings. We cannot allow Gao Hui to have any support, otherwise it will be us who perish. Understood. Xu Fei arranged personnel, as Yin Sheng instructed, while Yin Sheng headed to Building 12, occupying the room on the 23rd floor, where Yin Kaoyang and Wan Qiang once stayed. He walked into the bedroom, sat on the bed, and gently stroked it, as if trying to feel the warmth his son once had. The white sheets were soaked with tears. Liang Air, it's all my fault. If I had dealt with it sooner, you wouldn't have been killed by that man. During the early days of the snow disaster, he was caught up in gang conflicts, leaving only Wan Qiang and others to assist Yin Kaoyang. If it weren't for Li Man getting through on the phone just before being swallowed by the waters, Yin Sheng wouldn't even have known that his son was already dead. After a fierce struggle, Yin Sheng finally succeeded in reclaiming the poison god temple, unifying the northern forces. He and Xu Fei had also awakened their abilities during several life and death moments. But what use is power and abilities if I have lost my only son? Even standing at the pinnacle of the world feels tasteless. Damn Gao Hui, if I do not eliminate this person, Yin Sheng swear, I will not be a human. Yin Sheng slammed his fist into the bedside table, which instantly split in half. The fracture charred. Gao Hui sat in front of his computer, seeing Xu Fei cradling Wan Qiang's head. A chill ran down his spine. This Xu Fei truly is something. The battle with Yin Sheng and Xu Fei was inevitable. The sight of Yin Sheng cursing himself in the room surely wouldn't end well. Gao Hui walked to the window, unable to see anyone below. Yin Sheng had gone alone to Building 12, but what about the others? Not good. Gao Hui picked up his phone, intending to send a message in the group to warn the other buildings of Yin Sheng's subordinates' attack, but the time for communication had already passed. Even if he sent it now, it would be too late. Fortunately, when he had sent supplies to various responsible individuals earlier, he had also given them a walkie-talkie, which was now quite useful. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Everyone be careful. Someone has attacked. Gather quickly to resist. SSSS. SSSS. A series of static noises came from the walkie-talkie. Hello? Hello? SSSS. Gao Hui. Long time no see. Don't waste your effort. The next, a familiar voice came from the walkie-talkie. It was Xu Fei. Help. Help me. Don't kill me. Ah. A piercing scream echoed from the walkie-talkie. SSSS. Gao Hui. Get your neck ready. Then the walkie-talkie transmitted the sound of violent impacts. The speed is truly astonishing. At this point, even if I were to go out myself, it would be too late. Now, aside from Building 9, all other floors have been controlled. Never mind, it's impossible to cultivate any loyal ones among those people. Despite giving them so many gifts, their favorability hasn't even reached 80. They are nothing but ungrateful wretches. In terms of numbers, we no longer have the advantage. I can only find ways to enhance my own strength. Currently, aside from Yin Sheng and Xu Fei, who are both abilities users, the rest are mostly ordinary people. Both Long Yu and the Genesis Ice Master could sweep through a wide area. It has already been a month, and it's time to distribute supplies again. Gao Hui used the intercom to instruct Ren Yongfeng to bring the residents of the building to the 33rd floor, as he wanted to deliver some materials to them. Ren Yongfeng was unclear about Gao Hui's intentions, but he obeyed unconditionally, and within half an hour he had brought everyone to the 33rd floor. Including Ren Yongfeng, there were a total of 23 people. He distributed some common foods like meat, fish, seafood, fresh vegetables, fruits, and rice. Everyone left happily with their supplies, leaving only Ren Yongfeng behind. Yongfeng, do you have any preferred weapons like guns, knives, or bows? Ren Yongfeng pondered seriously for a moment. I know a bit about guns, but my aim is only mediocre. I've never learned archery, and I'm somewhat okay with knives. Gao Hui felt as if he hadn't said anything. As a wind ability's user, sensitivity is very important. A handgun or a dagger would seem suitable, but if he didn't know which to choose, he might as well give him both. Gao Hui gave Ren Yongfeng a Desert Eagle and a dagger. The system returned a modified version of the Desert Eagle and the Philian blade. The gun still featured unlimited ammunition, silence, no recoil, instant reload, and was made of special materials. The Philian blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, a gentle touch could sever an enemy's head. It could also be thrown like a dart, and the dagger would attack based on its owner's consciousness, returning only after hitting the target. Thus it required the owner's blood to activate. Gao Hui handed over the returned weapons to Ren Yongfeng and explained their characteristics to him. Ren Yongfeng was left in shock. Do these two items really exist? Brother Gao is just too good to me. Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to repay his kindness. He stood there laughing and crying, leaving Gao Hui at a loss for words. Don't get too excited. Keep those items safe. A great battle is likely coming soon. You must protect yourself, and remember, only expose your abilities when absolutely necessary. I know. I will protect your whole family well with these two weapons. Gao Hui was puzzled. Did I express something? How did it become about protecting our family? I can't be bothered to analyze Ren Yongfeng's thought process. He also gave Ren Yongfeng a synthetic womb from the system. I know you have feelings for Wu Meihua, and she also thinks well of you. This is a gift for you too. If you are willing, you can together bring forth the next generation. Ren Yongfeng received the synthetic womb. This was something that only the wealthy could experience before the apocalypse. He never expected to try it himself. However, in this environment, he couldn't guarantee his own survival, let alone dare to think of nurturing the next generation. Gao Hui noticed his concerns. If you follow me in the future, I will ensure that you two never go hungry or cold. If conditions allow, you can consider having one. Ren Yongfeng ultimately nodded, deciding to leave future matters for later. Right now his mind was filled with the new weapons he had just acquired. After he left, Gao Hui returned to the bedroom to start researching his abilities. He had gained 69 skill points, and with the previous ones he was about to reach 100 skill points. Gao Hui was still torn between upgrading the system or awakening skills first. After much hesitation, he ultimately chose to upgrade the system first. The system upgraded to level 3, instantly consuming 50 skill points, making Gao Hui feel as if his heart was bleeding. Ding. System upgrade level 3. The shop now includes spirit communication potion, shape-shifting pill, and heart protection pill. The personal space has expanded to 5 cubic kilometers, and the system can connect to the operation backend. What effects do these new additions have? What does connecting to the operation backend mean? The spirit communication pill allows other species to temporarily speak human language for 1 hour. The shape-shifting pill lets other species temporarily transform into human form for 1 hour, while the heart protection pill can immediately heal wounds when taken after sustaining non-lethal damage. Connecting to the operation backend means that this system can connect to the operating system of the host's safe base to protect your base, while also taking over monitoring to report suspicious situations at any time. This spirit communication pill and shape-shifting pill can turn Mao Qiao and Xiao He into combat power. The heart protection pill has the same effect as my mother's skills, allowing healing anytime, even if she isn't around. This takeover of the operating system is fantastic. I was really worried about the base being hacked one day. Xiaoqi, can you fend off hackers? This system has the highest security measures. Even if all the hackers in the world attack simultaneously, they will not succeed. Wow, what a sense of security. This real-time monitoring is incredible. I can finally relax a bit, but it feels like it won't last long. By the way, host, this system can also connect to smart home appliances. Doesn't that make it a smart butler? Can it work with phones and computers? Yes, it can. Gao Hui felt as if he had discovered a new continent, connecting all the smart home appliances in his home, including smart lights, curtains, TVs, refrigerators, washing machines, door locks, and more. After a lot of fuss, he lay on the bed. Xiaoqi, connecting so many devices won't overload, will it? This system is equipped with powerful memory, so even connecting thousands of devices won't cause overload or lag. I will call you the strongest golden finger. The higher the system level, the more powerful it becomes. Remember to upgrade the system quickly. Didn't I just finish upgrading? Is there some trick here? Ahem. Today is nice. The sun is shining brightly. It's time for a midnight snack. This topic you brought up is really off the mark. Xiaoqi no longer paid attention to Gao Hui, so he had to return to the main topic and open the system to find suitable abilities for himself. I already have fire, water, ice, and earth skills. Which of the remaining 3 should I learn? After much deliberation, Gao Hui ultimately decided to learn a wind ability. After upgrading the system, he could awaken a skill worth 7 or 8 skill points. It was almost overwhelming with choices. After a long selection, he finally chose a wind attribute skill. This skill is somewhat similar to Ren Yongfeng's abilities, but is more powerful. The user can enchant weapons or directly unleash a tornado in a designated area, 100 meters. The materials within the range will be gathered in the eye of the storm and cause damage based on level and intensity. The duration is 5 minutes. During skill release, the speed of breaking shields is increased 30 seconds, while ignoring levels and attribute restrictions. Anyone hit without a shield will find it impossible to escape without external assistance. The more expensive the skill, the longer the description. It can really confuse people. Friendly reminder, the higher the skill level, the fewer restrictions there are. Alright, this one will do. Gao Hui decisively placed the order. After experiencing the familiar warmth, Gao Hui successfully awakened his wind attribute skill. Perhaps due to the frequency of his awakenings, his emotions became increasingly stable, as if he were casually ordering takeout. There are still skill points left, keep adding. Gao Hui hesitated between the wood and lightning attributes for a long time, but ultimately chose the wood attribute skill. Although the system had heart protection pills, he thought it would be too much of a loss to die if he ran out of skill points. Life Force. Interesting. A special ability requiring 8 skill points caught Gao Hui's attention. Releasing the skill would generate a special domain 50 meters, allowing the ability user to unleash thousands of branches to pierce the hearts of all living beings within the domain and absorb them as nutrients. For every 10 people absorbed, he could choose to yield fruit or continue nourishing. The fruit from 10 people could completely heal injuries and restore a small amount of stamina, 10 points, while also tripling his attributes. The threefold attribute enhancement lasts for 5 minutes. If he chose to absorb the fruit from 100 people, it would not only completely heal injuries, but also permanently increase the consumer's stamina by 20 points and quintuple their attributes. The fivefold attribute enhancement lasts for 1 hour. During the skill release, a wooden shield would be generated for the user, granting immunity to toxic erosion. The wooden shield provides 40 resistance to lightning, 78 to earth, and 64 to water, fire, wind. This skill description could fill a book. Gao Hui shook his head helplessly, saying, the effect of the wooden shield is far inferior to that of the earth shield, but its functions are much stronger. This stamina must be the energy required for releasing skills that Xiaoqi mentioned before. This 8 points are worth it. 1 minute later, Gao Hui successfully awakened his wood attribute ability. Very good. Let's ride the momentum and get another one. Caution. Caution. Please stop awakening your abilities, or you will collapse from exhaustion. Caution. Caution. What? Collapse? What's going on? If he were to collapse due to awakening abilities after being reborn, it would be too unlucky. Currently, the host's stamina cannot support the awakening of any abilities. Please enhance your capacity before awakening. No way. A man cannot say no. Well then, if you collapse, I can just find the next host. That Xu Fei seems pretty good. Ren Yongfeng is also fine, and if worse comes to worse, I can settle for Yinshang. Alright. I got it. Can I upgrade the skill instead? If you want to collapse, the host can try it. Gao Hui pouted and said nothing. Irritated, he opened the system, and was surprised to see that the system upgrade now allowed him to view values exceeding 100. Name Gao Hui. Age, 23. Height, 188 centimeters. Occupation, convenience store owner. Marital status, married wife, Lan Manrou. Appearance, 100 max. Charm, 83. Stamina, 326. Speed, 137. Defense, 193. Physical power, 85. This third-level system adds a stamina stat. Xiaoqi, is this the energy you mentioned for using abilities? That's right, reminding the host that the third-level system can view their stamina values, skill consumption, and skill proficiency. Right. You mentioned being able to see proficiency, and I completely forgot. Gao Hui scrolled to the attribute panel, and indeed, the proficiency of the earth shield has only reached 5, while the others are either 0 or 1. Moreover, this stamina, the recently awakened abilities consume 70 to 80 points of stamina each time, while the earth shield consumes the least at just 10 points. After upgrading the flame seal, it also consumes 15 points each time. What can I do with this little stamina? Does the system have anything to enhance stamina? Luckily, I don't rely on proficiency to awaken skills. The 4th level system mall has items for sale. Forget I said anything. Gao Hui looked at the skill descriptions in the system, and an idea came to mind. Unable to awaken a skill, and unable to upgrade if stamina is not a solution, he could only work on improving his physical strength. Gao Hui got up, and headed to the gym, running alongside Lan Manrou. He took the opportunity to check his wife's panel. Name Lan Manrou. Age, 21. Height, 174 centimeters. Occupation, non-police, retired. Marital status, married, husband Gao Hui. Appearance, 100 max. Charm, 100 max. Stamina, 226. Speed, 274. Defense, 53. Physical power, 68. The recent exercise has benefited the family, and there are some skill points available. Should he take this opportunity to upgrade Mao Qiao and Xiao He? Gao Hui looked at Mao Qiao, who was running around the treadmill, and Xiao He, who was sleeping in the corner, and couldn't bear to train them into fighting machines, so he had to temporarily dismiss this idea. Caution. Yinshang from Building 12 is meeting with a strange man. The discussion is relevant to the host, please check promptly. Just as Gao Hui stepped off the treadmill, the system's alert sounded. A strange man. And it concerns him. Who could it be? He walked into the bedroom, sat in front of the computer, and opened the surveillance of Yinshang's room. Quan Zi. This was someone Gao Hui never expected. How did he survive in this harsh environment? He should have eliminated him back then. Now Yinshang and his group must know about the base. He must inform Gao Hui to be cautious during this time. Gao Hui immediately contacted Li Shuwei, not even glancing at the surveillance before calling, his mind completely occupied with Quan Zi, completely ignoring the system's alert. Lu Mieying and Li Shuwei immediately stopped when they heard the phone ring. Li Shuwei took the phone and saw it was Gao Hui's call, and his previously spirited demeanor instantly deflated. Lu Mieying awkwardly put on her clothes. Hui Zi, what's wrong? Dao Wei, the person responsible for building the base Quan Zi, is nearby. He might tell others about the base. Please be extra cautious at the base. He knows the entire structure of the base. There might be a second passage or something. I will eliminate him as soon as possible. Just be careful. Okay, you must be careful too. I remember the place you live in was also designed and built by him. Perhaps, as you said, he has a backup plan, so you must be vigilant. I got it. The people at the base will be entrusted to you. Rest assured. The two stopped chatting and hung up the phone immediately. Hey, Xiaoqi, what did you just say? Gao Hui suddenly remembered Xiaoqi's reminder. It's all good now, you've interrupted their good fortune. Off. Gao Hui was stunned for a second before realizing what Xiaoqi had said, awkwardly twitching his mouth. The host is really doing unnecessary things. With this system in place, as long as you don't want him to come in, even with the door open, he won't step a foot inside. That's right. You've connected my house and the base so no one can get in. Exactly. I declare you the strongest system in the world. In the universe. Yes, the universe. Ha ha ha. Give Xiaoqi 2 green onions, and he really thinks he's an elephant now. His laughter is truly juvenile. Since Xiaoqi is around, he can finally sleep soundly. At 3 a.m., Quan Zi arrived at the door of the 33rd floor under Xu Fei's guidance. We're here, you can start now. Xu Fei and his subordinates stepped back to give Quan Zi space to operate. Alright, Quan Ji took out an object resembling a key and inserted it into the mechanical lock of the smart lock. Click. It's done. Just as Quan Ji was about to pull open the door, Xu Fei pushed him aside. He grasped the doorknob and pulled inward, but the door did not budge an inch. Xu Fei exerted all his strength, but could not move the door even slightly. What's happening? Xu Fei turned to look at Quan Ji, who was sitting on the floor. Quan Ji immediately got up, placed his hand on the doorknob, and pulled inward, but the door remained unyielding. Refusing to give up, he inserted the master key into the lock again. This key could open any door built by Superway Security Company. He had survived until now because of this key. After repeating the action 3 times with no effect, he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Could he have changed the lock? Impossible. This lock is clearly custom-made by Superway Security Company. There's no way he could have changed it." Just as everyone was still examining the door lock, a small hole in the door opened. Gao Hui unleashed his vitality. Due to the confined space, those in the corridor had no time to dodge and were pierced in the heart by paper slips. Xu Fei reacted swiftly, immediately using a fierce wind to sever the branches around him. Yet he found himself unable to move. The surrounding branches continuously attacked him. He could only cast a protective wind around himself, repeatedly cutting the incoming branches. Quan Ji was already paralyzed with fear at the scene before him. Looking down at himself, he saw branches had pierced into his heart, like a straw continuously siphoning energy. Ultimately, he lost his vitality amidst a look of terror. Watching as his subordinates fell one by one around him, Xu Fei felt a painful helplessness. Just as he was about to succumb, all the branches in the building vanished. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt down from the window. "You Gao Hui are indeed formidable. No wonder a Qiang fell at your hands. Now you've made me lose so many brothers. They'll settle this score with you sooner or later." At Gao Hui's home, Shaoqi. Amazing. He couldn't get in even with the door unlocked. "Of course. I told you even with the door open he still can't come in. Fortunately I heard your reminder, otherwise I would have missed dealing with these people. You can always trust Shaoqi." Gao Hui nodded, leaning against the wall as he walked toward the bedroom. At that moment, Lan Manrou happened to come out and quickly went forward to support him inside. "Xu Fei truly thinks highly of me, bringing over more than 100 people to ambush me. What a pity that he failed to catch the chicken and lost the rice. This time it will be enough for him. So many people. Isn't the corridor filled with them? Indeed. Now the corridor is laid with a carpet of bodies. This truly is a case of someone delivering water when thirsty and food when hungry. Xu Fei really sent me a great gift." Gao Hui looked at the fruit in his hand, a vividly red fruit resembling blood, shaped like an apple, appearing both tempting and dangerous. "Wife, this is for you. Try it and see what it tastes like. It's just this month that I haven't sent anything to the family. Now I can do a test." "Hubby, you're not trying to poison me, are you?" Lan Manrou leaned close to Gao Hui's ear. "Or are you trying to kiss me awake? I want to eat you." Gao Hui pulled Lan Manrou into his arms, seating her on his lap. He had just used a significant amount of physical energy with his abilities, and now he lacked the strength to satisfy her. Noticing Gao Hui's poor condition, Lan Manrou quickly got off his lap and sat beside him, swallowing the fruit piece. After a while, Gao Hui waited for a response from Shaoqi, but there was none. "Hey, hurry up and return." "Return what?" "The monthly return rewards." "This doesn't meet the requirements." "What doesn't meet the requirements?" "The instructions didn't say that abilities could not trigger system returns." "You..." Shaoqi fell silent for a moment before the familiar notification sound rang out. Ding! The host has gifted Lan Manrou the vitality fruit, triggering a critical reward. Based on the favorability degree, it returns 1 billion vitality fruits and a bit of skill points. In light of the host's suspicion of exploiting bugs, the system hereby revises the policy: all ability products cannot trigger return rewards. This is a formal warning. You. Now it was Gao Hui who was speechless. He looked at Lan Manrou. Her physical energy indeed increased by 20 points, proving it was truly effective. Does this mean I can grind for physical energy points? Xu Fei returned to Building 12 and reported the events truthfully to Yinsheng. Quan Ji is simply useless. "Boss, what should we do next? We can't break into his place." Yinsheng sat on the couch, not speaking for a long time. Although Xu Fei had brought over more than 100 people, they had been extremely cautious and made hardly any noise. Furthermore, at this hour, everyone should be in deep sleep. Why was Gao Hui guarding the door and even seizing the opportunity to attack, killing so many people? Could it be Xu Fei take a break and eat something? We'll discuss any matters tomorrow. But Yinsheng shook his head at him, his expression peculiar. Although Xu Fei did not know the reason he chose to follow the boss, Lan Manrou was extremely tired and returned to her room to sleep, while Gao Hui began to grind for physical energy. At 8 in the morning, Gao Hui had consumed over 540 vitality fruits. He initially enjoyed eating them, but soon felt increasingly uncomfortable as acid rose in his stomach. He could only eat one, rest for a while, eat another, and rest again, eventually stopping when he could no longer force any down. "Eat, eat, eat. Aren't you afraid of choking yourself?" Shaoqi complained about Gao Hui. "Am I supposed to just sit here?" Yinsheng is eyeing me like a tiger ready to pounce at any moment. And then there's that Xu Fei. Enough, enough. Don't talk, or you'll throw up again. Luckily you eat slowly. Plus with the protection of the system, otherwise you would have exploded by now. I know. Gao Hui cautiously stood up, holding his stomach as he walked toward the bedroom. When he lay on the ground and looked at the system displaying his physical energy as max, everything felt worthwhile. By 1 in the afternoon, Xu Fei's condition had improved significantly. Yin Sheng exchanged glances with him, and Xu Fei followed him out. Outside the building, Yin Sheng stood opposite Xu Fei. Gather everyone and bring all the people from Building 9 to me. Remember to leave some alive. Oh, I don't believe Gao Hui won't come out. Will this work? I saw that when others died, he didn't react at all. It's different. These people have a special connection to Gao Hui. They were not originally from this building. It was arranged by someone that they be placed here. Surely these people must be very important to him. If he remains indifferent, then well, set the building on fire. I don't believe he won't come out. Yes, Xu Fei replied, and went to gather his subordinates. Yin Sheng looked up at the 33rd floor. Liang Er, don't rush. Dad will send him to meet you soon. A few minutes later, over 20 people were escorted out of Building 9. Is everyone here? Report, boss. One person seems to have awakened their abilities, and the brothers can't get close. Xu Gu is currently engaged in a battle with him. An ability user. Yin Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this. Keep an eye on them. I will go take a look. Yes, boss, they should still be on the 9th floor. Yin Sheng nodded and walked into the building. As he climbed into the 8th floor, he saw Xu Fei coming out from inside. Where are they? Didn't you say one person has abilities? Xu Fei lowered his head, his face pale. I couldn't defeat him, he escaped. Couldn't defeat him. The main issue is the weapon in his hand. That handgun seems to have endless bullets. After dozens of shots, I never saw him reload, and it was surprisingly silent. A number of brothers were ambushed by him. If it weren't for my abilities protecting me, I might have been hit too. How could there be such a weapon? Moreover, he has more than one weapon. Another weapon strikes with extreme speed. I barely managed to dodge a fatal blow with all my strength. With these 2 weapons for protection plus some martial skill, I am no match for him. Yin Sheng looked at Xu Fei, whose body was covered in injuries with several places torn open, clearly indicating that the person was tough. Let him go. He won't stir up much trouble. Hurry and bandage yourself, as there will be tough battles ahead. Yin Sheng supported Xu Fei out of the building, and several subordinates hurried over to help him get treated. Fortunately, Xu Fei awakened his abilities, and with medical treatment, he quickly recovered from his injuries. At Gao Hui's home. Brother Gao, are you there? A frantic voice came through the intercom from Ren Yongfeng. Host, you finally woke up. If you don't get up soon, all the vegetables will be gone. After eating several hours of vitality fruits, Gao Hui finally managed to sleep for a bit before being disturbed. What's going on? Gao Hui picked up the intercom. Brother Gao, someone has attacked our building, and everyone has been captured. I was forced to use my abilities, and with the weapon you gave me, I could only escape with Mei Hua. I suspect they will come looking for you next. This person is surprisingly smart. Shao Qi remarked accurately. I understand, find a safe place to hide and wait. Brother Gao, wait for me to settle Mei Hua before I come to help you. After Ren Yongfeng finished speaking, Wu Mei Hua, who was holding his arm, tightened her grip. Ren Yongfeng embraced Wu Mei Hua, saying, Don't worry, I will protect you. Stay hidden here, and I will be back soon. After saying this, he gently kissed Wu Mei Hua's forehead and left. No need. Just make sure you hide well. Hello. After finishing, Ren Yongfeng ran towards Building 9, having completely forgotten about the intercom. This person is so impatient. Gao Hui shook his head helplessly. Gao Hui, your people are in our hands. You have 10 minutes to come down, or for every minute that passes I will kill one person. Gao Hui walked to the window and looked down. Yin Sheng's subordinates were forcing the people from Building 9 to kneel on the ground. It seems that today there would be no choice but to fight. Gao Hui stood up, quickly washed up, and was about to go out when he was stopped by Lan Manrou. We agreed to go together this time. You can't go alone. But, no buts. Lan Manrou gathered her waist-length hair into a high ponytail, securing 2 handguns at her waist, and slinging a long knife across her back. Wearing a white down jacket, black casual pants, and padded sports shoes, she looked sharp and ready. Son, just take, Dad'll bless you. Gao Xingye raised his hand and cast the blessing of earth on the 2 of them. Mom, I will also be ready to support you from upstairs. Gao Hui looked at them and finally agreed to Lan Manrou's request. He took Lan Manrou's hand and walked down together. In the stairwell, Gao Hui bought 2 heart-calming pills, 2 detox pills, and a vitality fruit from the system. Manrou, these are for you. Gao Hui explained the effects of each pill to Lan Manrou. If anything unexpected happens later, you can take the medicine according to the situation. Husband, you should keep a portion for yourself too in case I need it for something. Lan Manrou divided the pills into 2 portions and gave one to Gao Hui. Gao Hui pushed her hand back, saying, You keep it, I have more. Look. He took out a vitality fruit from his space, and he could purchase those pills directly from the system if needed. Giving Lan Manrou a share in advance was just a precaution. Seeing him enjoying his food, Lan Manrou also finished her vitality fruit. After they both finished eating, they held hands and walked downstairs. Yin Sheng and his group grew impatient as they waited. As time ran out, he raised his handgun, loaded it, and aimed at one person. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Gao Hui and Lan Manrou leaped out from the window. Gao Hui immediately summoned an earth shield protecting Lan Manrou within it. Lan Manrou also gripped her dual guns aiming at Wan Qiang and Xu Fei ready to engage. Looking at the dense crowd before him, this lineup was quite impressive. Wan Qiang slowly placed his hands behind his back saying, "Long time no see. Long time no see." The boss of the Black Dragon Gang, the director of Yoning City. Upon hearing the title of director, Wan Qiang momentarily paused, glancing at Lan Manrou, and understood. But these are all just empty titles. With the apocalypse upon us, everything has been reshuffled and the rules are in the hands of the victors. Oh, Gao Hui raised an eyebrow. So you intend to be that victor? Regardless of what I want to do, the first thing is to kill you to avenge my son. As soon as Wan Qiang finished speaking, he immediately unleashed his skill. A bolt of lightning struck Gao Hui and Lan Manrou. With the protection of the earth shield, both remained unharmed. Gao Hui silently cursed, "This is too weak." Gao Hui was about to activate his skill when he suddenly felt darkness before his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself being escorted by two people. What happened? Wasn't I just strange? What was I just doing? Gao Hui lifted his head, blurred memories surfacing in his mind. He struggled to get up only to find himself unable to move. What's going on? Why have I become weaker? Didn't I awaken my abilities? Why can't I use my skills? Where's the system? Shao Qi. Shao Qi. Gao Hui's thoughts were still in disarray. He looked around at his surroundings. Oh, wasn't this the scene from my previous life, when I was taken onto the ship? Was I dreaming? Is everything just an illusion? Or is what I see now the real dream? He raised his head to see who was approaching from afar, also wanting to confirm whether everything was real. Stay still. Don't you dare look around. One of the people behind him slapped his back of the head, causing Gao Hui to see stars as if struck by an iron plate. A person was slowly walking towards Gao Hui. From the shadow, he appeared quite burly. He stopped in front of Gao Hui, and a familiar voice came from above. "Gao Hui. Long time no see." Gao Hui slowly raised his head. Wan Qiang. This was the first time Gao Hui felt fear since his... Is it enjoyable to chop people? Doesn't it feel particularly satisfying to watch others being humiliated? Wan Qiang's emotions grew increasingly agitated. His body seemed to revert to the state of his past life. You choose not to speak, huh? No matter. What I endure will be repaid 100-fold. The two behind him pushed Gao Hui down. He struggled to turn over, and in front of him a person was raising an axe preparing to strike down. Gao Hui hurriedly tried to retreat, but several people held him down firmly. Wan Qiang snatched the axe from that person and brought it down onto Gao Hui's arm. Oh. Gao Hui's face instantly turned pale, blood sprayed everywhere, and sweat mixed with tears covered his cheeks. Is this not enough? You tormented me for 3 days. A full 3 days. Wan Qiang swung the axe down again, and Gao Hui's other arm was also severed. Gao Hui, weakened from the excruciating pain, could not cry out. His handsome features contorted, and his mouth slightly opened, as if wanting to say something. This time he did not simply chop off both legs, but swung the axe repeatedly like he was chopping ribs. He had learned this from Gao Hui. Gao Hui gasped for breath, feeling sticky beneath him, sensing that he was about to meet his end. Why is that? Wasn't Wan Qiang already dead? How could he appear here? Due to excessive blood loss, Gao Hui gradually felt less pain, continuously thinking to himself, am I going to die again? With a series of movements, Wan Qiang severed all of Gao Hui's limbs. Holding the axe in one hand, his blood-stained face displayed a sinister smile, making him look extremely frightening. How does it feel? There are even more wonderful things waiting for you. Wan Qiang waved his hand, and several people rushed over to tear Gao Hui's clothes off. Gao Hui was already numb from the pain, and just as he was about to lose consciousness, he heard his wife's voice. Husband, wake up quickly. The image before Gao Hui trembled rhythmically, and his consciousness gradually blurred. He felt his vision gradually fade to white, and the sounds around him became softer. Am I going to die? Gao Hui opened his eyes again, and Man Rao's face came into view. He shook his head, finally seeing clearly. What happened? Gao Hui instinctively supported himself with his hands as he retreated 2 steps. Husband, Wan Qiang's skills can trap people in illusions. Luckily you gave me a calming pill. I just fed it to you, and I suddenly remembered what had just happened. My breathing quickened, and my limbs trembled uncontrollably, as if the pain still lingered on me. Husband, are you okay? Gao Hui patted Lan Manrou's hand, and took out a vitality fruit from the space to eat. He seemed to suddenly remember something, and looked at Lan Manrou nervously. Are you okay? Did you fall into an illusion? I'm fine. It might be because I'm also of the lightning attribute, plus my father's blessing. When he released his skill, I felt a bit dazed, but managed to hold on. In that case, how did you realize it was an illusion? Because he just said, how can you remain conscious after being hit by my illusion? As soon as I heard it was an illusion, I remembered you said the calming pill could resist mental attacks, so I quickly ate one, and then fed you another. How long was I unconscious? Just a little over 2 minutes. Have you both finished talking? While Gao Hui was unconscious, Lan Manrou wobbled to protect him from behind, and then suddenly ate something and fed Gao Hui something. Wan Qiang's subordinates were preparing to launch a sneak attack, but suddenly bullets shot out from the air, blocking their path. Xu Fei looked up and saw Kuyu aiming a sniper rifle at them. He exerted force with his feet and jumped up, but to his surprise the woman aimed at him and fired a shot, causing Xu Fei to dodge sideways and land back on the ground. It was precisely because of Ku Ye's suppression that they had been in a stalemate. At this moment, Gao Hui had fully recovered, standing up to shield Lan Manrou behind him. Director Ian, what a skillful hand. What exactly do you want? With that, Gao Hui bought 2 calming pills from the system, ate one himself, and watched Lan Manrou swallow the other. Of course I want your life. Xu Fei dashed forward to attack Gao Hui, but was blocked by Lan Manrou with a knife. Husband, leave him to me. You focus on dealing with Yin Sheng. Fighting with me while being distracted. Xu Fei became entangled with Lan Manrou. The people around, except for those holding them captive, all rushed forward, and Yin Sheng began to unleash his skills. Gao Hui immediately activated his skills, casting gravitational force in 2 directions. From the upper floor, Ku Yu watched as 2 circular voids appeared in the densely packed crowd, as if a couple of stones were thrown into still water. Those who were not affected by the waves looked at the scene before them, losing their courage. Even Yin Sheng, who was fighting Gao Hui, began to hesitate. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Hui unleashed his vitality skill, using branches to eliminate the enemies in front of him one by one. As for those chives, Gao Hui used the branches to pull them back. He had developed this skill while eating vitality fruits. At that time, he placed 50 vitality fruits on the coffee table, sat on the sofa, and ate one after another. By the end, he was so stuffed he didn't want to move at all, thinking about trying to use the branches of vitality to fetch the fruits. To his surprise, through constant practice, he actually succeeded, and now it came in handy. Xu Fei moved with the wind, floating in midair, his hands slightly raised at his sides, surrounded by countless sewing threads. He drew back his arms and shot several wind blades towards Lan Manrou. Lan Manrou reacted swiftly, dodging most of the attacks with a few swift movements. Thanks to Gao Xingyi's blessing skill, some damage was mitigated. Whoosh! A bullet came flying from the air, and Xu Fei waved his hand to form a wind wall that blocked the bullet. Bang! 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 Lan Manrou seized the opportunity to circle around behind him and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Xu Fei raised his hand, and the bullets were deflected by the wind barrier. Although he could cooperate with Lan Manrou to launch a joint attack, Xu Fei handled the situation with ease. He had underestimated the enemy when he caught the fleeing person before. This time, he would not be caught off guard again. Due to the distance from the 33rd floor, Xu Fei could not reach Ku Yu. He could only defend himself while dealing with Lan Manrou. He had to eliminate this woman before he could assist his boss. Xu Fei unleashed a wind field towards Lan Manrou, surrounding her with a raging wind. The strong gusts obscured her vision, and the wind grew increasingly intense, making it nearly impossible for her to stand. The protective shield of blessings showed signs of cracking. Remaining in this position was tantamount to waiting for death. Lan Manrou fired dozens of shots at the wind wall before her, but the bullets were unable to penetrate, like throwing pebbles into the sea. She holstered her pistol and drew the 7 Absolutes blade from behind her, closing her eyes to concentrate as she infused her powers into the blade. The blade shimmered with purple lightning, faintly emanating poison gas. Lan Manrou suddenly opened her eyes and swung with all her might at the wind wall. Xu Fei wanted to support Yin Sheng, but Ku Yu, seeing Lan Manrou trapped, was frantic and aimed his gun at Xu Fei. Whoosh! 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 A barrage of gunfire rained down on Xu Fei. Damn! Is that an automatic rifle? Xu Fei initially waved his hand to block the bullets as usual, but the second round came at him rapidly. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and managed to block it in time. With a relentless stream of bullets targeting him, Xu Fei could only focus entirely on defense, unable to spare any attention to help Yin Sheng. Lan Manrou's all-out strike failed to break through the wind wall. What should I do? My attacks are having no effect at all. Is there really no way to counter this attribute restraint? She looked at the wind wall before her. No. I cannot give up. Lan Manrou raised the 7 Absolutes blade and desperately slashed at the wind wall, as if trying to sever the flow of water in a waterfall. After numerous strikes, she was exhausted, kneeling on the ground, supported only by the blade. Her shield had been shattered and countless wounds appeared on her body. Just as she was about to lose consciousness, she suddenly sensed a force behind her. Several branches wrapped around her, and the wind wall was breached by the branches, pulling her out. Gao Hui held Lan Manrou in his arms. Manrou, are you okay? Lan Manrou's face was pale, her consciousness muddled, on the verge of fainting. He took a life-restoring fruit from his space. Quick, eat this. Gao Hui held the fruit to her lips, and she opened her mouth to take a bite. Her wounds instantly healed, and the previously weak Lan Manrou blinked. I'm fine. This fruit is amazing. I almost thought I was going to die. Phew, phew, phew. How could I let you die while I'm here? I know. Let's hurry and help Mom. She's been holding on for a long time by herself. Gao Hui nodded, and the two turned to face Xu Fei. Ku Yu continued to attack Xu Fei without pause, her finger on the trigger, nearly sparking. Seeing Lan Manrou unharmed, Ku Yu slowed her attacks. Xu Fei noticed the decrease in fire and looked back at the ground where a huge face of a water dragon was charging at him. Xu Fei quickly released 2 wind walls to block the bullets and Gao Hui's attacks. The dragon's assault grew fiercer, and Xu Fei's stamina could not sustain the prolonged release. Ugh! A bullet struck his shoulder, and the thorny vines ensnared him, rendering Xu Fei immobile as he fell to the ground, swallowed whole by the water dragon during his descent. In the distance, one could see Xu Fei struggling desperately inside the water dragon's body. He attempted to use wind blades to cut his way out, but everything was in vain. His movements slowed, his face turned purple from lack of oxygen, and his expression became terrifyingly distorted. In the end, he gazed at the house of Wan Qiang before his death, slowly closing his eyes. Moments later, a skeleton was expelled from the water dragon's mouth. Gao Hui immediately conjured the Genesis Ice Lord, and after a few seconds the skeleton transformed into snow creations, as if sculpted from ice and snow. Gao Hui gathered a small vortex of wind in his hand, aimed, and threw it. The wind vortex lifted the ice and snow from the ground. At that moment, the skeleton transformed into pieces of white snow merging with the snowy ground. Originally, Gao Hui intended to incinerate him with the flame seal, but unfortunately the temperature was insufficient to completely incinerate him, leaving only his ashes. Sheng was still bound by the branches, completely unable to see the outside scene. He only heard a scream that sounded familiar. A Xu Fei feared that he had met with misfortune. Gao Hui's strength was unexpectedly fearsome. Only a little over a month into the apocalypse, how could he awaken so many abilities? It was all his fault for being too impatient. He should have investigated clearly before taking action. I fear I will not pass this trial. Liang Er, I'm sorry. As a father, I cannot help you take revenge, but I will come to accompany you. Little brother, I surrender. Can you let go of these branches and leave me with a complete corpse? You have quite a few demands, don't you? Why should I listen to you? You killed me only for the crystal core inside me. If you are unwilling, I will never let you have it, even if it costs me my life. This person actually knew about the crystal core. Just now, in a fit of anger, he turned Xu Fei to dust without knowing if the crystal core was still there. All right. Gao Hui withdrew the branch in his hand and casually took out a gun from his space, aiming at Sheng. But Sheng still protected himself with the thunder shield. What do you mean? A dignified gang leader, the director of Yongning City, actually can't keep his word? Before I die, I have something to say. I wonder if you know about the Dragon Emperor Society. The Dragon Emperor Society. Gao Hui found that name familiar. He remembered someone from earlier information mentioning people from the Dragon Emperor Society. Who was it again? That's right. It was Yong Yuanzheng from the auction. What about it? What if I don't know? Can I trade internal information about the Dragon Emperor Society for my own demise? Gao Hui looked at him, unable to read his expression. After all, this person had managed to traverse between the black and white worlds for so many years without being discovered, which certainly meant he concealed his emotions well. Since he could become the director of Yongning City, he might indeed know something. Gathering more information is always good. If he chooses to end his own life, it would save trouble. All right, you may speak. Sheng glanced at Lan Manrou, then looked up at the 33rd floor, saying, This matter I can only discuss with you alone. Lan Manrou, upon hearing this, tightened her grip on Gao Hui's arm. Could he be scheming? Don't agree to him. After much contemplation, Gao Hui still agreed, walking step by step towards Sheng, stopping in front of him. Speak. Sheng leaned close to Gao Hui's ear. The Dragon Emperor Society is die. His physical strength could only maintain the thunder shield, so he chose to use a dagger for a surprise attack. As the blade pierced towards Gao Hui's neck, just before contact the knife sank into a black hole, causing Sheng to lose his balance and tumble in. Why don't you let me shoot you dead? Why choose to court death, worried that my space would be contaminated by you? Gao Hui said this while releasing the person, and Sheng's eyes widened in terror as he perished. Why do you rush to your own demise? TSK, TSK, TSK. Gao Hui shook his head, suppressing a laugh. At that moment, Ren Yongfeng arrived, and upon seeing the scene of devastation, the originally snow-covered ground was stained red with blood, as bright as pomegranate flowers. The place, once crowded with people, now only had Gao Hui, Lan Manrou, and Sheng lying on the ground. Ren Yongfeng approached Gao Hui step by step, his legs trembling uncontrollably, nearly tripping over himself. Could all of this be done by Brother Gao? Just 2 people took down so many. This is simply terrifying. Gao Hui, Yongfeng, you're here? Is Wu Meihua settled? Yes, I have settled her in a building further away. I intended to come back to help you, but was delayed. Ren Yongfeng scratched his head awkwardly. The crisis is over, you can go bring her back. All right. Ren Yongfeng turned and ran off into the distance. Gao Hui walked to the approximate location where Xu Fei had died after all the bones had scattered. He did not expect that even in dust a crystal core could form. Perhaps it had already condensed into a crystal core while in the belly of the water dragon. Gao Hui stored the crystal cores of Xu Fei and Sheng into his space and helped his wife home. Passers-by thanked him, their expressions a mix of fear and gratitude. Lan Manrou just arrived home when Kuyu rushed over, saying, Manrou, how are you? Are you hurt? Kuyu examined Lan Manrou thoroughly. Mom, I'm fine. Mom, why don't you ask me how I am? You're tough and resilient, you won't die. Are you even my meow? Hey, why are you chatting back? Gao Hui picked up Xiao He and scratched its belly. Xiao He struggled in Gao Hui's arms several times before successfully escaping, curling up in a corner to lick its disheveled fur. All right, back to business, parents. Manrou, it's time for us to head to the base. To the base so soon? Gao Hui nodded. Now that we've avenged our grievances, this neighborhood has been mostly wiped out by Sheng and his group. The recent battle has eliminated everyone, leaving only those with over 80 favorability. There's no need to stay here anymore. However, if you all want to stay here, we can continue to do so, but we must leave before the global rainstorm arrives. Your dad and I will follow your lead as long as the family is together. It doesn't matter where we stay. Honey, me too. Okay, then let's prepare. We'll set off tonight, and I need to arrange some things. Yu and the others nodded in agreement. By the way, I have some fruits here. Starting today, we should eat a few each day. It's good for our bodies and can enhance our ability. Honey, do you have a lot of these? I remember you were eating them yesterday, but I've never seen this kind of fruit before. Gao Hui examined the fruit in his hand closely, thinking he had seen it all, yet this fruit was unfamiliar to him. Though it looked like an apple, it seemed different. Could it be a mutated variety of apple? I have plenty, don't worry. You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky, let me keep you close. Gao Hui's phone rarely ringing alerted him. Why would Li Shuwei call it this time? Could something be wrong at the base? But Xiaoqi didn't give any alerts. Gao Hui had no time to check the surveillance and directly pressed the answer button. Hello, Dawei. What's up? Huizi, well, just say it. Don't stutter. Huizi, can you help me save someone, my ex-wife? They are currently in my storage room and are about to collapse. I don't know your ex-wife? How do you know what's happening with her? I haven't thrown away that SIM card. Oh, I trust you in case something happens. Today I received a call, and she just said we're in the storage room, come save me, then hung up. Gao Hui frowned. You can't possibly have received a scam call. I thought of that too, but when I called back no one answered, and scammers should take a break by now. Gao Hui pondered for a moment. Alright, I'll go take a look, but I can't guarantee it'll bring her back. Thank you Huizi, I really appreciate it. Enough. That's too mushy. Prepare yourself over the next few days. Our family might return at any time, and if things go smoothly, I'll bring your ex-wife and father-in-law along. Okay, I will prepare in advance. Gao Hui hung up the phone. Looks like our return to the base will be delayed for 2 days. Why, oi? Kuyu came out holding folded clothes. Dawei said his ex-wife might be in danger and asked me to take a look. I think she has treated him well all along, and her father is decent too, so I will go check it out. I've met that girl too. Don't be fooled by her delicate appearance. She has a strong character. She must have encountered a huge problem to contact Dawei. In that case, you should go take a look. Should mom and dad go with you? And me? No need, I'll go alone. I just want to take a look. If the situation is unmanageable, I won't act recklessly. Honey, I'm worried if you go alone, I'll go with you. You stay home and take care of your injuries. I will go by myself. I'm fine now, see. Lan Manrou twirled in front of Gao Hui. Good, be obedient. Gao Hui frowned. Lan Manrou sighed, alright, and sat down on the sofa with a long face. It's all my fault for not being strong enough to help my husband. If it weren't for him, I might have. Going would just be a burden. It's better to stay home obediently. Lan Manrou lowered her head, holding back tears as a deep sense of defeat surged in her heart. It turned out she was so powerless. Gao Hui sat beside Lan Manrou. Wife, don't be sad. There's a reason I'm not letting you go. A look. Gao Hui took out a purple crystal core and waved it in front of Lan Manrou. With red eyes, she sniffled and then held the crystal core in her hand, asking, what is this? This is a thunder attribute crystal core. While I'm not around, absorb its energy first. It can help upgrade your powers, and by the time you finish, I might just return. Okay. Lan Manrou picked up the crystal core and walked to the bedroom, sitting on the bed and swearing to become stronger so she could protect her family in the apocalypse. Gao Hui explained to Lan Manrou how to absorb the crystal core and then prepared to set off to rescue Zhang Xiao. Once he was fully prepared, Gao Hui arrived at Ren Yongfeng's doorstep. Brother Gao, why are you here? If you need anything, just use the intercom to find me. Ren Yongfeng said, surprised that Gao Hui had come to his house for the first time. It's nothing, I just need to go out for a while these days so the neighbors in the building will listen to your commands. Gao Hui said, patting Ren Yongfeng's shoulder. Me. Ren Yongfeng pointed at his own nose, then shook his head repeatedly. I can't do it. How about I go with you to protect? Ren Yongfeng stopped there. Could his combat ability really protect Gao Hui? Not dragging anyone down would be good enough. I can take care of your daily needs. Let me lead everyone. I can't do it. Ren Yongfeng. Gao Hui shouted loudly, startling Ren Yongfeng into standing at attention. As a man, how can you say you can't do it? Compared to those ordinary people, you are 100 or 1,000 times stronger. If I'm not around, who will protect them if you don't? Can you bear to leave Wu Meihua alone here? No excuses. I just want to ask you one thing, can you do it? I vow to protect the residents of Building 9. Very good. Gao Hui almost gave him a thumbs up. Take this crystal core, absorb it in the next couple of days. I will return as soon as possible. If you finish absorbing it, and am not back, please take care of my home. Yes, but how do I absorb this crystal core? After Gao Hui explained the operation method to Ren Yongfeng, he headed downstairs. Ren Yongfeng saw him off to the community window, worrying about the dangers Gao Hui might face alone. As a result, Gao Hui directly drove away in a snow-covered RV, leaving Ren Yongfeng stunned in place. What was I thinking? A person as capable as Brother Gao could never set off without preparation. I should worry about myself first. Gao Hui sat in the car, turned on the power, and was about to start the engine when he remembered 2 things. Damn. How did I forget to stockpile diesel and engine oil? And with this thick snow, the roads are barely recognizable. Where am I supposed to find Zhang Xiao? Gao Hui hurriedly got out of the car. I can only pump out the oil from the engine compartment. He found several iron barrels from his storage and drained all the diesel from the RV, leaving nothing behind. After working for 2 hours, Gao Hui finally filled 3 large barrels. He stored them back in the space and turned to go upstairs. The deliveries for this month in the building were all done. He could only return home to see his parents. But what about Jiang Xiao? Where can I find a map to look for her? I can't just search blindly. Gao Hui walked upstairs with a troubled expression. Ahem, host, did you forget something? What is it? Host, think carefully. What did I forget? Gao Hui's brows furrowed into a knot. I remember. The advanced tracker can also find people. Not too dumb. Gao Hui quickly opened the system mall and exchanged 10 skill points for an advanced tracker. How do I use this tracker to find someone? You need to scan the person's photo or a personal item. Photo. Gao Hui opened his phone's photo album. He remembered that he had taken a group photo with the Weiss family during a trip. Found it. He aimed the tracker at Jiang Qiao's photo, and soon the system sounded a notification. Ding. Detected Jiang Qiao's real-time location. Please check in the system. This system has navigation functions. Not bad, not bad. This makes things much easier. At this point, Gao Hui had already reached his home. He pushed open the door and walked in. Who? Son, why are you back so quickly? The door suddenly opened, startling Qiu, who almost drew her gun. Don't mention it. I found out downstairs that we actually haven't stocked up on oil. Oh right. Gao Xingye slapped his forehead. We were so focused on stocking food that we forgot about this. What should we do now? I just drained all the oil. Fortunately, there are only 3 types. Now we can only rely on the system. Gao Hui waved his hand, and 3 barrels full of diesel and gasoline appeared before the 3 of them. Dad, I'm giving you these 2 barrels of diesel, Mom. This 1 barrel of gasoline is for you. The system did not disappoint. Several million barrels of oil appeared in storage, so there was no need to worry. All right, Mom and Dad, I've wasted a lot of time, or I really need to go. Son, do you want to say goodbye to Manrou? No need. She's busy absorbing the crystal core. It's better not to disturb her. I'm leaving. Gao Hui waved his hand and opened the door to leave. This kid, you should at least put these 3 barrels back in storage. Gao Hui seemed to hear his father's words, opened the door again, and gently waved his hand, making the 3 barrels disappear from sight. I'm off. Be careful on the road. Gao Hui couldn't help but quicken his pace. He had already wasted over 2 hours, and soon it would be dark. A few minutes later, Gao Hui climbed out the window, releasing the RV from storage, and filled the engine compartment with the returned diesel. After tidying everything up, he entered the RV. After all that fuss, I'm hungry. Oh, I should eat first before setting off. Gao Hui sat at the dining table, waved his hand, and 3 dishes and a soup instantly appeared. Since it was just for himself, he didn't want to waste food. He picked up a piece of beef jerky and put it in his mouth. The soft and tender texture was delightful. Gao Hui devoured his meal quickly, and after finishing, stored the meal box back in the space, preparing to drive off for the rescue. This is the first time driving out since the apocalypse. I almost forgot what this feeling was like. Gao Hui cracked the window slightly, enjoying the sensation of the wind blowing against him while driving. The system had long connected the navigation to the car's screen. Gao Hui hummed a tune, leisurely heading in the designated direction. As night fell, he became a bit tired after driving for several hours. I say, system, can you help me modify this RV? What do you mean? I can't reach my destination today, and it's dangerous to sleep in the RV at night. I've leveled you up to level 3. Don't you have any modification functions? Only a level 4 system has modification capabilities. Keep it up, host. Damn, another upgrade. Aren't you afraid you'll die on the road? Don't be angry, host. I can keep watch around you while you sleep. What good is that? You should have confidence in your RV. After all, you spent quite a bit of money on it. Simple attacks won't cause it much harm. Moreover, I've connected to the smart system inside the car. The doors won't be easily opened. My life is also host, you're really strong now. Just good at flattering. Seeing that modifying the RV was hopeless, he could only hope that nothing would happen tonight. Gao Hui parked the car in an inconspicuous spot, turned off all the lights in the car, and lay on the bed to sleep. In the deep of night, a group of people approached from not far away. Zhao Gu, there's actually an RV in this desolate place. Now we have a place to stay. A thin man rubbed his hands, revealing a greedy gaze. I've been walking for so long, I'm finally going to indulge. Brothers, let's go. Zhao Hao led 6 people, eagerly charging towards Gao Hui's RV. Yinzi, you go. All right, brother Zhao. A young woman of some beauty approached the camper. Thud, thud. Thud. Is anyone inside? Please, kind sirs, have pity on me. Could you spare a morsel? I will serve you. And Zhang Yin, despite the cold, bared her ample bosom, and a male voice came from within the camper. Young lady, you look pitiful, but I have nothing to eat. I am using this camper to keep warm and cannot help you. You should leave. Seeing her chance, Zhang Yin immediately half-kneeled before the camper, her face streaked with tears as she pounded on the door. Handsome, I haven't eaten for days. It's so rare to find someone like you. Please give me even a few scraps. Or could you take me in for a night? He'll be gone at first light, I promise. If the person inside opened the door, brother Zhao could rush in with his men and the camper would be theirs. Well, all right. Stand back, oh, I might knock into you when I push the door. Okay, thank you, brother. You are so kind. Zhang Yin immediately rose and took 2 steps back. She no longer looked like someone starved for days. Gao Hui opened the door and shut it at once. Zhang Yin did not even have time to slip inside. Handsome, what does this mean? Zhang Yin grabbed Gao Hui's arm and pressed it against her chest, rubbing it. I cannot take you in for free. Let me enjoy you first. Gao Hui pulled her into his arms, his hand wandering inside. Incited by him, Zhang Yin grew increasingly feverish and soon abandoned the mission from her mind. The man before her was strikingly handsome, far superior to Zhao Haochu, and his lot by 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. How could she not be moved? Damn! How dare anyone touch me? Brothers, get him! 5 men stormed toward Gao Hui and quickly surrounded him. Zhao Haochu led the way. Brothers, harassing my sister in broad daylight is hardly proper. Broad daylight. Isn't it nighttime? Ahem. Regardless, you touched my sister and must take responsibility. Hand over your supplies and the camper, and I'll spare you. Or else what? Or else I'll send you to meet the king of hell. Zhao Haochu said, raising a gun toward Gao Hui. I truly have no food left. Only a little broth. Take it if you want. Gao Hui raised both hands. Brother Zhao, why don't we drink the broth first? It's freezing. If worst comes to worst, gutting him would feed us for a day or two. The man who had spotted the camper whispered this into Zhao Haochu's ear. Hand over the broth and I might spare your life. All right. They'll send you to the Naiha Bridge for a final drink. Gao Hui finished speaking and instantly activated a blazing seal. All 5 men except Zhang Yin were incinerated to charcoal by the flame. Zhang Yin was terrified and tried to flee, but Gao Hui seized her by the throat. Little beauty, were there others besides them? No one else. Zhang Yin stammered. A soft trickling sound followed. Gao Hui looked down and saw she had wet herself in fright. I don't beat women. Go. Gao Hui released her, and Zhang Yin fled. What sort of man was this? With a mere snap, he had wiped out 5 people who he had unwittingly provoked a living Buddha. Wasn't that courting death? A gunshot split the night and pierced the woman's chest. Zhang Yin turned to Gao Hui in disbelief. Why? With a thud, she collapsed, blood flowing outward and staining the snow crimson as her eyes remained fixed on Gao Hui's direction. I said I don't beat women, but I never promised not to kill, he said. As if joking, how could he let her go? Who knew if she had accomplices? Gao Hui returned to the camper and took a shower, muttering to himself. My wife, it was only a necessary expedient. I did nothing else. The woman was filthy. Touching her left my hands muddy. After the shower, he tossed his clothes into his space, changed into fresh pajamas, and lay down. Shao Qi, well done. Protecting the host is Shao Qi's duty. No thanks needed, the voice replied. Gao Hui nodded. This is how a system should behave. He yawned and turned to sleep. The night passed without disturbance. With 6 bodies near the camper, no one dared come courting death. In the morning, after a quick wash, Gao Hui stored the corpses outside into his space. Bringing them out at night to intimidate passers-by would be useful. Back in the vehicle, Gao Hui ate some buns and congee and set off for the day's journey. The distance ahead would take about 3 hours. Kair drove while Gao Hui listened, and they soon reached the vicinity of the villa where Jiang Qiao lived. Gao Hui found a somewhat concealed spot to park. The interior situation was unclear, so caution was paramount. He donned a set of white clothes, stepped out, stored the camper in his space, hands in his pockets, and moved forward cautiously. In the security booth by the villa gate lay a corpse. A foul stench hit him as he approached. It seems this place is not safe either. I should find Jiang Qiao and leave quickly. Gao Hui followed the system's guidance deeper into the villa complex. After more than a month of heavy snow, the villas were buried up to about 2 floors. Stay any longer, and it would mean certain death. Strange. Why is there so little snow around that house? Gao Hui looked further off. A villa sat at the highest point. Normally, it would be buried to 3 floors, but at that villa's gate there was only a thin dusting of snow, and the surrounding area was the same. It seems that villa rules this area. The situation is unclear, better to skirt around it. Gao Hui hugged the villa wall as he walked. Just as he neared Jiang Qiao's house, the gate of the high villa suddenly swung open. A burly man followed by a group of underlings strode toward Jiang Qiao's home. What the? You have got to be kidding. Such coincidence. Lu Letian stood at the gate. Jiang Qiao, this is your last chance. If you don't come out, I'll go in. Don't even think about it, came Jiang Qiao's voice from inside. Fine. Brother, smash it. Lu Letian gestured, and the men hurled whatever they had at Jiang Qiao's house. This villa was not built with the special materials of Gao Hui's. After a few blows, a hole appeared. If this continues, they'll break in any moment. It seems I must take action. Gao Hui raised his hand about to activate a skill, then suddenly hesitated. From the villa's windows, a torrent of fierce flames erupted, scorching the men outside black. Damn, this woman's fire is hard to deal with. Brother Lu, why not return the favor in kind? Sun Tiancheng shielded his face and whispered something to Lu Letian. Good. Excellent. Haha. Quick. Some of you fetch discarded furniture or wood. Yes. The men scattered at once while Lu Letian grinned wickedly at Jiang Qiao's house. Within half an hour, the group gathered numerous pieces of scrap wood and waste paper. Lu Letian withdrew a small bottle of liquor from his pocket, took a cautious sip, then sprayed it onto a wad of paper before igniting it with a lighter. The flames leapt up in a sudden roaring burst. Hurry, don't let the fire die. After much fumbling, the blaze finally caught. Excellent. Now toss it through the window. She loves spewing fire. Let her taste its searing bite. Even has a modicum of wit. Gao Hui stood with arms crossed observing the group's laborious scheming with From the earlier conflagration it appeared Jiang Qiao had awakened a unique ability. This crude pyrotechnic assault would scarcely harm her. Yet her father's whereabouts remained uncertain. It better to enter and verify. Approaching the window from behind, Gao Hui was about to vault inside when a jet of flame erupted from within. Instantly he unfolded his spatial domain, swallowing the fire whole, leaving only silence and shimmering heat haze. As the last embers faded, Gao Hui beheld Jiang Qiao. Her clothes still relatively clean, yet exhaustion etched deep into her features as though she had endured this siege for days. She must have reached her breaking point before summoning De Wei for help. Sister-in-law, it's me, Gao Hui. De Wei sent me to bring you out. Gao Hui. Jiang Qiao lowered her head, straining memory until recognition flickered, then hurried toward the window to usher him in. Your leg, what happened? She limped forward unsteadily. Those people outside. This tale runs long. And De Wei, how is he? Is he safe? He's unharmed. I'm here to take you away. As Gao Hui reached to pull her through, Jiang Qiao gently pushed his hand aside. I cannot leave. Not yet. My father's murderer remains unpunished. You mean those outside killed your father? Jiang Qiao nodded silently, tears spilling unchecked. She raised a trembling finger toward the bedroom. Gao Hui followed her gaze to where a still figure lay motionless upon the bed. Drawing nearer, Gao Hui confirmed it. Jiang Tian, deceased only days prior. Outside, burning debris rained ceaselessly inward, smoke thickened by the second. With no time to spare, Gao Hui sealed Jiang Tian into his spatial domain, ignoring Jiang Qiao's stunned silence, and guided her swiftly out through a concealed window corner. Once assured no pursuers lingered, Gao Hui summoned his motorhome from the void and ushered Jiang Qiao aboard. Though Jiang Qiao had recently awakened her ability, the sheer impossibility of what she'd witnessed left her frozen, speechless, rooted to the spot. Hey, still with us? Gao Hui waved a hand before her eyes. Off. She jolted back to awareness with a startled gasp, the cabin's gentle warmth sending an involuntary shiver down her spine. You this? She pointed first at Gao Hui, then at multiple directions around the vehicle, her bewilderment mirroring that of most who witnessed his spatial power for the first time. Merely my ability. Now tell me, what transpired? Composing herself, Jiang Qiao began recounting the past month's harrowing ordeal. Upon their divorce, De Wei had handed her the keys to this villa, the very residence where he once stashed illicit funds, and advised her it held ample provisions should catastrophe ever strike. At first, Jiang Qiao dismissed it as idle talk, until snowfall persisted for a full week. Only then, persuaded by her father Jiang Tian, did they retreat to the villa, where supplies proved indeed abundant. Soon after the blizzard struck, humanity's darkest instincts surfaced, looting, arson, slaughter, all rampant across the estate. Fortunately, the storage chamber lay buried underground. Their father and daughter survived the initial chaos. But 2 days ago, while Jiang Qiao stepped out briefly to fetch a book, intruders discovered their refuge. Lu Letian and his gang shattered the glass and dragged them both outside. It was then Jiang Tian sacrificed himself to shield Jiang Qiao, falling beneath Lu Lishan's hand. As she fled, Jiang Qiao dialed De Wei, miraculously connecting, only to collapse face first into the snow unconscious. When she awoke, fire danced at her fingertips. Her pyrokinetic ability had awakened. Limping back under cover of night, she located her father's body half buried in the snow, hauled him into the villa, laid him upon the bed, and collapsed beside him spent. Hearing footsteps approach, she unleashed torrents of flame, deterring all further intrusion. Thus she endured 2 grueling days, until Gao Hui arrived. I see. But if one lies dead and the other escaped, why haven't they seized your villa? I pondered that too. Likely their current residence offers superior geography, and I noticed the basement storage door had been forced open with portions of its stock depleted. They probably intend our villa as a communal kitchen, hence no occupation yet. Plausible. And what do you know of them? My father and I only arrived here recently. We knew little of the area. Still, I recall Lu Letian began as head of security, boasting strength and commanding fellow guards, thus carving his dominion here. Gao Hui nodded, his understanding now complete. Have any among them awakened abilities like yours? None, I believe. If so, they'd have stormed in directly, not resorted to hurling flaming debris. Rest now, bathe, eat. We'll discuss vengeance tonight. May eyes. Jiang Qiao stared long at the bathroom door. Since utilities failed, she hadn't bathed, even her own scent. By all means. Gao Hui retrieved a set of winter attire for women from his spatial domain, then retreated to the driver's cabin to check his phone. Jiang Qiao seized the garments and slipped into the bathroom, its toiletries fully stocked. Without pausing to question their origin, she shed her clothes and stepped beneath the shower's warm cascade. An hour later, cleansed and renewed, she opened the door, to be enveloped by the rich, savory aroma of home-cooked. She followed the scent to the dining table. 5 dishes and a steaming soup awaited, making her mouth water uncontrollably. Yet years of refined upbringing held her hunger in check. Ahem, may I partake? She asked tentatively. Of course, more than enough. Thank you. She sat promptly, lifting her chopsticks with practiced grace to savor a tender morsel of braised pork belly. Over a month without meat. Tears slid down her cheeks unnoticed. Where did all this come from? Fresh meat should be impossible now, let alone these fruits and vegetables. As before, I possess such an ability. Seeing Gao Hui's reticence, Jiang Qiao asked no further. Quietly, dutifully, she finished every last bite. As dusk settled, she set down her utensils. Time's nearly upon us. Shall we depart? Not yet. Before we go, we must first attend to something. What is it? Jiang Qiao leaned forward slightly. Oh. She gathered the bowls and chopsticks from the table and carried them to the sink, washing them with practiced ease. He had always assumed Jiang Qiao was a pampered heiress, her delicate hands never once sullied by mundane chores. Yet here she was remarkably competent at household tasks. All done. Let's go. Gao Hui nodded and the two stepped out of the motorhome, one ahead, one behind, and reached the vicinity of Zhao Haochu's villa within 10 minutes. Here, take this. Gao Hui retrieved a bow and arrow set from his spatial ring and handed it to Jiang Qiao. Try igniting the cotton wad on the arrowhead, then aim for the window and fire. Jiang Qiao took a deep breath and exhaled a jet of flame. The arrowhead blazed instantly. Raising the bow, she sighted the window and loosed it with a sharp shoe. A perfect parabolic arc slicing through the glass into the room. The previously pitch-black villa district flared brilliantly for an instant, then faded into darkness once more. Not bad. Your aim is spot on. Pity the air is so frigid. The flames died too quickly. Ah, perfect. That's precisely what I wanted. Not to burn the villa down. Keep going. Shoo, shoo. Jiang Qiao fired 8 arrows in rapid succession. At last flames erupted inside the villa. Zhao Haochu's men reacted swiftly. 6 or 7 rushed out, some scooping snow in buckets, others scanning for the source of the arrows, each becoming unwitting sustenance for Gao Hui's life force. Let's go. Huh. Gao Hui seized Jiang Qiao's arm and dragged her back into the motorhome. Why leave just then? We had such a golden opportunity. He pressed her firmly onto the booth seat. Killing them outright would be dreadfully dull. Tonight we'll strike unpredictably, wearing them down until their minds shatter, then deliver the final blow. How exhilarating that will be. Jiang Qiao fell silent, studying Gao Hui intently from head to toe. She'd barely known him before. But who was this man capable of devising such ruthless, cunning tactics? Don't stare at me like that. Didn't they murder your father? Do you truly wish to end them so easily? His words struck straight at her heart. Her father had been slaughtered without mercy. She could not let them die without suffering first. We depart again in 1 hour. Same as before, harass, then withdraw. Inside Zhao Haochu's villa, what's going on? Why haven't those men returned yet? Why, you go check. Yes, sir. Zhao Haochu paced restlessly, hands buried deep in his pockets. Sir, it's terrible, it's terrible. Brother, they're all dead. Their bodies, just say it. They've been utterly drained, like husks stripped of every drop of blood. What in the world is happening? Was it that wretched Jiang Qiao? But isn't she only capable of breathing fire? Could she possibly wield such horror? If she can exhale fire, what else might she accomplish? Guoyu, find several loyal men and assign them rotating night watches. I refuse to believe she won't return. Alert me the moment you spot her. Understood. I'll see to it immediately. Guoyu spun and dashed outside to organize the watch. Thump. Zhao Haochu slammed his fist onto the coffee table. Damn it. You little vixen. You'll pay for this. When Jiang Qiao and Gao Hui returned to the villa's perimeter, 3 sentries were already patrolling the grounds. Now what do we do? Gao Hui ignored her question, reaching out with a single vine-like tendril to pierce all 3 men through the chest. Now, you may begin firing. Jiang Qiao didn't pause to praise him. She loosed over a dozen arrows in swift succession. The villa flared anew. Shall we withdraw now? Yes, back in 40 minutes. Fortunately, the motorhome stood only 10 minutes away, making each raid swift and efficient. Inside the motorhome, your aim with that bow is impressively precise. Just idle practice from long ago. Never imagined it would prove useful today. As Jiang Qiao spoke, her mouth parted slightly, as if preparing to yawn. If you're tired, rest for a while. I'll wake you when it's time. I'm not tired. Mentioning fatigue triggered an involuntary yawn. Her next words faltered, revealing her bravado was thinning. Fine. I am exhausted. I'll nap briefly. Just make sure you wake me. Jiang Qiao dozed off at the table. Time slipped past swiftly. When Gao Hui roused her, she felt as though she'd just closed her eyes. Yet even that brief repose had sharpened her mind considerably. They launched 3 or 4 more raids. Zhao Haochu could no longer sit still. His men dwindled one by one, half his forces lost before dawn. Now none dared venture outside. Incoming flames were left to gutter out in the biting cold. No one dared approach to extinguish them. Gao Hui studied Jiang Qiao's weary face. This was the moment to cease the harassment. Enough provocation. Rest now. Wake and we strike decisively. No, I won't sleep. We must press our advantage now. If I rest, I'll hand them an opening. In your current state, entering would be suicide. Or shall I go alone and kill them for you? No, my father's murderer must fall by my hand. Seeing her resolve unshakable, Gao Hui nodded. Then eat this fruit. It may restore your vigor. Without hesitation, Jiang Qiao snatched the fruit from his hand and devoured it whole. This time, they marched directly to the villa's entrance. Jiang Qiao stepped forward, shielding Gao Hui behind her. This is my war. I will settle it myself. If I falter, help me then. Very well. Gao Hui retreated several paces into shadow. From that distance, he could instantly deploy spatial barriers to intercept any attack aimed at Jiang Qiao. Since she demanded this battlefield for herself, he would grant it. Zhao Haochu, come out now. Jiang Qiao planted her hands on her hips, radiating fierce, unyielding authority. It was the first time Gao Hui had heard her speak with such raw, commanding force, utterly unlike her usual demeanor. You whore, you dare summon me. Have you grown weary of life? If you've got balls, step out. Don't cower like a coward inside your villa. Gao Hui curled his lip. Her language grew coarser by the second. Even now she raised her middle finger toward the villa. Was this truly Jiang Qiao? You. Zhao Haochu's seethed teeth clenched as if he'd devour her whole. Yet reason held him back. Refusing to emerge, are you? Jiang Qiao had hoped taunts would incite him into reckless fury. But tonight his mind remained unervingly. She drew a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of fire directly into the window. Furniture ignited instantly. This blaze dwarfed all the flames she'd sent in throughout the night, magnified 1,000-fold. Watching the first floor engulfed in inferno, Zhao Haochu realized if he waited, he'd be consumed alive. With no choice, he strode out. You bitched. You spurned my mercy, so taste my wrath. Zhao Haochu raised his pistol and fired. A gunshot rang out as it fired towards Jiang Qiao. She instinctively took a step back, but the anticipated consequence did not occur. Zhao Haochu, disbelieving of the situation, fired several shots in succession, repeatedly pulling the trigger until the magazine was empty. At first Jiang Qiao was engulfed in fear and surprise, but then she realized that Gao Hui was secretly protecting her. It's my turn to strike. Jiang Qiao quickly inhaled and sprayed fire towards Zhao Haochu. Still stunned by Jiang Qiao's invulnerability, flames instantly engulfed him, and he didn't even have time to scream before being consumed by the fire. That was far too easy to kill. This is the difference between ordinary people and those with abilities. Gao Hui emerged from the shadows saying, what are your plans for the rest of them? Each one of them is an accomplice. We cannot let any of them escape. All right, you go ahead. I'll stay by your side and won't hinder your revenge. Thank you, Brother Gao, for both earlier and now. No need for thanks, you should thank Dawei. If it weren't for him finding me, I wouldn't have been willing to come out and take such risks. Mentioning Dawei, a trace of sadness appeared on Jiang Qiao's face, indicating that the divorce had hit her hard. All right, let's focus on the upcoming battle. Jiang Qiao nodded firmly, and the two walked in side by side. Gao Hui stood beside her, conjuring an earth shield, while all the attacks were dealt with solely by Jiang Qiao. In just 10 minutes, she had wiped out all of Zhao Haochu's subordinates. Everyone perished in the flames, leaving no one to escape. When this woman got serious, it was no different from a man. With the revenge for my father avenged, come with me. I'll take you to see Dawei. I don't want to go. Why not? This heavy snow is about to engulf the villa area. Aren't you just waiting to die here? Jiang Qiao lowered her head, seemingly hiding something difficult to express. Are you unsure how to face Dawei? If you don't want to see him, I can arrange a safe and warm place for you where you won't have to meet. Is that really possible? Dawei, he might not want to see me. How could that be? When you called him for help, he contacted me right away to assist you. If he were nearby, I believe he would have rushed over to save you immediately. How could that be? If he cared so much about me, how could he divorce me? Now that I think about it, what he said back then was quite strange. Did he know a snow disaster was coming beforehand, which is why he prepared so many supplies here? Since you have so many questions, why not meet directly and ask him? But, all right, enough. Stop standing outside pondering these questions. Come with me. It's settled. I couldn't let Jiang Qiao hesitate any longer. My wife was still waiting for me at home. I wonder how well she has absorbed the crystal core. Gao Hui held Jiang Qiao's arm, urging her to close her eyes, ignoring whatever she was saying in his ear. The task was complete, and Gao Hui chose to use the teleporter to transport them to room 3302. In an instant, the two returned home. The warm temperature around Jiang Qiao piqued her curiosity. She secretly opened her eyes, finding herself in a room feeling as if she were in a science fiction film. Gao Xingye, hearing the noise, came out from the kitchen. The sudden appearance of the two startled him so much that he nearly dropped the knife he was holding. I told you, son. Next time, could you at least give your dad a heads up before teleporting? My heart can't handle this kind of shock. He patted his chest with the back of his hand that was holding an egg, taking deep breaths. Sorry, I'll definitely give you a heads up next time. Gao Hui hurriedly patted Gao Xingye's back. Gao Xingye shot him an annoyed glare. Jiang Qiao, you sit down first. I'm making breakfast right now, and it will be ready soon. What's cooking, uncle? It smells so good. I want to help. No. Take a break. You must have gone hungry and frozen these past few days. You'll have a good meal soon, take a shower, and then get a comfortable sleep. As Gao Xingye spoke, tears streamed down Jiang Qiao's face. He quickly pulled out some tissues and handed them to her. Child, what's wrong? Don't cry. Gao Hui leaned in to tell Gao Xingye about Jiang Tian's death. At that moment, Gao Xingye didn't know how to comfort Jiang Qiao, so he just kept his mouth shut and returned to the kitchen to cook. Gao Hui and Jiang Qiao exchanged pleasantries, and the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Gao Hui could only pour her a cup of hot water before returning to the bedroom. He checked on his wife's condition. She seemed close to finishing her absorption, thankfully returning just in time, or she would have worried about him again. He carefully closed the bedroom door behind him. Jiang Qiao's emotions had calmed down a bit. He took out his phone and looked at Jiang Qiao. Do you want to call Gao Hui? Isn't there no network right now? How can? As she spoke, Jiang Qiao felt foolish. Gao Hui's house had internet, electricity, warmth, and ample supplies. How could making a phone call be impossible? Ahem, could you let me borrow your phone? Dial this number. Gao Hui pointed to the new card he had for Li Shuwei. If Jiang Qiao's favorability wasn't so low, he would have directly given her a set, which would also earn him 2 skill points. Jiang Qiao picked up the phone, pressed the dial button, and held it to her ear. Her expression shifted from anticipation to excitement, from surprise to anger. Throughout the call, she said nothing, simply hanging up quietly. With red eyes, she returned the phone to Gao Hui, asking where the bathroom was before going in. What happened? He had intended for them to talk on the phone and ease Jiang Qiao's emotions, but she didn't say a word. Could she be happy knowing Gao Hui is with someone else? Xiao Qi retorted at Gao Hui with irritation. You didn't even think to check the surveillance before letting her call. When Gao Hui answered the phone, Lu Miang asked who it was, and Jiang Qiao heard it. Gao Hui sounded like he had just been woken up by the call, and there was a woman's voice beside him. How could Jiang Qiao not be angry? I completely forgot about that. Gao Hui looked down when his phone rang and Gao Hui was calling back. Reluctantly, he answered and explained the situation to Gao Hui. Gao Hui, I'm sorry. I was so focused on letting you know how long it's been since we've seen each other that I forgot about Lu Miang. It's fine. We've both divorced. Who I'm with is no concern of hers. Thank you, Hui Zi, for bringing her out. It's a pity about my father-in-law. I'll have her contact you once she feels better. All right, I'm available anytime. The two hung up, and at that moment the bedroom door opened. Honey, you're back. Gao Hui embraced Lan Manrou, the familiar sensation, making it hard for him to let go. He found himself missing her deeply after only 3 days apart. He released Lan Manrou and called up the system interface. After absorbing the crystal nucleus, his level rose to level 3. The skill Thunder Shadow not only slowed the enemy's speed by 240 upon impact, but also increased the user's speed by 300, while paralyzing the enemy for 3 seconds. Husband, have I become stronger? Lan Manrou wrapped one arm around Gao Hui's waist, flexing her other arm, as if to show him her biceps. Yes, my wife is the best, Gao Hui said, lightly pecking Lan Manrou on the lips. Lan Manrou was initially stunned by the sudden kiss, but then she took the initiative to kiss Gao Hui back. Their lips met, breaths becoming increasingly hurried as Gao Hui's hand moved toward Lan Manrou's lingerie. Woof, woof, woof. The shout from Mao Qiao interrupted their intimacy, and even the usually quiet Xiao He began to meow incessantly. Lan Manrou squatted down to pet Mao Qiao, asking what's wrong with them. She looked up at the food bowl, which was full. Lan Manrou picked up Mao Qiao and sat on the sofa, continuously petting it in an attempt to soothe its emotions. Gao Hui, unhappy that their moment was interrupted, grabbed Xiao He by the neck and sat beside Lan Manrou to pet the cat. By the way, Jiang Qiao has been inside for a long time. Why hasn't she come out yet? He'll go check. Lan Manrou put down Mao Qiao and walked towards the bathroom. Mao Qiao curled up beside Gao Hui's, legs trembling. He lifted Mao Qiao onto the sofa, puzzled. What could be wrong with these two? Why are they suddenly so scared? Should I feed them a spirit calming pill to ask? Not good. Husband, come help me. Lan Manrou's shout interrupted his thoughts. He quickly set the two cats down and rushed to the bathroom. Jiang Qiao lay on the floor fully dressed, and Gao Hui helped her into the bedroom. She feels so hot. Didn't you notice, husband? Sigh. It's a long story. She probably had a fever for the past 2 days. She must have been holding on for her father's sake. Revenge. Her father. He's dead. He'll explain later. Let me first check on her. Lan Manrou didn't press further. She sat beside Jiang Qiao, using a cool towel to help lower her temperature, while Gao Hui went to wake his mother. She should have been like this for 3 days. I'll set her up within 4 and let her rest. Kuyu took a look and saw nothing serious. That's good. If anything happens to her, Dawei would skin me alive. Come on. If he really cared about Jiang Qiao, he wouldn't be with Lu Miang. Lan Manrou felt furious just thinking about it. They've already divorced. Dawei wanting to be with someone else is no big deal, right? Gao Hui said this, and Lan Manrou was immediately speechless, finally managing to say, men are no good. Hey, you can't just lump everyone together. I didn't mean it. You don't have the right to say that. If I weren't here, who knows how many would have been with you. Lan Manrou grew more and more agitated. She had thought about such things. In this apocalyptic world, order had long since collapsed, and it was understandable for vulnerable women to rely on men. Gao Hui was already very handsome, especially with those peach blossom eyes that could ensnare anyone with just one glance. Now with his impressive power, perhaps it wouldn't be long before she had to compete with other women for him. This thought pierced her heart like a fishbone, pushing her to strive to become stronger, strong enough to stand beside Gao. Not only would this protect her family, but if he ever truly wanted to take multiple wives, she could leave gracefully and survive well in this end times. It was impossible to share a husband. She wouldn't even think about it. Wife, how could that be? I will love only you in this lifetime. Gao Hui raised 4 fingers in front of Lan Manrou's eyes. Regardless of whether Gao Hui's words were true or not, his attitude reassured her, easing her worries. All right. Tonight you can sleep in the living room. He'll take care of Jiang Xiao. Gao Hui held Lan Manrou reluctant to let her go until she pushed him out of the bedroom. He lay on the sofa lost in thought. Gao Hui knew his wife's thoughts well. He had never considered such things. The most he had thought about was artificial wombs, but he had dismissed that idea. Lan Manrou's worries were unfounded. Having been together for so many years, Gao Hui understood Lan Manrou very well. She was a strong traditional girl who didn't easily let go even in the apocalypse. This made him cherish her even more. After a bout of aimless thoughts, Gao Hui fell into a deep sleep. During the night, the noise of a crackling intercom woke him up. Hiss hiss, brother Gao Yu. Hiss hiss, okay. There are. Hiss hiss, rats in the building. They. Hiss hiss, bite people and don't listen. Hiss hiss, they bite people. Please hurry back. Hiss hiss, Ren Yongfeng's words were choppy, only conveying a rough idea. Gao Hui took out his tablet and opened the surveillance. To his shock, the whole building, no, the entire neighborhood, was surrounded by rats. There was hardly a place to step, and the once snow-white ground was now a sea of black. Anyone bitten by the rats seemed to be under some curse, crawling on the ground like rodents. Damn it, I only have this few people left, and now they're all gone. Seeing his cultivated leeks truly gone made Gao Hui furious, but fortunately these rats couldn't cling to the outer walls of the building. Gao Hui opened the window and unleashed multiple Genesis ice lords at the rats below. Even though he took out a bunch, another wave came rushing and seemingly endless. There should be a leader among these rats, otherwise they wouldn't be organized enough to launch such a massive attack here. It seems I must capture the leader first. While the thought was good, finding the source among these densely packed rats was another story. Even if he knew it would definitely be in a dark, cramped place where he couldn't fit, I can only think of a way to lure it out. For the moment, he had no better ideas than the simplest one: exterminate them. As long as he significantly reduced their numbers, the leader would realize there was a problem and might call back the surviving rats. Then he could just follow them. Without further ado, Gao Hui unleashed multiple gravitational fields onto the ground. Due to the distance from the ground, the rats were lifted into the air, and fortunately the range was large enough that the rat swarm visibly decreased. It's working. Gao Hui continuously cast several gravitational fields, then took out a vitality fruit to eat. This kind of consumption had no impact on him, but just to be cautious he decided to eat a fruit for replenishment. Suddenly the rat swarm stopped moving and turned to run out of the neighborhood. Just as Gao Hui was preparing to go downstairs to chase them, a massive creature walked in from the neighborhood entrance. The gigantic rat stood in front of Building 9, suddenly rising to its feet and bowing its head towards. Gao Hui waited for a moment, but the rat made no movement, prompting him to decide to go downstairs to investigate. This left Gao Hui utterly baffled. This was not what he had anticipated. He had envisioned an epic battle of 300 rounds where the rat would either collapse in exhaustion and submit to him, or he would slay it to obtain its crystal core. Gao Hui smirked, using his remaining 10 skill points to exchange for a spirit communication pill. He tossed the pill on the ground, saying, "Eat it." To his astonishment, the rat seemed to comprehend his words and gulped down the spirit communication pill mixed with. You may try to say something you I might understand. The rat spoke surprisingly, articulating human language. Not just it, but even the rat swarm behind it was equally astonished. After a few seconds, the rat composed itself and began to articulate. "Hello, thank you for killing that person in Kaoyang. I admire your strength, and I am willing to lead the rat swarm to Gao Hui remained silent for a moment, puzzled. Thanking me for killing In Kaoyang. What does that have to do with In Kaoyang? This was all so confusing. The rat seemed to sense his bewilderment, saying, "Let me explain everything from the beginning." Gao Hui nodded, now feeling a bit curious. "I was originally a rat raised by Wang Jingmei. Just a few days before the apocalypse, In Kaoyang broke into the house, killed her, and intended to experiment on me. He rudely shoved my head into the snow, completely disregarding my life, and carelessly tossed me into a cage. At that time I was already injured in my abdomen, and I thought I would die with my owner." The rat choked up at this point. Who would have thought that 3 days later I unexpectedly awakened my abilities? Not only could I change sizes, but I could also command my kind to fight. After my awakening, I immediately sought to establish a power, vowing to return for revenge, but sadly my enemies were all killed by you when I finally had the capability. Gao Hui couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but there was a hint of ruthlessness in the rat's eyes as it spoke these words. "With no way to seek vengeance, I thought to vent my anger on you, but through our earlier battle I realized that we are no match for you. I also understand that there are rats beyond rats and people beyond people. There are heavens beyond heavens. Your strength commands my respect, so I am willing to lead the rat swarm to submit to you." The rat chattered incessantly, while Gao Hui merely frowned in silence, pondering how this rat knew phrases like "there are people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens." "Ahem, well, I don't believe you. Your reasoning is rather flimsy. What I said is true. You helped me take revenge, you are my benefactor. Although our image as rats is poor, we are also creatures of loyalty and righteousness. If you don't believe me, I am willing to sever my tail to demonstrate my sincerity." With that, it lifted its tail and raised its front paw to scratch at it. It stopped just 3 millimeters away from its tail, as Gao Hui used a branch infused with vitality to catch its paw. All right. I believe you. But even if you submit, it won't matter. I have to leave and I can't take you since you are too big. That's easy to solve. The originally gigantic rat comparable to a 15-story building instantly shrank to the size of an ordinary rat except for a tuft of golden hair on its head that shimmered brightly. But I have a cat at home. Once Gao Hui mentioned the cat, the rat visibly paused for a moment. Even the mightiest creatures fear their natural enemies. Then, as long as you are willing, we can follow behind you without disturbing your family. It's a long way, and we don't use transportation. Gao Hui noticed that its expression was growing increasingly grim, with its round little eyes almost welling up with tears. How about this? You get into the cage, and I will take you to where we need to go. As for your rat swarm, I can't help you. Is that okay? Its joy was evident. Gao Hui nodded. Wherever I am, they will find me as long as I call. By the way, I can't provide you with accommodation, and you can't stay inside. Can you accept that? That's fine. I know we carry many bacteria and humans can get sick from contact with us. We will live in the underground passages near your residence. Hearing its humble words, Gao Hui almost felt his heart soften. Also, all the people in my building who were bitten by you have been controlled by you. Can they recover? This. I can lift the mental control, but I can't heal their wounds. That's fine. Oh, just make them return to normal. Okay. It closed its eyes, and after a few seconds, everyone returned to normal, collapsing onto the ground. Come with me. Make your subordinates disperse. It nodded and said something to the rat swarm, which scattered in all directions while it crawled into the cage held by Gao Hui, following him to Ren Yongfeng's home. Only he and Wu Meihua had not been bitten. They were just in a state of mental breakdown, as there had been a swarm of rats tightly packed together, which was quite disgusting to think about. Gao Hui carried a bag containing 3 life fruits. Yongfeng cut these fruits into pieces and let everyone have a bite. Their wounds should heal quickly. If there are any leftovers, you can eat them, but remember not to give too much to anyone, including Wu Meihua. Ren Yongfeng nodded dumbly, pointing at the cage in Gao Hui's hand. Don't worry. There won't be any rat attacks. You go take care of this matter first. He'll notify you tomorrow. There's something I need to tell you. Ren Yongfeng took the fruits to the kitchen to cut them, completely unaware that Gao Hui had suddenly returned, even forgetting to tell him that his abilities had upgraded. Gao Hui held the rat, asking, did Wang Jingmei give you a name when she raised you? No, she just called me rat or beast. Then I shall call you Gongzi. The name didn't hold much meaning. He just thought its short for looked like a steel wool sponge. Great. I have a name now. I am Gongzi. At the moment it received its name, it leaped and bounced inside the cage, feeling for the first time that this confined space was not a prison. Gao Hui opened the door, stepping into the house where everyone was asleep, blissfully unaware of the sudden attack. Only the small black cat sleeping on the scratching board suddenly opened its eyes, its blue feline gaze fixated on the prey in the cage, as if it were about to pounce and sever its throat, asserting its dominance. Gongzi instinctively shrank into the corner of the cage, reaching out its front paw through the bars to clutch Gao Hui's clothing, looking at him with a pitiful expression, as if saying being your pet is truly a blessing. I wish I could have a master as good as you. The little black cat was infuriated by this scene, letting out an angry meow before darting away. Xiao He leapt onto the cage, his claws reaching in to scratch at Gang Zi incessantly, while Gang Zi clung tightly to Gao Hui's clothes curled up in the corner. Gao Hui pulled Xiao He away, saying, all right, Xiao He, we will be living together from now on, so we must coexist harmoniously, understand? Xiao He hunched his body, standing on the ground, and meowing continuously, his once round pupils now reduced to mere slits, sharp teeth bared. Gang Zi shivered in the cage, looking at him in fear. Gao Hui couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, placing the cage on the ground and picking up Xiao He. Unexpectedly, Xiao He swung his tail and hit Gao Hui's face, his claws scratching across it. Gao Hui could only watch his elegant retreat, while Xiao He returned to his nest and licked the spot Gao Hui had just touched, then glanced at Gao Hui before closing his eyes. I wonder who he takes after with that temperament. Gao Hui checked the scratches on his face with his phone, relieved to find only a few shallow marks. Had they been deeper, he would have had to get rabies shots. Gao Hui was genuinely worried that Xiao He might take the opportunity to open the cage at night and harm Gang Zi. After all, Xiao He couldn't defeat Gang Zi, and what if he was counterattacked? For now it was best to keep them apart. Gao Hui put Gang Zi in the kitchen, locked the door securely, and then lay down on the sofa, soon falling into it. In the dead of night, a pair of azure eyes suddenly opened wide. Xiao He gently jumped down from the scratching post, walking gracefully to the kitchen door and softly meowing. Hey, what is your purpose in approaching the master? I don't understand what you mean. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You rodents are all devious. There must be a purpose behind your approach to the master. I will be watching you closely at all times. Big brother cat, that's really unfair. I truly respect and admire the master, which is why I am willing to follow him. After all, I consider myself a rodent king. If I didn't want to return to the sewer, I would be a ruler in my own right. Why would I settle for this small cage? You've been caught out. You're a rodent king, yet you're willing to live in a cage. No one would believe that without ulterior motives. The dog is asleep. Don't change the subject. Quickly tell me your intentions. I truly have no intentions. Just watch my behavior. Xiao He paused for a moment, saying, if I find out you have any ill intentions, then I'll just wipe my neck clean and wait for you to bite. That's more like it, home. After saying that, Xiao He returned to the scratching post to continue sleeping. Gang Zi was now in a complicated mood, wanting to be a good guy, but not sure how. Why is it so hard to be a good rodent? What bad thoughts could a rodent possibly have? In the morning, Gao Hui woke up early. The sofa was not a good place to sleep, having tossed and turned all night, and he was also awakened by Xiaohei's yowling. He wondered what it was calling for at the kitchen door. Since he was up so early, he might as well not let his dad make breakfast. He took out a few buns from his space and prepared a bowl of millet porridge, planning to serve breakfast to his parents when they woke up. He knew that if he took it out now, it wouldn't taste as good. After finishing his meal, Gao Hui sat on the sofa lost in thought. This seemed to be the most relaxed moment he had since the apocalypse began. Ever since his rebirth, his mind had been occupied with seeking vengeance against Wan Qiang. After finally achieving that, a series of events followed, leaving him with no time to catch his breath, and he felt mentally and physically exhausted. Next, it's time to head to the base. Once there, I need to properly arrange the interior. But how do I get these people in the building across? Gao Hui supported his chin with his left hand, lost in thought. The transporter can take a maximum of 10 people at a time. If I calculate it, there are still 6 chances left. Including Ren Yongfeng, there are a total of 25 people in the building, and with 8 family members at home, we can fully utilize the transporter. But it's such a pity to let this house go to waste. Son, why are you up so early? Gao Xingye and Ku Yufu emerged from the bedroom. Mom and Dad, you're up early too. Dad, don't bother making breakfast. I'll just get something from my space for us to eat. All right, I could use a break, Gao Xingye said as he opened the kitchen door. Oh, a rat. There's a rat. Gao Xingye visibly jumped. A rat? Where? Ku Yu quickly returned to the room, grabbing a gun, ready to battle the rat. Gao Hui rushed into the kitchen, holding the cage in his arms. Mom and Dad, this is Gangzi. Don't be afraid. He's the rodent king. He will be with us from now on. What? Ku Yu, usually calm, raised her voice. She had a strong sense of cleanliness, and the reason she noticed Gao Xingye was because he was a clean person. Do you have any idea how many bacteria are on a rat? This is just great. The apocalypse didn't kill us, and now this rat will. Ku Yu put down her gun, one hand on her hip, pointing at the rat, while ranting. Lao Gao, hurry up and disinfect the kitchen with some 84 disinfectant. After saying that, Ku Yu snatched the cage from Gao Hui's arms. You take him for a bath. Mom, you're not going to kill him, are you? Gao Hui was starting to worry about Gangzi's future. Hurry up and take a bath. As for him, Ku Yu held the cage up to her face, full of disdain. I need to disinfect him. Ku Yu walked into the bathroom with the cage, not coming out for the entire morning. Gao Hui finished his bath and went out to find Ren Yongfeng, informing him about the plan to transport the residents of the building, asking him to notify everyone to pack their things and get ready to leave from Gao Hui's home later. Ren Yongfeng happily agreed, and he also told Gao Hui about his ability upgrade. When he returned, he saw that Ren Yongfeng's wind attribute skill had reached level 3, but at that moment Gang Zi had launched a surprise attack, leaving him no time to elaborate. Yongfeng, I have one more thing to ask of you. I hope you can stay and live where I am now. I thought you would be disappointed, but unexpectedly you agreed easily. Is there anything I need to do for you to stay? In the future, there may be others passing through here, and they might take over this building. At that time, you should assess the situation, and if there are any people worth recruiting, keep them. As for the rest. Gao Hui's originally calm expression turned fierce, no mercy. Understood. But I worry I won't be able to tell who is who. After all, I'm not as clever as you, brother Gao. I'm afraid of bringing wolves into the house. Don't worry. Your current strength means that ordinary ability users are no match for you. Plus, I will keep an eye on the situation here. If there's a problem, I'll come back to support you right away. Gao Hui patted Ren Yongfeng's shoulder, which reassured him considerably. All right, please notify them. I'll go back to prepare. Brother Gao, you're too polite. Ren Yongfeng escorted Gao Hui upstairs while he went to inform everyone in the building. When Gao Hui returned home, he saw Lan Manrou packing her luggage. Why, if I can just store it in my space, there's no need to make it so complicated. Gao Hui took a brief taste before ending it. There were still important matters to attend to that evening, so there was no rush. The two of them dressed neatly and walked out of the bedroom, at which point Ku Yu was already carrying the cage out of the bathroom. Gao Hui's eyes widened as he strode up to Ku Yu and exclaimed, Mom, where's Gangzi? What do you mean? Ku Yu replied, lifting the cage in her hand. Gao Hui leaned down to examine the mouse in the cage. Is this Gangzi? Yes. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Gangzi is gray. What you have in your hand is just white. Gangzi was originally white. What? This time not only Gao Hui was shocked, but even Gao Xingye felt it was impossible. Originally Gangzi was a white mouse, but he got too dirty, plus he ate too much, so he looked no different from an ordinary. Gao Hui suspected his mother was deceiving him, but he had no evidence. The main thing was that the golden fur on Gangzi's head was still there. Mom, what have you done to him? He isn't moving at all. Nothing much, just bathed him 10 times and cleansed his intestines 3 times. What? Can you stop being so surprised? He won't die, Ku Yu said with satisfaction as she put him down on the floor. Now the virus was much less. Gao Hui cast a sympathetic glance at Gangzi, while Xiaohei let out a few meows, seemingly laughing. All right. Let's talk business. Tonight we will collectively return to the base. You all go first, then the group downstairs, and I will return with the last crowd. Honey, I will stay here with you. No need. On the contrary, you must go first. When you arrive, help me keep this group in check. If anyone has ill intentions, eliminate them without mercy. Manrou Huier is right. Human greed can lead to trouble. We indeed need to prepare in advance. Okay, darling, rest assured I will guard the base well. I knew my wife was the best, Gao Hui said, giving Lan Manrou a quick kiss on the cheek, causing her face to flush instantly. Mom and Dad are here. Be careful. She hid behind Gao Hui, mumbling softly. What are you afraid of? Didn't we just do that next to Zhang Xiao? Lan Manrou quickly covered Gao Hui's mouth, wondering why he would say everything out loud. Ahem, shall you let me help you clean up? Gao Xingye followed Kuyu inside. That evening Gao Hui called Dewei to have him ready to assist the crowd, while staying vigilant. If anything seemed off, he would take direct action. Lan Manrou came out of the bedroom holding Zhang Xiao, while Kuyu held the cage in her left hand and Little Hay in her right. Gao Xingye was leading the fluffy ball, and Gao Hui put most of the household items into storage, leaving only essential furniture. Close your eyes. When we arrive, Dewei will call you. Honey, you must pay attention to safety. Lan Manrou tightly grasped Gao Hui's hand. They'll be there soon, don't worry. Lan Manrou reluctantly nodded, then closed her eyes, and in the blink of an eye, everyone vanished from sight. Gao Hui opened the door. The team was already lined up at the entrance. They teleported in groups of 10, and before each transmission Gao Hui would explain the requirements. After 2 batches, there was no unusual movement. Xiao Qi was monitoring the base, and they were relatively well behaved. Only the last 3 people, and Ren Yongfeng and his wife, remained. Gao Hui asked the 3 to wait outside for a bit, while he brought Ren Yongfeng and his wife inside, and closed the door. Yongfeng Meihua, you will live here from now on. Basic furniture is available. You will stay in the master bedroom. I filled the guest room with easy toaster food. There are some vegetables, fruits, and frozen meat in the fridge. This place is also warm. I will come by once a month, so I leave this to you. Ren Yongfeng was so moved by Gao Hui's arrangements of food that he didn't know what to say. The warmth of this room was something he had never felt since the apocalypse, not to mention the abundance of food. Hearing a thud, Ren Yongfeng directly knelt down before Gao Hui, and even Wu Meihua willingly knelt down with him. Brother Gao, I don't know how to repay your kindness. Please accept my bow. No. Don't do this. It feels as if you're going to die. Hearing Gao Hui say this, Ren Yongfeng immediately stood up. Brother Gao, I didn't mean it that way. I was joking. I can't take you to the base for now. I'll consider this a small compensation for me. I will need your help to keep an eye out for talent. Brother Gao, don't worry. Even if no one comes, I will go out to help look for you. Whatever you do, safety first. Never put yourself in danger. Don't forget someone is waiting for you at home. Ren Yongfeng glanced at Wu Meihua and shyly smiled. I understand. Alright, I'm leaving. Take care of yourselves. Gao Hui said, opening the door to let the remaining 3 in before starting the teleportation. A few seconds later, Gao Hui slowly opened his eyes and led the 3 people beside him out of the main city to the base square. The people who teleported over were relatively well behaved, all standing quietly there. Gao Hui stepped forward, addressing the crowd. Neighbors, starting today you can live here, but I do not keep idle people. You must contribute labor daily to earn food, otherwise. Gao Hui pulled out a submachine gun from his storage and pointed it at each person. The crowd stepped back in fright, nodding in agreement. Specific arrangements will be made by Mr. Li Shiwei. In a bit, everyone will follow him to move the furniture. You all will live in the building on the left side of the base entrance. I will notify you of the specific room distribution. Now you all wait here for a moment. After finishing, Gao Hui took Li Shiwei to the first building on the left, which had a total of 12 floors with 10 suites on each floor, and each building equipped with an elevator. Gao Hui released some furniture from his storage into the lobby. To make a distinction, Gao Hui purposely walked through each floor from top to bottom. The higher the floor, the richer the provided appliances. The lower the floor, the simpler the appliances. The first floor only had furniture necessary for normal living with no entertainment facilities. The 2 quickly went through, and then Gao Hui and Li Shiwei returned to the base square. Next, I will announce where everyone will live. Deng Xiaoyan will stay in 1201, Su Ning in 1202, Wu Minghui in 1208, Deng Yan in 1209, Shan Haoyu in 1210, Ning Xinlei in 1101, Lu Ming and the 4 bodyguards will stay in 1106, 1107, 1108, 1109, and 1110. Gao Hui allocated rooms entirely based on favorability. 100 got the top floor, 98 the 11th floor, 96 the 10th floor, and so on, with 80 only able to stay on the bottom floor. Deng Xiaoyan and those men had low favorability, but due to their significant contributions to the base, they were still assigned decent positions. As for Lu Miying, she would naturally stay with Li Shiwei and Zhang Qiao, setting the stage for a 3-way war. Alright, you can start moving the furniture, as I just mentioned. The basic furniture is in the hall, and each floor will have its own appliances. Off you go. Thank you, Brother Gao. I am willing to bear children for you. I am willing to. We still have to move the furniture. How exhausting. Chill. Do you want to get killed? Speaking so loudly. It's already good to have a place to stay. What more do you want? I didn't ask for a bicycle. I was using a metaphor. Do you understand metaphor? I don't understand. Right now I just want to eat flounder. What are you even talking about? Wow. This place is enormous. It's so warm. The crowd chattered as they walked into the building, leaving only Gao Hui, Zhang Qiao, and Lu Miying in the square, where the atmosphere began to turn awkward. Mr. Gao, thank you for taking us in during the snow disaster and now providing such a good accommodation. I really appreciate it. Lu Miying was the first to break the ice, politely bowing to Gao Hui. Gao Hui quickly helped her up, saying, "No need to be so polite. I've heard you often do charity work. Of course I have to lend a helping hand to such a kind person. You flatter me, Mr. Gao. Fox spirit." Jiang Qiao muttered under her breath, but her words echoed harshly in the empty square. "I'll go help Xia Yan move furniture. Excuse me for a moment, Mr. Gao." "All right, go ahead." "Excuse you. Why not say 3 companions?" Lu Miying's pace clearly faltered for a moment before she resumed walking normally. "Jiang Qiao, what's wrong with you? Is it necessary to speak so harshly?" "Harsh. If you knew your wife was in bed with another man, let's see how calm you'd be. If it weren't for her being a woman, he would have really wanted to punch her." Lan Manrou noticed the awkward atmosphere and quickly stepped forward to mediate, pulling Jiang Qiao towards them. Originally planning to let Jiang Qiao choose a room, who would have thought she directly entered Li Su Wei's room, insisting on staying there. Lan Manrou had no choice but to agree. Gao Hui didn't have time to argue with Jiang Qiao over these messy matters. He went to the highest floor of the main city, room 2001. He picked the best furniture from his space. In less than half an hour, the room was filled with many pieces of furniture, appliances, and daily necessities, adding a touch of liveliness. Next door were Kuyu and Gao Xingye's rooms. He arranged them according to the requirements of the 2 elderly people, and after finishing it was already 2 a.m. Li Su Wei had also settled everyone in. When he returned to the main city with Lu Miying in his arms, he saw Jiang Qiao standing at the door, arms crossed, glaring at him angrily. At this moment, Gao Hui also came down. He was just about to release Gang Zi to summon subordinates to guard the base. Gang Zi could stay in a small room at the entrance of the ranch, while its subordinates lived in the underground passages of the entire secure base, not allowed to come up without orders. Li Su Wei and the others were focused on each other, completely oblivious to Gao Hui holding a little white mouse and releasing it right in front of them. Seeing the 3 of them in a standoff, especially Jiang Qiao, who seemed ready to pull Lu Miying's hair at any moment, Gao Hui hurriedly put the cage back into his space and approached them. "Dawei, you've worked hard for over a month. Pack up a bit and come stay on the top floor with us." "Huizi, I'm fine on the first floor. I'd rather not go up." "No way. The first floor is supposed to be for guests, and the overall conditions are not as good as the top floor. You were allowed to stay here temporarily in a rush, but now that everything's sorted, how can I let you continue staying here?" "It's mainly that I'm used to it. It's convenient to come and go on the first floor." "Wei, since Brother Gao has said so, you should." Lu Miying also agreed that he should stay on the top floor. "What's it to you? Where he wants to stay is his freedom." Jiang Qiao, unable to hold back, slapped Lu Miying's hand away and stepped in between the 2, wrapping her arms around Li Su Wei's. Li Su Wei took a step to the right, gently pushing Jiang Qiao's hand away, saying, "Since Huizi arranged it, I will listen to you. I'll go pack my things first." "No need, I can just put everything into my space directly." Gao Hui walked over to Li Su Wei's door, opened it, and waved his hand, causing all the items inside to be stored in his space, leaving the room looking as if no one had ever lived there. "Huizi, your skill is really convenient. Yet away, I was amazed the first time I saw it too." Jiang Qiao, not willing to give up, moved closer again. Li Su Wei frowned, pushed her hand away again, and ignored her. Jiang Qiao gazed at his profile, her hand hovering in the air, before she silently withdrew it, her eyes slightly downcast as she looked at the ground. Lu Miying walked over to Jiang Qiao's side, asking, "Are you okay?" Gently patting her shoulder. To her surprise, Jiang Qiao turned her head and shouted angrily, "What's it to you? You little third party." "Jiang Qiao, what are you saying? What little third party? You need to understand that we are already divorced. I am clear and innocent with her. Don't wrongfully accuse her. Hurry up and apologize to Miying." Li Su Wei had been holding back against Jiang Qiao for a long time. Since they came here, she had been sarcastic towards Lu Miying, and just now almost pushed her down. Lu Miying had never done anything wrong to her. Why should Jiang Qiao say such things? Jiang Qiao looked back at him, her almond-shaped eyes filled with tears, her brows furrowed together. Her left index finger pointed at Li Su Wei, her entire body trembling with intense emotion. "You yell at me. You actually yell at me for her. You've never spoken to me that loudly." She then pointed at Lu Miying, "Just for this cheap woman." Jiang Qiao's head tilted slightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Enough. Don't make a fuss. We have already passed. I hope you can start your new life. Miying, let's go," Li Su Wei said as he took Lu Miying's hand and walked toward the elevator. Jiang Qiao watched their retreating figures, her left hand still raised in the air, tears flowing down like a broken dam. Gao Hui stood awkwardly in place, unsure of what to say. Gao Hui wanted to pat her back to comfort her, but felt that such actions could easily be misunderstood due to gender differences. He simply put his hands in his pockets and headed towards the elevator, realizing some matters had to be understood on one's own. Lan Manrou came down from upstairs and just happened to bump into Gao Hui. "Manrou, it's great that you're down. Please go comfort Jiang Qiao. It's not convenient for me, a big man, to comfort her." "What happened?" Gao Hui recounted the situation to Lan Manrou. The more she listened, the worse her expression became, and in the end she coldly said, "I understand," and left, making Gao Hui feel as if he had done something wrong. Lan Manrou almost jogged to Jiang Qiao's side. Jiang Qiao stood with her head down, her body slightly trembling. Lan Manrou gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Jiang Qiao, are you okay?" Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Qiao looked up and saw Lan Manrou's face. The emotions she had suppressed for so long suddenly crumbled. She tightly hugged Lan Manrou, asking, Why? Why exactly? Weren't we fine? Why did he divorce me? Why did he fall in love with someone else? Why? Jiang Qiao became increasingly agitated, eventually speaking incoherently, with only why left. Lan Manrou gently stroked her back, saying, Don't cry. Don't cry. Take your time to speak. I'm listening. Jiang Qiao released her, trying hard to calm down, and after she stopped trembling, began to express her inner thoughts. A month ago, Gao Hui suddenly proposed divorce when he returned home. I was completely dumbfounded at that moment. Although our relationship was not as intense as yours with Gao Hui, it could at least be described as one of mutual respect. Why did he suddenly want a divorce? Jiang Qiao mentioned Lan Manrou and Gao Hui's love, and Lan Manrou's face slightly flushed, suddenly feeling a bit shy. My first reaction was that he was cheating. I hired a private investigator to look into it, and they finally told me that his social circle was very simple. Apart from going to work and coming home, he occasionally had dinner with Gao Hui, and the rest of the time, he spent at that unoccupied villa. Do you know what that villa is for? Lan Manrou had heard about the villa from Gao Hui before, and now hearing Jiang Qiao say this, she suspected she had long known about the secret he had been hiding. He thought he was hiding it well. My father and I knew about it from the moment he received his first bribe. After those people gave him money, my father would return it, while the money he kept was actually what my father had saved over the years, along with my mother's dowry that I sold off. Why didn't you tell Gao Hui about all this? That dowry was the only sentimental link from your mother. I didn't want him to feel guilty. I knew he didn't really love me, though our marriage was something I orchestrated. From the very first moment I saw him, I liked him. Silly, right? I even hired people to beat me up, then had those around me fan the flames to force him into a heroic rescue, and that was how I used the opportunity to approach him. In the end, I had to beg my father to agree to let me marry him, which nearly caused a rift in our father-daughter relationship. Jiang Qiao, why are you so foolish? Lan Manrou looked at Jiang Qiao with a hint of pity. She had gone to great lengths to marry him, but what about him? He quickly fell in love with someone else. But despite all my schemes, he still brought up the divorce. Even if he hadn't fallen for someone else, he didn't love me. He didn't love me. Jiang Qiao paused, her hands resting on her chest, seemingly struggling to breathe. Lan Manrou embraced her, gently stroking her back. Since he doesn't appreciate what he has, let's not bother with him anymore. I'll find someone better for you. Jiang Qiao curled up in Lan Manrou's embrace, inhaling her pleasant scent, feeling a bit calmer within. Manrou, I can't do it. After a month without seeing him, I've been going crazy thinking about him. During the snow disaster, I collapsed in the snow, and apart from wanting to avenge my father, one other thought was to see him again. Lan Manrou didn't know what to say, only silently listening, hoping that expressing everything would make Jiang Qiao feel better. Why is this happening? After so many years of marriage, I can't compare to Lu Mianying's 1 month with him. Is it just because I'm not as good looking as her? Silly girl, don't waste your feelings on someone unworthy. No. Upon hearing Lan Manrou speak ill of Li Shuwei, Jiang Qiao immediately retorted, he is a good man. He treated me well in the past, he just doesn't love me. You said it was in the past, now he likes Lu Mianying. Wake up. Lan Manrou realized Jiang Qiao was just infatuated and wanted to slap some sense into her. I refuse to give up. I want to try again. I'm willing to accept Lu Mianying being by his side, even if it means being the other woman. Lan Manrou was taken aback by Jiang Qiao's words, her beautiful fox-like eyes wide open staring at Jiang Qiao. Manrou, I know you can't understand. I'm not like you, who found someone you love and who loves you back. My parents are both gone in this world. The only family I have is Gao Hui. I don't want to let go, nor can I. Lan Manrou sighed. Her emotions were quite complex. She had no right to interfere with Jiang Qiao's views on love. All she could do was wish her good luck. She took Jiang Qiao's hands in hers. You go for it. I will silently support you. I hope you can achieve your wishes. Manrou, I will work hard. All right. Quickly wipe your face. You look like a little flower cat from crying. I'll take you to the top floor. Jiang Qiao wiped her tears from her face and sweetly smiled at Lan Manrou. I'll listen to you, Manrou. Top floor 2003. After Gao Hui arranged the furniture, Li Shuwei needed. Lu Mianying, being perceptive, went to the bedroom, while Li Shuwei sat on the sofa in the living room chatting with Gao Hui. Gao Hui, tell me what you're thinking. What do you mean? What are your plans regarding Jiang Qiao and Lu Mianying? No plans, just making do. Li Shuwei. When Gao Hui called out Li Shuwei's full name, Li Shuwei knew he— Oh, come on. I really didn't know. Didn't know? Who was it that said they only love money and not beauty? And yet in less than a month you've taken someone to bed. What do you mean by I? Don't you want to take responsibility? Who said that? Lu Mianying and I are true love. I really love her. I love her very, very much. Gao Hui looked at Li Shuwei, his expression very serious and solemn. Gao Hui knew that this time Gao Hui was genuinely in love. What about Jiang Qiao? We're divorced. Who I like is none of her business. She was once your wife. You fell in love with someone else so quickly. Who can handle that? Wife. Can we still be considered a couple? We're more like roommates. I didn't marry her because I loved her. I only agreed to marry her because her father manipulated me. Manipulated? You can't say there wasn't a part of you that was attracted to their family status. Gao Hui stared into Li Shuwei's eyes, and Li Shuwei nervously averted his gaze. Yes, part of the reason I married her was her father being a bank president, but during our marriage, I never did anything to hurt her. When we divorced, I left with nothing. I owe her nothing. You owe her nothing. Then when she called for help, why was your first thought to let me rescue her? Then what? Even though we were just roommates, I'm not made of stone. Ooh, I have a heart. And if a roommate were in danger, I'd still find a way to help. Is it that simple? Of course. Li Shuwei stood up, randomly flipping through a book from the bookshelf. You're holding the book upside down. Li Shuwei looked closely. The words were all reversed. He threw the book onto the coffee table, propping his chin and turning his back to Gao Hui. Gao Hui smiled wryly and shook his head, walking in front of Li Shuwei, saying, Dawei. Whether it's Jiang Xiao or Lu Miaying, I hope you carefully consider your decision. Whether you want to keep one or all, I'll support you. Li Shuwei lifted his head to look at Gao Hui. Good brother, I will make a careful decision. At that moment, Li Shuwei was in turmoil. Oh, it was false to say he had no feelings for Jiang Xiao after all they had been together for so many years. But regarding Lu Miaying, her beauty, intelligence, and understanding made it impossible for Li Shuwei to extricate himself from his love for her. At this moment, he truly did not know how to handle the situation. Just as he was in a dilemma, someone knocked on his door. Manrou, Jiang Xiao, what brings you here? Gao Hui, seeing Li Shuwei's troubled expression, had no choice but to open the door himself. Honey, I'm tired. Oh, let's go back and sleep. Lan Manrou didn't care what Gao Hui wanted to say and pulled him home. Li Shuwei stood up, wanting to keep Gao Hui, but was stopped by Jiang Xiao. The way can we talk? Jiang Xiao looked pitiful, and Li Shuwei's heart softened. All right, come in and sit. Li Shuwei felt awkward and didn't know what to do. He took a bottle of mineral water, poured it into a cup, and handed it to Jiang Xiao. Thank you, Dawei. How have you been lately? I'm good, and you? How's your father? Li Shuwei regretted asking, as he had completely forgotten about his father-in-law's passing. I'm sorry, Jiang Xiao shook her head. It's okay, oh, I know you didn't mean it. Dawei, do you love her? That big star Lu Miaying. Love? I love her very much. It was the first time Jiang Xiao heard Li Shuwei express his feelings so firmly, a feeling she had never possessed herself. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath, her heart feeling as if it were being cut by thousands of knives. But now was not the time to be sad. She had to find a way to stay. Dawei, my mother passed away when I was young, and now my father has left me too. You're my only relative. Can you keep me? Li Shuwei looked at her blinking big eyes, feeling very conflicted. Jiang Xiao, I already have someone I like. It's over between. I know. As she spoke, a tear fell from the corner of her eye. I don't ask for a title. Ooh, I just want to be by your side. Please, don't drive me away. Jiang Xiao, why must it be this way? I won't disturb you. I just want a place to stay to see you every day. Li Shuwei remained silent as Lu Miaying walked out of the bedroom. Dawei, just agree to her. After all, you were once a couple. I believe you can't bear to see her suffer. Lu Miaying's words made Li Shuwei feel even guiltier. Originally, he and Lu Miaying had a normal romantic relationship, but now it felt like she was a third party. Jiang Xiao glared fiercely at Lu Miaying when Li Shuwei wasn't paying attention, then weakly leaned on Li Shuwei's shoulder. Sister Miaying has agreed, so Dawei, don't hesitate. Li Shuwei pushed Jiang Xiao's head away. In that case, you can stay in the second bedroom. Huizi has already set up the furniture. I hope you two can get along peacefully. And I will say this one last time, Lu Miaying and I only fell in love after your divorce. She is not the third party in our relationship, so please don't misunderstand her anymore. After he finished speaking, without looking back, he pulled Lu Miaying into the master bedroom. Jiang Xiao angrily hit the sofa a few times before finally walking dejectedly towards the second bedroom. At this moment, Manrou was already so exhausted that she had fallen asleep. Gao Hui sat by the bed watching the surveillance. The neighbor he brought adapted quickly, and Jiang Xiao successfully moved into Dawei's room. It seemed like the three of them would have things to do later. After a busy day, Gao Hui was also tired. He closed his tablet, yawned, and fell asleep. At 2 in the morning, a group of people dressed as Highlanders quietly approached the vicinity of the base. Brother Wang, I've been observing this place for a long time. The security measures of this base are very thorough. We probably can't attack it. How about we pretend to surrender? Once we get in, things will be easier. Do you have a plan? Let's try negotiating first. It's better than freezing out here. Wang nodded, and the group headed towards the base. A group of people stood at the base gate, and Sheng Shichang pressed the doorbell first. The sleeping Gao Hui was awakened by the doorbell and was very angry. Who is it? At this late hour, Gao Hui groggily opened his tablet, activated the communication on the doorbell, and said irritably, who is it? Wang nearly shot a fireball directly at the person due to their tone, but Sheng Shichang stopped him, preventing a conflict. Hello, we are residents from the area. This heavy snow has lasted over a month, and we have run out of food, so we came to ask for some food, or if we could stay the night. No, absolutely not. Gao Hui would never take in a group of people who looked like they meant harm. Their hostility system was very clear. Sheng Shichang, still not giving up, pleaded again, Sir, we mean no harm. We are truly desperate and have come to disturb you. We sincerely wish to seek refuge with you. I said no is no. Get lost. Otherwise the bullets won't have eyes. After Gao Hui finished speaking, the weapons at the door all pointed at the group outside. Shaoxing, aren't we all superpowered? Why not just attack directly? Why beg him so humbly? Brother Wang, that's not possible. A few days before the snow disaster, I saw a group of people go in, and only one person managed to escape alive. There seemed to be high voltage wires on the walls, and who knows how many traps are laid inside. Hey, I can't hear you. Even though Sheng Shichang and Wang Guang were whispering, the base's audio system was very powerful, and he could hear their conversation clearly. Gao Hui ordered Xiao Qi to attack. This group had malicious intentions toward the base and could not be spared. Li Dong was quick and set up shields for everyone, while Wang Guang led the group to quickly retreat from the base. This group actually has superpowered individuals. It seems superpowered people are no longer a rare species. A disaster has eliminated most of humanity on Blue Star, and those who remain can't survive without some ability. Gao Hui stared at the empty doorway on the surveillance, already sensing that the days ahead would no longer be peaceful. Forget it. We'll deal with tomorrow's matters tomorrow. I'm exhausted. Gao Hui tossed his tablet aside and lay down to sleep. Wang Guang and the group ran for over 20 minutes before daring to stop. He casually threw a fireball at the ground. Damn it. If you refuse to drink a toast, you'll have to drink a penalty. I will eventually break in. Brother Wang, don't be angry. We can think of a long-term plan. How can I not be angry when I see them living comfortably inside, while we freeze and starve outside? Since he doesn't want to take us in, why not go seek Shi Zimo? I've heard he established a superpowered army during the snow disaster. If we go to him, we could at least become branch leaders, and what? The person who escaped from the base I just mentioned is him. I think he must have some knowledge about this base. He lost so many subordinates that time, he must hate it. Moments later, a group of people arrived at Shi Zimo's residence, but at that time Shi Zimo had already fallen asleep. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? I warn you, don't loiter around here. Watch your heads. Upon hearing this, Wang Guang immediately wanted to kill the man, but was stopped by Sheng Shichang. Brother Wang, don't be impulsive. Let's find a place nearby to wait. Dawn is almost here, we can manage for a little. Hearing Sheng Shichang's words, Wang Guang suppressed his anger, and the group spent the night in an empty house nearby. As dawn broke, Shi Zimo was awakened by his subordinates, who informed him that someone was looking for him. Annoyed, Shi Zimo got dressed and walked out. Who is looking for me? What is it? The cold outside instantly woke Shi Zimo up. Boss Shi, we are at our wits' end and wish to seek refuge with you. We hope you can take us in. Shi Zimo sneered. On what basis do you think I would take you in? He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to drive them. We are willing to help you capture the base of the Badwa League, and we all have special abilities. We are eager to serve you. Sheng Shichang's words lit a spark of interest in Shi Zimo. The enemy's enemy is a friend, and he indeed needed the participation of those with special abilities. You all have special abilities. How did you awaken them? We are not quite clear on the specific awakening conditions, but during a previous battle we all exhausted ourselves and fainted, and when we woke up we had special abilities. Shi Zimo fell into deep thought as he looked at them. It seemed they, like himself, had awakened their abilities by chance, unlike the defective products in the laboratory. However, he still needed to test them. I don't want any useless people here. You will fight me, and if you can touch me within 10 moves, I will consider you qualified to join my army of special abilities. If you fail, you can roll back from whence you came. Fight. Unknown or all together. When it came to a fight, Wang Guang was no longer sleepy. All together. Good. I respect you as a man. We will go easy on you. First, you need to touch me. Just as Shi Zimo finished speaking, he unleashed a skill, sending a massive ball of wind crashing toward them. Pei Ruifeng immediately erected an ice wall to block the wind ball. Wang Guang quickly reacted and launched a fireball at Shi Zimo, but he dodged effortlessly, his speed so fast that Wang Guang could not perceive it with the naked eye. Shi Zimo flashed behind Wang Guang, a blade of wind slicing toward his neck. Li Dong quickly reacted, swiftly covering everyone with an earth shield and enhancing their attributes. At that moment, Wang Guang barely caught sight of Shi Zimo's figure. Kong Yingxue instantaneously unleashed her vine attack toward Shi Zimo, attempting to bind him, but Shi Zimo was simply too fast to be hit. Then Shi Zimo activated a skill, sweeping Kong Yingxue away to 100 meters distance. Li Dong's support skills greatly enhanced Wang Guang and the others, and they needed to take him down first. Shi Zimo suddenly dashed in front of Li Dong, using his wind blade to strike, but was blocked by Pei Ruifeng's ice wall, which surrounded Li Dong on all sides and above, making it difficult for Shi Zimo to find an opening. Feng Haochu unleashed a lightning skill, releasing electricity within a 10-meter radius. Even with Shi Zimo's incredible speed, he could not evade it. Seeing Shi Zimo slow down, Feng Haochu thought he was about to succeed, but Shi Zimo had covered himself with a wind shield, and the lightning did not harm him in the slightest. Deng Lingxian then summoned a torrential rain, and under the influence of the lightning, the enemies within a 10-meter range found their speed reduced by 3 times. Shi Zimo recognized their abilities, and the teamwork among them was quite harmonious, but they still hadn't met his requirement. He unleashed thousands of wind blades toward Deng Lingxian and the others, repeatedly attacking until he shattered Li Dong's earth shield, then sending the two to join Kong Yingxue. Seeing 3 of his companions gone, Wang Guang became flustered. This guy truly deserved to be the leader of the army of abilities, as even a single attribute skill was enough to overwhelm them. In the end, Wang Guang was defeated amidst the chaotic attacks and was sent out of the battlefield. Zhouan, on the other hand, remained calm and continued to attack Shi Zimo with leaves, but Shi Zimo merely shook his head at the ineffective attack and sent him out. The remaining few were mostly support types, and they couldn't last more than 10 seconds under Shi Zimo's assault. Shi Zimo looked at the disheveled group. Although he appreciated their teamwork, they still did not meet his standards. 10 moves are over, you have not met my requirements. Leave. Shizimo turned and walked back inside, feeling somewhat tired after fighting for so long. Wait. Sheng Shichang called out from behind him. Shizimo turned back. What other nonsense do you have to say? Boss Shi, I just successfully hit you. Please honor your promise and take us in. Shizimo looked at him in astonishment, even doubting whether he had misheard. What did he say? He hit me. Are you frozen silly, or what? If Boss Shi doesn't believe it, you can check if there's a small wound on your neck. Shizimo found it amusing to see Sheng Shishang's unwavering expression. Did he not know whether he was injured? Alright. You really are hard to convince. Oh, I will make you accept your defeat thoroughly. He reached for his neck, feeling a slight pain. When he looked at his hand, he noticed warmth. Upon closer inspection, he saw blood on his fingers. How is this possible? He did not remember that this group had touched him. How could there be blood? He turned around and had his subordinate bring a mirror. The subordinate was quick, and in less than a minute he brought a mirror. Looking into it, Shizimo indeed saw a thin cut on his neck, which was clearly fresh. Shizimo cleared his throat awkwardly. How did this happen? I don't recall anyone getting close to me. Sheng Shichang nodded slightly. Boss Shi, you may not know this, but Zhou An's skill is a mental attack that can alter the memories of the attacked. Even under the protection of shield-type skills, one can still be affected. Just now while he attacked you, I took the opportunity to get close and left this wound. Shizimo looked at Zhou and a frail and dark ordinary man and realized that appearances could be deceiving. Very well. Since that's the case, welcome to join my army of special abilities. Shizimo waved his hand, and his subordinates began to arrange for Wang Guang and the others. He gazed towards the direction of the base, and after more than a month of hiding his strength, he finally saw results. The suffering he endured was not in vain. Wan Qiang, you killed so many of my brothers. I will ensure you meet a terrible end. Shizimo waved his hand, and the wind blade in his hand smashed into the ground, creating a large pit. At that moment, Gao Hui at the base suddenly shivered. Who dares insult me? Why do I have such an ominous premonition? Gao Hui drained the bowl of millet porridge before him. Only a full stomach could fuel clear thinking. Thump, thump. Huizi, awake yet? Li Shuwei knocked on the door just as Gao Hui finished breakfast. Wiping his mouth, Gao Hui rose and opened the door. Wei, you're here. I've something urgent to discuss with you. Li Shuwei followed Gao Hui into the living room and settled onto the sofa. I also wanted to ask, how shall we assign your group of newcomers? I recall there are 23 in total. Currently only 3 tasks are needed: farming, tending livestock, and snow removal. Let them choose for themselves. However, the farming contingent must number approximately 10. Otherwise, this vast expanse of land cannot be— Alright, he'll handle the arrangements. Gao Hui noticed Li Zuwei's hesitant expression. Wei, do you have something else to say? You seem torn. I urge you to speak plainly. I'm simply worried they might clash. What if those assigned to farming refuse the labor and demand transfers to the pasture instead? Gao Hui smiled knowingly. Should that truly happen, I'd be granting them far too much leeway. Tell them plainly, within my domain absolute obedience is non-negotiable. Any dissent, just one word: death. Li Shuwei gazed at Gao Hui with complex emotion. In barely over a month, he felt as though he no longer recognized the man. Then, there's one small favor I'd like to ask. What is it? Speak freely. We need no formalities. It's about Lu Mianying's group. Could we assign them lighter duties? After all, they were the ones who first broke the soil. Even without merit, their effort deserves acknowledgement. With more people now arriving, perhaps they've earned a respite. Gao Hui paused to reflect. Their conduct since moving in had been unremarkable, and reassigning them posed no difficulty. You truly love her. You've even extended that affection to her circle. Gao Hui teased lightly. Every bit I can do for her matters. She's endured enough. Over this past month, Lu Mianying had recounted her past to him countless times. A young woman navigating the treacherous terrain of the entertainment industry, preserving her integrity against all odds. As for how Li Shuwei knew, he acclaimed her first. Enough. Go ahead and arrange it as you see fit. Li Shuwei nodded and turned toward the door. Attention. Hostile incursion detected. Attention. Hostile incursion detected. The system has identified 32 approaching individuals. All possess psychic abilities. Base defense protocols are now active. Master, proceed with extreme caution. What? At the system's alert, Gao Hui shot upright. Li Shuwei, already stepping forward, startled and hurried back to Gao Hui's side. Huizi, what's wrong? Why such sudden alarm? Go, return home immediately. Go nowhere else. Huh? No, huh? Do as I say, or your life hangs in the balance. Gao Hui, abandoning further concern for Li Shuwei, activated the base's public address system. Attention. Everyone, return immediately to your assigned quarters. Under no circumstances may you emerge without my explicit command. I repeat, no emergence without my direct order. If you value your lives, retreat now. He scanned every surveillance feed across the base. Most obeyed instantly, rushing back to their rooms, while others huddled trembling in corners. One even knelt praying to Guanyin. Had devotion sufficed, the blizzard would have ended long ago. Xiaoqi, how much time remains until they arrive? At the moment you posed the question, they had already arrived. So soon after my return. Fate wastes no time delivering trials. A hard battle lies ahead. 3 hours earlier inside a secluded villa, Shizimo stood respectfully before young Yuanjing, who gazed silently out the window at the snow-laden landscape lost in thought. Young Yuanjing approached the window and suddenly spoke. Zimo, how stands your preparation? 31 psychics have been assembled and stand ready to seize the base at once. Hearing this, young Yuanjing turned back with evident satisfaction. Excellent. Your cultivation has not been in vain. Remember, preserve the base intact. Capture Wan Qiang alive. He stepped beside Shizimo and gently patted his shoulder. The dragon sovereign will reward you handsomely. Go forth now. Yes, sir. Shizimo pivoted and strode toward the door. His eyes fierce, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. He had waited for this moment far too long. When reports reached him that numerous new figures had appeared within the base, Shizimo instantly deduced its master had returned. At last vengeance was within reach. The group halted just beyond the base perimeter. Shizimo turned and issued his orders. Form 8-member squads. Attack from all 4 cardinal directions, east, southwest, and north. I shall lead the northern assault through the main gate. Recall, the outer walls carry lethal voltage and the interior holds numerous firearms. Each squad must include at least one psychic whose ability manifests as a shield. Above all, avoid structural damage. You'll need shelter afterward. The others dispersed toward their designated quadrants. Wang Guang led the western advance. Li Dong swiftly erected earthen shields for the team, but before Wang Guang could activate his own ability, Sheng Shichang intervened. Brother Wang, the elder, she explicitly warned us the walls are electrified and cautioned against damaging them. Perhaps we should devise another approach. Sheng Shichang's eyes darted restlessly until they landed upon Kong Yingxue. A stratagem flashed, letting Xue extend vine tendrils to form a ladder. As a botanical construct, her vines conduct no electricity. We may ascend safely upon them. The plan struck the others as sound. Kong Yingxue immediately wove the ladder. Brother Wang, don't hesitate. Climb now. But how shall Yingxue enter? Surely we cannot leave her outside. Brother Wang, I'll enter last, carrying Yingxue with my ability, though the exertion will temporarily deplete my combat readiness. Brother Sheng, I'll remain outside. You rank among our strongest fighters. Don't waste your stamina on me. None of us knows what awaits within you. Every additional blade strengthens our odds. Leaving you alone risks ambush. We'd be powerless to aid you. With Li Dong's support, I'll recover swiftly. No matter. I'll deliver you inside, and then flee. Time is critical. Enter now. No. Obey me. Shichang, taking Xue in. We are a unit. No member left behind. Wang Guang's voice brooked no dissent. But, I feel. No buts. Not your feelings. I demand mine. The others surged forward. Without waiting for protest, Sheng Shichang seized Kong Yingxue and vaulted into the base. The moment their feet touched ground, a live figure emerged in the distance. Left hand gripping a blade, right hand holding a firearm, crackling lightning coiling around her silhouette. Lan Manrou walked slowly towards the crowd. Only when she could see her appearance clearly did she speak. Where are you all? Several men were still immersed in Lan Manrou's beauty, and only when she spoke did they snap back to reality. What does the beauty plan to do? Put down what you have in your hands. Let Big Brother take good care of you. Wang Gu, be careful, there might be a trick. This Wang Gu was good at everything except that he couldn't move when he saw a beautiful woman. Lan Manrou smiled sweetly. All right. They'll go over and let Big Brother take care of me. Wang Guang felt a flash of lightning before his eyes, and Lan Manrou suddenly appeared in front of him. She decisively swung the 7 absolute blade towards Wang Guang, but unfortunately Li Dong's earthen shield protected Wang Guang. Lan Manrou quickly retreated a few steps, creating distance between herself and the others. Damn, this woman is really spicy. I like it. Without waiting for their reaction, Lan Manrou fired dozens of shots at Li Dong. All of this happened in just 3 seconds. Li Dong didn't even have time to react before the shield shattered. Lan Manrou shot him in the head, and Li Dong's body fell straight down. Li Dong. Wang Guang turned to look at the fallen Li Dong, and the shields on the others disappeared instantly. Pei Ruifeng immediately raised an ice wall to protect everyone inside. Wang Guang hurriedly ran a few steps and held Li Dong in his arms. At this moment, Li Dong was barely breathing, continuously spitting blood from his mouth, trying to say something, but unable to do so. Until his last breath, he fixed his gaze firmly in the direction of Lan Manrou. This is too much. I want to take that bitch down. The usually calm Sheng Shichang was now blinded by anger. He dashed through the wind to Lan Manrou and slashed his dagger towards her neck. Lan Manrou blocked the attack with her 7 absolute blade, instantly retreating a few steps to create distance from Sheng Shichang, and decisively raised her gun to aim at him. Sheng Shichang quickly dodged the gunfire. Since he had just brought Kong Yingxue and he had consumed some stamina, and with the loss of Li Dong's skill enhancement, he failed to evade, and a bullet struck his shoulder. In the icy cold days after being injured, and without medicine, one could almost only wait for death. Even those with abilities needed some time to recover. Damn it, I can't let her get away. Sheng Shichang hurriedly closed the distance to Lan Manrou. Lan Manrou raised her 7 absolute blade to block Sheng Shichang's sneak attack, with her gun almost pressed against him. Sheng Shichang exclaimed, "Not good." He quickly sidestepped to dodge, but the bullet still hit his arm. Sheng Shishang's movement slowed due to the 2 consecutive injuries, and Lan Manrou took the opportunity to get closer to Pei Ruifeng. Just as she raised her 7 absolute blade, an ice wall appeared in front of her. Lan Manrou did not stop her actions because of the ice wall. With a powerful swing, the ice wall was cleaved open by the 7 absolute blade. Lan Manrou aimed and fired at Pei Ruifeng through the crack, catching him off guard and hitting him in the chest. He trembled violently as if struck by lightning, then his body emitted a burnt scent. On the battlefield, the situation changed rapidly. Lan Manrou couldn't afford to look at Pei Ruifeng as he fell. She rushed to Kong Yingshu's side in a swift motion, swinging her 7 absolute blade to sever her left arm. Kong Yingshu let out a terrible scream, collapsing to the ground. A green glow emanated from her wound, her lips turned slightly purple, and within seconds she succumbed to poison. Sheng Shichang gritted his teeth and charged towards Lan Manrou. If he hesitated for even a second, he could. In just 30 seconds, Lan Manrou had successfully killed 3 people. Wang Guang quickly composed himself. The woman before him was too troublesome, and he couldn't let her take them down one by one. "Zhouan, you need to act quickly." At this moment, Zhou and also realized the seriousness of the situation. He who had been lazy all this time focused, and began launching his maple leaves at Lan Manrou. Sheng Shichang flashed a charming smile, and moved behind her, raising his dagger to stab down hard. Lan Manrou raised her 7 absolute blade behind her, blocking Sheng Shishang's attack. How is this possible? He and Zhouan had used this move to take down countless enemies. Why wasn't this woman affected? "Brother Sheng, my skill has no effect on her. You need to be careful." Zhou An's words were cut short as Lan Manrou swiftly slashed his throat. He looked at Lan Manrou in disbelief, clutching his neck, where blood flowed, and collapsed. They could never know that before departing, Gao Hui had given her a sense of security, thus mental attacks were ineffective. Seeing Zhou fall, Wang Guang immediately shielded Feng Haochu and Deng Lingxian behind him, especially Feng Haochu. He and that woman were both lightning types, and their attacks would almost negate each other. Half of the 8 people were already dead. They could not afford to lose anyone else. Wang Guang released flames around the 3 of them to disrupt Lan Manrou's line of sight. Sheng Shichang also quickened his pace. If he slowed down by even a moment, Wang Guang and the others would be in more danger. He took a deep breath, mobilizing his abilities, and suddenly flashed beside Lan Manrou, attacking with his dagger 9 times in rapid succession. However, each attack was blocked by Lan Manrou, and she even found time to fire a few shots at Wang Guang and the others. Damn, this is simply too much. Sheng Shichang couldn't care less about his physical condition as he repeatedly attacked Lan Manrou with flashes. Wang Guang observed everything clearly amidst the flames. He could no longer afford to be passive. Sheng Shichang was attacking with all his might, and his stamina was about to give out. Even though Feng Haochu's lightning ability had no effect on Lan Manrou, he still chose to coordinate with Deng Lingxian to attack her. The combination of lightning and heavy rain did slow Lan Manrou down a bit, but she still maintained the upper hand. To Sheng Shichang, her movements appeared to be in slow motion. "You're trying so hard, I almost feel sorry for killing you. You talk big. You don't have the ability to kill me." Sheng Shichang knew he couldn't hold out much longer, but he wouldn't give up easily. At the very least, he wanted to drag this bitch down with him. Wang Guang had been preparing for a long time and finally conjured a huge fireball, aiming it at Lan Manrou and throwing it with all his might. Taking advantage of Lan Manrou's moment of dodging the flames, Sheng Shichang attacked her, but Lan Manrou merely lowered her head slightly to evade. She swung her left hand with the 7 absolute blade towards Sheng Shishang's calf. Sheng Shichang quickly dodged by riding the wind, but as Lan Manrou saw him creating distance, she instantly raised her gun and fired at his calf. The previous dodge caused him to be off balance, and he was hit in the calf. The numbness coursed through his body again, freezing his movements for a few seconds. Lan Manrou was about to fire a few more shots when another fireball came at her from behind. She quickly dodged to the right, barely avoiding the flames, but the fabric of her arm brushed against the fire, igniting her clothes instantly. Lan Manrou quickly crouched down, grabbing a handful of snow to extinguish the flames. "Damn it! You've burnt the clothes my husband gave me. I'm really angry now." With that, Lan Manrou let out a loud shout and charged toward Wang Guang. Wang Guang instantly unleashed a torrent of flames to disrupt Lan Manrou's assault trajectory. Sheng Shichang seized the opening without hesitation. He gritted his teeth against searing pain, darted before Wang Guang, and raised his dagger to intercept Lan Manrou's 7 extinction blade. "Humph, you're already at your breaking point, yet still clinging to defiance." Lan Manrou fired several shots at Wang Guang on the spot, yet the man emerged and scathed, his flames blazing even more fiercely. "Beauty, it's futile. Your bullets cannot pierce my inferno, they only feed it. You slaughtered so many of my brothers. I'll defile you first, then end you." Wang Guang's voice grew increasingly frenzied. Crimson fire lit his eyes, blood-red, his face turned ashen with fury as he glared at her, his hands moving faster. Relentless, unceasing strikes aimed at Lan Manrou. Sheng Shichang and Wang Guang fought in flawless synchrony, launching frequent ambushes against Lan Manrou while the 2 others, shielded by Wang Guang, harried her from all sides. The coordinated assault left Lan Manrou exhausted and overwhelmed. She had to end this swiftly. Her mother still needed backup, and she had no idea how her husband was faring. Lan Manrou withdrew a vitality fruit from her pocket, a pre-battle provision specially portioned for them by Gao Hui, and swallowed it whole. The moment it touched her throat, her minor wounds sealed instantly, and her stamina surged back to full strength. Brother Wang, something's wrong with her. Sheng Shichang sensed a profound shift in the woman's condition, but could not fathom how she'd achieved it. Never mind her now. Drink this serum immediately. Your wounds are too severe. If you delay, you'll die. But Shizimo warned that this serum carries grave side effects. I'm afraid. Wang Guang wrenched open the vial's cap, seized Sheng Shichang by the collar, and forced the entire dose down his throat. You're dying. What do side effects matter now? Sheng Shichang choked violently, then contorted in agony, collapsing onto the ground with brows knotted tight. Shichang! Shichang! Wang Guang called out, receiving no reply. He rushed to his side and enveloped him in a protective veil of flame. Just as Lan Manrou fully restored, charged toward them, blade drawn. Wang Guang hurled dozens of fireballs at Lan Manrou, yet she evaded each with effortless grace, her momentum undiminished. Raising the 7 extinction blade high, she lunged, only to be violently repelled by a sudden gale, mere 5 centimeters from Wang Guang. At that instant, Sheng Shichang roared from the ground, cyclonic winds erupting around him, whipping Wang Guang's flames into a roaring conflagration, so fierce it nearly incinerated his coat. Shichang, how are you? As Wang Guang stepped forward, Sheng Shichang whirled around abruptly, freezing Wang Guang in place with sheer shock. His eyes were hollow voids, no whites visible, while emerald-green veins webbed across his face, neck, and backs of his hands. His expression was vacant, unrecognizing, lifeless. Senior brother Sheng, how are you? Fang Haochu stood rooted in place, calling his name. Sheng Shichang tilted his head stiffly, gazed dull and distant, then slowly raised his right hand. A windblade humming with terrifying aura sliced cleanly across Fang Haochu's throat. A head tumbled to the ground, its face frozen in disbelief, its body still upright, arm lifting faintly before finally collapsing with a heavy thud. Brother Wang, what's happened to senior brother Sheng? Deng Lingxian clutched Wang Guang's arm tightly. Danger! Wang Guang yanked Deng Lingxian backward just as Sheng Shichang transformed into a monster, grief and remorse flooding his heart. Little brother Shichang, it's all my fault. I failed you. I never should have forced that serum upon you. Wang Guang summoned a ring of fire around himself, and Deng Lingxian then sank to his knees, eyes burning red as he stared helplessly toward Sheng Shichang. Deng Lingxian knelt beside him and gently patted his shoulder. Brother Wang, this isn't your fault. Without that serum, senior brother Sheng would surely be dead already. But how is this any different from death? Wang Guang's voice cracked, rising in anguish. Deng Lingxian fell silent, words failing her, lips pressed tight. Wang Guang took several deep breaths, steadying himself at last. He turned to Deng Lingxian. I'm sorry. My mind was clouded just now, my words were harsh. Please don't take them to heart. Brother Wang, what are you saying? I know your heart is shattered. What's done is done. Regret changes nothing. Let's defeat that woman first, then find a way to save Shichang. You do well to worry about yourselves first. Lan Manrou had long sensed something amiss with Sheng Shichang. Now his attacks were indiscriminate. Perfect, she could let him eliminate these two for her. She flashed before Wang Guang and swung the 7 extinction blade horizontally, splitting his wall of flame clean in two, then fired several shots at Deng Lingxian's head. Flames flared anew in response. Within 2 seconds, Deng Lingxian hadn't even registered what occurred. Her skull rang with a deafening buzz sound, vanished, vision dimmed, and as she gazed toward Fang Haochu's direction, her body crumpled heavily to the earth. Wang Guang couldn't track Lan Manrou's movement. By the time awareness struck him, Deng Lingxian lay motionless on the ground, and he stood frozen, arms outstretched, eyes wide with horror. Lan Manrou wasted no time entangling herself further. Having eliminated one opponent, she turned her focus back to Sheng Shichang. His physical prowess had surged tenfold, rendering her powerless against him directly. Yet Wang Guang's lingering presence forced her to split her attention, wary of ambushes. Strange, why has his speed slowed? At first, even Lan Manrou couldn't follow his movements. She'd been struck repeatedly, surviving only thanks to the vitality fruit's restorative power. So his enhancement must be decaying. Can I simply outlast him? Yet Wang Guang still lives. His presence remains a threat. If only these two could turn on each other. Lan Manrou racked her mind for a solution, then dashed to Wang Guang's side, and used his own flames to erect a barrier between herself and Sheng Shichang. Sheng Shichang cared not who stood before him. His mind held but a single word: kill. A maelstrom of wind slammed toward Wang Guang. Yet his flames now towered over 3 meters high. Had he not chosen to retreat voluntarily, neither man could have breached his defense. How foolish. The fiercer the wind blows, the brighter the fire burns. So is he attacking or aiding me? Lan Manrou nearly seethed with frustration, trapped between a foe who refused to emerge from his inferno, and another she couldn't subdue outright. For now, only one strategy remained: stall. Sheng Shichang now focused entirely on breaching the wall of flame, breathing heavily through clenched teeth, while Lan Manrou studied the blazing barrier, lost in thought. If he won't come out, then I shall go in. Lan Manrou raised the 7 extinction blade and delivered rapid precise slashes at a single point. The flames parted, carving a narrow fissure. She pushed off hard with her feet and slipped through in a blur. Wang Guang recoiled 2 steps, stunned by her sudden appearance. Seeing Lan Manrou breach the barrier, Sheng Shichang bellowed in rage and redoubled the ferocity of his assault. You. How did you get in here? Wang Guang felt a chill run down his spine. Of the 8 people who entered, only he and Sheng Shichang remained, but Sheng Shichang had already cut ties with everyone. This woman's strength was terrifying, and he feared he was about to meet his end here. Wasn't Big Brother supposed to take good care of me? Here I am. Lan Manrou continued to smile sweetly, but her gaze seemed to want to devour him whole as she stepped closer to Wang Guang. Wang Guang fell to the ground, using his hands to push himself backward, shouting, "Don't come any closer. Go die." Lan Manrou raised her gun and aimed at Wang Guang, but suddenly a burst of flames shot towards her eyes. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, but a sharp pain struck her from behind. Seizing the opportunity while she was raising her gun, Wang Guang shot a fireball at her and quickly rolled to the right, attacking her from behind when she couldn't see. A burnt smell wafted from behind, and without hesitation, Lan Manrou took off her coat and tossed it aside, her eyes returning to normal. What a despicable move. You actually ambushed me. Likewise, didn't you also catch several of my brothers off guard? Oomph. Lan Manrou tightened her grip on her weapon, her body fully mobilizing as she realized that since this person was the leader of the group, he must possess formidable abilities and could not be taken lightly. Wang Guang raised his hands towards the sky, mumbling something under his breath. Following the direction of his hands, Lan Manrou saw a patch of red in the sky, but beneath it, there was no snow. This is bad. This person likely has area effect attacks. I must interrupt him. Lan Manrou infused her handgun with lightning energy and fired dozens of shots at Wang Guang, but he remained unscathed. Beautiful lady, stop wasting your energy. During this skill activation, I am invincible. You cannot kill me. Wang Guang looked at her mockingly as Lan Manrou trembled in fury. She raised her Qijua knife and struck at Wang Guang repeatedly. His body felt like metal, and the blade made a sizzling sound as it hit. Not good. Lan Manrou looked up at the sky, where the previously red sky revealed thousands of fireballs of various sizes about to come crashing down. Ha ha ha. Beautiful lady. Go to hell. Wang Guang shouted, and the fireballs in the sky rained down to the ground. Lan Manrou could no longer care about Wang Guang's position as she mobilized all her lightning powers and focused on dodging the area fireball attacks. After a minute of bombardment, the attack finally stopped, having exhausted all of Wang Guang's energy. His firewall had long since extinguished, and when the smoke cleared, he saw Sheng Shichang and Lan Manrou lying on the ground, their clothes nearly burned away. Wang Guang staggered over to Lan Manrou, kicking her unconscious body to confirm she was unresponsive before slowly crouching down. The bowtie strength is impressive. Such an attack didn't even burn her skin. He pushed Lan Manrou's shoulder, and as she rolled from her side to her back, her clothes were nearly gone, exposing her figure completely. Wang Guang reached out, indulging himself before picking her up horizontally. Beautiful lady. I told you. I will take good care of you. His mind filled with depraved thoughts as he rushed into a room inside the building with the woman he held. You probably won't live. Lan Manrou quickly pulled out another handgun hidden at her waist and pressed it against Wang Guang's chest, decisively firing several shots. Wang Guang instantly lost strength in his hands and fell backward with Lan Manrou sitting on his stomach. A mouthful of fresh blood spilled from Wang Guang's mouth as Lan Manrou continued firing until the area around his chest became a pile of mangled flesh. She holstered her gun and walked towards the spot where he had just fallen. Even using all her strength to attack, she was severely injured with burns over many parts of her body. Fortunately, she had the life fruit, and seizing her last breath, she swallowed it, causing her wounds to heal instantly. It was at that moment she decided to play along. Lan Manrou picked up the Qijua knife and handgun from the ground. Sheng Shichang was barely alive, his arm reduced to bone from blocking the fireball attack. Yet even so, he had not uttered a sound of pain. Sheng Shichang's consciousness was fading as he squinted his eyes. At that moment, Lan Manrou approached him with the Qijua knife, dragging it along the ground with a grating sound. She pressed the Qijua knife against Sheng Shichang's neck, and with a gentle slice his head rolled off. Lan Manrou stared at the flowing blood, stunned to see it was dark green. According to her husband's intel, the 8-member team in the West had been completely eliminated. It was time to support her mother. Lan Manrou slung the knife over her shoulder, but after a few steps, she suddenly remembered something. She forgot to collect the ability user's crystal cores. She hurried back to search, finding all 8 crystal cores intact. She also took the opportunity to strip off Deng Lingshuan's clothes to wear, thinking that if she didn't have her powers, she would have frozen to death instead of being killed. Ugh, how long has this person gone without a bath? This clothing is already rotten. Lan Manrou held back her disgust as she ran to where her snowmobile had just stopped, relieved that it was far enough away to avoid the fireballs, or else it would have been destroyed. Lan Manrou turned her head back, one must say. The building materials of the base are indeed sturdy. Oh, after a barrage, not even a wall was damaged, just a lot of melted snow on the ground. My mother and the others are still waiting for me. There's no time to hesitate. Lan Manrou hopped onto the snowmobile and headed east towards the base. 20 minutes earlier. Mr. Rin, just now Shizemo said there's electricity on this wall. Let me put down an ice ladder for everyone to walk over. Rin Qing nodded and said, all right. Yan Xian raised her right hand towards the wall, and an ice ladder was instantly formed. Rin Qing led the way, followed by the 7 others entering one by one. Gao Xingye held his knife, having waited for a long time. He was even starting to feel sleepy. Seeing others remain unfazed, the other 7 remained calm, ready for battle. I didn't expect it to be an all-girls team. Gao Xingye, seeing that all the newcomers were girls, lost any fighting spirit. I also didn't expect the base to send such weak and sickly people to guard the home. It really shows there's no one left. Might as well give the base to us. Who are you calling weak and sickly? You are. You all are. Hey, someone's you. Gao Xingye decided not to waste any more words with them. He hurried to finish the fight and get back to sleep. Gao Xingye ran towards everyone holding the Mo Lin knife with both hands. Can't even lift a knife and still dare to come over. Hurry back to sleep. You're a rookie. Ha ha. Whoosh. A bullet from an unknown direction struck the still laughing Shang Yiyun. Her smile lingered on her face, yet her body lay on the ground. Yiyun. Yan Xian rushed over and held the still Yiyun in her arms, the vacant expression in his eyes, gazing blankly ahead, his smile appearing rather eerie. Quick, activate the shield. Rin Qing calmly issued the command. This base was indeed extraordinary. Zhao Ke stood dumbfounded until he reacted to Rin Qing's order, swiftly conjuring a water shield. You young ladies look just like beautiful mermaids floating in those bubbles, quite a sight to behold. Before Gao Xingyi's words could finish, a bullet shot at his feet, nearly a centimeter away from his right foot. He glanced at the bullet on the ground and smirked. Did his wife have ears that could hear from 1,000 miles? To hear from such a distance, her jealousy was too intense. What are you grinning about, old man? Pervert. Xia Huayan raised her gun and fired 3 shots at Gao Xingye. Ignoring her, Gao Xingye lifted the knife in his hand with one hand and charged towards Rin Qing. Concentrate fire. This old man also has a shield. Rin Qing noticed something amiss when Xia Huayan's 3 shots failed to take him down. Damn it. Xia Huayan retracted her pistol, spreading her palm as 5 fingers transformed into 5 vine-like tendrils, which then tightly entwined to form a thorny whip. Xia Huayan swung the whip towards Gao Xingye, but unfortunately it failed to break his shield. Seeing that breaking the shield was not feasible for the moment, Xia Huayan lowered her head, her eyes spinning a few times before she suddenly raised the vine in her hand to ensnare the Mo Lin knife, pulling with all her might. The knife did not come loose from her whip, but was instead severed into several pieces. What? How is this possible? The binding force of the vine could easily slice a car in half. How could it be cut so easily by that knife? Little girl, you're quite kind, bringing me food, but it's all prickly. This old man can't chew it. Xia Huayan clutched her injured hand, glaring fiercely at the old man before her. His mocking tone ignited her fury, and disregarding her bleeding hand, she pulled out her pistol and fired continuously at Gao Xingye. Gao Xingye remained unperturbed, inserting the Mo Lin knife into the snow, leaning against the blade with his arms crossed, smiling at her. Bullets continued to strike the shield, yet it had no effect at all, making Xia Huayan even more furious, losing her rationality. What? Stop! Rin Qing approached and grabbed her arm. Upon seeing Rin Qing, Xia Huayan regained a bit of composure, glaring resentfully at Gao Xingye, unwillingly lowering the weapon in her hand. Zhao Ke moved beside Xia Huayan, pausing her hands on Xia Huayan's bloodied ones, and gradually the wounds healed. To her surprise, this little girl not only had defensive abilities, but could also heal others. It seemed she had to be dealt with first. Gao Xingye silently contemplated the situation before him. Rin Qing suddenly darted beside Gao Xingye, unleashing several bolts of lightning upon the shield, actually creating a crack in it. Whoosh! A bullet shot towards Rin Qing, striking the water shield and falling to the ground. Rin Qing looked towards the direction the bullet came from, but there was no sign of anyone. Damn it! This sniper must be dealt with. Seeing that Rin Qing's attention was not on him, Gao Xingye raised the Mo Lin knife towards her. Rin Qing instinctively retreated 3 steps upon sensing the movement, causing Gao Xingyi's attack to miss. Zhao Ke, Ma Qing, and Qi Jiaran, you 3 go find that sniper. We'll handle things here. Rin, no. That's not okay. Yiyun is gone, or if I leave, no one will protect you. Zhao Ke said anxiously. That person has a gun. Zhao Ke must go. I'll observe this person's attack methods. We can handle it with just a few of us, but you all must be careful. Hey, I'm still here. Is it too disrespectful to discuss this in front of me? Gao Xingye shouted as he charged towards Zhao Ke. Quick, go. Xia Huayan shouted, transforming her hand into a vine whip that ensnared Gao Xingye, pulling him away. Gao Xingye swung his knife down, severing the vine, and Xia Huayan, ignoring the pain, continuously generated vines to distract Gao Xingye. Rin Qing quickly rushed behind Gao Xingye, unleashing a thunder cannon at him. Unfortunately, Gao Xingyi's shield was too robust. Each strike only created a crack that quickly healed. Damn it! This guy even has the leisure to eat. Yan Xian raised her hand, manipulating the snow beneath Gao Xingye, and within seconds lifted him 10 meters into the air. Gao Xingye watched as he ascended higher, feeling a sense of panic rise within. Yan Xian, seeing him in such disarray, wickedly retracted her skill. The snow beneath Gao Xingye lost control and suddenly collapsed, causing him to plummet towards the ground. We can't let him get away with this. Luo Yi raised her hand, and a storm surged around Gao Xingye. Although he was protected by a shield, Gao Xingye felt as if his internal organs had shifted, and he spat out a mouthful of bile. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yan Xian instinctively covered her nose as Gao Xingye's vomit mixed with the wind, covering him entirely. You all hurry. We should be able to resolve this soon. Luo Yi urged. All right then. We're leaving. Seeing how useless this guy is, Zhao Ke felt relieved to leave. Everyone gather around me. We have no shield now, so be cautious. Yan Xian said as she walked towards Luo Yi. Whooshed. A bullet struck Luo Yi right in the forehead. Unable to move while casting her skill, she became the target under Ku Ye's gun. Come quick. Yan Xian said while conjuring several ice walls to block Ku Ye's line of sight. Yi, Xiao Huayan knelt on the ground crying bitterly. Luo Yi Shang Yiyun and she had been good friends since childhood and had become like family after the apocalypse. Now losing the two of them at once left Xiao Huayan heartbroken, wishing she could skin Gao Xingye alive. Ahua, this is not the time to be sad. Only by slaying the enemy can we avenge them. Ren Qing helped her up. Xiao Huayan vigorously wiped away her tears, nodding resolutely. Ren, what should we do now? Without a shield we can be hit at any moment. Yan Xian, I'll need you to raise a tall wall to block that person's sight, so we can focus on dealing with this old man. Ren, I understand. But if I do that I won't be able to join the fight. Raising such a massive ice wall would exhaust all of Yan Xian's energy. That's fine, the two of us will be enough to handle him. You stay far away and don't let him notice you. Okay. Yan Xian raised her hand and erected a massive ice wall behind Gao Xingye. Once completed, she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Thank you for your hard work. Hurry and hide. Ren Qing said before turning to Gao Xingye. Has this old man already died? Ren Qing pondered deeply, resting her chin on her left hand. If he is dead or not, we'll find out. Xiao Huayan wrapped the vine whip around Gao Xingye's waist and lifted it. Gao Xingye slammed hard onto the ground, his expression utterly unchanged. He's dead. Truly dead. Huh. Yi and Yui, did you see that? He's dead. They'll sever his head with my own hands to bury him with you. Xiao Huayan lifted her leg and strode toward Gao Xingye. Wait. Ren Qing seized her arm. Something feels wrong. Don't go near him. There's nothing to worry about. He fell from such a height. No one could survive. Xiao Huayan shook off Ren Qing's hand and dashed toward Gao Xingye. Gazing at the old man before her, and recalling Ren Qing's warning, Xiao Huayan bent down and pressed her fingers to Gao Xingye's neck. At that instant, Gao Xingye's eyes snapped open. His left hand seized her wrist, his right clamped around her throat. With a subtle twist, crack, Xiao Huayan dropped lifeless. Her eyes bulged wide in disbelief as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She crumpled to the ground. Ren Qing instantly teleported before Gao Xingye and unleashed a thunder cannon straight into his face, only for it to detonate harmlessly against an impenetrable shield. So you weren't dead after all. Ren Qing staggered backwards several paces, cradling Xiao Huayan's body. How could I possibly die when you two are still breathing? Impossible. Falling from such a height. You should be dead. Just now there was no shield on you. How did you do it? Wanna know? Gao Xingye smirked wickedly, then suddenly raised his ink-black Mo Lin blade and slapped. He would never tell Ren Qing the truth. He'd survived only because of the vitality fruit. While they plotted behind the ice wall, he'd slipped a sliver of its flesh into his mouth. As Xiao Huayan hurled him downward, he chewed it. Swallowing the pulp the moment he struck the ground, saving his life. Though alive, the impact had been agonizingly real. Ren Qing dodged with Xiao Huayan in her arms, but burdened her speed faltered. In a split second's lapse, the Mo Lin blade gashed her forearm. She laid Xiao Huayan gently in a corner, then lunged back at Gao Xingye, engaging him in fierce close combat. Yan Xian seized the distraction, while their attention remained locked on battle, and crept silently towards Xiao Huayan. Watching the warmth fade from her friend's skin, Yan Xian's tears fell like heavy raindrops. She gathered Xiao Huayan into her arms, whispering brokenly, "You promised you'd stay with me forever. How could you leave first? You liar." Yan Xian tenderly stroked Xiao Huayan's cheeks, wiped the blood from her lips with gentle care, then traced her fingertips across her eyelids, causing the wide, unblinking gaze to soften and close her face, settling into serene repose, as though merely sleeping. Yan Xian laid her gently flat, then turned toward Gao Xingye, retrieving Xiao Huayan's pistol, and advanced with cautious resolve. Ren Qing gasped raggedly, each strike deflected effortlessly by his shield. Worse, he calmly ate while she fought, mocking her with unbearable arrogance. Ren Qing pressed her palms together, then slowly drew them apart. Between them, violet lightning coalesced, swelling steadily until it formed a thunder sphere nearly a meter in diameter. With a roar, she hurled it high into the air toward Gao Xingye. The violent surge shattered Gao Xingye's shield. Yan Xian, now perilously closed, squeezed the trigger. Shoo, shoo, shoo. 3 bullets streaked toward his back, only to be deflected by the Mo Lin blade. Seizing the opening, Ren Qing flashed to his flank and fired a thunder cannon directly at his temple, yet again absorbed by the shield. Ren Qing's slender light brown brows knotted tightly. So it wasn't that simple. Her fury flared anew as he casually pulled a piece of fruit from his pocket and began eating. Calm, indifferent, infuriating. Xian fired again and again. Even after the magazine emptied, her finger kept jerking the trigger. What's this buzzing? Annoying little mosquito. Gao Xingye, exasperated beyond endurance, raised the Mo Lin blade to cleave Xian down. Ren Qing blasted the blade with a thunder cannon, the violent recoil throwing Gao Xingye's swing wildly off course, sparing Xian's life. Ren Qing flashed beside Xian, pulling her behind her protectively. I told you to stay hidden. Why did you rush in? He killed Ahua. I'll kill him, for Ahua's sake. Ren Qing glanced at Xian, then toward Xia Hui in still form in the distance, and sighed softly. Time had passed. Zhao Ku and the others should have reached the target by now. Lowering the ice wall was safe. Drop the ice wall now. This is going to be a brutal fight. Ren Qing removed the dagger from her belt and handed it to Xian. Xian accepted the dagger uncertain, but obeyed without question. The moment the ice wall dissolved, Ren Qing shoved her toward the wall's edge and vanished in a blur toward Gao Xingye. Gao Xingye raised the Mo Lin blade to parry the blow. After all this time you still can't wound me. Why not cease your futile assault? Perhaps we might even grant you sanctuary. Killed so many of mine, and now you speak of mercy. It's far too late. Ren Qing paused mid-strike, her expression chilling, her voice glacial. Why must you be so stubborn, girl? Your attacks cannot touch me. What's the point of persistence? Who said I can't hurt you? As Ren Qing spoke, violet radiance erupted from her entire being. Her hair tips crackling with lightning, her deep brown irises blazing purple. Above her head, the very fabric of space tore open, a jagged rift splitting the air. No, stop, please. Xian sat frozen on the ground, arms outstretched in desperate plea. Ren Qing turned, lips parting slightly, as if whispering something indistinct. The rift widened just a fraction, and from its depths a slender serpentine thread of violet energy began to seep forth. Gao Xingye's hair stood on end. He knew not what the thing was, but the oppressive aura made his blood run cold. Instinctively he tightened his grip on the Mo Lin blade, only to find it trembling violently in his grasp. Ren Qing glanced once more at Xian, then turned away. A single tear fell the instant her face shifted, and with a thunderous cry the violet thread shot toward Gao Xingye. Gao Xingye hastily stuffed another fruit into his mouth and raised the Mo Lin blade to block. Upon contact, the world-annihilating severance instantly shattered his shield, leaving only the blade straining to hold. He flooded his body with energy, erecting a new shield, but it collapsed within seconds. Exhausted, Ren Qing braced her hands on her knees and let out a dry, hollow laugh as Gao Xingye staggered. Xian rushed forward to support her. I'm fading fast. If this strike fails to kill him, you must strike while he's weakened. With the dagger I just gave. Ren Qing gripped Xian's hand fiercely, her tone brooking no refusal. Tears streamed down Xian's face as she nodded frantically. Seeing her assent, Ren Qing summoned her last strength to shove her aside, then collapsed, unable to rise. Kneeling on one knee, she waited, silent, resolute, for Gao Xingye's end. Gao Xingye erected shield after shield, each obliterated in turn. The assault was weakening, yet he hesitated, wondering whether to swallow another fruit to restore stamina and invoke Earth's blessing, when suddenly the Mo Lin blade shattered in his hands. A colossal ink-black dragon erupted from the fractured blade, diving straight for Ren Qing, while the lingering force of the world-annihilating severance pierced through Gao Xingye's body. Gao Xingye felt as if every cell in his body had been struck by lightning, unable to do anything but collapse to the ground. With all his strength, he managed to swallow the vitality fruit in his mouth. At this moment, Xian could not care less about Ren Qing's condition, rushing straight towards Gao Xingye. She crouched beside him and fiercely plunged a dagger into his abdomen. After the first stab, she immediately withdrew it and stabbed again, but this time it was blocked by a shield. Xian looked at his face in horror. Gao Xingye's wound had completely healed. He snatched Xian's knife and swung his arm towards her neck. Xian quickly conjured an ice wall to block and then turned to flee. A booming sound came from afar as Lan Manrou collided with Xian. Lan Manrou quickly reacted, raising her gun and shooting at Xian in rapid succession. Xian responded swiftly, conjuring an ice wall. However, Lan Manrou's bullets, infused with lightning attributes, shattered the ice wall and struck her in the chest. The impact of the bullets forced Xian to stagger back a few steps. Looking down at the hole in her body, realizing she had no more vitality, she turned her head towards Xia Hui's direction and fell. I have come to accompany you. Lan Manrou parked her motorcycle, walked to Xian's side, crouched down, and felt her neck, confirming she had passed away, which finally eased her mind. Gao Xingye looked at Mo Lin's knife with heartache, cradling its broken shards in his arms. He raised his head to look at Ren Qing, who was now kneeling straight on the ground, her head slightly bowed, blood dripping onto the snow like blooming plum blossoms. Dad, are you okay? Lan Manrou collected Xian's crystal core and ran towards Gao Xingye. Gao Xingye turned to her, seeing that he had no visible wounds, which relieved him. I'm fine, he sighed softly. Dad, what's wrong? Lan Manrou asked in confusion upon hearing Gao Xingye's sigh. It's nothing, just a bit regrettable. Look at her. If it weren't for being on opposite sides, I would really hope you two could become friends. In the recent battle, even after being cut to pieces by my Mo Lin's knife, she still refused to give up. Truly a determined little girl. Gao Xingye pointed at Wan Qiang. Lan Manrou looked at the broken blade in Gao Xingye's hand. She remembered her husband saying it was made of special materials, and it had actually broken. It was clear how fierce the recent battle had been. This woman's strength was certainly not weak. Ah, what a pity for Mo Lin's knife. You don't know when it broke, just now a black giant dragon flew out. Gao Xingye said, tapping the broken blade, producing only the sound of iron. Lan Manrou looked at Gao Xingye's sorrowful expression, momentarily unsure of what to say. Gao Xingye composed himself and turned to Lan Manrou. Let's quickly find you where. Someone just want to find her. Gao Xingye pulled Lan Manrou as they ran towards Kuye's location. Dad, you go ahead. He'll be there soon. What are you going to do? Dad, when a mutant dies, there will be crystal cores that can help us upgrade our skills. My husband gave me one before, which allowed my skill to reach level 3. Oh, right. I remember now. They'll help you find it. This way we can hurry. The two quickly found a total of 5 crystal cores, and after Lan Manrou collected them, they ran towards Kuye's location. 7 minutes earlier. Damn it. The defenses of this base are too many. It's all bullets along the way. Qi Jiran complained. Fortunately, we have Zhao Ke's shield. Ma Qing raised her head. It looks like this building should be the one. That person must be on the roof. Let's go. Ma Qing pulled the two into the elevator. I wonder if there are other people inside. Oh, we need to be careful. As Zhao Ke spoke, she conjured a water shield. The three arrived in front of the elevator door. Qi Jiran pressed the button to go upstairs, but the elevator showed no response. Ma Qing pressed the button to go downstairs, and the elevator remained still. What kind of broken elevator is this? Qi Jiran angrily hit the elevator button. It looks like we can only walk. No way. This will cost us a lot of energy. How about this'll take you both up, but my combat ability will decrease. Fine. Let's do as you say. It's better for one person to exhaust their strength than 3. Ma Qing agreed with Qi Jiran's suggestion. It's okay, I can help you recover. Zhao Ke said, patting her chest. The three walked out of the building. Qi Jiran held one in each arm, pushing off the ground with force, using the wind to lift them to the rooftop. They would not know that Gao Hui had already arranged for Shao Qi to set it up so that anyone outside the base could not use any items within the base. Sure enough, there are people. After landing, Ma Qing looked at the woman in front of her with her arms crossed. Kuyu calmly raised her gun in front of her, quietly observing them. Qi Jiran felt uneasy being watched. Damn. What are you looking at? I'm looking at your backside. You. Qi Jiran, embarrassed and angry, drew the knife from her waist and sent a wind blade towards Kuyu, but it was blocked by a shield. This person also has a shield. Zhao Ke said, somewhat astonished. It seems to be that old man's shield. Oh, I didn't expect it to provide protection from such a distance. She's not to be underestimated. Let's quickly deal with her, and then return to help President run. After Ma Qing spoke, her hair instantly transformed from black to fiery red, her fists clenched and engulfed in flames as she charged towards Kuyu. Her attack was blocked by Kuyu's gun. Seizing the opportunity, Kuyu punched Ma Qing in the abdomen, causing her to stumble back in pain. Kuyu immediately raised her gun and fired several shots at Ma Qing. Due to the close distance and the increased damage from the sniper rifle at close range, the last shot struck Ma Qing's abdomen, creating a massive hole, as Qi Jiran swung her knife, forming a wind wall to block Kuyu's line of sight. Zhao Ke rushed over to treat Ma Qing, only to find that she could not heal her at all. Ma Qing's condition worsened with a large amount of blood flowing from her mouth. What did you do to her? Zhao Ke could easily heal normal wounds. How could she fail now? Guess. She was hit by my thorny vines, and normal healing skills can't cure it unless I use my resurrection grass skill alongside my son's vitality fruit and heart protecting pill. Damn it. Qi Jiran cursed. Given the current situation, she dared not rush in. She could only find a way to knock the gun from Kuyu's hands. Ma Qing, wake up. Zhao Ke called her name repeatedly while holding Ma Qing, but the person in her arms could no longer hear her voice. A sense of defeat slowly rose in Zhao Ke's heart. This was the first time since the snow disaster that she couldn't save someone. Back when she was a doctor before the apocalypse, every time she failed to save a patient, her feelings were just as they were now. She had originally thought that with her powers such things would no longer happen, yet here, she was feeling utterly powerless. Zhao Ke formed a bubble of water in her right hand, holding it with both hands as it grew larger, eventually becoming big enough to contain a person. Qi Jiran removed the wind wall, and Zhao Ke seized the opportunity to smash the bubble towards Kuyu, simultaneously enveloped by the bubble, gradually closing her eyes. Quickly take her gun away. The bubble can only keep her temporarily unconscious. She will wake up soon. Qi Jiran immediately ran to Kuyu's side, pulling at the gun with all her might, but couldn't move it. Come help me. She's holding on too tightly for me to take it. Zhao Ke also ran over, and after much effort, they finally managed to snatch the sniper rifle away. The two quickly distanced themselves from Kuyu, and Qi Jiran looked at the sniper rifle in front of her with great fondness. Zhao Ke, you take it. I at least have a knife for protection, but you have nothing. Having a sniper rifle is good. Oh, when she wakes up you can just shoot her a few times. Let her feel the pain that Ma Qing experienced before her death. The bubble suddenly burst, and Kuyu unsteady fell to the ground. The pain jolted her awake, and she calmly stood up, brushing off the dirt from her body as she saw her sniper rifle in Zhao Ke's hands. Seeing that she had no emotions, Zhao Ke was furious and aimed the gun at Kuyu, pulling the trigger. Strange. Why is there no reaction? Qi Jiaran was surprised to see that Zhao Ke had pulled the trigger, but no bullets were fired. Kuyu let out a cold laugh, crossing her arms as she looked at the two. One day after the apocalypse, while cleaning this gun, she accidentally touched a certain spot, and a piece of paper popped out stating the words blood recognition. At that moment, she pricked her finger and let a drop of blood fall, but the gun showed no reaction, making her feel insulted. It wasn't until one day, when she asked Lan Manrou to use it, that she found out there was still no reaction, even when pulling the trigger, confirming that blood recognition was indeed real. She informed her family at that time, and everyone tried it, surprisingly succeeding. Later, when she asked her son, he said that weapons returned by the system could be claimed through blood recognition. At that time, her son angrily complained that the system always forgot to tell him important things. Even if we can't use it, we won't let you old witch use it. Zhao Ke, furious and embarrassed, directly threw the sniper rifle downstairs. Tisk tisk tsk, you used to call me teacher, but now you've become an old witch. What nonsense are you talking about? Think carefully for yourself. Zhao Ke looked at the woman before her, and her hazy memories gradually became clearer. You are Teacher Ko. Not bad. Not too stupid. Zhao Ke, do you know her? Qi Jiaran felt an uneasy premonition. Teacher Ku was my mentor during my internship. Her skills were excellent, and her personality was good. After our internship, we were all reluctant to leave her. So how have you been lately? Kuyu asked gently, her words striking Zhao Ke's heart. After the apocalypse, all her family members had died, and it was the first time someone cared for her in such a tone. Although afterwards she left medicine for business and joined Ren Qing's company and met this group of sisters, they were not family and couldn't possibly care for her in every aspect. Alright, this is not the time for reminiscing. Since we know each other, why not let us in? We promise we won't harm you. Kuyu let out a cold laugh. This is the first time I've seen someone shamelessly express themselves so thoroughly. Why should my home let you in? Teacher Ku, is this your home? Zhao Ku remembered Teacher Ku saying she lived in Yongning City. How did she end up in the highlands? Of course, Zhao Ku, I can arrange a place for you to stay, and you won't have to fight anymore. If she could recruit one, at least this person was well acquainted. It would be a lie to say she wasn't tempted, but she really couldn't betray her sisters. Qi Jiaran shielded her behind her. Don't try to sow discord. She waved her knife, sending multiple wind blades that were blocked by Ku's shield one by one. Sister Qi, Teacher Ku, please stop fighting. Zhao Ke didn't understand Teacher Ku didn't seem like a heartless person. Perhaps asking nicely could allow her sisters to come in. Why resort to fighting? Zhao Ke certainly couldn't comprehend it. From the moment Ma Qing died, a deadly feud had formed between Qi Jiaran and Kuyu. Kuyu stretched her hand out of the building, and moments later the sniper rifle reappeared in her hand. Qi Jiaran froze for a second before quickly casting the wind wall and stepping back a few paces. Damn it! Just as Qi Jiaran was at a loss, the shield on Kuyu suddenly vanished. Not only Kuyu, but even Zhao Ke was stunned. Kuyu looked towards Gao Hui, vaguely seeing intense purple lightning and even a giant dragon. President Ren used that move. Huh, that old man is doomed. Qi Jiaran watched Kuyu smirk, suddenly swinging her knife towards Kuyu. Kuyu closed her eyes and raised her gun, trying to block it, her heart worried about Gao Hui, while also prepared for sacrifice at any moment. Thinking she would be injured, Kuyu opened her eyes to see Qi Jiaran glaring angrily at Zhao Ke. What are you doing? Why did you put a shield on her? You crazy. Zhao Ke felt extremely conflicted at that moment. She didn't want Teacher Ku to be killed, yet she also wanted to help Qi Jiaran, caught in a dilemma. Quickly take off the shield. Do you want to be a traitor? Just as Qi Jiaran erupted in anger, Gao Xingyi's shield was once again placed on Kuyu, and Kuyu looked towards Gao Hui, finally feeling relieved. Zhao Ke, I'm fine, just retract the shield. Upon hearing this, Qi Jiaran looked at Kuyu only to see her with two shields stacked on her. Alright. Zhao Ke felt relieved at this sight, and quickly retracted the water shield. Damn it. You ruined a great opportunity. Since you like saving her so much, I will send you on your way first. Originally Zhao Ke was brought here to assist her, but now she's actually helping the enemy. In that case, she can only be destroyed. It's better than letting her assist the enemy. Qi Jiaran swiftly dashed to Zhao Ke's side, wielding her knife and launching several wind blades. Kuyu stepped in front of Zhao Ke. Run. She wants to kill you. Zhao Ke shook her head in panic, tears welling in her big grape-like eyes as she continuously backed away. Kuyu raised her gun and shot a few rounds at Qi Jiaran's abdomen, but Qi Jiaran quickly dodged the attack. Run. No, I don't believe it. Sister Qi. Why? Zhao Ke looked at Qi Jiaran with an expression of disbelief. Why? How dare you ask me why? You're actually helping the enemy. Have you forgotten how Ma Qing died? And Yi Yan, have you forgotten? Although Qi Jiaran spoke with understanding, she could comprehend Kuyu's actions. If someone invaded her home, she would definitely fight back fiercely. She never agreed with the invasion, but being of low status had no choice but to comply. Qi Jiaran wanted to rush back to Zhao Ke, but was blocked by Kuyu. Just when the three were at a standstill, the door to the top floor was suddenly opened. You guys are here. Kuyu turned around seeing Gao Xingye and Lan Manrou standing unharmed before him. His anxious heart finally eased a bit. Qi Jiaran realized the situation was dire. Since this old man could arrive here, it meant that Wan Qiang and the others had already perished. She swiftly dashed behind Zhao Ke, wrapping her arms around her with a knife pressed against her neck. Ah! Zhao Ke screamed, and the gazes of Kuyu and the others instantly fixated on the two of them. Let me go, or I will kill her. Are you sure you can break her shield? Kuyu crossed his arms. You can try, but even if you perish together, she won't go with you. Zhao Ke felt immense pain upon hearing this. Since awakening her powers, she had always obeyed these older sisters, but now it seemed she was about to be killed. She took a deep breath and said, Teacher Ke, thank you. Zhao Ke finished speaking and immediately retracted all the shields, lunging her neck toward the knife. Blood gushed out, instantly splattering Qi Jiaran's face. Damn it! Why are you making me sick even in death? Qi Jiaran turned and jumped off the building. Kuyu immediately raised his gun and shot at Zhao Ke. The wound on her neck gradually healed, and just in case, he stuffed a vitality fruit into her mouth. Lan Manrou and Gao Xingye were about to chase after Qi Jiaran, but were stopped by Kuyu. She won't be able to escape. Kuyu walked to a place with a wide view, and after scanning briefly, he spotted Qi Jiaran's figure and aimed his gun. Bang! 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 3 shots hit the same spot, and Qi Jiaran's head exploded into pieces, leaving only her body collapsed on the ground. Gao Xingye shook his head and muttered, of all people to provoke, why my wife? Kuyu shot him a glare, causing Gao Xingye to immediately shut his mouth. Zhao Ke slowly opened her eyes. Am I not dead? Have I arrived in heaven? But why is it so cold in heaven? Kuyu rushed over to help her up. You're still alive. Zhao Ke looked at the familiar face before her, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face as she tightly hugged Kuyu. Teacher Ke, have you also died? Pa, I'm still alive. You're alive too. Zhao Ke released her grip. Impossible. I was just slit in the throat. How could I still be alive? Kuyu didn't say anything further, directly placing her hand on her neck. Zhao Ke felt the pulse beating, and only then did she truly believe she was alive. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. So great, Teacher Ke. Zhao Ke hopped around while hugging Kuyu, nearly giving her a, all right. Save the emotions for later. We need to hurry and help Jiang Xiao. Just Steel and she are together. I'm more worried about them. Gao Xingye walked over and patted Kuyu on the shoulder. Okay, but first arrange a place for her. The base is full of enemies, and someone might recognize her. If they find out she has defected, they will definitely kill her. Kuyu was somewhat worried about Zhao Ke's situation. Mom and Dad, you guys go ahead. I'll take care of it. My husband is alone, and I'm a bit worried about him. I'll arrange for her, then go support my husband. All right, then we'll leave. First, you take care. Be careful, Teacher Ke. Kuyu nodded and followed Gao Xingye downstairs. Lan Manrou turned to Zhao Ke, her expression slightly serious. Come with me. Zhao Ke looked at the beautiful woman in front of her, slightly angry, but cautiously nodded and silently followed behind her. After Lan Manrou collected the crystal cores of Wan Qiang and Qi Jiaran, she arranged Zhao Ke in a room on the first floor. When she took Zhao Ke to the elevator, Zhao Ke was in shock. Just a moment ago, there was clearly no response, yet now it could operate normally. This base was truly incredible. Zhao Ke obediently stood in the room, while Lan Manrou, hands in pockets, scrutinized her. You stay here. We will come to get you after we finish. This door will be locked, and you cannot leave. Wait for us to return obediently. If I find out you have any ulterior motives, my gun will not spare you. Lan Manrou raised her gun to Zhao Ke's head. The usually timid Zhao Ke, however, was now incredibly calm. I won't leave. Your gun won't have a chance to chamber. You better keep your word. After Lan Manrou said this, she turned and closed the door, locking it before rushing to the base's entrance to join Gao Hui. Once Zhao Ke saw that the person had left, she directly plopped down on the ground, constantly rubbing her chest, trying to calm her emotions. After a while, she tried twisting the doorknob, and indeed it was locked. She sat on the ground, waiting for someone to come to get her. 30 minutes earlier, Steel was lying on Jiang Qiao's shoulder, still clutching Gao Hui's spirit communication pill. Why haven't these people arrived yet? I still want to have lunch with Dao Wei. Steel squeaked a few times, pointing outside with a finger. Jiang Qiao looked in that direction and saw 8 people approach. Jiang Qiao set Steel down, and Steel immediately stuffed the spirit communication pill into his mouth. I'll hide for a bit, and then launch a surprise attack on them. Steel stood up and said to Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao nodded, watching the people walking towards them, feeling a sudden sense of panic. Steel quickly hid behind a tree, the white mouse darting across the snow, making it impossible to spot. The defense awareness of this base is too poor. We've been inside for so long, yet not a single person has appeared. Don't let your guard down. The more it seems, so the more vigilant we need to be. Zhao Hongdao reprimanded. What are you all dawdling for? If you're going to fight, just fight quickly. Jiang Qiao couldn't wait and shouted. Oh, this little girl is quite feisty. Boss, can I give her a taste? Mind your lower half. The situation is unclear. Don't act rashly. Want a taste, do you? I'll give you a taste. Jiang Qiao took a deep breath and shot a burst of fire at Fang Kuan, who had just made the inappropriate comment. Zhao Hongdao waved his hand, erecting a dirt wall to block the flames, but the flames still scorched his jacket. Fang Kuan cursed loudly, conjuring a ball of water to extinguish the flames. This damn woman dared to ruin my coat. Boss, leave her alive. Ew, I must make her submit beneath me. Zhao Hongdao looked at him speechlessly. At a time like this, how could he still think of such things? Truly hopeless. So you're the boss, huh? How about you single-handedly challenge me? If you win, I'll let you pass. If I win, you all get the hell out. Do you think we're fools? Why single-handedly fight when we can gang up on you? I don't hit women, so please step aside, otherwise don't blame me for making an exception. What are you pretending to be a gentleman for? Who are you showing this righteousness to? You? Zhao Hongdao's face turned ugly after being retorted by Jiang Xiao, his fists clenched tightly, creaking. Stop wasting breath. Since you don't want to fight unknown, let's all go at her together. Boss, let's attack. Just one of her. Can't we handle her? Yang Kai said as he was about to charge in. Wait, be careful of ambush. This white expanse is obvious. Can't you see if there's anyone? Sheng's was said as he rushed forward. The others followed closely, and when they were just 3 meters away from Jiang Xiao, a strange sound suddenly came from behind them, and a group of large rats charged toward them. What noise is that? A rat. How could there be a rat? Oh. A swarm of rats climbed onto the bodies of the 8 people. Zhao Hongdao decisively raised a dirt wall, completely shielding those around him, preventing the rats from attacking. However, the 3 people behind him were too far away to be saved. Zhao Hongdao punched the wall in frustration. Damn it. We've fallen into a trap. He never expected that this little girl could be so insidious, sending a large number of rats to attack. No wonder she had been so confident just now. Taking advantage of the fact that the people inside the dirt wall couldn't see him, Gongzi darted to the 3 stragglers and bit one of them. An ordinary person would obey commands if bitten by his minion, but a superhuman had to be bitten directly by Gongzi. The 3 instantly lost their autonomous consciousness. Gongzi commanded them to stand beside Jiang Xiao. Have these 3 help you. That woman is of the wood element, the tall man in the middle is of the wind element, and the curly-haired guy is of the ice element. We must finish this quickly. I can control them for at most an hour. Gongzi, you're amazing. This really helps me out. If it weren't for the fact that Gongzi was a rat, she would almost want to kiss him. Just routine operations. Gongzi tilted his head and waved his hand, looking proud. A noise came from the dirt wall in the distance. Gongzi instantly hid back behind the tree, preparing to act. What did you do to them? Zhuang Lan Jiang Jingji Kong Yangshu, why are you standing there? Come back. Cheng Hongi shouted at the 3. They seemed to be deaf, staring blankly ahead, while Jiang Xiao smiled brightly. She didn't know how to command them, but now she had all their names. Zhuang Lan Jiang Jingji Kong Yangshu, use your skills to kill them. At Jiang Xiao's command, the 3 unleashed their supernatural abilities. Zhuang Lan raised her hand, and rose petals fell from the sky. Jiang Jingji rushed to Zhao Hongdao's side, and engaged him in a fierce battle. Kong Yangshu created ice shields for the 4, even covering Gongzi in the distance. With his palms facing down, the snow on the ground rose to form ice spikes that he shot towards the opponents. Zhao Hongdao and the others were momentarily taken aback, thrown into chaos. Quick counterattack. They are no longer our comrades. Don't hold back, Zhao Hongdao said as he punched Jiang Jingji in the face. Yang Kai's instantly enveloped himself in flames. The rose petals couldn't get close, and even the ice spikes melted into water as they approached. Come over to me, Yang Kai shouted, and the few of them hurried over. Fang Kuan, slowed by the ice spikes, had rose petals land on him. As he looked down at himself, his legs transformed into flower branches, rendering him completely immobile. No, I don't want to die. Help me. Quick. Before he could finish his sentence, he turned into an extremely ugly rose. Cheng Hongi was very close to Yuan Meng, relying on her flames to escape a calamity, while the 4 gradually gathered together. This guy really feels sorry for you guys for following such a boss. He could abandon you at any time. Seeing that Zhuang Lan and the others were under my control, their situation was quite dire. After Jiang Xiao finished speaking, the others looked at Jiang Jingji, whose nose was already bent, teeth scattered everywhere, and one eye completely swollen shut. And that Fang Kuan, he was closest to your boss, but what about him? Not even a rescue. Stop trying to sow discord. Zhao Hongdao cast a dark glance at everyone. Their expressions were complex, seemingly filled with suspicion. In the face of a great enemy, do not lose focus. They have already been controlled and are no longer our companions. Just now I was entangled by Jiang Jingji and couldn't save Fang Kuan. Think carefully. Zhao Hongdao appeared frustrated, feeling that they were a bunch of useless teammates. They were already suspicious from just a few words. Sai, what can we achieve by risking our lives? Why not just submit to us? I guarantee you'll have food to eat every day, a bath to take, no more fighting and killing. You can live the life you had before the apocalypse. Jiang Xiao continued her incessant chatter. Gongzi, hiding in the distance, felt a bit of admiration for her. She really knew how to manipulate. Shut your mouth. Zhao Hongdao finally couldn't take it anymore and rushed up to Jiang Xiao. Gongzi decisively charged at him, instantly climbing onto his shoulder, ready to bite. Zhao Hongdao rolled and threw Gongzi off balance, but Jiang Xiao caught him steadily. Gongzi turned around and stood properly, looking at Jiang Xiao with gratitude. Jiang Xiao placed him on the ground, and Gongzi stood in front of her, crouching and ready for battle. A little white rat actually protects this woman. Cheng Hongi looked at it in disbelief. That rat swarm earlier was probably its doing. You be careful. Xiao Hongdao felt a surge of fear, realizing that if it hadn't been for his quick reaction earlier, he might have ended up like Zhuang Lan and the others. Since the ambush had failed and their identities were exposed, they could only engage in a frontal confrontation. Gongzi suddenly grew several times in size, raising its front paws to smash towards Xiao Hongdao and the others. Gongzi, you're too big. Be careful not to collapse the building. There would be no way to explain it then. Upon hearing this, Gongzi paused unexpectedly, recalling Xiao He, and with a slight shake it shrank to a size comparable to the others. Jiang Xiao nodded in satisfaction, as she didn't care if the building collapsed, but what if she accidentally crushed Gao Hui? You all deal with Zhuang Lan and the others, while handle that woman and the giant rat. Xiao Hongdao gave the order, and Yang Kai's charged towards Zhuang Lan like a fireball. The fierce flames shattered the ice shield, and Zhuang Lan unleashed a large number of petals to obscure Yang Kai's vision, but they were all incinerated one by one. He looked at the familiar face before him, unable to bear the thought of hurting her, and his hatred for that rat deepened. Cheng Hongyi was entangled with Jiang Jingji. Rather than a struggle, it was more like being beaten. He who had been beaten until he was bruised and battered had lost all combat power, and could only take the hits, completely unable to fight back. Yuan Meng approached Kong Yangshu, her flames continuously burning the ice shield, and in a moment shattered it. Kong Yangshu cast several ice walls to block, but they could not withstand Yuan Meng's flames. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Jiang Xiao hurriedly sought to stop it. Hey, be gentle. They aren't dead yet. They'll regain consciousness in less than half an hour. Are you sure you want to kill them? The three immediately halted their actions, but at that moment Xiao Hongdao spoke up. Don't be swayed by her. It's all a trick. He charged towards Jiang Xiao, but was blocked by Gongzi. You see, your boss is the kind of person who would sacrifice your lives at any moment. He said they would regain consciousness, yet he incites you to kill your former companions. Maybe the next second, he will sacrifice you too. Shut up. A large rock was hurled at Jiang Xiao, and Gongzi flicked its tail to shatter the boulder. Jiang Xiao marveled at how cool Gongzi was, then continued to stir things up. You see, I was right. He wants to kill me to silence me. He's furious. Yang Kai's and the others exchanged glances, gradually putting down their actions. You all. Xiao Hongdao was almost driven mad by these people. How could they believe such provocations so easily? Why had he never realized they were all fools? Jiang Xiao approached Gongzi while everyone was distracted. Can you lift the control over them? Of course. Jiang Xiao glanced at the three controlled individuals. You should lift the control over Jiang Jingji. He poses no threat to us in this state. Gongzi agreed with Jiang Xiao's suggestion, and the controlled Jiang Jingji gradually regained consciousness. Hiss! Jiang Jingji supported himself with his waist, feeling as if he had been run over by a truck. He looked down at his wounds, and winced, noticing that the injuries on his face were even worse. What happened to me? Cheng Hongyi was overjoyed at this development, gripping Jiang Zhengzi's shoulders. You're awake. Do you remember who I am? Cheng Hongyi, be gentle. You're shaking me apart. Upon hearing Jiang Zhengzi's words, Cheng Hongyi quickly let go. I got too excited. My apologies. Yang Kai's and Yuan Meng saw Jiang Jingji regain consciousness and lost all fighting spirit, retreating a few steps. See, I told you he could regain consciousness. Your boss just wants you to die for him, wanting to take advantage of the situation. That's absolute nonsense. In that situation, would you just wait to die without fighting back? Xiao Hongdao was so furious. I think the boss was uncertain about the situation, which is why he let us act. After all, no one knows if those who are controlled can regain consciousness. Yuan Meng, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Oh, if you're unsure, then you shouldn't use deadly force. Look at how badly Jiang Jingji was beaten, not a single good spot left on him. You speak nonsense. It was clearly Cheng Hongyi who hit him harder. Xiao Hongdao realized he had said something wrong. Boss. Cheng Hongyi looked at Xiao Hongdao in disbelief, beginning to believe Jiang Xiao's words that he could be betrayed at any moment. Hongyi, that's not what I meant. It's all this woman's fault. No. Wait. Jiang Jingji waved his hand. So these injuries on me were caused by the boss and Cheng Hongyi. The two named instantly fell silent, their eyes darting to the floor. Brother Jiang, you were controlled, so we had to act. Blame this woman. Yuan Meng pointed at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao glared fiercely at Yuan Meng, realizing she had almost succeeded in sowing discord, but this woman was quite sharp. All right, let's talk about this later. First, we need to deal with these two. Afterwards, I'm willing to take the blame. With a single statement from Xiao Hongdao, the team, which was on the verge of falling apart, united once more. Damn, so close. Jiang Xiao cursed. With her strength, she was definitely no match for these people, otherwise she wouldn't resort to such tactics. It seemed she had no choice but to fight, but fortunately Zhuang Lan and Kong Yangshu were still in her hands. Jiang Xiao, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Gongzi, noticing Jiang Xiao's panic, whispered a comforting word. Jiang Xiao looked at Gongzi, and suddenly felt as if it was glowing. She saw Gongzi close its eyes, and moments later Jiang Jingji, who had regained consciousness, was once again controlled by Gongzi. Wow, it can be controlled again after being released. The scene shocked not only Xiao Hongdao and the others, but also caught Jiang Xiao by surprise. I had already planted my genes inside him, allowing me to control him at any time, but the control duration is short. Impressive. Jiang Qiao gave Gongzi a thumbs up. Standard operation. Gongzi raised its chin, dismissively waving its front paw. Jiang Jingji shot several whirlwinds at the nearest Chenghongi, who quickly dodged with a skill. Damn it. That bitch is playing us. Hey, I said he could regain consciousness, and he just did so. How am I playing you? Stop wasting time with her. If we kill that one, and the Rajwang Lan and the others can recover. If you want to kill her, you'll have to go through me first. Gongzi, who had been whispering to Jiang Qiao, spoke to everyone for the first time. This giant rat can actually speak. Qiao Hongda looked at it warily. Gongzi raised its front paw to strike him, but Qiao Hongda quickly erected a dirt wall to block the attack. Unexpectedly, Gangzi's tail smashed through the dirt wall, and then it leaped gracefully toward Qiao Hongda. Qiao Hongda's arms were tightly grasped by Gangzi's claws, his body pinned beneath it. Gongzi revealed its sharp teeth, aiming to bite Qiao Hongda's neck. Yuan Meng, seeing this, condensed flames into a giant sword, stabbing toward Gangzi's abdomen. Jiang Qiao rushed forward, taking a deep breath and exhaling a burst of flames at Yuan Meng. Unexpectedly, Yuan Meng raised her right hand toward Jiang Qiao, and the flames Jiang Qiao breathed out were completely absorbed by her. Yuan Meng chuckled. Little sister, thanks for the help. The giant sword of flames in Yuan Meng's hand burned even more fiercely, the blade itself growing larger. A flame aimed at Gangzi's abdomen, which was expected to deal heavy damage, astonishingly did not harm it at all. Gangzi turned to look at her, and in the next moment Yuan Meng was flung several meters away by Gangzi's tail. She fell to the ground, coughing lightly and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Die for me! Cheng Hongyi, disregarding Jiang Jingji, quickly dodged away from him, surrounded by several lightning orbs. He opened his left hand, pressing his thumb against his middle and ring fingers, and the lightning orbs began to gather above his head. Go! The massive lightning orb struck Gangzi, and instantly thunder roared, and lightning flashed, the crackling sounds raising the hairs on Jiang Qiao's body. She was greatly worried about Gangzi's condition, but was helpless to assist. Cheng Hongyi hurried to help Yuan Meng, while Jiang Jingji turned to assist Zhuang Lan and Kong Yangshu against Yang Kai's. As the smell of something burnt wafted through the air, the lightning surrounding Gangzi finally dissipated. Jiang Qiao rushed forward, only to see Gangzi clinging tightly to Qiao Hongda, yet it had not harmed him at all. Gangzi was unscathed, while Qiao Hongda's clothes had several torn holes. Cheng Hongyi, you didn't do that on purpose, did you? I was still here when you launched your skill. Do you want me dead? Qiao Hongda glared at Cheng Hongyi in fury. Boss, can't you strengthen your body? My lightning orbs can't harm you. Gangzi, upon hearing this, released its grip, realizing why it couldn't injure him. That bite had almost broken its own teeth. Qiao Hongda shouted loudly, and Gangzi was unexpectedly flung away by him. Gangzi swiftly adjusted its body and landed steadily. Qiao Hongda's defense was too strong, it was terrifyingly unbreakable, so it decided to change targets. Suddenly Gangzi darted toward Yuan Meng, swinging its tail to lift her into the air, continuously shaking its tail, causing Yuan Meng to repeatedly slam into the ground. Cheng Hongyi rushed forward, but was blocked by a burst of flames from Jiang Qiao. Bitch, you're looking for death. Cheng Hongyi shot several bolts of lightning toward Jiang Qiao. Several bolts of lightning struck Jiang Qiao, but were blocked by Kong Yanx's shield. Yang Kai, surrounded by 3 opponents, was unable to assist Cheng Hongyi, and seeing this, Qiao Hongda hurried to aid Yang Kai's. Yuan Meng, who had been thrown away by Steel's tail, was already gravely injured. After multiple impacts with the ground, her internal organs had ruptured in several places, and she wouldn't last much longer. Yuan Meng, Cheng Hongyi shouted as he charged towards Steel. Seeing this, Steel released its tail and ran to Jiang Qiao's side to protect her. The person in his arms had already lost her breath, her face was deformed from the impact, and her left arm was unaccounted for. I want you all to die with me. After putting down Yuan Meng, Cheng Hongyi teleported beside Steel, his hands enveloped in lightning, and he began to punch Steel relentlessly. Jiang Qiao touched a ball of flame, and he did not dodge at all, attacking Steel frantically, as if he had lost his mind. The flames on his body mixed with his own lightning, burning his clothes to ashes, and even singeing his hair. His skin split in multiple places, and blood gushed out. Hongyi, calm down. Seeing this, Qiao Hongda tried to pull him away, but Cheng Hongyi could not distinguish between friend and foe, and landed 2 punches on Qiao Hongda. Steel, noticing that this person had lost his sanity, lifted its front paw to grab his head, and with a slight exertion crushed it like a watermelon hitting the ground. Hongyi, Yang Kai's, who had been under siege, felt immense sorrow at this moment. Completely entangled by the 3 opponents, he could not reach to help the other 2, helplessly watching them perish. Steel immediately shifted its target to Yang Kai's. Qiao Hongda stepped in front of Yang Kai's and said, "If you cannot bear it, first knock them out. We have already lost 3 brothers, you and I must join forces." Yang Kai's understood that the current situation was unfavorable. Having killed their brothers was not an option, so he could only find a way to trap them. He unleashed several walls of fire, enclosing Zhuolan and the others within before rushing to support Qiao Hongda. "You should have done this earlier." Yang Kai's lowered his head in silence. He had still held on to a glimmer of hope that perhaps that woman would spare Zhuolan and the others, but who would have thought that the giant rat would strike with deadly force, resulting in the loss of 2 key commanders? "You have gone too far. If I don't kill you, I swear I won't be human. Yang Kai's lamented, directing his anger at Jiang Xiao and Steel. You can talk about that once you achieve it. Steel turned to Jiang Xiao, nodding its head towards Qiao Hongda. Jiang Xiao instantly understood its meaning and took a deep breath before unleashing a jet of flame at the two. Taking advantage of their obstructed vision, Steel flashed to Yang Kai's side, lifting him into the air with its tail before letting go. As Yang Kai fell, he immediately shot flames at the ground, slowing his descent. The ice and snow melted away, and as he landed in the water, he rolled to his side and stood up in the snow, snapping his fingers to instantly dry his clothes. Steel leaped fiercely towards Yang Kai. He quickly released flames to block Steel, retreating a few steps in the process. Steel, undeterred, dashed through the fire, but due to the distance, it could only land a strong swipe with its claws across Yang Kai's chest. Protected by the flames, Yang Kai's chest was left with only a few red marks. Steel could sense that his stamina was nearing its limit. The recent skirmish with Xuelan and the others had already drained a significant portion of his energy, and he was now merely holding on. It was crucial to resolve this swiftly. Jiang Xiao had no chance against Qiao Hongda. If not for his subordinates protecting her, she would likely be meeting her father right now. Steel suddenly vanished. Yang Kai searched around for its whereabouts when Steel reappeared to his right, swinging its tail fiercely towards his waist. Yang Kai winced in pain and stepped back. Seeing its attack succeed, Steel did not linger, flashing behind him to swipe with its front claws. Yang Kai immediately raised a wall of fire to protect himself, but this left him unable to trap Xuelan and the others. Steel's form was unpredictable, and Yang Kai could only prioritize his own survival. Seeing the wall of fire disappear, Xuelan and the others immediately attacked the nearest Qiao Hongda. The four ability users, along with countless rats, instilled a hint of fear in Qiao Hongda's heart. Yang Kai tried to discern Steel's figure, but its speed was too fast. Being forced to take hits, he could only wait for his demise. He closed his eyes, attempting to focus on his hearing. Steel flashed to his left front side, opening its mouth to bite at his neck. Got you. Yang Kai suddenly dispelled the wall of fire, condensing fierce flames to smash into Steel's mouth. Steel changed direction midair, using its waist, but the distance was too close and still hit its chin. For something previously impervious to harm, it was injured by this attack, blood streaming from its chin. Seeing that he had severely wounded it, Yang Kai's heightened tension relaxed slightly, and he gained confidence in the ongoing battle behind him. Steel unhurriedly scratched its abdomen, surprisingly pulling out a piece of fruit from its fur and eating it. The wound that had been bleeding profusely healed instantly, leaving no scars behind. How is this possible? Yang Kai's eyes widened. Even Xuelan's recovery ability could not be this quick. Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, Steel flashed behind him, piercing his chest with its tail. Yang Kai's expression went blank as he slowly lowered his head, seeing his chest clothing soaked in blood. Steel withdrew its tail and slapped the snow a few times. It felt panicked, thinking it's over. If Mother Ka sees this, he'll be dragged off to take a bath again. Yang Kai's knelt on the ground in pain, one hand pressed against his chest, the other supporting his body. Suddenly blood surged up, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He looked up at Qiao Hongda, the scene before him gradually blurring before he collapsed to the ground lifeless. Qiao Hongda, while clearing the rats off him, looked at the now lifeless Yang Kai. Watching his brothers perish one by one, he regretted agreeing to Shi Zimo's ridiculous request from the start. At this moment, Steel had returned to Jiang Qiao's side. Qiao Hongda, seeing the enemy before him, understood that he had no chance of winning. Even in death, he would take someone down with him. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and mumbled something under his breath. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and the falling snowflakes vanished, replaced by numerous red star-like points in the air. What is this? He looks like an Earth-type ability user. Could this be Fire-type ability? Jiang Xiao looked up at the sky, feeling an inexplicable sense of grandeur. I have a bad feeling. Stay behind me. Steel sheltered her behind itself, nervously watching the sky. Oh my, please bestow divine punishment. Cleanse the wicked souls of this world. After saying this, Qiao Hongda spat out a mouthful of blood, and the originally tiny red star points in the air suddenly grew larger, with hundreds of meteors hurtling towards Jiang Xiao and the others. What is this? Jiang Xiao looked at the fireball approaching her in the sky, and couldn't help but hold on to Gangzi tightly. Gangzi held Jiang Xiao in his arms, and leaped several meters away, but then he stopped. Thinking of escaping. It's useless. Divine punishment has descended, and the space is sealed. No one can survive. I will make you pay for your brother's burial. Qiao Hongda lay exhausted on the ground, watching Gangzi and Jiang Xiao. In less than 10 seconds, these meteors would crash to the ground. It was impossible to escape. Gangzi pinned Jiang Xiao down and whispered in her ear, "Tell Mr. Gao that I, Gangzi, thank him for avenging me, and I will repay him in the next life." Boom. Hundreds of meteors struck the ground, leaving the once white snowy ground covered with stones of various sizes. Due to the high temperature, the ground melted into a pool of water. After a minute of relentless bombardment, the chaos finally ceased. Jiang Xiao gently pushed Gangzi, but there was no response. She reached out to touch his back, and her hands were covered in warm, sticky red liquid. Gangzi, Gongzi, wake up. No matter how Jiang Qiao called his name, Gongzi remained unresponsive. He's dead. Finally dead. Don't worry, he'll send you to join him soon. Qiao Hongda struggled to stand, dragging his weary body step by step toward Jiang Qiao. Jiang Qiao panicked in an instant. She took a deep breath, felt her pockets, and finally found a few live fruits given to her by Gao Hui. She stuffed the fruits into Gangzi's mouth, but in his unconscious state, he couldn't chew at all. Seeing Qiao Hongda drawing closer, Jiang Qiao couldn't care about anything else. She switched positions with Gangzi, pried his mouth open, and squeezed the fruit in, allowing the juice to flow into Gangzi's mouth. Fortunately, he could still swallow. Die for me. Qiao Hongda raised his hands, and a massive stone formed in his grasp. Several branches pierced into Qiao Hongda's heart. He looked down, following the direction of the branches, and saw a figure standing in the distance. What? Qiao Hongda spat out a mouthful of blood onto the branches, and then his body quickly withered away. Jiang Qiao looked up at the figure, and despite trying to stay calm, she finally broke down in tears. Gao Hui, please come save Gongzi, he might not make it. Gao Hui ran over in just a few steps. Gongzi lay quietly on the ground, surrounded by devastation, with visible bones from the impact. Gongzi became like this to protect me. You must save him. Jiang Qiao tugged at Gao Hui's pants, pleading incessantly. Gao Hui helped her up. Didn't I give you the life fruits? How could this happen? Jiang Qiao sobbed as she recounted what happened. Gao Hui was now in a dilemma. The juice had a poor healing effect, mainly relying on the fruit flesh. To recover immediately, he needed Gongzi to swallow the flesh or a heart-protecting pill. But right now Gao Hui had no skill points left. If it weren't for Lu Mai and her group's favorability reaching the standard, he wouldn't even be able to exchange for the spirit-linking shard and the heart-protecting pill. He could only rely on his mom's resurrection grass skill, not knowing if Gongzi could hold on. Jiang Qiao, you continue feeding him the juice. I'll go find my mom. Okay, but you need to hurry. I'm afraid. Jiang Qiao couldn't finish her sentence. Having already experienced her father dying to save her, she couldn't bear another death. I'll be back quickly, Gao Hui said as he looked toward the east of the base. What is it? A familiar voice came from behind. The Ku couple had arrived. Mom, you came just in time. Quickly give Gongzi a shot, he's about to give up. Ku Yu skillfully fired a shot, and the cold Gongzi gradually became warm, his injuries healing rapidly, and his body returned to normal. Jiang Qiao carefully cradled him in her hands, continuously thanking Ku Yu. Son, how are you? Are you hurt? Ku Yu circled around Gao Hui with the gun raised, and upon confirming he was unharmed, she felt relieved. I'm fine. How about you? Gao Hui glanced at his parents, who showed no signs of injury, and felt slightly reassured. This battle occurred suddenly, and there were too few abilities in the base, forcing Jiang Qiao and Gongzi to team up. Their combat power was the weakest, and he was even more worried about his wife being alone. Only with his mom's support backed by his dad's shield did he feel somewhat secure, resolving the battle quickly and rushing here in time. Son, did you see Manrou on your way? No. Have you seen Manrou? When we were fighting, Manrou came over. She said she would find you after dropping off Xiaoko. Didn't you see her? Gao Xingye briefly recounted the situation. Mom and Dad, you take Jiang Qiao and the others to rest. I'll go find Manrou, Gao Hui said without looking back as he ran off. Ku Yu helped Jiang Qiao back, while Gao Xingye stayed behind to collect the crystal cores, catching up with Ku Yu after a few quick steps. Xiaoqi, can you locate Manrou? While Gao Hui was asking the system, a roar sounded ahead, and a snowmobile gradually approached. Gao Hui finally saw that it was his wife riding over. When Lan Manrou saw Gao Hui, she immediately stopped and used her skill to flash right in front of him, tightly hugging him. You scare me to death. I reached the base gate and saw all the corpses. I searched for a long time and couldn't find you. I thought. Lan Manrou playfully punched Gao Hui's back. Cough, cough. Gao Hui coughed a few times, and Lan Manrou quickly let go, lifting his arm to carefully check for wounds. Gao Hui suddenly pulled her into his embrace. Don't worry, I'm fine. You know my strength, don't you? Gao Hui gently comforted Lan Manrou as he stroked her back. What time is it that you're still joking with me? Are you really okay? Lan Manrou looked up at him, her big eyes glistening with tears, and her cheeks were already streaked with tear stains. Gao Hui cupped her face in his hands, gently kissing her eyes, then softly kissing the tear stains on her cheeks, and finally, kissing her lips passionately, with feelings flowing between them, as if the entire world had come to a standstill, leaving only the two of them. After what felt like an eternity, they finally ended the lingering kiss. Lan Manrou nestled in Gao Hui's embrace, cherishing every moment with him. By the way, I heard from Dad that you left someone named Xiaoko behind. Where did you arrange her? Lan Manrou looked up at him upon hearing this, her brows slightly furrowing before relaxing again. She pointed toward Xiaoke's location. I arranged her in that building. There's nothing inside. Do you want? Lan Manrou paused here. Do you want to bring her out? Gao Hui looked in the direction Lan Manrou pointed. There was no one nearby, and leaving her alone wasn't ideal. Let's arrange her in the same building with Deng Xiaoyan and the others. When we return, I'll have Dawei come pick her up. Now let's head back. Lan Manrou nodded, pulling him by the hand to the snowmobile. She kicked her leg back and hopped onto the vehicle. Get on. Gao Hui chuckled as he sat behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist, resting his head on her shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her ear, making Lan Manrou feel a rush of warmth that nearly made her lose her grip on the vehicle. Lan Manrou lightly coughed as they drove toward the main city. 30 minutes ago, Gao Hui had already been waiting at the base gate. After receiving a reminder from Shao Qi, he quickly arranged for people to block the corresponding positions. He had also considered temporarily letting Ren Yongfeng come to help, but he was worried that if he were to perish in this battle his plan to recruit talents would be in vain, and there were still people waiting for him at home, making it hard for him to be ruthless. Unexpectedly, even in the apocalypse, I still have a soft heart. Gao Hui couldn't help but mock himself. Just then a gust of wind swept in from outside the gate, and Shizimo and the others successfully entered the base relying on the hurricane. Why does this person look so familiar? Gao Hui thought carefully, isn't he the one who escaped? I didn't expect this person to awaken special abilities and come to attack with so many people. If it weren't for my family being here, the base's attack methods alone wouldn't be able to completely block these people. At that time, Dou Wei and the others would have been in grave danger. After Shizimo and the others stood firm, they saw the man in front of them, and all entered a state of alert. Gao Hui crossed his arms. You all come uninvited. Do you think our base is unguarded? Upon finishing his words, Gao Hui released the fire mark, instantly marking the 5 people behind him. Zhuang Yanyu reacted swiftly, casting a fire shield, just as Gao Hui snapped his fingers, successfully saving the 5. Impressive. Gao Hui couldn't help but praise Zhuang Yangyu's actions as he scanned the crowd, unexpectedly spotting a familiar face. Was that Qin Zipping? Qin Zipping met Gao Hui's gaze and slowly approached from behind. Didn't expect this, did you? Today I will settle the old scores with you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost my job. My wife also ran off with someone else. What does that have to do with me? If you hadn't looked down on me, could this have happened? You. Qin Zipping leaned forward, but was stopped by Shizimo. He glanced at Shizimo, and much of his anger dissipated. May I ask your name, sir? Shizimo suddenly spoke up, and this question left Gao Hui momentarily speechless. Why ask for names at this juncture? Since Qin Zipping was with him, that meant. My surname is Wan, no need for courtesy. Wan Qiang. Shizimo spoke the familiar name, and Gao Hui feigned shock. How do you know? At this moment, someone suddenly rushed out from the back of the group. Brother, she don't believe his nonsense. His name is not Wan Qiang, his surname is Gao, and his name is Gao Hui. Hearing this, Gao Hui furrowed his brows deeply. He didn't remember meeting this person, so how did he know his name? Chai Chung could tell from Gao Hui's expression that he didn't remember him. Of course. He has never looked for me. How could he possibly know who I am? Brother, this person has an entire mall's worth of supplies. We need to capture him alive. Shizimo turned to glance at him, silently cursing him for being an idiot. How could such things be announced so loudly in front of this person? Mall. Wanlong Mall. Hearing Chai Chung mention the mall, Gao Hui could only think of that place, but he didn't remember such a figure. Could it be? Gao Hui seemed to have guessed something. Mr. Gao, I sincerely want to befriend you. It truly saddens me that you gave me a fake name. Shizimo placed his hand on his forehead, pretending to be upset. Just because others aren't angry, do you think they are fools? You storm in with a group of people without knocking, and yet you say you want to befriend me. It was a misunderstanding. I came before and knocked, but no one answered. I just came in to see if anyone was here. Last time someone knocked, 7 people died. How can you not learn from this? While Gao Hui fiddled with his nails, he said, it was indeed you who did it. At this point, Shizimo could no longer contain his anger. He slightly raised his left hand, a whirlwind forming in his palm, and he hurled it at Gao Hui, but the wind was blocked by the earth shield. Oh, no more pretending. Didn't you just say you wanted to be friends? I'll be friends with your grandpa. After finishing his words, Shizimo instantly vanished, appearing above Gao Hui and unleashing another hurricane, which was still thwarted by the earth shield. Are you just tickling me? I'm going to strike now. Gao Hui slightly raised his hand, and a massive water dragon shot out from his palm, rushing towards the crowd. The crowd remained unflustered, believing that with Zhuang Yangyu's shield they were safe. Little did they know the water dragon swiftly engulfed Qin Zipping and Chai Chung, causing the remaining individuals to panic and flee in all directions. Shizimo used a wind field to send the others 50 meters away, distancing himself as well. The water dragon, finding no living beings to consume in the area, spat out the bones of Qin Zipping and Chai Chung before dissipating. Gao Hui, resting his chin on one hand, fell into deep thought. Why had they managed to escape so quickly? They had decisively sent everyone 50 meters away, as if they knew the limitations of his abilities. Unfortunately, the water dragon had only claimed 2 lives. After the water dragon dissipated, Shizimo and the others immediately charged towards Gao Hui. Gao Hui hid his hand behind his back, silently releasing the Genesis Ice Master above his head. Not good. Quickly retreat 10 meters. Shizimo unleashed a wind field around him, blowing away the snowflakes falling from the Genesis Ice Master, but the area was too small, and when Jin ran too slowly, getting frozen into a snowman. Shizimo's words further confirmed to Gao Hui that he was aware of his abilities. However, almost everyone who had battled him was dead, and the remaining ones were people from the base, all hiding at home, making it impossible for them to send out warnings. Could it be? Gao Hui opened the system panel to check Shizimo's information. One of his special abilities was actually to see through the abilities of others. However, spiritual abilities could not be recognized. No wonder he could precisely dodge my attacks, and he had already awakened 2 types of abilities. This was the first time encountering someone other than himself who had mastered multiple attributes, and the ability to see through others' abilities was just too overpowered. Could it be that he has a system too? Cough cough, please do not compare this system with such low-tier abilities. Gao Hui scoffed at this. How could he have time to discuss such things at this moment? Since he can see through skills, then he'll unleash more and see how he responds. Gao Hui released gravitational fields in 4 directions at a distance of 100 meters, with a control time lasting 5 minutes. Let's see what you do now. Shizimo's expression indeed turned very grim. He quickly turned and fled the fire shield and the resistance from the wind attribute, allowing him to escape successfully. He glanced back at Gao Hui cursing under his breath and formed several bolts of lightning in his hand, ultimately shaping them into a lightning whip. He used the lightning whip to rescue Zhuang Yanyu. Gao Hui quickly rushed between the 2 wind eyes to release life force. Both were pierced through the heart by branches, and upon seeing this, Shizimo decisively abandoned rescuing those 2 and saved by Xiaojin instead. Shizimo shielded the 2 behind him, and Zhuang Yanyu immediately cast shields over the 3. Bai Xiaojin seized the opportunity to heal the 3. At this moment Shizimo was not only shocked, but also immensely frustrated. Within just a few minutes this person had unleashed 5 attributes: fire, earth, water, wind, and wood. And aside from the earth attribute, the destructive power of each skill was immensely great. The torment he had endured for over a month now seemed like a joke. This battle was a complete failure. It was likely that those sent out had met with no return. He unleashed a storm the height of a person towards Gao Hui, and the storm flew straight towards him, surprisingly not being blocked by the earth shield, but instead enveloping Gao Hui within the wind eye. Trapped by the storm, Gao Hui immediately released a wind field, carrying the 2 out of the base. A voice echoed in the air, "Gao Hui, we shall meet again." Shizimo turned back to look at Gao Hui, anger and resentment swirling in his heart. What? He's already leaving. Gao Hui watched Shizimo's retreating figure through the raging storm, curling his lips in disbelief. Such a grandiose assault, only to end like this. Gao Hui had tried using branches to sever the storm, but each was instantly cut apart. None of his other abilities worked either. Not even universal gravitation could draw the vortex toward him. He retrieved a Tang-style sword from his spatial ring and hacked at the tempest for a long, while shattering several blades, without making the slightest dent. Host, cease your struggle. Unless you possess an ice affinity ability ranked tier 4 or higher, you cannot dispel this technique. It is purely a confinement skill, designed solely to immobilize you, inflicting no harm. Just wait half an hour, and it will dissipate naturally. Half an hour? That's far too long. And Shizimo, how ironic. He held me captive for so long yet fled himself, and I already told you this is a control skill. You cannot escape, nor can his attacks penetrate inward. He deployed this technique solely to trap you, so they could make their getaway. In Gao Hui plopped down onto the snow-covered ground, resigned to waiting. He wondered how Jiang Xiao and the others were faring. Half an hour later the storm gradually subsided. Gao Hui rose to his feet and brushed snow from his trousers. I must rush to reinforce Jiang Xiao immediately. After gathering every crystal core scattered across the ground, Gao Hui hurried southward toward the base. Inside the main city, in Lan Manrou drove Gao Hui into the urban center. He retracted the snowmobile into his spatial ring, just as Li Shuwei rushed over upon hearing the commotion. "Huizi, you're finally back. Are you both unharmed?" The thunderous roars outside nearly terrified me to death inside the house. "We're fine. Everything's resolved. Dispatch teams to collect the fallen from all 4 cardinal directions of the base. Also retrieve the woman on the 1st floor of Building 13 East Sector, and house her in Deng Xiaoyan's residence." "Understood." Relieved to see Gao Hui and Lan Manrou unscathed, Li Shuwei immediately set about fulfilling his instructions. Honey, this time I gathered quite a haul of crystal cores. We'll surely have enough for upgrades," Lan Manrou said, pulling vividly hued crystal cores from all 4 pockets of her coat. "I've got some too." Gao Xingye chimed in, producing several more. Gao Hui tallied them. 28 in total, including his own. A windfall beyond imagination. Thanks to Shizimo's unexpected delivery. 5 wind affinity, 3 fire affinity, and 4 each of the others. Remarkably balanced. Gao Hui gazed at the glittering array before him. What would happen if he absorbed them all? Warning. Non-host individuals may absorb only 1 crystal core per day. After absorbing a core of any given affinity, a 3-day interval must elapse before absorbing another of the same affinity. Otherwise, the body will be unable to withstand the upgrade strain and suffer fatal collapse. Xiaoqi interjected promptly. Another fatal collapse. So may I absorb freely? The host's physical capacity permits absorption of up to 2 crystal cores daily. After absorbing a core of any given affinity, a onady interval must elapse before absorbing another of that same affinity. Otherwise, fatal collapse ensues. Gao Hui gritted his teeth and growled at Xiaoqi. Fine. He allocated 3 crystal cores, each of wood, lightning, and earth affinities, to Lan Manrou, and the others for upgrading. 2 fire affinity cores went to Jiang Xiao. As for Gangzi, he hadn't even noted its elemental affinity. By then Gangzi had fully recovered, and Jiang Xiao cradled him gently in both hands, whispering softly. I wonder, Do animals even have attribute panels? Gao Hui opened his system interface, and there it was, Gongzi's attributes clearly displayed. So it was lightning affinity after all. He still had one core left, perfect for Gongzi's upgrade. He stored the remaining crystal cores in his spatial ring, then approached Jiang Xiao and Gongzi. Thank you both, truly, for everything today. As he reached out to stroke Gongzi's fur, each strand proved rigid as steel rebar, nearly piercing Gao Hui's skin. He marveled silently how then did Jiang Xiao hold him so tenderly in her palms. No need for thanks. If the base falls, I'll have nowhere left to live. Of course I'd protect it with all my might. And at that moment the Lingtong tablet remained active and Gongzi echoed the sentiment with a soft approving whine. His parents were family, no formalities required. Jiang Xiao, the once Dewey's partner, was no longer kin. Still courtesy demanded acknowledgement, especially since she had rendered indispensable aid. You've all labored tirelessly. Return now and rest. Let the other residents handle what remains. Each person clutched their crystal cores, eager to upgrade their abilities. But Gao Hui instructed them to wait for his signal before absorbing any. Inside a luxury villa, Yong Yuanzhang sat with a grim expression, glaring at the 3 figures before him. Of the 30+ he dispatched, only 3 had returned, and all 3 had fled the battlefield. Shizimo, magnificent. How dare you show your face before me? With a flick of his wrist, Yong Yuanzhang hurled a searing fireball straight at Shizimo's chest. Shizimo made no move to evade, letting the inferno scorch his bare flesh. Bai Shaozhen stood behind him, surreptitiously healing his wounds while Yong Yuanzhang's gaze remained elsewhere. Reporting, sir. I gravely underestimated that man's strength. He wields 6 affinities simultaneously: earth, fire, water, ice, wind, and wood, each devastating in its own right. We stood no chance. As for the others, and what of the others? Surveillance footage confirms only 1 survivor. And what? Yong Yuanzhang's once handsome features twisted in fury. Where is this survivor? He appears acquainted with Gao Hui's mother, and has pledged allegiance to him. All surveillance implants on his person were destroyed by Gao Hui. When Zhao Ku was escorted back by Li Shui, Shaoqi alerted Gao Hui to the surveillance device concealed on her, but she remained unaware. Only Lan Manrou's meticulous search uncovered and destroyed it. Gao Hui, not Wan Qiang. This was the first time Yong Yuanzhang had heard the name. And he deceived us entirely. His true name is Gao Hui, not Wan Qiang at all. Gao Hui. Yong Yuanzhang murmured the name slowly. Never imagined he, a mere nobody, could so utterly outwit him. Did he truly think the Dragon Sovereign was mere ornamentation? All of you leave. Shizimo, stay behind. Bai Shaozhen and Zhuang Yangyu exchanged a glance before withdrawing, hearts heavy with dread for Shizimo's fate. Once alone, Yong Yuanzhang sank slowly into the sofa. In this desolate age, even his beloved Cohiba cigars had vanished, leaving his temper increasingly frayed. Do you still seek vengeance? Absolutely. Shizimo's gaze burned with unwavering resolve. Then returned to the laboratory. Yong Yuanzhang waved dismissively. Shizimo stepped backward, his expression darkening visibly. Yong Yuanzhang strode forward, and placed both hands firmly on Shizimo's shoulders. Zimo, you yourself admitted he commands 6 elemental affinities. Do you truly believe you stand a chance against him? Strength alone can bring you face-to-face with your enemy, and fulfill your vow of vengeance. Do you not wish to avenge your brothers? Or would you flee again next time? Humiliated tail between your legs, and Shizimo lowered his head. After several silent seconds, he nodded resolutely, and walked out without another word. Yong Yuanzhang watched his retreating silhouette, then picked up a cloth from the table, and wiped his hands methodically, before casting it carelessly onto the floor. He moved to the window, gazing out at the snow-laden landscape, brow deeply furrowed. In barely a month, one man had awakened 6 elemental affinities. Imagine bringing him to the laboratory. What might such a specimen yield? An army perhaps unmatched in power. Master, dinner is served, whispered a young beautiful maid in a frilled uniform, her voice trembling faintly. Startled from his reverie, Yong Yuanzhang turned, and shot her a sharp glare. But the sight of her attire softened desire. A sly smile curled his lips as he pulled her roughly into his arms, and kissed her fiercely. Only after a long while did he release her. Her garments torn, her form exquisite. Gazing upon her, a new scheme blossomed in his mind. Yong Yuanzhang swung open the basement door. Inside sat women of every conceivable aesthetic, exotic, elegant, fierce, ethereal. He scanned them like a connoisseur appraising rare artifacts, then selected a woman whose beauty and physique were peerless. With a curt wave, he signaled his subordinate, who seized the girl and dragged her away without hesitation. The maid briefly tidied up Yu Mengmei before collapsing beside Yong Yuanzhang. Yu Mengmei lowered her head, trembling all over. She had seen the consequences of those brought here before. If not for her desperate search for supplies a few days ago, she would not have ended up captured. Beautiful lady, don't be nervous. Tell big brother your name. Yu Mengmei, she stuttered, her voice. Mengmei, a lovely name. I guess you must be kind-hearted. Would you like to help big brother with a little task? If you agree, I promise you a future free of worries about food and clothing. Originally shy, Yu Mengmei suddenly raised her head, staring wide-eyed at Yong Yuanzhang, repeatedly asking, really? Of course. Once I give my word, it's as unchangeable as a steed tied to a post. Just say whether you agree or not. I agree. Yu Mingmei, almost starving, didn't hesitate about the conditions anymore. Great. I need you to go to a base. Once you enter, you must quickly gain the trust of the base owner. I will find you at this. It was clear that Yong Yuanzheng wanted her to be an undercover agent. However, anyone who had received 9 years of compulsory education knew that undercover work rarely ended well. But to survive, it seemed there was no other option. In the end, Yu Mingmei still agreed. Yong Yuanzheng smiled slightly at her and gave the maid a knowing look. The maid immediately understood and moments later brought out a bowl of instant noodles. Eat well before you go. Yong Yuanzheng pushed the bowl of noodles in front of Yu Mingmei. The aroma of the noodles drove her to lose her senses. She grabbed the bowl disregarding the temperature and began to eat voraciously. Yong Yuanzheng quietly watched her. The more Yu Mingmei ate, the hotter she became. Her vision of the person in front of her gradually blurred, and she fainted on the table after swallowing the last bite. The maid dutifully cleared away the dishes. Yong Yuanzheng picked up Yu Mingmei and walked towards the bedroom, throwing her onto the bed. Before sending her off, I'll have a taste myself. Ooh, I can't let that person have all the fun. 3 hours later, Yu Mingmei's consciousness gradually cleared. She opened her eyes and realized what had happened around her. Silently, she got up, dressed, and waited for Yong Yuanzheng's next instructions. Her composure surprised Yong Yuanzheng. Most people would have already started crying and making a scene by this point, but this girl surprisingly held her ground. It seemed the plan was likely to succeed. Shizimo had been waiting outside for a long time. He picked up Yu Mingmei and headed towards the base. Yu Mingmei, seeing his pale face, dared not speak. 1 kilometer away from the base, Shizimo pushed her out of the car. Walk north and you'll see the base. Although you don't have any electronic devices on you, don't even think about escaping. You've already been poisoned, and only our boss has the antidote. At the beginning of each month, I will find a way to deliver the antidote to you. I warn you not to get any clever ideas, otherwise it will cost you your life. Yu Mingmei instinctively took a step back, shaking her head like a rattle drum, signaling that she wouldn't betray Yong Yuanzheng. This satisfied Shizimo, and he left. With snowflakes swirling and strong winds blowing, Yu Mingmei tucked her coat closer to herself and walked north as Shizimo had instructed. The outline of the base became clearer, and Yu Mingmei quickened her pace. She finally arrived at the entrance, glanced around, and found something resembling a doorbell, and pressed it. After pressing it several times without a response, just as she was at a loss, the speaker on the door finally emitted a sound. What is it? A deep, cold male voice came from the speaker. Yu Mingmei quickly adjusted her state. Hello, I am Yu Mingmei. This snow disaster has lasted over a month, and our food has long run out. I took the risk to come out seeking supplies. I wonder if you have any extra supplies to spare. I can exchange it for labor or anything else. Yu Mingmei said, lowering her head. Her cheeks, previously red from the cold, turned even rosier. No supplies, please leave. Yu Mingmei anticipated that it wouldn't be so easy, as supplies were incredibly important in the apocalypse. Big brother, I beg you. I've only eaten 1 bowl of instant noodles in the past few days, and I'm truly starving. Please help me. Just give me something to eat, and I'm willing to do anything. Anything. Unexpectedly, this person had relented. Yu Mingmei quickly nodded like a chick pecking at grains, afraid that the base owner would change his mind. Creak, the big door finally opened. Yu Mingmei suppressed her excitement and cautiously stepped inside. Just as she entered the base, the door closed automatically, and a man approached her. Li Shuwei walked slowly towards Yu Mingmei, stopping when he saw her face. Hello, I am Li Shuwei. Since you wish to enter this base, you must adhere to the rules. You can only exchange labor for food each day. You cannot approach the main city or other places without permission, and you cannot leave the base. If you violate any of these rules, the weapons on the wall instantly aimed at Yu Mingmei, frightening her to kneel on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head and saying, I am willing. Li Shuwei helped her up, but was swatted away by Jiang Qiao, who was not far away. She pointed at Li Shuwei. You go take care of the other residents. I'll take her to her living quarters. Jiang Qiao pulled Yu Mingmei away, but Li Shuwei stopped them. You just arrived here and are unfamiliar with the surroundings. Let me go with you. At the mention of this name, Jiang Qiao became extremely annoyed. Although she wouldn't lose her temper in front of Yu Mingmei, she could only nod in agreement. Lu Miying then came over to take Yu Mingmei to her residence. You are Lu Miying, the big star. Yu Mingmei was incredibly excited, as she was a huge fan of Lu Miying and had followed her closely before the apocalypse. Yes, she is that Lu Miying. Jiang Qiao said irritably. What star or whatever, we are all just pitiful people in this life. Now let's get to where we need to go. Lu Miying gestured for her to enter, leaving Yu Mingmei astonished as she shrank her shoulders and walked into the building. The scene inside left her dumbfounded. It was simply a palace. The decor was luxurious, making her feel as if she were living in a wealthy district from before the apocalypse. Lu Miying led her to a room on the first floor near the elevator. You will live here from now on. If you perform well, you can live upstairs. The higher up you live, the better the living conditions and more entertainment options you will have. Yu Mingmei looked at the furnishings in the room. Although there were only a few common pieces of furniture, they were all of excellent quality. She couldn't imagine how good it would be upstairs. Clean up a bit, and then go outside to shovel snow. Fill a 1-meter-high bucket with snow to earn 1 day's worth of supplies. Do your best. After Lu Miying finished speaking, she left, and Jiang Xiao did not linger. Yu Mingmei was left alone in the room. She cautiously touched the sheets afraid of dirtying the furniture and hurried into the bathroom to take a shower. Gao Hui sat at his computer desk, clearly seeing everything that happened before she showered. Are they actually sending a woman over? Is this their plan to use a beauty trap? Gao Hui leaned closer to the screen, and to be honest, this woman does have some charm, but she pales in comparison to my wife. Ahem. A voice came from behind. It was Lan Manrou, crossing her arms with an unhappy expression as she looked at it. The arrangements have been made. Lan Manrou tossed out this line and left. Gao Hui shrugged helplessly. How recently his wife's jealousy had been quite intense. He turned back to check on the arrangements made by Li Shuwei, and everyone was busy in an orderly fashion. Now everyone could focus on upgrading their skills. He had understood the course of the battle. Aside from his own easy resolution, the others were almost entirely relying on the vitality fruits to prolong their lives. This was the only chance to safely consume them. If someone like Gangzi was attacked and fell into a coma, they would only be at the mercy of others. Gao Hui first called Li Shuwei, instructing him to keep an eye on everyone in the coming days. Then he turned on the loudspeaker of the base, summoning the participants to the top floor of the main city where they gathered to upgrade their skills. For ordinary people, absorbing crystal nuclei could lead to unforeseen accidents, which is why Gao Hui had asked them to wait. Now that there was time, it was certainly a priority to address this matter. Several people gathered in the living room of Gao Hui's home. Fortunately, the space was large enough, and each person had a small sofa. Even Gangzi was no exception. They all sat cross-legged on the soft sofas, eyes closed tightly, holding onto the crystal nuclei. Gao Hui was responsible for monitoring everyone's situation. He could absorb later, and for now things seemed stable. Jiang Xiao's self-control was relatively poor, as she absorbed at the slowest pace, while Manrou, having gained some experience, absorbed the fastest. Time passed slowly. At 4 a.m., Lan Manrou was the first to open her eyes. Gao Hui, feeling drowsy, snapped awake and immediately checked the system for his wife's attributes. The level of Thunder Shadow had risen to level 5, slowing the enemy's speed by 85 upon impact, while increasing the user's speed by 94. It could also paralyze the enemy for 5 seconds without shield protection, and the attack penetration rate was increased to 70, meaning there was a 70% chance of ignoring the shield's properties to deal damage when attacking shielded enemies. Indeed, my wife was the first to complete it. Previously it took 3 days, but now it was done in just 1 night. Unfortunately, one could only absorb 1 at a time. If 2 could be absorbed simultaneously, the level might reach 7. What terrifying damage that would be. Gao Hui helped Lan Manrou sit up. How do you feel? Lan Manrou opened her palm, several purple bolts of lightning swirling around it. I feel great. Just what? Gao Hui asked anxiously as Lan Manrou paused, and the system showed her stamina was over 400. What could possibly be wrong? Gao Hui looked panicked, and Lan Manrou quickly squeezed his hand. I'm fine, just a bit hungry. At that moment her stomach let out a growl. Lan Manrou smiled shyly, and Gao Hui sighed in relief, helping her to the dining table where a spread of dishes awaited. Enough. I can't eat this much. Just 1 dish is fine. Lan Manrou placed the stir-fried shredded potatoes in front of her and picked up the chopsticks to grab some. No way. You need to eat more meat. Gao Hui directly put away the vegetarian dishes. The side of the table full of fish and meat left Lan Manrou with no appetite. Leave the asparagus with shrimp, steamed cod, and wolfberry chicken soup. Put the rest away. Lan Manrou picked a relatively light dish and started eating. Gao Hui stored the leftover dishes away, keeping only what Lan Manrou wanted, and also left a serving of rock candy blood swallow for his wife as a dessert. It was clear that Lan Manrou was really hungry. Usually so demure at the table, she now piled food into her mouth, her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster hoarding food. Gao Hui sat beside her holding an empty bowl to serve her some chicken soup. Eat slowly, don't choke. Lan Manrou smiled and nodded. Perhaps it was the exhausting upgrade that made her feel this hungry for the first time. In less than 10 minutes, they had devoured all the food. Lan Manrou picked up her bowl and chopsticks to wash them, but Gao Hui waved his hand, storing the dirty bowl away. You go rest for a bit. I'll clean up later. I'm fine, I'm wide awake now. You, on the other hand, have been watching all night. Go take a break. I'll keep an eye on things. If anything's wrong, I'll call you. Lan Manrou said as she pushed Gao Hui toward the bedroom, her strength noticeably greater than usual. Gao Hui, feeling a bit tired, decided to comply with Lan Manrou's request and lay down to sleep. When Gao Hui opened his eyes again, it was already 3 in the afternoon the next day. Lan Manrou sat in the living room reading a book while keeping an eye on everyone's situation. Hearing some noise from the bedroom, she turned back. Honey, you're awake. How is everyone? Did they all finish absorbing? Gao Hui stretched and walked out. Lan Manrou glanced at the others. Yes. Not much happened overnight. My parents' crystal nuclei have faded a bit, probably taking 3 days just like I did at first. Gangzi is doing quite well, but Jiang Xiao has shown almost no change after nearly a day. You've been watching for so long too. Go take a break. In 2 days you can absorb the 2nd crystal nucleus. Lan Manrou initially wanted to hold on a little longer, but thinking about absorbing the 2nd crystal nucleus, she agreed to rest. Only by becoming stronger could she protect her family and friends. Gao Hui sat on the sofa, finding the waiting process quite dull. Since his own upgrade would take only a few hours, it was better to take the opportunity to upgrade instead. Even if something went wrong, Manrou's light sleep would allow her to respond in time. In the space, there were 5 wind attribute crystals, 4 ice attribute crystals, 3 water attribute crystals, 2 fire attribute crystals, and 1 each of wood and earth attribute crystals. Seeing that the wind attribute was the most abundant, he planned to give Ren Yongfeng 2 and use 2 for himself first. Gao Hui tightly gripped a wind attribute crystal, feeling a surge of energy within him. He carefully sensed it and absorbed 1 wind attribute crystal completely in less than 3 hours. With his eyes closed and then opened, the world turned dark. He first checked to ensure that everyone was fine before accessing the system to check his abilities. The gravitational force had risen to level 3 with a range of 300 meters. The duration of the wind I had reached 10 minutes and the shield breaking speed was 25 seconds with no other changes. The wind attribute couldn't be upgraded today, so he would have to check on other skills. The water dragon could be released only once a day, and he wondered if it would improve after leveling up. He might as well give it a try. 3 hours later, Lan Manrou had already woken up and sat quietly beside him. As Gao Hui opened his eyes, he saw her flawless face and nearly couldn't resist kissing her. "Honey, how do you feel? Are you very hungry?" With this question from Lan Manrou, he realized he was indeed a bit hungry. "I am a bit hungry, let's eat together." Gao Hui took Lan Manrou to the dining room, where they had a light meal. With nothing else to do, Lan Manrou went to the gym downstairs to exercise. Seeing that everyone was stable, Gao Hui opened the surveillance. In the dark of night, a slender figure was sneaking around. "Are you so eager to seek death?" Gao Hui remained unperturbed, quietly observing her actions. Taking advantage of the other's break, Yu Mengmei quietly slipped out. Having not seen the base's master for 2 days, perhaps they weren't even in the base, she had to seize the opportunity to investigate. She looked at the identical buildings before her, feeling overwhelmed. After trying several doors without success, she recalled Li Zuwei's warning and quickened her movements. Yu Mengmei tried building after building, making Gao Hui feel drowsy in the process. Since he had just leveled up and hadn't checked his skills, he thought it better to do so now rather than remain bored. The dragon domain reached level 3, expanding its range to 100 meters. It could absorb energy for 7 seconds before releasing it, usable twice a day. As Gao Hui had guessed, it was merely a boost in numerical values. Today he could not absorb any crystal cores, so he could only hope this girl would provide him with some amusement. Yu Mengmei found several buildings completely locked and stopped wasting time trying each one. Looking at a distinct building in the distance, she thought it might hold some clues and headed toward the incineration room. Just shoot her directly and be done with it. "Why are you still watching her?" Xiao Qi believed Gao Hui was wasting energy. "Of course we can't kill her so easily. After all, she was sent as an undercover agent. She needs to discover something valuable to report back. Only then can we find the lair of Yong Yuanzhong and strike decisively. It's always easier to catch a thief than to prevent theft. Then why not give her some hints? What can she find by searching like this? Things that come easily raise suspicion. We can wait a bit longer, and besides what? She must endure some hardships. Being an undercover agent is not easy. What brilliant plan do you have, Ho? I haven't figured it out yet, but I have a question for you. Can my life fruit be reproduced through experience? The life fruit is a product of supernatural abilities. If specialized researchers were to study it, they might be able to create replicas, but their effectiveness would be less than 30. Oh, are you so confident that no one can replicate it? 100. Of course. The technological level of Blue Star Biotech is simply incapable of producing it. Blue Star Biotech. Cough cough, I'm tired and need to sleep. Good night, host. Hey, what do you mean sleeping, you system? No matter how Gao Hui called, Xiao Qi remained unresponsive. Every time the vital points were mentioned, the system would freeze. It undoubtedly had some secrets. Seeing that he couldn't extract any information, Gao Hui had no choice but to focus his attention back on Yu Mengmei. Is she lost? He saw Yu Mengmei run a few steps forward, looking up at the sky, then scanning left and right, ultimately deciding on a direction to walk. The result was her spinning in circles at the same place, only getting further away. What a foolish beauty. Gao Hui smirked, turning off the surveillance. He decided to let her stew for a day or two before sending away to find her. The wait was long and dull. Gao Hui casually picked up a book and began to read. The plot was quite engaging, and he finished it in one go. When he closed the book, it was already the next morning. Lan Manrou, just awake from her bedroom, saw Gao Hui with 2 large dark circles under his eyes and the book in his hand, instantly understanding what had happened. "Darling, you should go sleep for a bit. Once you wake up, I can absorb the crystal core. No need, I'm not sleepy yet. Let's eat something first, and after that you can start absorbing the second crystal core." Gao Hui led Lan Manrou to the dining table, and the two had a simple meal before she began to absorb the second crystal. Everyone was absorbing crystal cores, and the room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Gao Hui struggled to keep his eyes open and eventually dozed off. For hours later, Lan Manrou successfully absorbed the second crystal core. She looked at Gao Hui, who was curled up on the sofa asleep, and went to the bedroom to fetch a blanket to cover him. Gao Hui suddenly sat up, looking at Lan Manrou opening the system. Indeed, the level of the Thunder Shadow skill had risen to level 7, slowing the enemy's speed by 89, and increasing the user's speed by 96, paralyzing the enemy for 8 seconds, no shield protection, with an attack penetration rate of 80. Wouldn't that mean his wife could reach the speed of sound when using her skills? He wondered if her eyes could keep up with this. Gao Hui barely blinked, and Lan Manrou instantly flashed to the dining table, startling him to take a few steps back. She quickly wrapped her arms around his waist to prevent herself from falling. Wife, with your speed, can your senses keep up? Of course. The enhancement in speed is not only physical, but also in the 5 senses. Oh, Gao Hui chuckled mischievously, starting to touch her inappropriately. Lan Manrou felt a rush of heat, and instantly flashed back to the dining table, leaving Gao Hui's hand suspended in midair. Gao Hui was not angry, he was just teasing her, and had no intention of going further. At such a critical moment, he still knew how to prioritize. Noticing that it was getting late, it was time to deal with Yu Mengmei. Gao Hui called Dawei. Dawei, go look for Yu Mengmei near the south side of the base. She should be lost. Once you find her, bring her directly to the main city gate. I have something to say. Li Shuwei hung up the phone and set off to search, while Gao Hui and Lan Manrou leisurely finished their breakfast. Darling, after you eat, you should take a nap. I'll keep an eye on things here. I'm not sleepy yet, and I have matters to discuss with Yu Mengmei. Lan Manrou shot a glance at Gao Hui, her eyes lost in thought, as she stuffed a bun into her mouth. Seeing his wife puffed up in anger, Gao Hui found her adorable, but didn't want to tease her too much. I'm not looking for her for anything serious. If you're worried, you can keep an eye on her through the surveillance. Realizing Gao Hui had seen through her thoughts, Lan Manrou nodded, burying her face in the bowl and sipping her porridge spoonful. Li Shuwei acted swiftly, finding Yu Mengmei and bringing her back in less than half an hour. As Gao Hui saw that they were almost back, he stood up and went outside. When Yu Mengmei arrived at the main city gate, Gao Hui was already standing outside waiting for her. Li Shuwei, holding Yu Mengmei by the collar, released her, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Gao Hui crossed his arms and looked down at her. Yu Mengmei sat on the ground, and with Gao Hui's height, it made him appear incredibly tall and imposing. Do you remember the rules for entering the base? Gao Hui spoke. Upon hearing this, Yu Mengmei immediately knelt, lowering her head, not daring to meet his gaze. I remember. I accidentally sleepwalked out. One must admit this person was quite the storyteller. Cough cough. Regardless of the reason, breaking the rules is breaking the rules. According to regulations, you will be punished. Gao Hui paused at this point. Seeing him silent, Yu Mengmei cautiously raised her head and asked, what will you punish me with? Punish you to death. A branch pierced through Yu Mengmei's heart. Gao Hui chose not to drain her, but immediately withdrew the branch after. The sudden attack stunned Yu Mengmei. She stared wide-eyed at Gao Hui, feeling no pain despite her body being pierced. If it weren't for the large splotch of blood on her chest, she would have thought she was just seeing things. As the scene before her grew increasingly blurry and breathing became difficult, she collapsed to the ground. Just as she was about to lose consciousness, Gao Hui approached her with a piece of light yellow fruit flesh. He crouched down and stuffed the fruit into her mouth. The sweet aroma spread down her throat and into her stomach. Already starving, she used all her strength to chew and swallow the fruit. A warm current surged through her body, and when she opened her eyes again, the surroundings were lavish and splendid. Am I in heaven? Yu Mengmei silently wondered. Are you awake? A strange yet familiar voice came from behind. Upon seeing Gao Hui's face, Yu Mengmei realized that she was still alive, with the lingering fragrance of fruit flesh in her mouth. What did you give me to eat? Just a moment ago, I was clearly pierced through the heart. How is it possible that I am still alive? If it weren't for the hole in my clothes, I would truly think I was hallucinating. This is not something you should know. Since it's your first offense, I'll spare your life this time. From today onwards, you will clean the main city alone every day until I am satisfied. Yu Mengmei was stunned for a moment, then quickly knelt down and knocked her head several times, saying, Thank you. Thank you, City Lord. I will definitely perform well. Host Yu Mengmei's favorability has increased to 25. Xiao Qi rarely reminded her of the favorability increase. What is happening? Does Yu Mengmei have some masochistic tendencies? Ahem, alright, stop knocking your head and hurry up and clean. Her parents could wake up at any moment. They couldn't waste any more time. 3 minutes later, Gao Hui returned to the top floor bedroom. Lan Manrou was engrossed in the book he had read a couple of days ago. Hearing the noise, she looked up just as Gao Hui walked in. Did you resolve it so quickly? Didn't you chat more? Oh my dear, what is there to talk to her about? If it weren't for tracking down the whereabouts of Yong Yuanjing, I wouldn't even bother with her. As Gao Hui spoke, he sat beside Lan Manrou and held her in his arms. She nestled against his shoulder and let out a soft sigh. Dear, what's wrong? Gao Hui sensed the subtle changes in Lan Manrou. Honey, I feel like I'm not myself anymore. I'm jealous and suspicious every day, feeling so exhausted. Gao Hui looked at Lan Manrou, feeling a complex mix of emotions. He understood her thoughts, but he didn't know what to do to reassure her. Honey, let's have a child. Have a child. In such a dangerous world, being pregnant for 10 months means missing out on many things. Moreover, will the child even survive after being born? That's right. I previously acquired an artificial womb, which we can use to nurture the next generation without causing too much harm to your body. Although the artificial womb is good, I still want to give birth to the baby myself. Unfortunately, the current situation really isn't suitable for pregnancy. Given the current circumstances, the artificial womb is the most appropriate choice. Giving birth personally is too risky. Lan Manrou lowered her gaze into the distance, remaining silent for a long time. Honey, I didn't bring this up to make you feel at ease. I've been thinking about this for a long time, but with everything that has happened recently, I just didn't have the opportunity to mention it. Gao Hui paused here, contemplating for a moment before deciding to be honest. There's something I want to confess to you. You know that with my system, if the familial favorability reaches over 80, I can trigger a refund 5 times a month. Initially, I thought about finding more women to use the artificial womb to reproduce after the apocalypse, but now I only want to have a child with you. After Gao Hui finished speaking, Lan Manrou remained silent for a long time. Her silence was deafening. Honey, I'm sorry. Strictly speaking, this is a form of emotional infidelity. You can punish me however you wish, but please don't ignore me. When Lan Manrou looked up at him again, 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. She curled up in Gao Hui's embrace and spoke. Dear, I understand you. If you truly have someone you like, I am willing. No. Gao Hui tightly gripped Lan Manrou's shoulders, his voice filled with emotion. I don't wanna. I refuse. I don't like her. The reason I said this is to ensure we have no secrets. I want you and only you. With her face stained with tears, Lan Manrou burst into laughter, nodding while crying. I understand. I won't think too much from now on. Gao Hui's confession eased Lan Manrou's worries slightly. In such an era, being beside a powerful man inevitably involved many distractions. Sooner or later, she would have to share her husband with others. She repeatedly performed mental self-reassurance, forcing herself to accept calmly when that day arrived. However, Gao Hui had emphasized more than once that he only loved her, and her feelings of insecurity gradually faded. Once my mother finishes upgrading, well, ask her to assist with operating the artificial womb. Lan Manrou nodded, saying, I've only heard of it before, I've never actually used it. Is my mother, who is a head of surgery, capable of operating it? My mother worked in obstetrics and gynecology for several years back, when I hadn't met you, so you wouldn't know. I sigh. I wonder when my parents will finish upgrading. Now we can only wait. The two sat on the sofa cuddling together. It wasn't until the next morning that Ku Yu and Gao Xingye completed their absorption. Lan Manrou had already returned to her room to rest after staring all night, leaving Gao Hui sitting in the living room waiting. Gao Hui opened the system to check the attribute panels of the two, and indeed, they had both reached level 3. Dad's blessing of the earth allows him to form contracts with up to 8 people, enhancing the protective effect of attributes threefold for 3 hours. Each attribute resistance increases by 50. If the contracted individuals exceed 5 kilometers from the protective effect will be immediately lost. Mom's blooming wilt has increased the recovery speed of the reviving grass stamina by 20, with a 30 chance of instant recovery from fatal injuries. The thorn's vine's attack speed against enemies has increased by 20, and the confinement time has been extended to 1 minute, increasing the pain sensation of the victim by 60. The two had not eaten for 4 or 5 days, and after waking up they nearly couldn't stand up. Gao Hui quickly took out some food from his space, and they ate a little to regain their strength. Mom and Dad, you should go rest. After absorbing for 3 days, you must be very tired. Gao Xingye stretched his waist and twisted a few times with both hands on his waist. His body was indeed much stronger than before the upgrade. Sitting in one place for so many days didn't make him tired at all, otherwise he would have collapsed to the ground long ago. Ku Yu looked out the window and realized it was almost evening. It was indeed time to rest. She pulled Gao Xingye back to their house, knowing that the absorption of the second crystal core would also take 3 days. Not long after Gao Xingye and Ku Yu left, Gongzi also woke up. Like her parents, it had also upgraded to level. Its speed increased by 860, and the toughness of its fur improved by 90. It could launch hair attacks imbued with lightning at enemies. If struck, the injury would explode instantly if there was no shield to protect it, while it would ignore attribute acceleration if it hit the shield, maintaining its duration. The spirit link was no longer available, and Gongzi could no longer speak. However, its lively appearance showed that even if one couldn't understand what it was saying, one could tell it was extremely happy. Having used the last thunder attribute crystal core, Gao Hui fed Gongzi some food. After finishing, it happily ran off to the pasture to rest. Gao Hui looked at Jiang Xiao, who had yet to wake up, and felt a bit worried about her condition. Xiaoqi, is Jiang Xiao okay? Why hasn't she woken up for so long? Jiang Xiao's aptitude is relatively poor, so her absorption will naturally be slow. Don't worry, this is all. Hearing the system say this, Gao Hui felt much more at ease. After being tense for so many days, he suddenly felt drowsy after just waking up and curled up on the sofa, falling into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Gao Hui knocked on his mother's door with Lan Manrou. At that moment, they were having breakfast. Son Manrou, come quickly, I made your favorite wontons, come and taste them. Gao Xingye waved at the two from the dining table. You came just in time, and we were just about to bring them to you. The three of them walked back to the dining table, and Gao Xingye ran to the kitchen to get 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Mom, in 3 days you will absorb the second crystal core. Can you help me and Manrou operate the artificial womb during this time? Cough, cough, cough. Gao Xingye, who was drinking soup, was choked and coughed incessantly. Gao Hui patted his back, and it took a while for him to recover. So you finally want a child? The young couple had just married a few years ago. At first they were hesitant to urge for children, and later, every time they brought it up their son would stand in the way insisting on enjoying their world together, so they weren't in a hurry. Eventually Gao Hui had no choice but to stop mentioning it. We want one, and not just one. Good, good, good. Gao Hui was so excited that tears streamed down his face. Finally, he could give an explanation to his ancestors. Even though he wasn't the kind of elder who favored sons over daughters, he still cared about lineage continuity. Not just one, but the artificial womb needs sperm and eggs to combine. It's easy for you as a man, but the eggs must be taken from Manrou's body. In the early stages, she will have to undergo constant hormone injections which would be too harmful for her. Hearing his mother's words, Gao Hui wanted to give up on the idea. The initial reluctance to have a child with Manrou wasn't just about wanting to enjoy their world together, he also didn't want her to suffer so much from childbirth. Lan Manrou held Gao Hui's hand tightly. Mom, I'm fine, I want this. Whether it's to conceive naturally, or through the artificial womb, I am willing. I want to have our own next generation with my husband. But Gao Hui was about to say something, but his mouth was covered by his wife's soft lips. With just a gentle touch, Lan Manrou pulled away, and seeing the unwavering determination in her expression, he finally decided to agree. Hui was about to take Manrou to the medical room when Gao Hui stopped them. Mom, Manrou, there are still more than 10 days until next month. Let's do it then. Gao Hui suddenly thought of a good idea. If it worked, Manrou would only suffer once. Hui understood his meaning immediately upon hearing him say that it truly was a good plan. The matter of the artificial womb was temporarily set aside. Since there was nothing else, it was better to absorb the crystal core first. The two returned home, and Gao Hui sat on the living room sofa with the earth attribute crystal core, starting to absorb it. With nothing to do, Manrou didn't want to disturb Gao Hui, so she sat on the small sofa, next to Jiang Xiao, waiting for Gao Hui, while watching Jiang Xiao silently praying that both Jiang Xiao and Gao Hui would successfully level up. 2 hours later, Gao Hui successfully absorbed the earth attribute crystal core, and the level of the earth shield increased to level 3. Wood attribute resistance is 65, a water attribute resistance is 91, fire wind thunder attribute resistance is 74, and a level 3 shield can accommodate 5 people. Honey, why does it feel like your absorption speed is getting faster? I remember you said it took 3 hours last time, but today it only took 2. Gao Hui glanced at the time. It really was getting faster. Maybe my body has adapted to the absorption speed of the crystal core. Lan Manrou gazed at Gao Hui's body, her eyes gradually taking on a hint of color. Manrou, Gao Hui called softly. Lan Manrou immediately turned around, remembering her earlier inappropriate thoughts, and her eyes flushed with embarrassment. Gao Hui grinned mischievously, pulling Lan Manrou into his embrace. As she touched Gao Hui's chest, she could feel that his muscles had noticeably tightened. Gao Hui felt uncomfortable under her touch, and lifted Lan Manrou up in a horizontal position. In the bedroom, Gao Hui pinned Lan Manrou beneath him, planting delicate kisses all over her. Honey, no. Jiang Xiao is still outside. We need to keep an eye on her. It's fine, she's very stable. The system will help me watch over her. But Lan Manrou couldn't say anything. In the evening, Gao Hui and Lan Manrou came out of the bedroom. Jiang Xiao, who had been absorbing the crystal core, finally woke up. She had not eaten for a long time and collapsed on the sofa. If it weren't for her skills enhancing her physique, she might have already fainted by now. Lan Manrou quickly fed her a piece of freshly cut vitality fruit, hoping to restore some of her strength before she ate anything else. After eating, Jiang Xiao indeed felt much better and could stand up. Gao Hui opened the system to check his skills. Unlike everyone else, his skills had leveled up to level 3. The Fire Howl skill leveled up to level 3 with a flame breath range of 180 and a burning temperature of 200 C. The ability user can transfer the flames to any organ in their body. If completely enveloped in flames, they can resist attacks of all attributes by 40 for a duration of 1 minute. Gao Hui closed the system interface. The skills looked pretty good, and perhaps they would become even stronger with further upgrades. Jiang Xiao was extremely hungry. Gao Hui took out some food from his space. Jiang Xiao didn't care whether she liked it or not as she grabbed the bowl and chopsticks and began to eat. Slow down, take your time eating, Lan Manrou said, while serving her a bowl of soup. Jiang Xiao swallowed the food in her mouth and eagerly drank the soup from Lan Manrou's hand. In less than 3 minutes, Jiang Xiao had cleaned the table of food, completely disregarding her image as a young lady. After all, she had grown up pampered, and the environment influences people. Jiang Xiao burped with satisfaction and took the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen. Lan Manrou wanted to help, but was stopped by Gao Hui. Let her wash them herself. Don't underestimate her. She used to be someone who wouldn't even lift a finger in the kitchen, but now she is proficient in everything. Lan Manrou watched her skillfully wash the dishes and felt a bit heartbroken for her. However, she agreed with Gao Hui's approach. After all, in the apocalypse, no one would always protect you. It was essential to be strong, whether in combat or daily life skills. Relying on oneself is the most reassuring. After Jiang Xiao finished cleaning, she ran back to Li Zuwei's place. She had missed him so much after not seeing him for several days. Jiang Xiao stood at the door, carefully opening it. Inside was pitch black with only a bedroom dimly lit. Jiang Xiao tiptoed toward the source of light, wanting to surprise Li Zuwei. As she slowly approached, placing her hand on the doorknob, and pressing her ear to the door, her previously joyful expression instantly faded and tears streamed down her face like a dam bursting. She was all too familiar with the ambiguous voices inside. Hearing Lu Mai's intermittent voice, Jiang Xiao irritably covered her ears with her hands and sat down on the ground, her legs giving way. She really wanted to burst in and slap Lu Mai a few times, but she knew she couldn't do that. It would only make Gao Hui dislike her even more. Why has it come to this? Jiang Xiao hugged her legs, burying her face in her knees, and fell asleep amidst her unwilling questions. The next day, Gao Hui was still lying in bed, while Lu Miang prepared to make some breakfast. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Jiang Xiao lying at the doorstep. Jiang Xiao opened her eyes to see the face she detested, and she felt like spitting on her. Jiang Xiao pushed herself up with both hands, but after sleeping in one position all night, her legs lacked circulation, and she suddenly fell back down. Lu Miang quickly caught her, and thanks to her support, Jiang Xiao did not fall. Angrily, Jiang Xiao pushed her away, standing against the wall with one hand. I don't need your feigned concern. Saying this, she walked towards the bedroom. Lu Miang shook her head helplessly and went to the kitchen to start making breakfast. To save time for Gao Hui to look after them, Caillou and the others waited 3 days after Jiang Xiao to begin leveling up. Gao Hui had been idle these past few days, either working out at the gym with Lan Manrou or training fighting techniques at the martial arts hall, occasionally playing with the small black ball. The remaining time was spent upgrading skills. Currently, Universal Gravitation was at level 7, Genesis Ice Master at level 7, Dragon Domain at level 5, Flame Seal at level 7, Vitality at level 3, and Earth Shield at level 3. Universal Gravitation has a range of 1,000 meters, a duration of half an hour, a barrier breaking speed of 8 seconds, and the caster's speed increases to 94 during the skill's duration. After breaking the barrier, it will refresh the wind shield for the caster, with each refreshed shield able to withstand 3 attacks. Damage exceeding the threshold will stack and consume the shield's uses. Each time a shield is broken, it will increase the number of attacks the caster can endure. Genesis Ice Master's range reaches 700 meters. Upon contact, the snowflakes transform the target into snow creations. The caster can choose to directly shatter or modify the target, with a 40 chance for the target to become the caster's subordinate without shield protection. Regular people transformed into subordinates will be absolutely loyal to the caster, behaving normally except when executing the caster's orders. When Dragon Domain is released, 2 water dragons will appear with a range of 300 meters, swallowing for 5 seconds before spitting out. The skill can be released 3 times a day. Flame Seal has no restrictions on the number of marks, with a burning temperature reaching 2000. While burning, it heals the caster's wounds and restores 60. Vitality has a range of 100 meters, absorbing 7 people can yield fruit, which completely heals wounds, increases physical power by 20 points, and quadruples attributes for 10 minutes. Absorbing 85 people yields fruit that not only completely heals wounds, but also permanently increases physical power by 30 points and attributes by 7 times, with the attribute boost lasting for 2 hours. The generated wooden shield is immune to toxins with a lightning resistance of 52, earth resistance of 82, and water fire wind resistance of 69. Gao Hui now only has 2 wind attribute crystals left, 1 ice attribute and 1 fire attribute. Finally, the time for the second upgrade arrived. The 4 of them sat on the small sofa and began absorbing the crystal cores. Gao Hui observed the absorption process, noting that his wife and parents were noticeably faster than before, and even Jiang Xiao showed improvement. It seemed that this time they wouldn't have to wait so many days. Once upgraded, I would be ready to start my next plan. Lan Manrou finished absorbing in 3 hours, and the skill Thunder Shadow reached level 8. It seemed that as the upgrades progressed, the number of crystal cores required increased. It slows the enemy's speed by 94, increases the user's speed by 97, paralyzes the enemy for 10 seconds, and increases attack penetration rate to 91. Caillou and Gao Xingye completed their absorption in 1 day, with both of their skills leveling up to 5. Blessing of the Earth can form a guardian contract with up to 10 people, increasing their attributes by 5 times, with the guardian effect lasting for 5 hours and resisting 95 of all attributes. If the contractee moves more than 8 kilometers away from the guardian, they will immediately lose the guardian effect. The blooming withered resurrection grass has a 50 chance of instantly recovering from fatal injuries, a stamina recovery speed of 40, and thorn vines can imprison for 2 minutes, increasing pain sensitivity to 55. Gao Hui also used up the only ice and fire attribute crystal cores he had in Flame Seal, and Genesis Ice Master both leveled up to 8. Genesis Ice Master's range reaches 800 meters, with a 60 chance for abilities to transform without shield protection, while other aspects remain unchanged. Flame Seal's burning temperature reaches 2,400, healing wounds to 75. Now only 2 wind attribute crystal cores are left for Rin Yongfeng. The rapid short-term boosts have made Gao Hui more confident about future battles. It is time to bring new people into the base. By the evening, Jiang Xiao, who had been absorbing crystal cores, also woke up. Her skills had reached level 5. Firestorm's range is 210, with a burning temperature of 300. During the engulfment by flames, it can resist attacks of all attributes by 60, lasting for 2 minutes. Jiang Qiao woke up expressionless, holding the bun that Lan Manrou had given her as she walked towards Li Ziwei's house. Lan Manrou watched her worriedly, deeply concerned about her situation. The entangled emotions of the three of them were something outsiders could not interfere with. Gao Hui held Lan Manrou in his arms. Manrou, I might have to go out for a while, so I will leave the base in your endowment. You're going out. So suddenly. I want to go with you. Gao Hui shook his head. The only one stronger than me in the base now is you. This time I'm going out to find suitable people. Our base is so large, and with so few people it's easy to be taken advantage of. Also, you know my system, it needs people to enhance it. Lan Manrou thought for a moment, and Gao Hui's words indeed made sense, so she could only agree. You must be careful outside, don't take unnecessary risks. You don't know me yet. Just rest assured. Gao Hui said as he picked up Lan Manrou in a horizontal position. With his wife out of sight for a while, tonight was bound to be a sleepless night. In the morning, Gao Hui called Dawei to his home. Dawei, you've been living here for a while. Do you know where there are more people nearby? Li Shuwei frowned and recalled. In our area apart from this base, it's mostly vacant land. I remember there's a residential area 20 kilometers to the east, where there are tall buildings unlike other places where tents are set up for houses. It seems Dawei didn't know much either, so let's just go look at the place he mentioned. Dawei, I'm going out for a while, and I'll leave the base in your and Manru's care. Keep an eye on you, Mengmei. Huizi, are you going alone? Do you need to bring a few more people? I'm fine alone. If I bring more people, I'll have to take care of them, which would distract me. As for you, Jiang Xiao and Lu Mieying's relationship is getting worse. As men, we must take on our responsibilities. Li Shuwei was silent for a long time before speaking. I will clarify things with Jiang Xiao, but in the end it can only be healed by time. Just think it through. After Gao Hui finished speaking, he went downstairs with Dawei. At the base entrance, Gao Hui released a motorhome from his space, got in, and drove away, while Yu Mengmei was hiding behind a wall watching the tail of the car as it departed. Xiao Qi warned Gao Hui Yu Mengmei may be about to make her move. Keep an eye on her. Do not let her into any top-floor apartment. The moment is not ripe. Oh, wait until I return. Understood. With me here, she won't get the chance. Gao Hui drove toward the direction Dawei had indicated. 20 minutes later, he finally glimpsed a cluster of high-rise buildings. The altitude here kept snowfall light, unlike Yongning, where Yongfeng said the snow had already reached the 9th floor. Fortunately, there were several hours each day without snow, slowing the accumulation considerably. Gao Hui pulled up at the edge of a residential complex, stored his car in his spatial pocket, and proceeded on foot. 2 months into the apocalypse, factions had likely taken root. Inside, prudence demanded he slip in quietly. He hugged the wall, moving as silently as he could. At a building's window, he peered inside and saw no one. Feeling the frame, he pushed hard. The window frame toppled with a clang and crashed to the ground. Who's there? A voice called from above. Gao Hui decisively slipped through and pressed himself against the wall. The man upstairs peered down, saw no shadow, shut the window, and fell silent. Gao Hui exhaled softly. He had entered the complex, but there were no clues, no sign of what was happening. He felt suddenly at a loss for where to begin. He reached the living room doorway and opened it, resolved to take it step by step. Unexpectedly, the door opposite swung open, and a slender, pale girl stepped out. Her movement startled him. Instinctively, he leapt behind her and clapped a hand over her mouth. Don't make a sound, or I'll kill you. Sa Yaoyao nodded desperately. Frail as she was, her eyes seemed almost too large. Gao Hui felt tears spill down from her face, and his grip softened slightly. He shut the door, and holding Sa Yaoyao hostage, paced the room, once to ensure no one else was present before stopping. He'll let go, but if you cry out, he'll kill you, Gao Hui said in a voice as ruthless as it was cold. Sa Yaoyao nodded repeatedly, her mouth still covered. The pressure made her feel as if she might suffocate. Gao Hui slowly released her. True to form, Sa Yaoyao remained silent. He intended to question her, but she suddenly collapsed to her knees. Brother, please, save me. The plea on her knees disarmed him. He cleared his throat, crossed his arms, and regarded her coolly. Why do you think I would save you? I have nowhere left to turn. You look unfamiliar, probably not one of Hakkai's people, so I dare to beg you. Please save me. Sa Yaoyao rambled without making the full picture clear. Gao Hui caught only the name Hakkai. It was likely the complex's leader, and it seemed this girl was deeply entangled with him. Tell me everything clearly, and then I'll consider whether to help you. Seeing him relent, Sa Yaoyao hurriedly wiped her tears and began to speak. My parents and I lived here. A week after the snow disaster, Hakkai's men began to pillage and slaughter throughout the building. If my parents hadn't known a few fighting tricks, they'd have been killed long ago. Sa Yaoyao sniffed as she spoke. Some who could not bear it asked my parents to step in. Many joined us, and the two factions were evenly matched, so we maintained a fragile peace. But 2 days ago something changed. Hakkai's group seemed to possess some strange ability, and my parents were killed in the battle. She choked on the words. Supplies were scarce to begin with. We ate so little each day. Hakkai's men have no humanity and will do anything. Their stamina gives them the edge. Though I know some hand-to-hand, I couldn't stand against them. Hakkai said that if I didn't come to him tonight, he would kill me. So you went out just now intending to find Hakkai? Yes. Only by getting close to him can I find a chance to kill him and avenge my parents. You said many people. Where did all those people go? When they saw my parents die, they lost their backbone. Some resisted and were killed. Others were fence-sitters who sided with Hakkai. Now I am alone. Gao Hui stared at her. Her account held some weight, her looks would indeed make her a target. Do you know anything else? Sa Yao lowered her head to think, then looked up at him. Hawkeye started as a petty thug. They say on the first day of the apocalypse he and his brothers were using white powder in an apartment, which is how he amassed so many followers. His boss is in the Gurge complex not far from here. All the complexes in this area fall under that boss control, and our complex is ruled by Hawkeye. I didn't expect their influence to be so wide. Have you seen his boss? Sa Yao awkwardly shook her head. They're mysterious. I only know they seem to visit the boss compound every month. Sa Yao checked the date. The day after tomorrow is when they gather. 2 days. Gao Hui realized he had arrived in time. Otherwise he might have had to wait a week to sweep them all up. There were countless complexes here, and surely many people. This was too valuable to abandon. Do you know how many living people remain in this complex? Who would casually keep a head count? Sa Yao complained inwardly, yet she still tried to estimate the number. The snow disaster killed many, and with the subsequent brawls I estimate only around 200 people remain. Gao Hui was pleased with that number. If he brought them back to his base, his forces would expand swiftly. I can help you, but you must obey my commands. No problem. Hearing Gao Hui agree, Sa Yao accepted without hesitation. Where does Hawkeye live? On the 20th floor of this building. You lead the way, he'll follow behind. When we arrive you knock. Once they open the door, it'll be easy. Sa Yao looked at him with doubt, clearly not trusting him. If you want me to save you, do exactly as I say, otherwise you're on your own. Gao Hui turned to leave, but Sa Yao grabbed his arm to stop him. I understand. He'll do as you say. Good. Lead the way. Sa Yao opened her door and began climbing. Gao Hui stayed close behind. Elevators were useless in the apocalypse, so they had to take the stairs. Being an ability user, Gao Hui found the exertion trivial, but the starved Sa Yao faltered several times before finally reaching the 20th floor. She panted until her breathing steadied. Gao Hui was already concealed by the door. Sa Yao lifted her hand and knocked. Brother I'm here. A voice answered from within. Yao, you finally came to your senses. If you'd agreed to your brother sooner, I could have spared your parents. Hawkeye spoke as he opened the door. He seized Sa Yao and pulled her into his arms, kissing her eagerly. If you want to live, get your filthy hands off her. A voice came from the left as a dark gun barrel pressed against Hawkeye's temple. The muzzle of the gun was pointed directly at his temple. Despite the raging fury within, he could only comply with his demands for the time being. Hawkeye took a step back, while Gao Hui entered his room with the gun drawn, and Sa Yao hid behind Gao Hui. The people inside the room immediately went on high alert, and Bagwang quickly equipped Hawkeye with a wooden shield. Seeing that he was now protected by the shield, Hawkeye calmed down and unleashed his lightning technique against Gao Hui. Sa Yao crouching on the ground while yelling from behind Gao Hui found that all the lightning was blocked by Gao Hui's earth shield. Don't shout and disturb me. Keep your mouth shut and stay close to me. I will ensure your safety. If you continue to yell, I will throw you to them. Sa Yao's screams nearly deafened Gao Hui, and he suddenly longed for the feeling of having his wife by his side. Hagu, he has a shield too. I can see that. Let's attack him together. Break his shield. The space inside the room was cramped, and many of Gao Hui's skills were wide area attacks. If he were to unleash them here, he feared it would cause the building to collapse, so he could only rely on his flame mark and vitality for now. Gao Hui continuously released flame marks on the crowd, but deliberately spared Bagwang. When he released it a second time, the shield was shattered. Taking advantage of Bagwang's moment of inattention, Gao Hui snapped his fingers and obliterated everyone in the room. A group of people screamed, and Hawkeye was reduced to ashes before he could utter a complete sentence. Bagwang sat limply on the ground, staring vacantly at his brothers, turning to ash one by one, unable to comprehend why he was the only one left. Sa Yao was trembling in fear. Had it not been for her experience with bloody scenes, she would have fainted. The thought of making a single wrong move could have left her feeling the same chill as them. Gao Hui walked step by step towards Bagwang. The day after tomorrow you will take me to meet your boss. I can spare your life. What did you say? I don't understand. Bagwang feigned ignorance. Don't wanna. I advise you to agree, or I will make your life worse than death. I told you I don't know, I just don't know. Bagwang turned his head away, refusing to look at him. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be quite loyal. He took out 2 vitality fruits from his space and a charging meat grinder. He placed the fruits into the machine, pressed the switch, and the pulp was instantly ground into a mush. Then he poured the crushed fruit into a cup and handed it to Sa Yao. Hold it well, and don't move. Sa Yao watched in amazement as he produced a pile of items seemingly out of thin air, her eyes wide as she stared at the cup in her hand, curious about how he did it. Gao Hui directly unleashed vitality, piercing through Bagwang's heart with a branch. Due to the swiftness of his action, Sa Yao nearly dropped the cup in her hands. Bagwang collapsed to the ground, convulsing, yet even in the face of death, there was a smile on his face. You won't be smiling for long, Gao Hui silently thought. He took the cup from Sa Yao's hands, pried open Bagwang's mouth, and fed him a mouthful. Then tilting his head back, he forced him to swallow the pulp. The hole in his heart healed instantaneously, and Bagwang, who had just been gasping for breath, was now lively. Sa Yao was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Tightly clutching the cup, Gao Hui handed her. She even considered sneaking a taste while Gao Hui wasn't looking, but she ultimately resisted the urge. What do you mean? Ba Guang glared fiercely at Gao Hui while sitting on the ground. Still the same. The day after tomorrow, take me to meet your boss, and I will spare your life. No way. Ba Guang knew this person would surely torment him. Quick as lightning, he picked up the gun on the ground and decisively shot himself in the head. Gao Hui snatched the cup, crouched down, and grasped his chin. Ba Guang stubbornly kept his mouth shut, refusing to open it. With a crack, Gao Hui dislocated his jaw, forcing a mouthful of fruit pulp down his throat. The wound on his head gradually healed, and the bullet was ejected as if nothing had ever happened. Gao Hui turned back to Sa Yao Yao. Go take away all the weapons. As long as I want you to live, you won't die. Gao Hui looked down at him as if the Grim Reaper had descended. No matter what you do, I will never take you. Give up that thought. Very well, I have plenty of time. We can take our time. Gao Hui pulled out a knife and stabbed it into his chest, twisting the blade until it made 2 full rotations before pulling it out. A chunk of flesh gouged from him. Ba Guang fell to the ground in pain, and after a long time Gao Hui revived him. For the next period of time, Gao Hui devised various ways to torment Ba Guang, with a cruelty comparable to the torturous methods used during the invasion of the Sakura country. He even bound Ba Guang and had a hot pot meal in front of him. Sa Yao Yao also benefited from this, enjoying her first full meal since the apocalypse. By the end of the day, although Ba Guang's body bore no scars, his spirit was already in tatters, and he could no longer endure the torture, agreeing to Gao Hui's demands. Even Sa Yao Yao couldn't bear to watch, revealing how cruel Gao Hui's methods were. At night, Ba Guang was tied up and thrown to the ground. The continuous torment had left him utterly exhausted, and he fell asleep early. Sa Yao Yao sat beside Gao Hui, her hands intertwined, as if she wanted to say something. What exactly do you want to do? Sa Yao Yao sat there, disturbing Gao Hui's sleep, prompting him to speak impatiently. Brother Gao, thank you for helping me take revenge. I am willing. Sa Yao Yao paused. I am willing to repay you with my body. As she spoke, she began to remove her top, completely naked underneath. Gao Hui quickly stopped her, exclaiming, What the hell? Are you trying to make me commit a crime? Put your clothes back on and get out. If I catch you thinking like this again, I will kill you without mercy. Gao Hui angrily kicked her out. Sa Yao Yao stood outside the door, feeling wronged. It wasn't that she wanted to do this because she liked him, but after all, he had done her a huge favor. With no other way to repay him, and given the state of the world, a small woman had no means but to rely on powerful forces. Besides, Gao Hui was handsome. Even if she lost her body, it was still acceptable, unlike Hakai, who had a face full of bumps, small eyes, and a big nose looking unappealing. Gao Hui, troubled and unable to sleep, almost made a mistake, while Xiao Qi kept giggling. What's so funny? Gao Hui shouted at the air with his hands on his hips. Someone offers themselves to you, and you still refuse. I only want my wife, no one else will do. What time is it, and you're still acting like a pure-hearted boy? Only Lan Manrou is kind-hearted. If someone with a cruel heart were here, you would have been sold long ago. Shut up. Gao Hui lay in bed, not wanting to engage with Xiao Qi, gradually falling asleep. Just then the bedroom door was opened, and Ba Guang, holding a bloody knife, viciously lunged at Gao Hui. With a single stroke, he pierced into an unknown realm. Had he not reacted quickly to release his grip, he would have been drawn in as well. As he stood at the doorway, Xiao Qi had already warned Gao Hui that opening the shield would lead to being discovered, forcing Gao Hui to open a spatial entrance on his body. While Ba Guang was still puzzled about the knife's whereabouts, thousands of branches had already enveloped him completely. Gao Hui hurriedly got up, who outside Sa Yao Yao lay unconscious in a pool of blood. He took out the life fruit, and without time to crush it, he hurriedly chewed it with his mouth, disregarding the unpleasantness. Pried open Sa Yao Yao's mouth, and spat the crushed bits inside, lifting her neck to force her to swallow. Tisk, 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 can't you feed me mouth to mouth? This is so disgusting. What's the difference between this and mouth to mouth? If you find it disgusting, don't look. Humph. Xiao Qi snorted proudly and ceased to speak. Sa Yao Yao gradually regained consciousness, her wounds healing, and moments later, she was fully awake. Seeing Gao Hui before her, she quickly grabbed his arm. Ba Guang has broken free. He wants to kill you. You must run. To her surprise, this little girl actually cared about him. He is already under my control. Oh, it's fine now. Do you still want to spare his life? Before I meet his boss, I want to kill him. However, if he seeks his own death afterward, he can hardly blame me. Gao Hui retracted the branches. Ba Guang was nearly suffocated. He initially thought this sneak attack would successfully avenge Hago, but who knew it would end in failure? Just how many terrifying techniques did this man possess? Even his boss might not be a match for him. Tomorrow, obediently lead me there, or else. Gao Hui left the rest unsaid, causing Ba Guang to shiver. The torments of the past few days were still fresh in his memory, and he nodded vigorously, huddling in the corner, afraid to move. Gao Hui took out several climbing ropes from his space, wrapping Ba Guang up like a zongzi before feeling relieved. He yawned and entered the bedroom to prepare for a short rest. Unexpectedly, Sa Yao Yao followed him in. Gao Hui turned to look at her and asked, Why did you come in? I'm afraid he'll wake up at night and kill me again. Can I sleep in the same room as you? I'll sleep on the floor. I promise not to disturb you. He's already tied up like that. There won't be any more issues. You should go back and rest. The previous bindings were secure, yet he still broke free in the end. Please let me stay. I promise I won't get too close to you. Gao Hui pondered over Sa Yao Yao's words. They did make some sense. It was understandable that she would be scared. He released a single bed from his space and placed it in the vacant spot. You can sleep here. I warn you, I'm already married and very much in love with my wife. Don't even think about climbing into my bed. Ooh, I won't touch you. Sa Yao Yao felt ashamed and disappointed. Such a powerful man already had someone by his side. Looking at her own slender figure, she certainly had no appealing qualities. She lowered her head and replied, "Oh," turning away from Gao Hui to lie on the bed. "And you why say such harsh things?" She's crying. "If I had said it earlier, don't hold any fantasies about me. I know it's not easy for a girl in this apocalyptic world. Her favorability rating isn't low, I can take her in, but that doesn't mean I will develop further with her. There are plenty of people at the future base, she will surely find someone she likes." True Lan Manrou inherently lacks a sense of security. You must handle this carefully. I understand. The night grew deep and drowsiness gradually enveloped Gao Hui as he fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Gao Hui took out a dog leash and fastened it around Bagwang's neck. Bagwang endured his anger knowing he was at a disadvantage and could only submit. "Lead the way obediently, or else you'll regret it." Bagwang coldly snorted, completely dismissing Gao Hui's words. After enduring hundreds of methods in the past 2 days, he was no longer afraid of such trivial threats. Bagwang walked ahead with Gao Hui holding the dog leash behind him. Sa Yao Yao stubbornly insisted on following, and Gao Hui was too lazy to bother with her. The people inside the building were astonished to see Ha Kai's subordinate treated this way. The situation in the community was also roughly guessed. It seemed they would have to listen to this new boss from now on. Everyone merely watched from a distance, too afraid to approach and inquire, as Bagwang slowly walked with the two. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they were further away from the Gu Ergo community, and it was obvious that Bagwang did not want to lead Gao Hui and the others there. "Hey!" Gao Hui stopped in his tracks. Bagwang, due to inertia, tightened the leash around his neck and quickly halted to loosen the knot. "I see you're tired of living. You dare to take a detour." Not worried about his intentions being uncovered, Bagwang instead wore a shameless expression and replied, "I won't take you there. If you have the ability, just kill me. Without me you can forget about getting in." Seeing Bagwang's shameless behavior, Gao Hui truly wanted to resolve him right then and there. Even without him, finding a place wouldn't be too difficult, it would just be a bit more complicated. Bagwang sat down on the ground, appearing as if he didn't care whether he lived or died. Gao Hui hesitated for a long time between killing him or letting him go, ultimately deciding to take a gamble. He unleashed the Genesis Ice Master skill, attempting to convert Bagwang. Bagwang was instantly frozen into a snowman. Seconds later, the snow on him began to melt and his expression turned calm. He then slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Gao Hui, knelt on one knee. "Master, what are your orders?" It worked. To his surprise, he actually won the gamble. Gao Hui opened the system panel. Bagwang's favorability rating had reached 100. Now he no longer needed to coerce or entice him to lead the way. "Brother Gao, what exactly did you do? How did he suddenly change like this?" Sa Yao Yao was astonished at the scene, as Bagwang had just exhibited a murderous expression towards Gao Hui, yet in mere seconds he appeared to obey him. Nothing much. Gao Hui did not intend to disclose the specifics of his skill to Sa Yao Yao. The fewer people who knew, the better. "Bagwang, take me to meet your boss." "Yes." Bagwang stood up and led Gao Hui and the others toward the Gu Ergo community. In less than 10 minutes they arrived at the designated location. Bagwang led them upstairs, stopping on the 13th floor, where 2 burly men stood at the door, clearly resembling typical plateau people. The 2 men blocked Gao Hui and the others at the entrance, saying, "Hold on, these 2 faces look somewhat unfamiliar. Halauda is tied up with matters, so he sent me here. These 2 are fresh goods, just acquired specifically to present to the boss. How are this week's apples?" "Still fragrant and delicious." "Keep it up." As they spoke, the 2 opened the door. Gao Hui and Sa Yao Yao exchanged glances, completely baffled by what they were saying. The 3 entered the room, and the once spacious living room was nearly filled with people. Gao Hui frowned slightly at this situation. If a fight broke out, it would be troublesome. "Oh, Bagwang, why did you come by yourself? Where's Ha Kai?" "Zhao, you should know my boss by now." Bagwang wore a meaningful expression, and Zhao Lei instantly understood what he meant. He leaned closer to Bagwang's ear and whispered, "Tell your boss to be careful." After finishing, Zhao Lei turned to greet others while everyone awaited Guo Fenghui's arrival. Some people chatted with Bagwang during this time, but their conversation was devoid of substance, and Gao Hui grew disinterested. "Guo Gu is here." A voice came from nowhere, and a burly man walked over with a long scar on his left cheek extending to his beard, covered in tattoos, and sporting a buzz cut, giving off a rough appearance. Gao Hui noticed that this person was taller than him, and an inexplicable sense of pressure engulfed him. He took a deep breath to calm himself. "He looks formidable. Can we handle this?" Sa Yao Yao whispered nervously. "Everyone's here. How's the powder selling lately?" Guo Fenghui made his way through the crowd and sat in the most conspicuous position. "This month we exchanged powder for 3 trucks of instant noodles, 2 trucks of compressed biscuits, 5 trucks of bread, 1 truck of sausages, and 3 trucks of other food." The person reporting was one of those who had just been watching Gao Hui at the door. This information was likely from the form Guang filled out when he entered. You all did well. This time you'll each get 1/10 of the total. After everyone disperses, Lu Hai will come to inspect. Hui scanned the crowd, his gaze lingering on Gao Hui and Sa Yao Yao. 2 new faces have arrived. What's going on, Guang? Where's your boss? My boss is tied up with something and couldn't make it, so he entrusted me to come. This man is here to pledge allegiance to you, and as for the woman, she is naturally a gift from my boss. The 3 of them lowered their heads in unison. Sa Yao Yao shot a fierce glare at Guang, who felt a chill run down his spine, involuntarily shuddering. Oh, is that so? Hui stood up and walked over step by step. Gao Hui sensed something was amiss and opened a spatial entrance before him. Hui stood in front of Gao Hui, sizing him up. Gao Hui wanted to end the encounter with a decisive blow due to the condescending look on his face, but refrained, wanting to gather more information. Hui, who had previously worn a smile, suddenly changed expression as a razor-sharp spike rushed toward Gao Hui's neck. The confident Hui's face instantly darkened. The spike vanished in front of Gao Hui, who straightened his back, realizing he had to reveal himself. He decided to lay everything bare, no longer pretending. Gao Hui decisively summoned the Genesis Ice Master within the spatial realm, and then raised an earth shield enclosing Sa Yao Yao and Guang inside it. Snow? Why is there snow? Zhao Lei exclaimed, staring at the falling snowflakes. Not good. Hui quickly erected an earthen wall above him. Due to the cramped space inside, he could only shield those around him. Some reacted in time to defend themselves, while others were turned into snow sculptures. Within seconds, some of the snow sculptures began to melt, and those people slowly opened their eyes, glaring at Hui. Lu Hai, what happened to you? He was one of Hui's most trusted subordinates, and now he stood beside Gao Hui. Gao, Boss Gao, I forgot to tell you that before coming I informed Lauda. He knows who you are. Gao Hui looked at Guang, momentarily unsure of what to say. It seemed his loyalty had always lain with Hui. He had never considered betrayal. Looking at Guang, he couldn't help but think of Ren Yongfeng. If someone took away the person he trusted, how would he respond? Gao Hui only slightly shifted, and Hui attacked. Fortunately, the transformed subordinate blocked in front of him. I will kill you. Seeing several of his most trusted subordinates turning to help Gao Hui, Hui gritted his teeth, vowing to crush him to dust. Want to kill me? That depends on whether you have the ability. Gao Hui tightened his hold on Sa Yao Yao's waist and turned to run downstairs. Sa Yao Yao was almost half carried out. She gazed at Gao Hui with adoring eyes, lifting herself with one hand, her boyfriend's strength at maximum. Everyone in the room was a supernatural being, while only Sa Yao Yao was an ordinary person. The cramped interior made it impossible for her to exert her strength, so he had to carry her, otherwise her own speed couldn't keep up. Before running, Gao Hui instructed his subordinates not to resist, and to withdraw once he reached downstairs. When he reached downstairs, he fired a shot into the sky. Minutes later, everyone rushed down both sides, sustaining injuries, some showing signs of battle. Damn, you bastard caused me to lose so many brothers. Hui rushed to Gao Hui's front and punched. However, the attack was blocked by the crowd, leaving Hui in a dilemma, cursing at Gao Hui endlessly. Gao Hui merely looked at Hui with indifference, raising his head to see onlookers from every floor peering out of the windows, ready for a battle that would make him famous. He no longer hesitated, instantly unleashing the dragon domain. 2 water dragons surged from his hands, attacking Hui from the east and west. This was the first time he had witnessed such a scene. After being shocked for a few seconds, Hui quickly erected earthen walls, managing to keep the water dragons at bay. The 2 water dragons devoured everyone outside the earthen wall. The wall was struck multiple times with no movement, and ultimately the 2 water dragons dissipated after expelling a pile of bones. Hui experienced such a significant loss for the first time. After the apocalypse, he unexpectedly mastered the method of awakening supernatural powers. Although the success rate was low, at least 30% of his brothers had successfully awakened. He initially thought he could control this area, but unexpectedly encountered someone like Gao Hui. Was he destined to die here today? No, absolutely not. Hui roared, tearing down the earthen wall. He intended to fight the 2 water dragons to the death, but to his surprise the water dragons had already dissipated, leaving only bones on the ground. Hui's eyes turned crimson as he raised his hands to his chest, countless golden spikes faintly glowing in his grasp. Die for me. Hui hurled the golden spikes at Gao Hui, who appeared unconcerned, even taking out a bottle of cola to drink. Good. Hui was infuriated, feeling utterly disregarded. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and directed his palms towards the ground. He approached Gao Hui step by step, each footfall echoing heavily, his footprints sinking deeper than before, the snow nearly engulfing his thighs. Even more astonishing was that as he unleashed his absolute gravity skill, Gao Hui's shield instantly shattered.